America's Wars on Democracy in Rwanda and the DR Congo. Justin Podur. Contents. 1. Introduction, I am not an Africanist. 1. 2. The politician's words against the empire's weapons. 29. 3. Sow doubt, aestheticize, essentialize, how to write about African leaders. 47. 4. Killing hope in the Congo. 59. 5. The agency's kingmaker. 81. 6. The revolutionary and the white supremacist. 97. 7. The tyrant subcontractors, America's chosen African dictators, 1965 to 1990. 115. 8. Economic poison, Western economic medicine before the Rwanda genocide and Congo wars of the 1990s. 147. 9. The peacekeeper and the warlord. 167. 10. Good and evil, how Africanists present Hutus as deserving of death. 207. 11. The infrastructure of judgment and denial. 231. 12. The State Kagame Bill. 257. 13. Stories from the African Mind. 285. 14. The Front Men and the Refugees, the Congo War 1996 to 1997. 297. 15. The Nuance to Protect an Empire. 321. 16. The Warlord's Aid and the Broken Alliance, the 1998 to 2003 Congo War. 349. 17. Conclusion. The Empire's System for Central Africa. 375. 1. Independence Day, 2020. Picture the scene. It's June 30, 2020, 60 years since the Democratic Republic of the Congo became independent of Belgium. At a stadium in Kinshasa, the country's stunning capital and the seat of the United Nations, the 95-year-old Lumumba, three-time Prime Minister, one-time President, later Secretary General of the United Nations, and now a retired senator, is asked to give what all Congolese suspect will be his last words in public, as he is frail and rarely leaves his house these days. Accompanied by his grandchildren, Lumumba shuffles up to the microphone to address the gathered thousands of people on the Independence Day celebration. Men and women of the Congo, victorious independence fighters, I salute you in my own name only today, for I am no longer a representative of the Congolese government. 60 years ago, on this day, June 30, as promised, Belgium passed the reins of government over to Congo's elected parliament seamlessly, creating a giant black republic in the middle of Africa. Tears welled up in the crowd, who remembered how the elected president, Kasavubu, was quickly overshadowed by the talented, energetic Prime Minister, Lumumba, who quickly emerged from the mentorship of Kwame Nkrumah to become the leader of a Pan-African movement. Chapter 1. Introduction, I am not an Africanist. Over the next 6 decades, our Congo paved the way for democratic, parliamentary politics in Africa, while also using our immense mineral wealth, building on the undamaged infrastructure inherited from the era of Belgian colonialism to build a high-tech manufacturing base and become the engine of economic growth in Africa. The South African apartheid regime was unable to hold on for very long after our country's 2-decade-long rise. With our country's economy powering the growth of the rest of the continent, even as our democratic system inspired other African countries, the apartheid regime was not able to face down the extraordinary opposition of the South African people. The Soweto uprising in 1976 was enough to finish that old racist project off. Older people in the audience remember some of the frightening moments of those years, like the attempted coup by one of Lumumba's military officers, Joseph Desire Mobutu, who was sacked, court-martialed, and briefly imprisoned in the late 1960s. Those decades were not without challenges, for us and our neighbors. With our size and might, we had the obligation to intervene to put a stop to ethnic violence in Burundi and Rwanda and help negotiate peaceful, multi-ethnic parliamentary governments in these neighboring countries. Let us honor the representatives of those governments, who are here today and who are celebrating their own independence in these days. The elected presidents of Burundi and Rwanda stand to the applause of the crowd. I am very old now, and leave the future to the young generation. but many years ago I made a speech here in the city, and I would like to reflect on what we have achieved. We have achieved peace, prosperity, and greatness. We have established social justice. We have showed the world what the black man, and the black woman, can do when working in liberty, and we have made the Congo the pride of Africa. We have instituted in the country a peace resting not on guns and bayonets but on concord and goodwill. Lumumba coughs, takes a sip of water, and finished his speech, eternal glory to the fighters for national liberation. Long live independence and African unity. Long live the independent and sovereign Congo. Sadly, this is not what happened. 3. Instead of living to age 95 to give a speech on Independence Day to a prosperous and powerful nation, Lumumba was murdered at age 35, his country in ruins. Instead of intervening to stop the CONFists in the Congo's neighbors, those neighboring countries' CONFists spilled over into the political and military vacuum created by the Congo's collapse. Instead of Lumumba's dream coming to fruition, it was drowned in blood. Instead of being quickly stopped by its powerful neighbor, the genocide in Rwanda has become the evergreen example of inhumanity, used in everything from anti-bullying books 1 to the example of evil, alongside the Nazis and the Taliban, in business books. 2. In the presentation of Rwanda to Western audiences, the Rwandan Hutu population has a special role to play, the entire population demonized as guilty of genocide against the Tutsis, the massacres suffered by the Hutu community excused in advance in terms of revenge or reprisal. Through decades of dedicated effort by Rwanda's post-1994 rulers and their Western friends, Rwandan Hutus have been rendered what Italian scholar Giorgio Agamben calls homo sacer. 3. Writing in the late 1990s, after the genocide, Agamben found the Rwandan refugees, obviously Hutus based on the timing and the description, to be the quintessential example of homo sacer. It takes only a glance at the recent publicity campaigns to gather funds for refugees from Rwanda to realize that here human life is exclusively considered, and there are certainly good reasons for this, as sacred life, which is to say, as life that can be killed but not sacrificed, and that only as such is it made into the object of aid and protection. The imploring eyes of the Rwandan child may well be the most telling contemporary cipher of bare life that humanitarian organizations, in perfect symmetry with state power, need. 4. The special demonization in Western writing of the entire Hutu population of Rwanda has had a devastating impact on the whole region of Central Africa since the genocide and will be given commensurate attention in this book. Writing about the Nazi death camps, Agamben suggests that the correct question to pose concerning the horrors committed in the camps is, therefore, not the hypocritical one of how crimes of such atrocity could be committed against human beings. It would be more honest and, above all, more useful to investigate carefully the juridical procedures and deployments of power by which human beings could 4. Be so completely deprived of their rights and prerogatives that no act committed against them could appear any longer as a crime. 5. This latter question is what I pose in this book, and I argue that the way in which Rwandans and Congolese in the path of Western-supported dictatorships and war machines are written about in the West is a part of the deployment of power by which they are deprived of their rights, such that no act committed against them could appear any longer as a crime. What about the rest of Lumumba's fictional speech? The difference between Lumumba's vision and today's Congolese reality is not coincidence, bad luck, nor the failings of Congolese, but Western policy. The Belgians never intended for the Congo to become a sovereign, independent, parliamentary republic. The US never intended to let the Congolese run their own country. The South African apartheid regime was never going to tolerate an enormous African-ruled power on the continent. All set quickly to work after independence to undermine those possibilities. Aimé Césaire described the contours of neocolonial Africa in 1966, look at it, our Africa. Brought down, tied up, trampled, FXED as a target. But you'll say to me, she hopes. She suffers, but she hopes. It's true. For from the bottom of the abyss, she sees the surface blaze and blush, and it grows, The Stain of Light. 6 American interventions to overthrow and kill Lumumba, to install Mobutu, to support the warlords Kagame and Museveni in Uganda, Rwanda, and beyond, are all extremely well documented, as I will show. But when these American actions are invoked as the causes of the current broken state of the Congo and its neighbors' polities and economies, a break occurs for many Westerners. A search for alternative explanations begins. Sure, the empire may have played a destructive role, but what about local corruption? What about the Russians and the Chinese in the Cold War? What about ancient ethnic hatreds, as between the Hutu and the Tutsi, the Hema and the Lendu, the Luba and the Lunda? What about the historical scars caused by Leopold and colonialism? There are so many distinct tropes, images, arguments, and stories that are used to sow confusion about the relationship between Western interventions and their effects that half of the study is devoted to propaganda about the Congo and Rwanda. This propaganda pops up throughout scholarly and popular literature, as well as media portrayals any sources Western audiences might try to FND to begin to understand. 5. What is happening in Central Africa? In his 2001 book on the post-colony, Cameroonian philosopher Akil Mbembe describes this confusion in terms of an anxiety in Western literature. Africa as an idea, a concept, has historically served, and continues to serve, as a polemical argument for the West's desperate desire to assert its difference from the rest of the world. 7. The FRST question to be addressed in a study of post-colonial Africa is, what was the role of the former colonizer, the West? There are, roughly speaking, 2 positions, both of which admit that 19th-century imperialism were destructive forces. Most of the writers that will be criticized in this book take the FRST position, which we can call traumatized Africa, that the West did great harm to Africa through the slave trade and colonialism, then let their damaged, traumatized colonies go, such that the post-colonial condition of Africa is a result of these traumatized, abandoned societies trying to go it alone. I take the second position, which I call neocolonial Africa. Upon independence, the West, through its leader, the American Empire, subverted African democracy, fomented, and supported dictators, warlords, and insurgencies in a neocolonial pattern. The post-colonial condition of Africa is an outcome of ongoing neocolonial policies, not past traumas. Despite the fact that its author is not a proponent of the traumatized Africa position, the backbone of the literature is Adam Hochschild's King Leopold's Ghost, 1999. The book has had a ripple effect on Western culture, such that writing on global issues, when it mentions the Congo, always goes back to the book. For example, Canadian writer John Ralston Saul wrote in his Collapse of Globalism that the Congo is still grappling with the destruction wrought upon it by King Leopold. Saul is not unique. No one reading the Congo can, or should, avoid Hochschild's work. Hochschild also points out that Mobutu's 30-year dictatorship, which re-traumatized the country, followed Leopold's pattern in many ways. 8. But Hochschild also nuanced this argument about the Congo's special trauma, writing that what happened in the Congo was indeed mass murder on a vast scale, but the sad truth is that the men who carried it out for Leopold were no more murderous than many Europeans then at work or at war elsewhere in Africa. 9. Within a decade of Leopold's head start, he notes, similar forced labor systems for extracting rubber were in place in the French territories west and north of the Congo River, in Portuguese-ruled Angola, and in the nearby Cameroons under 6. The Germans. In French Congo, forced labor, hostages, slave chains, starving porters, burned villages, paramilitary company sentries, and the chic auto were the order of the day. 10. In the German-controlled territories, it was simple genocide, announced in advance by signed extermination order. 11. It is true that among these other ex-colonies Angola, Namibia, Congo-Brazzaville there are no developmental models for the world. But all have recovered better than the DR Congo. Japan, Germany, and Russia were all destroyed by World War II. Vietnam was destroyed by the US war against it. All were traumatized by war, more recently than the Congo, and all have recovered far better than the Congo from Leopold. Something beyond distant national trauma is at work here. The Congo's lack of recovery is due to the country's lack of sovereignty. The struggle for Congolese sovereignty began in the late 1950s under Belgian colonialism, when Leopold's direct rule was long past. Congolese sovereignty was fought, and defeated, by a united coalition of Western powers organized and led by the United States. The defeat of Congolese nationalism by a determined Western coalition led by the US and including the UN explains what happened in the Congo since, and it explains it better than the idea of lingering trauma inflicted by Leopold. The Congo could have recovered from Leopold, however bad he was, had the Congo's incipient democracy under Patrice Lumumba not been overthrown. Though his work has been used to make the case about the Congo's insurmountable traumas, I don't think Hochschild would disagree. But if there are neocolonial policies at work here, if the empire has been subverting African struggles for sovereignty and democracy since independence, then the traumatized Africa idea, despite its relatively benign and empathetic basis, can serve as a cover for America's depredations in the continent. And in providing that cover, contemporary neocolonial propaganda shares much with the colonial propaganda of the last century. Western writers on the Congo have not freed themselves from colonial traditions and depictions. Kevin Dunn has argued that almost all the Western writers on this region imagine the Congo through a set of images developed during the high point of imperialism in the 19th century, the Dark Continent. The quintessential piece of colonial propaganda on Africa, on which contemporary propagandists continue to draw, is The Heart of Darkness. 7. By Joseph Conrad. It took an African writer to show clearly what the heart of darkness was. Chinua Achebe wrote the definitive criticism in the essay An Image of Africa, Racism in Conrad's Heart of Darkness. 12. Achebe exposes not only the racism that underlies the worldview of the book, but also the aesthetic trick that makes it possible. His method amounts to no more than a steady, ponderous, fake ritualistic repetition of two antithetical sentences, one about silence and the other about frenzy, as in the steamer toiled along slowly on the edge of a black and incomprehensible frenzy. 13. Achebe FNDS, a passage in which Conrad describes a black woman as savage and superb, wild-eyed and magnificent, with an air of brooding over an inscrutable purpose. Later, a white woman is described as having a mature capacity for fidelity, for belief, for suffering. 14. As the protagonist travels on the river, he encounters savage cannibals. They rarely speak, but when they do, it is to demand that people be handed over to them for eating. Joseph Conrad, Achebe concludes, was a thoroughgoing racist. That this simple truth is glossed over in criticisms of his work is due to the fact that white racism against Africa is such a normal way of thinking that its manifestations go completely unremarked. 15. But while Conrad is now safely dead, unfortunately, his heart of darkness plagues us still. 16. Achebe answers the argument that Conrad was there, sailing down the Congo River in 1890 when none of us were. I will not accept just any traveler's tale solely on the grounds that I have not made the journey myself. I will not trust the evidence even of a man's very eyes when I suspect them to be as jaundiced as Conrad's. 17. Achebe FNDS in Conrad's memoir, a recording of his FRST encounter with an Englishman, who cast a glance of kindly curiosity and a friendly gleam of big, sound, shiny teeth, his white calves twinkled sturdily. 18. Popular literature on Central African politics is more plagued by Conrad's heart of darkness than most FLs. Conrad is alive and well in the writing of the Africanists, who would have greatly benefited from reading Achebe back in 1988. The racism toward Africa infused in Western culture and writing described by Achebe has a material counterpart in the need to defend the racist, colonial regime that ruled in South Africa and held determining influence throughout the continent until the 1990s. A sovereign Congo would have proven the West wrong. The West would have had to be a different place to have allowed pluralistic, black republics in Central 8. Africa. While the apartheid regime flourished in South Africa, the racist slave galleon, armed with its tanks with its machine guns, with its canons, with its plains, with its Bible, with its laws, with its tribunals, with its press, with its hatred, with its lies. 19. Nor have all contemporary Western writers on Africa freed themselves from the scientific racism of the 19th century. Scientific racism and its relative, Malthusianism, still have a hold on scholarship in the Congo. The Belgians also decided that Burundi and Rwanda were overpopulated, and the Congo underpopulated, especially by useful Africans. This led to programs to transfer families from Rwanda to Eastern Congo, with consequences that are still being felt. 20. The concept of overpopulation is itself contentious and highly politicized. 21. Unfortunately, even modern scholars unthinkingly repeat these colonialist notions of an overpopulated Rwanda and an underpopulated Congo. 22. One of Kagame's American biographers, Stephen Kinzer, made the Malthusian point like this: I love Rwandans, but I don't want there to be too many of them. There are enough already. It was and is one of the world's most densely populated countries. If its population continues to grow at current rates, it is doomed. 23. Environmentalism grappled with the idea of overpopulation since the 1970s. Feminist scholars also have addressed the problem, including Betsy Hartman, 1987, and Angus and Butler, 2011. Unfortunately, their contributions have not reached the mainstream scholarship on the Congo and Rwanda, in which writers frequently use the word overpopulation uncritically. Overpopulation was reaching critical levels. Land hunger and cattle hunger in a poor and increasingly overpopulated country constituted not a negligible incentive for participating in genocide, wrote Prunier 24 about Rwanda in 1989 to 1994, when the population was 2 million less than it is currently. Refuting scientific arguments about population, Prunier FRST ridicules them. This is still a taboo, because human beings are not supposed to be rats in a laboratory cage, and Christians, Marxists, Islamic fundamentalists, and World Bank experts will all tell you that overpopulation is relative and that God, or modern technology or the Sharia, will provide. But let whoever has not at least once felt murderous in a crowded subway at rush hour throw the FRST stone. 25. There are, of course, no subways, crowded or not, in Rwanda or the Congo. Another scholar similarly wrote that Rwanda was overpopulated. Yet another refers to Belgian colonization of the Kivus as a way to alleviate overpopulation and periodic famine in Rwanda. 26. 9. What is the obsession with presenting Africa in such a slanted way? Achebe's diagnosis: the West seems to suffer deep anxieties about the precariousness of its civilization and to have a need for constant reassurance by comparison with Africa. If Europe, advancing in civilization, could cast a backward glance periodically at Africa trapped in primordial barbarity, it could say with faith and feeling, "There go I but for the grace of God." Africa is to Europe as the picture is to Dorian Gray, a carrier on whom the master unloads his physical and moral deformities so that he may go forward, erect and immaculate. 27. Bembe argues further that Western narrative about Africa is always pretext for a comment about something else, some other place, some other people. 28. The main task these Western writers, who I call the Africanists 29 in this book, have taken up, as Achebe identifies it, is one of justification. The inequality between the West and Africa is so stark that it must be explained by the West, in terms of the African's own FAWS. The technical definition of Africanist is merely an academic specialist on Africa. But I use Africanist the way Edward said use the word Orientalist, as someone who deploys tropes about Africans in a way that shields the empire from scrutiny. The Africanist, like the Orientalist, interprets the continent and its people for the Westerner, explaining the complexities and intricacies of the strange and different African mind. Take, as an example, a 2013 explainer by Amnesty International's Congo expert, Thomas Turner. Turner's short book, called simply Congo, is a single-volume, definitive analysis of the Congo Wars. And in it, readers can find passages about what the Congolese believe, like this one. As we have just noted, many Congolese, particularly those who have gone to school, believe in the social contract. That is, they believe that the state should provide for their security and well-being in exchange for their loyalty. They also believe in the myth of the yoke, attributing all of their misfortune to foreign invasion. They will need to get beyond this myth, and take responsibility for their own futures. This is particularly the case for Congolese women. 30. The Congolese believe in the myth of the yoke, a myth they need to get beyond, particularly women. For a book analyzing wars that killed millions of people and involved foreign invasions and occupations by multiple countries, these are extraordinary assertions. And worse, in addition. 10. To attributing to the Congolese mass misbelief in the myth of the yoke, Turner also argues that the Congolese needs to be under foreign tutelage. The combination of great riches to be had, and a weak state largely incapable of repelling invaders, means that future wars are likely. The Congolese people will continue to need protection, from their own government and from other, stronger states, until they can protect themselves. 31. In other words, Turner freely presents mutually contradictory arguments, a book full of evidence of foreign occupations and wars followed by an excoriation of that country's population for attributing the country's problems to those wars, an argument that Congolese need to take responsibility for themselves and their problems that is immediately followed by a somber reflection that the Congo needs to be controlled by other, stronger states. This is Africa, there are no standards for consistency in reasoning in writing about it. As Turner continues, he discusses one of the most contentious aspects of the Central African Wars, the questions of how many people were killed, and by who. From the 1980s to the present, millions of people were killed by different antagonists in a series of connected wars, from the Ugandan civil wars, to the Burundi civil wars, to the Rwandan civil war, genocide and counterinsurgency, to the Congo invasions and wars. Among these millions, only the figure of 800,000 killed in the Rwandan genocide, in which, mostly, Rwandan Tutsi civilians were killed by, mostly, Rwandan Hutu militias, is taken as definitive. The rest of the killings, especially those by the regimes currently in power in Rwanda and Uganda, are treated as contentious, inestimably complex, as can be read in Turner's book. Reviewing the sources and studies on death counts in the Congo Wars, Turner comes to no definitive conclusions. War zone statistics are inevitably political, he writes, noting that international organizations did have a material interest in exaggerating the suffering of the Congolese. 32. The problem, Turner suggests with this line, is that international organizations are exaggerating the suffering of the people who lived through the worst wars since World War II. Moving on to rape, Turner suggests that far from being mainly produced by men in uniform, rape is often and perhaps increasingly the work of civilians, including women. 33. The Congolese woman rapist isn't discussed further in Turner, leaving the reader wondering what 11 could explain the prevalence of these rapes. All of Turner's possible candidates are cultural. The literature suggests three possibilities, not mutually exclusive. These are a culture of rape, a culture of violence, and a culture of impunity. 34. As he runs through these cultural explanations, he treats his readers to a comparison of rape in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, to US gangsta rap, also a cultural phenomenon, to be sure. Turner then suggests that the absence of colonial discipline is responsible as an explanation for rape by the armed forces. The colonial administration maintained control over these men through harsh discipline. That control was lost in the mutiny that followed independence in 1960, and has never been fully restored. 35. Perhaps if the Belgians could come back to crack the whips, the problem of sexual violence might go away. Finally, Turner gives us a discussion of the sense of entitlement on the part of the Rwandans and on the part of the Congolese, which is key to understanding this violence. 36. At the end of Turner's discourse, Western readers have nothing to go on, no idea why the Congo Wars happened, no idea about why they took the violent form that they did except for the idea that, like gangsta rap in the US, there are cultural factors and misbeliefs by the Congolese and Rwandan victims that have made them get invaded, raped, massacred, and exploited. Conrad's heart of darkness haunts us still. American Congo specialist Jason Stearns, who worked on Congo for the UN and the International Crisis Group, says in his exotically titled 2011 book Dancing in the Glory of Monsters that he wants to understand why war made more sense than peace, why the regional political elite seemed to be so rich in opportunism and so lacking in virtue. 37 He implies that he is seeking a systemic analysis. But what system is Stearns is talking about? Since his object of study is regional political elites, it is not an international system. Stearns quotes a Congolese friend and parliamentarian, who says in order to survive, we all have to be a bit corrupt, a bit ruthless. That's the system here. 38 Describing doing business, Stearns talks of the subtext of an interview with a businessman, which was "This is the Congo, if we didn't get our hands dirty once in a while, we would be out of business." He continues that, for many, cut and dry morality was out of place here. 39 He provides a list of FGERs who failed because of their idealism: Etienne Tshisekedi, Wamba Dia Wamba, Che Guevara. The Congo has 12. Always defend the idealists. Wamba Dia Wamba is supposed to be an illustration of the tragic state of Congolese leadership. Even when a man with pristine political and ethical credentials tries to effect change, the results are poor. 40 Stearns tops off the story of Wamba with a series of racist statements from unattributed expatriate workers. The Congolese like fun and dancing, you can buy anybody here, they are like children. 41 Stearns doesn't dispute these caricatures, though he calls them a patronizing attitude among Indian, European, Arab, or American. He simply takes these expatriates to task for refusing to ponder why these alleged traits have developed. 42 Having accepted that there is some kind of corrupting influence that the Congo has, Stearns creates a straw man to knock down by saying the corrupting influence is not due to some genetic defect in Congolese DNA, or even something about Congolese culture. 43 But what he offers instead? The dysfunction is apparently deeply rooted in the country's political history in slavery, colonialism, and Mobutu's dictatorship, which leaves idealistic leaders with a lack of a popular base and the abject weakness of the state. As a result, the efficacist ideology or ethics that can be found in the country is ethnic. 44 Sometimes, Stearns writes, it seems that by crossing the border into Congo one abandons any sort of Archimedean perspective on truth and becomes caught up in a web of rumors and allegations, as if the country itself were the stuff of some postmodern fiction. 45 Stearns thinks this might be because of a structural deficit, with no free press, independent judiciary, or inquisitive parliament. But it has also become a matter of cultural pride. People weave rumors and myths together over drinks or while waiting for taxis to help give meaning to their lives. 46 In other words, the Congolese lie. They can't help it, it's in their deep history. Conrad's haunting is even more explicit in the top book about Mobutu's dictatorship, In the Footsteps of Mr. Kurtz, HarperCollins 2001, by Michaela Wrong. The title of the book and its introduction naturally reference Joseph Conrad's ubiquitous Heart of Darkness. As Achebe warned about apologists for Conrad, when explaining her choice of title, Wrong argues that Conrad was really talking about Western depravity, not Congolese depravity. Even leaving aside Achebe's answer to this, that making the Congo and its people a mere backdrop for a study of Western depravity is a problem in itself, Wrong's own use of imagery belies her argument. For it is the Congo that corrupts those who touch it, including Mobutu himself, who, like Mr. Kurtz, had been swallowed up by the forest and the fantasies it spawned. 47. 13. One of Wrong's driving questions throughout her book is stated in her chapter on King Leopold's legacy, whether there is any causal link between Belgium's exploitative regime and the excesses of Mobutu's rule, whether a frighteningly efficient kleptocratic system effectively softened up a community for a repeat performance. 48 Wrong's question is not about Western elites or Congolese ones. It is about the Congolese people. It is their deficiencies that Wrong is trying to explain. The mystery is the country's capacity to take the faults of any normal African state and pitch them one frequency higher. 49 And she explains it, once again, in psychological terms. Dulled since Leopold to the notion of outside forces determining their fate, a defeatist population became convinced he could only be ousted by external intervention. The Congolese were balked of expression, unable to advance, and so their mindsets froze over somewhere in the 1960s. 50 It was all nurtured by a brutal colonial past, followed by a unique level of meddling by the Western powers. 51 This idea of trauma and amnesia is a psychological explanation that recurs throughout Wrong's text. But the idea of the softening up of the population is a fuzzy one, when the reality is concrete. Trained under Belgium, Mobutu made policies modeled on Belgium's. And like Belgium's colonial enterprise was underwritten by Britain, the great power of the time, Mobutu's policies were underwritten by the US. Since Mobutu, the country has become a virtual protectorate of the donor countries. These are political and economic realities that are fundamental to understanding any conflict in any part of the world. There is no need to resort to the mysteries of mass psychology, of trauma and amnesia. But this is Africa, the land of mystery, so mysterious explanations must be found. Wrong's book has some quotes from Congolese, and some interviews with former officials of Mobutu's, but the bulk of the material of the book comes from Westerners and their views on the Congo expatriates, Belgian and US officials, settlers. The chapter on Belgian colonialism relies on Belgian scholars Jules Marchal and Jean Stengers. The chapter on Mobutu's family relies on interviews with a young Belgian social climber named Pierre Janssen who married the dictator's daughter not because of his fascination with celebrity, but because of his natural predilection for black women. 52 Wrong illustrates the insecurity and looting at the end of Mobutu's reign through the eyes of a French farm owner who made a fortune in the Congo and then lost it to looters. 53. 14. These detailed portraits are supplemented with quotes from a German banker possessed of very Prussian meticulousness, wrapped in a thick layer of obstinacy, 54 U.S. State Department officials. And former Belgian colonials like the one who tells her, combining colonial and sexist attitudes, that this country is like a woman. She cheats on you once and you forgive her and come back. Then she cheats you again and you forgive her once more. She keeps cheating and you keep coming back. 55 Her chapter on Rwanda's genocide is based on Prunier's book The Rwanda Crisis, which she calls the definitive account, clear, authoritative and utterly compelling. 56 From it, she got the explanation of the genocide in terms of Hutu obedience, the instincts of unquestioning obedience nurtured in one of Africa's most rigidly bureaucratic states. Sure enough, Hutu villagers did precisely as they were told. 57 As for the refugee camps where the millions of Rwandans who fled from Kagame's RPF lived and died in eastern Congo, they coalesced, solidified, and implanted themselves in the flesh of the country like, you guessed right, a monstrous cancer. 58 The image of a cancer in these African bodies politic, feeding off of the healthy structures the benevolent colonialists tried to bequeath, of a trauma corrupting the very mind of the African polity, substitutes for the hard thinking that needs to be done about how we got here and what to do now. And even though the idea that the Congolese are irrational because they are traumatized seems like a more humane approach than the, seemingly confisting but usually coexisting, idea that they have a collective personality disorder, the myth of the yoke, and blame others for their problems, it is no improvement. For trauma victims are not responsible for their actions, they need to be treated and cared for, and others need to make decisions for them. The argument of African trauma amounts to another justification for Western tutelage. The experts reinforce one another's authority. Jason Stearns, on whom more below, is another recipient of Michaela Wrong's praise. A blurb on the back of his book Dancing in the Glory of Monsters reads, anyone who knows the Congo will tell you there's no one to rival Jason Stearns on the topic. This might come as a surprise to some Congolese. Describing the collapse of Mobutu's state in the face of the Rwandan invasion in 1996, Wrong takes a moment to ridicule the established fact that the invasion was supported by the US, refuting it with a colorful, if hard to picture, image: the AFDL's lightning advance was not the result. 15. Of massive logistical support from Anglophone Western nations determined to destroy their former ally. Zaire's security system was collapsing like a maggot-eaten fruit. 59. Wrong's methods are based on an architecture of psychological explanation, answering well-established arguments with ridicule, and substituting imagery and anecdote for argument. These aesthetic and analytical choices are shared by other Congo experts, especially Gerard Prunier and Jason Stearns, who I will discuss later in the book. Wrong's chapter on decolonization and Lumumba is based on time Wrong spends with CIA Station Chief Lawrence Devlin, who Wrong notes talked to her because he had time on his hands and was the kind of man who clearly enjoyed female company, which made sitting with Wrong a not entirely unpleasant opportunity to set the record straight. 60. Essentially the sole source for her reporting of Lumumba's rise, fall, and assassination is the CIA agent, Devlin, whose task was removing Lumumba from power and installing Mobutu, and who has every reason to lie about it. That she treats Devlin as a fair witness is remarkable. Poor Lumumba, she writes, quoting Devlin, he was no communist. He was just a poor jerk who thought I can use these people, it didn't work for him. 61. Summarizing what she learns from Devlin about Lumumba, she writes, in the space of a couple of months, Lumumba had managed to outrage the Belgians by insulting their king, uppal the West with his flirtation with Moscow, and alienate the United Nations. Then, in a summary that clearly comes from Devlin but that is so bizarre that it isn't even substantiated by the many horrifically anti-Lumumba sources available, Wrong continues, he had also frightened former colleagues by hatching a series of cack-handed assassination plots against his Congolese rivals. The metaphorical fecal matter on Lumumba's hands aside, there is no corroboration of this likely CIA fabrication in any other source, but Wrong repeats it without hesitation. More from Wrong about Lumumba: with Mobutu in charge, Lumumba was now in detention, but his Napoleon-like ability to whip up the crowds and convert waverers to his cause, even at times his own jailers, meant he remained a dangerous loose cannon. 62. The possibility that Lumumba may have had popularity and legitimacy because of his nationalist program or the fact that he was the elected and constitutional leader of the country is not presented here. These things couldn't possibly matter to African crowds who could be whipped up. Nor. 16. Do they ft with the package the CIA agent wants to present 4 decades later, through Wrong's book, of Lumumba as a dangerous loose cannon? Scholars should not allow themselves to be used in this way, as part of the now decades-old operation to present Congolese nationalism as an untenable proposition and its elected representative, Lumumba, as an untenable leader. From the footsteps of Mr. Kurtz, the Congolese are exotic and strange, their rituals described as such. Half a chapter is dedicated to describing Congolese men who dress in fancy clothing and dance in clubs, called sapeurs, and features text like this: the Etutna dance, based on the principle of rubbing yourself vigorously against your partner and with a chorus of "Ca c'est bon," was a reaction to the AIDS awareness campaign which was trying to persuade young Congolese to stop having unprotected sex. 63. Can you picture these Congolese rubbing themselves on their partners? The look of these sapeurs has changed over the years, Wrong notes, mentioning recent signs that La Sap was being infected by the slob look embraced by America's blacks. 64. In case anyone picking up this book on Mobutu's dictatorship was wondering what it is that is embraced by America's blacks, 65. They can FND it here. Describing Mobutu's wife and mistress and how they controlled the finances, she says the two women had the simplicity of the African peasant who keeps her money tucked under her hat and never goes near a bank. 66. When describing a press conference in Belgium held by Kabila, Wrong's imagery runs over the top. Pinned under the blazing television studio lights, Kabila radiated a kind of suppressed fury. Drops of sweat stood out on the huge bald head that seemed to blend seamlessly with his torso. 67 The FNAL image in Wrong's book is one of the author herself, for the author's journey is always a major component in these books, looking at old colonial picture book in her local library in London. The pictures show a prosperous, well-ordered, apartheid colony. The photographs show jungle bulldozed to form a city street, oxen making way for cars of the 1950s, a model Congolese family relaxing in a spotless lounge, sipping tea as they listened to the radio. But a vital chapter was missing. Now, that would reveal, the jungle growing back through the potholed tarmac, running water tainted with sewage, neighborhoods without electricity, walking replacing the car. Wrong is put off by this, bewildered because she cannot recognize the Congo she knows in the 17 photos of this prosperous colony. Where were the house-high piles of rubbish, the polio victims in their tricycles? She is relieved when she finds a picture of a policeman. She looks closely at his face and sees gold-rimmed, slanting sunglasses, pimp sunglasses, sinister trademark of, the torturer possessed of arbitrary, undefined powers. Now there, in that tiny, telling detail, was the country I had come to know and love. 68 Ordinary Congolese peasants or workers, students or teachers, parents or children these, Wrong would not recognize. But show her a police wearing the sunglasses of a pimp and a torturer, and in that picture she will see the essence of the Congo. Turner, Stearns, and Wrong are just 3 examples. There will be more Africanist writing about Congo to critique as I follow the story of post-colonial Central Africa from independence to the present. The traumatized Africa idea hides an essentialism, the idea that there is something essential in the racial or cultural character of the Orient, or Africa, that determines the politics and economics of that place. Of course anyone can be traumatized, but the particular dysfunctions of African polities must be explained by the West in terms of their unique responses to these traumas. Essentialism also takes the form of assigning ethnic and tribal explanations to CONFists in a way that covers up the Western footprint. Hutu Tutsi. Lubaloliwa. Hemalendu. The Congo and its neighbors are understood by the West in terms of ethnic CONFists, intractable CONFists between tribes. The information presented is anthropological, the CONFists based on competition over resources. Studies help Western CONFICT resolution professionals to go into these regions and help these tribes make peace. The characteristics Africanists assign to Rwandans, to Hutus, and to Tutsis, differ from those assigned to Congolese in Efshan writing. Characters should be carefully orchestrated to tell a maximally satisfying story. Kinzer sketches Rwandan character like this: it is always dangerous to assess a national character, but many who visit Rwanda come away with similar impressions of its people. They seem restrained and introverted. The embrace with which they greet friends is a cool and distant one. They do not like to gossip, tell stories, or give personal advice. Some outsiders find them opaque. Rwandans developed the practice of lying on an individual scale, says a handbook for teachers prepared by the Education Ministry. People in countries near Rwanda have for centuries produced some of the world's most magnificent tribal art. Rwandans do 18. Not overfoul with that kind of creativity. Africa's next great poet, novelist, painter, or singer will probably not come from Rwanda, but that does not bother most Rwandans. They have different ambitions. 69 Unlike Turner's Congolese, always complaining about the yoke of colonialism to anyone who will listen, Kinzer's Rwandans are cool, distant, opaque, uncreative, and a bunch of liars. Rwandans also have a very special type of genetic obedience, assigned to them by Africanists who studied them closely, reported by Pruner. Rwanda's political tradition, going back to the Banyajinya kingdom through the German and Belgian colonial period, is one of systematic, centralized, and unconditional obedience to authority. 70 Citing a colonial anthropologist named Jean-Jacques Maquet, Pruner states that unquestioning obedience of Rwandans was to play a tragic and absolutely central role in the unfolding of the 1994 genocide. 71 Prunier reminds readers that there had always been a strong tradition of unquestioning obedience to authority in the pre-colonial kingdom of Rwanda. When the highest authorities in that state told you to do something, you did it, even if it included killing. 72 Beyond the authoritarian tradition, there is also an equally strong acceptance of group identification. In Rwanda, as elsewhere, a man is judged by his individual character, but in Rwanda's culture he does not stand alone but is part of a family, a lineage and clan, the dweller on a certain hill. 73 The idea that Rwandans identify as members of groups might not seem to be something that differentiates them from the rest of humanity, but perhaps readers lack a certain Africanist nuance. In any case, group identification and obedience meant that the genocide was predictable. The main coloration of the impending violence was deeply Rwandese, deeply embedded in the ambiguous folds of the natural culture. He contrasts these Rwandese minds with French Cartesian minds, suggesting that it was indeed difficult for Westerners, and especially for French Cartesian minds, to make a meaningful connection between such obscure cultural allusions and the magnitude of the horror then being planned. 74 Rwandan obedience, according to Prunier, facilitated the genocide. And Rwandan obedience is also why Hutu villagers went to open-air meetings where Kagame's soldiers slaughtered them with pickaxes. They went to the meetings in typically Rwandese fashion to be told what the new power wanted them to do. 75 In addition to special obedience, Prunier's Hutus also have a special thirst for blood, which is why the Tutsis supported their suppression after 1994. The Tutsis collectively. 19. Knew, Prunier writes, that among the Hutu many were totally unrepentant and hoped for a new occasion to kill again. 76 Prunier combines the unique Africanist ability to read minds with the most colorful prose as he describes what motivated the Hutus who joined the militias and killed Tutsi civilians. The militias drew around them a cloud of even poorer people, a lumpen proletariat of street boys, rag pickers, car washers, and homeless unemployed. For these people the genocide was the best that could ever happen to them. They had the blessings of a form of authority to take revenge on socially powerful people as long as these were on the wrong side of the political fence. They could steal, they could kill with minimum justification, they could rape and they could get drunk for free. This was wonderful. Social envy came together with political hatred to free the Interahamwe bloodlust. After the genocide, Rwanda was a world of zombies, satisfied murderers, and guilt-ridden killer victims. 77 He writes, in the same mode. As writer Barry Collins notes, the claims about Rwandans having peculiar cultural traits that enabled them to be exhorted into becoming participants in genocide would clearly set them apart from the rest of humanity. 78 This is of course the point. To justify what has been done to them, Rwandans must be definite apart from humanity in Western writing. Essentialism numbs the mind. It prevents the need for a deeper analysis. And from a Western perspective, it also exculpates. For if Africa is poor, perpetually racked by war, and full of human tragedy, these are all essential to its character, not matters of policy, and certainly not matters of deliberate policy or design. To make essentialist arguments, the Africanists must ignore counter-evidence. Prunier himself tells a story of when Rwanda's President Gregoire Kayibanda in 1972 tried to organize vigilante committees against Tutsis following the Burundi genocide against Hutus. Prunier writes, he found that in the hills the peasants showed no interest. 79 Hardly the behavior of unquestioningly obedient pawns who would drop whatever they were doing to kill their neighbors at a word of the dictator. But the obedience theme continues. So too does the theme of the eternal categories of Rwanda being Tutsi and Hutu, ignoring the many cleavages in Rwandan society that weren't Hutu-Tutsi. Northern vs. Southern, Ugandan Anglophone vs. Rwandan Francophone, class, region, gender. Ignoring as well the fluidity of ethnicity, as discovered by one scholar who interviewed a widow of a local organizer of the genocide. 20. During our last interview, Fuji writes, I began asking general questions about Teresa's family's background. At one point, her grandparents did lose some of their cows, but the family never became so poor as to be considered Hutu. During the transition to independence, however, when the newly installed Hutu authorities were targeting Tutsi for violence, her grandparents and parents obtained new identity cards that said they were Hutu. I asked Therese why her father had changed his ethnicity. She responded it was a question of protecting himself and saving his life. Even today, if there is a change in government, lots of Rwandans would change to Hutu. Therese's remark that even today people would change their ethnicity to Hutu if the government were to change indicates a very strategic attitude toward ethnicity, not a deeply held, affective attachment, as ethnicity-based approaches assume. Fuji continues, the possibility that people can change their ethnicities creates a level of ambiguity about what it really means to be a Hutu or Tutsi, for a Hutu today may have been a Tutsi before. 80 Search through the literature on each phase of modern Congolese history and you will find a set of Congo experts who cite one another, who share images, themes, motifs, who represent the Congo or speak on its behalf. This is no different than scholarship on any topic, since this is how scholarship works, communities of academic experts evaluating and promoting one another's work. The danger in any field of study is that a set of fashions and assumptions take hold in the community that close off areas of inquiry and bodies of evidence that deserve scrutiny. That danger is more pronounced in fields of study where power and wealth are at stake. It is still more pronounced in fields of study where great crimes have been committed and where great efforts have been made to cover up those crimes. In the Congo and its surroundings, all of these dangers are present. The Europeans and North Americans who govern the Congo through mining corporations, smuggling operations, international financial institutions, NGOs, United Nations operations, and foreign aid programs read Africanist books and adopt their assumptions. They develop a certain perception of their subjects and of themselves. One sociologist hanging out in Ituri, in the Congo, came to think of the international community, their NGO workers, journalists, UN workers, embassy staff, academics from North America and Europe as an ethnic group with their own solidarity. Attending a local meeting. 21. Between the international community and local people, he found representatives of local society were the ones who did not belong. 81 He recorded the perceptions of this international community toward the locals. Strikingly, the perspective on these local actors appeared unanimous to an extent not detectable regarding any other item on the agenda. Local society was either portrayed as criminal, subordinate, demanding, or endangered, brutal militias, unruly soldiers, police ordered by the UN to protect expatriates from these soldiers, untrustworthy administrators of toll money, district administration, and local chiefs calling for coordination and material support, and market dealers seeking protection from armed groups. 82 By contrast, the international community's self-perception necessarily appeared as lawful, in charge, donating, an arbiter of local conflict, and protector from fear. 83 These perceptions help in justifying their rule, an undemocratic regime in which inherently illiberal because subjects of intermediary rule may hold neither intermediary nor high authorities to account. Nor may they claim legal rights from whomever. Key government and international organizations remain distant. Subjects' immediate interlocutors, intermediaries of indirect rule, are able to evade accountability to the extent they can appropriate external resources. 84 Western organizations were supposed to eventually turn matters over to locals, but these transnational institutions continued to appear unable to govern for the public good, and worse, they created new conflicts instead of appeasing existent ones. 85 But Westerners in Africa are never punished for getting it wrong, nor for harming the people in whose names they work. IFRST went to the DRC for some workshops at the Université Évangélique en Afrique, UEA, in Bukavu. I met the justifiably famous Dr. Denis Mukwege, whose Panzi Hospital is a hub for treating the South Kivu survivors of rape. To get there, I traveled through Rwanda and spent a few days in Kigali and in Bujumbura in Burundi. I went back again years later to teach summer courses at UEA. but my politics were not shaped by what I saw or heard in the DRC. I am an internationalist. I believe basically that people are the same all over the world. I don't trust explanations based on national psyches, racial biology, or cultural character. I prefer explanations based on material interests and contests for power. I believe historical evidence can shed light on these interests and contests. I study Western foreign policy and wars in the former colonial 22 world, and I write about the wars and the accompanying propaganda. Somehow the lies that are told to cover up atrocities offend me more than the atrocities themselves. The clouds of confusion that prevent people from being able to understand who is doing what to whom, these are a permanent feature of contemporary war. In this book, I am trying to start over, burying Conrad's heart of darkness and recognizing where the Africanist literature on Central Africa becomes sophisticated propaganda that exists to justify neocolonialism. Westerners and Africans are all actors in this story, making the country's post-independence history from the material they had to hand. But the Western actors, while more distant, sell the arms and win the wars, finance and set the policies, and in their writings decide who is worthy of life and death. In particular, as I will argue in this book, the demonization of the Hutus, and to a lesser extent the Congolese, is a poisonous Africanist propaganda line with devastating consequences. In Chapter 2, I describe how Belgium's colonial policies deliberately de-educated the Congolese and built a racial apartheid system that colonial officials assumed would continue indefinitely. The independence movement forced Belgium to give up its formal status as colonial master, though it had every intention of continuing as a neocolonial master. Lumumba's speech on Independence Day made it clear to everyone that the Congolese would not be satisfied with neocolonialism. Chapter 3 is a critique of the way Africanists talk about African leaders. When the Africanists write about Lumumba, they make a range of arguments to try to discredit him. Africa wasn't ready for democracy, he would likely have become a petty tyrant, he was uneducated, he was a sexual deviant, he was mentally unstable, he committed strategic blunders. I question the sources of these claims and dispute these assessments. Chapter 4 continues the narrative of Lumumba's struggle with the colonialists up to the moment of his murder, and Chapter 5 follows CIA Station Chief Lawrence Devlin and his efforts to create a post-Lumumba order beneficial to the U.S., settling on Mobutu. Chapter 6 tells the story of the next phase of the struggle. The Lumumbist rebels were a force to be reckoned with for years after their leader's death. To crush the rebellion, the U.S. organized a Western coalition of white supremacist mercenaries on the ground with air support from American planes piloted by anti-Castro Cubans. Che Guevara believed that the Congo was strategically important in the struggle against the empire, and linked up with the Lumumbist rebels in the 23 East. By the time the Lumumbists were finally defeated, the Congo had passed from a Belgian colony to a U.S. neocolonial possession. Chapter 7 analyzes the political and military consequences of Mobutu's rule and other momentous happenings in the region. In Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, the U.S. supported dictators, including through the Burundi genocide of 1972. The Ugandan Bush War was the training and proving ground for the leadership of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, who would later invade Rwanda and spark the civil war and genocide. Chapter 8 analyzes the economic consequences of the Central African dictatorships. Mobutu's disastrous economic projects were sponsored by the international financial institutions. Western advice, loans, and markets drove Rwanda's economy to collapse, which exacerbated the ethnic violence that culminated in the war and genocide. Chapter 9 begins the third phase of the story, opening with the Rwandan civil war and genocide. After Rwandan President Habyarimana's assassination in April 1994, almost certainly by the RPF, Rwandan government forces were gradually defeated by Kagame's forces, while behind government lines, militias massacred, mainly Tutsi, civilians. Kagame, Dallaire, and the U.S. disallowed any international mission to protect civilians, prioritizing their military strategy for conquering the country. Against the opposition of both Kagame and the U.S., France negotiated Operation Turquoise, the creation of a corridor for refugees to flee into Zaire. I describe the genocide as well as the contemporary RPF massacres, how it was conducted, by whom, and how many were killed and how we know. In Chapter 10, I show the devastating consequences of the Africanist trope of portraying the entire Hutu population as evil and of Rwandan dictator Paul Kagame as good. To do so, the Africanists suppress counter-evidence, defend Kagame's crimes as necessary in the face of evil, maximize the numbers of Hutu involved in the genocide, minimize the numbers killed by Kagame to the point of absurdity, and imply that no political, negotiated solution is possible with such evil people. Worse, the Africanists claim, since Hutus are the majority, their evil nature makes democracy impossible as well. As Chapter 11 shows, these beliefs do not stay on the pages of academic texts, but are the bedrocks of an infrastructure of judgment, including the mainstream human rights organizations and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. In Chapter 12, I present the dire and largely unreported consequences of Kagame's rule for Rwandans. 24. In Chapter 13, I analyze how Africanists claim to know the inner workings of Congolese and Rwandan minds. Africanists argue that Kagame's crimes, to the extent that they occurred at all, were excesses, slippages, whereas the Hutus' crimes were committed out of evil and genocidal intent. Political objections to Kagame's seizure of power are dismissed as irrational fears. These Africanist claims were ideally placed for the rationalization of some of the worst wars of our new century, the two Congo Wars, which are taken up in the rest of the book. Chapter 14 tells the story of the 1996 to 1997 Congo War, following RPF commander James Kabarebe and Rwandan refugee Beatrice Umutasi. Chapter 15 describes the breathless admiration with which the Africanists describe Kagame's military feats while covering his atrocities under the veil of complexity. Chapter 16 is a narrative of the 1998 to 2003 Congo War, which resulted in the de facto partition of the country and an insurgency in the Rwandan-occupied East. In Chapter 17, I show how all of the events and crises narrated in the book have culminated in the creation of a specific system through which the empire rules Central Africa. The same way that the wars became self-financing, the empire's system for governing Central Africa has become self-sustaining. Rwanda is a dictatorship and an exporter of military power. The DR Congo is strung along on a shoestring of aid and mostly bled of revenue, trying to get back on its feet. The region is a source of income and adventure for donors, NGO workers, mining corporations, smugglers, mercenaries, humanitarians, diplomats, UN soldiers, journalists, and scholars. The possibilities for the future are in the hands of the young populations of Rwanda and the DR Congo. To free themselves from the empire, they will have to develop their ideas independently from the Africanists, who have made careers of shaming and silencing young Rwandans and Congolese, the better to speak on their behalf. The territory now known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, 2 million square kilometers, today more than 60 million people, became the personal possession of one man through what was sold as a humanitarian intervention. King Leopold said he was liberating the Congo from the slave trade. The humanitarian interventionists of the time pointed the finger at the Arab slave traders who answered to Tippu-Tip of Zanzibar. But Tippu-Tip and the Arab traders were part of a global network of raiders, slave ships, and plantation owners that spanned the Atlantic world, and from which the European powers and the rising power of the United States were the principal profiteers. The slave trade was an unimaginable scourge. No precise numbers will ever be known, but estimates are that 12 million people were taken, 2 million died in the passage, and 7 million were killed in raids, which means that Africa lost about 21 million people between 1650 and 1850. The world population is estimated to have been 500 million in 1650, and 1.2 billion in 1850, and Africa's share of world population in those centuries was probably between 10% and 20%. This was a period of demographic expansion for Europe, and of demographic decline for Africa. As a quick calculation, If we say Africa's share of world population was 15% in 1650, there were 75 million people in Africa at roughly the beginning of the slave trade. Africa lost 21 million on a base of 75 million people. Imagine 1 out of 3 people disappearing from your society, and you start to get an idea. Chapter 2. The politicians' words against the empire's weapons. Even though the global population was rising at the time, and the absolute number of Africans was higher in 1850 than in 1650, the proportion of Africans in the world population was lower. Slavers took a higher proportion of men than women and gradually took a higher and higher proportion of children, one resulting in permanent demographic changes. The economic impact was even greater than the demographic impact. The slave trade stimulated a slave economy within Africa too. This was one of the evils that Leopold offered to solve through colonialism. A relatively minor point in the overall set of evils, Africa's share of world trade declined as the continent came to specialize in slaves and its economy became a monoculture of human beings. 4. The social and political impacts of slavery are more difficult to measure, but are easy to imagine. Slavers used the money they acquired for selling human beings to purchase more weapons to conduct more raids. The increase of slavery within Africa was spurred by the slave trade blighted societies. Leopold's Belgian colonists FRST came into this devastated Congo subcontinent in collaboration with Tip Slave and Ivory Enterprise. They prepared documents they put in front of chiefs to mark with an X. The documents were carefully written and discussed matters that would have been utterly inconceivable to the villagers who signed them. Quoting Adam Hochschild. In return for 1 piece of cloth per month to each of the undersigned chiefs, besides present of cloth in hand, they promised to freely of their own accord, for themselves and their heirs and successors forever, give up the said association the sovereignty and all sovereign and governing rights to all their territories, and to assist by labor or otherwise, any works, improvements, or expeditions which the said association shall cause at any time to be carried out in any part of these territories. All roads and waterways running through this country, the right of collecting tolls on the same, and all game, fishing, mining and forest rights are to be the absolute property of the said association. 5. The Belgians' principal tool was not slips of paper, however. Adam Hochschild described the movement against Leopold's practices in the Congo as an early human rights movement. A prominent activist, E.D. Morel, was a shipping clerk who deduced that horrendous 31 violations must be taking place from the fact that ships were leaving for the Congo empty and returning with vast wealth. 6. At Morel's request, Mark Twain wrote a pamphlet in 1905 assuming the character of Leopold. Titling it King Leopold's Soliloquy, Twain used Leopold's voice and quoted direct testimonies from Leopold's Congo Free State, for example, a report from 1903 by British missionary A. E. Scribner, who told of how villagers were made to get rubber, FRST in exchange for money, but then in exchange for nothing. At last they were told to bring in the rubber for nothing. To this they tried to demur, but to their great surprise several were shot by the soldiers, and the rest were told, with many curses and blows, to go at once or more would be killed. Many died in the forests of hunger and exposure, and still more from the rifts of the ferocious soldiers in charge of the post. In spite of all their efforts the amount fell off and more were killed. A careful estimate made the population of, say, 7 years ago, to be 2,000 people in and about the post, within a radius of, say, a quarter of a mile. All told, they would not muster 200 now, and there is so much sadness and gloom about them that they are fast decreasing. 7. Twain also provided a quantitative assessment of the toll of the Congo Free State. The Congo's population went from 25 million to 15 million under Leopold's reign, when it would have naturally increased to 30 million, a mind-boggling toll of 15 million lives over 2 decades. 8. The Congo reform movement helped force an end to Leopold's Congo Free State, but only to be replaced with full Belgian colonialism. The Free State became the Belgian Congo. Congolese did not merely endure this, they killed colonial officials, Sometimes in large numbers, they rose in revolt in some areas, including Katanga, and Congolese soldiers in the force public mutinied more than once. 9. In the new and reformed Congo, Belgian colonials used forced labor laws to make Congolese people work in mines. A 1918 survey found that 11% of forced laborers recruited from Kasai died on the way to the mines. 10. In 1917, Belgium issued ordinances compelling peasants to cultivate cash crops, making it impossible for peasants to escape colonial monopolies. 11. Congolese workers also built missions, villas, and roads for Belgian enjoyment. The Belgians had porters carry their things and servants wait on them hand and foot. Their military force, the force. 32. Public we had Congolese foot soldiers and white Belgian officers. Work camps and mandatory cultivation created what one writer called a totalitarian level of control by the 1930s. 12. Profits of FRMS from this totalitarian period through to the late 1950s are recorded. Belgian FRMS were making single-digit profits, 7 to 9%, in Belgium between 1936 and 1958, and double-digit profits in Congo, 10 to 21%. In the same period. 13. The European empires created a theory not only enshrining their own racial superiority as whites, but subdividing the populations under their control into subraces. The Luba of Kasai, according to the Belgian race theory, were hard workers, the Hutu of Rwanda good farmers, the Tutsi of Rwanda were natural aristocrats, others were good at being clerks. In Rwanda, Africans had to carry identity cards that included ethnic group. 14. Congolese villagers had to pay taxes in cash to exist. The cash could only be got by working for Belgian corporations. 15. The Sheik Auto was a ritual in which Congolese prisoners were whipped twice a day, at 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. The whipping was done near the Belgian FAG pole, at the same time that the FAG was raised each morning. 16. Except for a small amount of vocational training, education was denied to the Central Africans under Belgian control. Exceptions were made for those who ft Belgian race theories, but that explosive element, knowledge, was carefully rationed to prevent, or at least delay, the arrival of a Congolese elite that could challenge their rule. A Belgian colonial official wrote, "If we have no black doctors, veterinarians, engineers, it is because we can send white doctors, veterinarians, and engineers." 17. In about 50 years of colonial rule, the Belgians produced virtually no Congolese university graduates. By 1954, there were 30 Africans enrolled in Congolese universities. Amid growing nationalist sentiment and anger at the closure of any opportunities to Congolese, by 1959, the Belgians generously increased enrollment and had a total of 421 Africans studying at Congolese universities. 18. The population at the time was about 14 million. In January of 1959, uprisings in Leopoldville shook the Belgian feeling of eternal power over their colony. In October of that year, Congolese leaders were arrested and jailed by the Belgians for inciting riots. One of these leaders was Patrice Lumumba. Born in 1925, the son of a peasant, educated by missionaries, Lumumba's first job, at age 18, was as a FLE clerk in Kindu. In the Belgian apartheid system, Lumumba was one of 150 Africans to receive a matriculation certificate granting him the status of an évalué. 33. Member of the tiny, Belgian-recognized, Congolese elite. He became a postal clerk in Stanleyville in 1944, met the Belgian king in 1955, and was allowed to go on a study trip to Belgium in July 1956 with other évalués. He was arrested upon his return and put in jail, where he wrote his book, Le Congo, Terre d'Avenir est el Menacé. Translated as Congo, My Country. Published after his death, but drafted in 1956, the book was a plea to the Belgians to slowly grant rights and integration to the Congolese, while thanking them for bringing their superior civilization to the Africans. The book shows Lumumba struggling to fund a liberatory program that could appeal to the country's Belgian overlords, all within the limits of a vocabulary bestowed by a colonial education. Once out of jail, Lumumba got a job as a sales manager at a brewery and worked on political organization. He attended the World's Fair in Brussels in August 1958, where he met Belgian and other political contacts. By October 1958, Lumumba had organized his party, the Congolese National Movement, MNC, and found a nationalist and Pan-Africanist mentor in Ghanaian leader Kwame Nkrumah. He wanted independence for the Congo, and never again wavered from his goal. Lumumba was able to transcend the Belgians' policy to maintain the Congolese at a low educational level. One observer wrote that only if it is intended that the Congolese people remain permanently under European tutelage, can a disjointed system of education, which denies them effective training beyond the rudimentary and limited vocational levels, be justified. 19. What the religious schools taught, before and after independence, was poisonous European race theory. For decades, Thomas Turner writes, Congolese learned in their schools, largely run by missionaries, that there were four kinds of people in their country: Bantus, Sudanese, Nilotics, and Pygmies. These people were characterized by their language, their physical appearance or morphology, and their way of life: agriculturalist, pastoralist, hunter-gatherer. 20. René Lemarchand wrote in 1964 that Belgian education policy made nation-building difficult while failing to prevent the emergence of nationalism, failing both nationalism and colonialism. It discouraged the emergence of cross-cultural, supra-ethnic patterns of social communication. The chances of success of a unified, territorial nationalist movement were seriously compromised by the absence of cultural bridges to initiate and carry on the process of national unification. 21. 34. The Belgians denied education to Africans and then argued that the Africans were not ready for independence because they lacked education. One Belgian administrator for Burundi told the United Nations in 1948 that having elections would require from the masses an understanding of electoral procedures, and from the chiefs a moral preparation which neither has yet attained. 22. He told them that they were wary in bringing about too drastic democratic reforms before the people are sufficiently educated to higher standards and really understand what responsibility means and implies. 23. Congolese resistance continued to grow. A religious movement called the Kitwala battled the Belgians in the 1930s. A nearly generalized uprising occurred against Belgian rule between 1941 and 1945, including a general strike in the key mining province of Katanga and another mutiny in the force publique. 24. At the end of World War II, during which Congolese uranium made the atom bombs dropped on Japan, American planners, according to one missionary, experienced a great awakening to the tremendous industrial possibilities of the Congo. American investors complained that the Belgians, French, and British were putting barriers in their way. The U.S. responded with tactical declarations of anti-colonialism, which would open up African economies that were sealed up in colonial spheres of influence to U.S. business. 25. Belgium, in turn, tried to lobby within the U.S., as Leopold had once lobbied in Britain, that Belgium's colony, or neo-colony, was in the Western interest. 26. Still, the nationalist winds were blowing all over the world and could not be denied. With Leopoldville, now Kinshasa, growing from 47,000 in 1940 to 340,000 in 1955, urbanization had made some of the old colonial methods obsolete. 27. A global economic downturn in 1957 that threw tens of thousands of urban Congolese out of work over 2 years. 28. This was the last straw. In the face of European moves to grant African colonies independence, France offering Congo-Brazzaville independence in 1958, Ghana becoming independent from Britain in 1957, and riots in Leopoldville and elsewhere, 29. Belgium saw the risk of an Algerian situation developing and an alternative. 30. Belgium agreed to grant independence in 6 months. In Sean Kelly's words, it was a calculated decision. A newly independent Congo would continue to require substantial direction from Brussels. Virtually all of the responsible positions in the colony's civil service were held by Belgians, and all of the officers in the force publique were Belgian. Even the judicial system was run by Belgian judges. In 35. Effect, Brussels would continue to collect the bénéfices from its African colony without having to accept the responsibility for running it. 31. What Belgium envisioned for Central Africa were several apartheid states along the lines of the Congo's neighbors to the south, apartheid South Africa and Rhodesia, internally ethnically divided, each individual group of Africans looking to Belgians for patronage. A Canadian Air Force commander wrote approvingly in 1951, "There is a complete color bar in the Congo, and the natives have nothing approaching the rights of white men. It is common practice in the cities to have the native quarter and to ensure that the natives are in there by 9 p.m. There are separate railway cars, waiting rooms, restaurants, and sometimes stores, for the natives. The natives have no voice in the government. At present and for a long time to come, this system seems to be the only practical one." 32 cities were divided into Western and indigenous sections. Congolese were referred to as monkeys. Congolese were issued certificates if they were deemed sufficiently evolved to go to school. They required permits to buy wine and could only get such permits after having their toilets inspected by a Belgian official. 33. This was not a unique view or plan held by the Belgians. It was the Western consensus. President Dwight D. Eisenhower praised for his prescience in foreseeing the rise of the military-industrial complex, initiated the U.S. war on the Congolese nationalists. He considered the Congo to have a restless and militant population in a state of gross ignorance, even by African standards, thought that Europeans should continue to hold key positions in communications, armed services, government, and such industry as existed, and thought that the determination of the peoples in Africa for self-rule, their own FAG, and their own vote in the United Nations resembled a torrent overrunning everything in its path, including, frequently, the best interests of those concerned. 34. This should not be surprising. Eisenhower was the president of an apartheid state 35 at the time, still subject to racial segregation through the Jim Crow laws. From the 1950s, the Belgians put their plans in motion for an ethnically segregated, apartheid post-colonial dispensation in Central Africa, all to be achieved through controlled elections and negotiated agreements. And the occasional assassination. In 1952, Belgium introduced advisory councils, consisting of local leaders, to their administration in Rwanda and Burundi. The Belgian 36. Concept was to hold communal elections at the level of the sub-chiefdom and have the kings change from absolute monarchs to constitutional monarchs with mostly ceremonial powers. 36. Each level of administration, sub-chiefdom, chiefdom, district, and territorial, had an advisory council. Each level's councillors were co-opted from members of the lower councils. 37. The Belgian system was based on their racial beliefs. While there were Hutus at the bottom level of sub-chiefdom, a majority of the electable at that level were Tutsis. Higher levels were elected from lower levels, so the higher the level, the higher the proportion of Tutsis. 38. The introduction of these councils did not constitute meaningful political freedom. They entrenched existing inequalities and created greater resentment among the excluded. On November 10, 1959, relying heavily on the model for negotiated decolonization they had developed in the Congo, the Belgians made a declaration on the future political institutions of Rwanda-Urundi. 39. At the time, Rwanda and Burundi were ruled by Tutsi monarchs under a Belgian suzerain, or resident. In 1959, both territories' rulers were unifying FGRs. In Rwanda, the monarchist faction organized itself into the Union Nationale Rwandaise, UNAR. Because of its opposition to the Belgians, UNAR allied with the MNC Lumumba in the Congo, which was strong in the Congolese lands bordering Rwanda. The MNC Lumumba came to UNAR's aid after its leadership was expelled. 40. Although its leaders were Tutsi and it was effectively a party of Tutsi privilege, UNAR's public political stance was one of Hutu-Tutsi unity. An UNAR communiqué circulated on September 16, 1959, said, "There are no Tutsi, Hutu, TWA. We are all brothers. We are all descendants of Kinyarwanda." 41 Rwandan Hutus had several parties of their own, including the Party of the Movement for Hutu Emancipation, Parm-Hutu. One writer noted that the main Tutsi party claimed to be both Rwandist and nationalist in name, the main Hutu party claimed to be Hutu and democratic in the same name. 42 As the party of the oppressed majority, Parm-Hutu sought democratization of the country's institutions before independence, a situation from which the Hutu majority would benefit, and one which the powerful Tutsi minority feared. Another Hutu-led party, the Association for Social Promotion of the Masses, APRSOMA, sought, as Mamdani writes, to unite Hutu and Tutsi poor against Tutsi privilege, holding out the possibility of transcending Hutu and Tutsi as colonially constructed political identities. 37. APRSOMA lost the political battle for the Hutu majority, at least in part, because Tutsi privilege and Tutsi wealth were not the same thing. Although the wealthy were a minority among the Tutsi, Tutsi privilege was a legal/political arrangement that affected all Tutsi. 43 Mutararudahigwe, the ruler of Rwanda, had credibility with Tutsis and Hutus, reformers and revolutionaries. He made a visit to a Belgian doctor in Burundi in July 1959 and suddenly died. He was 48 years old. 44 His successor was a much more conservative monarchist from UNAR. A month later, UNAR militants attacked a Parm-Hutu leader, which sparked clashes all over Rwanda, with Parm-Hutu killings focusing on the Tutsi chiefs in the local authorities. Some of the chiefs were killed, others were forced to resign. 45 The Belgian response was to declare a state of emergency and replace the local Tutsi chiefs with Hutu chiefs and to create a Hutu-dominated militia. The administrative machinery was now in the hands of Hutu chiefs, and the next elections were a landslide for Parm-Hutu. 46 From this point on, the Hutu party, with its Hutu and democratic politics, was to dominate Rwanda, while the Tutsi-led Nationalist and Rwandist party went into exile and began to work to reverse the 1959 revolution. A 1963 invasion by Tutsi-led forces was militarily defeated. Militias killed thousands of Rwandan Tutsis in massacres. 47 The government arrested and executed 20 leading Tutsi personalities, including the leaders of the UNAR party and Raider, a moderate Tutsi party. 48 These killings were devastating to integrative politics in Rwanda, as Mamdani argues. As opponents of Tutsi power who had chosen to return home to work in post-revolutionary Rwanda, they were killed because they were Tutsi determined to participate in post-1959 politics as Rwandans. By killing leading champions of the cause of accommodation and reform, those who had fought restorationists among the Tutsi, strengthened, the proponents of Hutu power within the country and those of Tutsi power in exile, these post-colonial twins, were ideological offspring of Rwanda's poisoned colonial past. 49. As the Congo crisis unfolded over the next few years, Tutsi-led guerrilla forces in the Congo and in Uganda organized on Rwanda's borders and raided into the country. The Hutu-dominated government responded with reprisals against the local Tutsi population, a pattern that would 38. Continue to unfold over decades and culminate in civil war and genocide decades later. 50 Louis Rwagasore of Burundi was from Burundi's royal family and also a capable politician who came to lead Burundi's Party of Union and National Progress, UPRNA. Rwagasore's wife was Hutu and, with independence looming, he was poised for electoral success against the conservative Christian Democratic Party, PDC. The Belgian vice-governor of Rwanda and Burundi didn't like Rwagasore, describing him as stupid, conceited, spendthrift, and party-going, and UPRNA as radical, anti-Belgian, pro-Lumumba, and dangerously pro-communist. 51 Initially both these parties, the PDC and UPRNA, were fronts for aristocratic families, but they evolved into real political parties. 52 In René Lemarchand's words, the outcome of the struggle was now largely conditioned by the strategic choices made by the Belgian Residency on behalf of the PDC candidates against the UPRNA. Ultimately, however, the critical decisions were to be made not in Bujumbura but in New York, by the United Nations Trusteeship Council. 53 The Belgians brought the full panoply of resources available to the Residency, campaign funds, vehicles, stencil machines, and technical advice, into the hands of the PDC while at the same time using his authority to impose crippling restrictions on UPRNA candidates. 54 In the communal elections of November 1960, Rwagasore was placed under house arrest, and PDC won 942 of 2,876 seats to UPRNA's 545. 55 But in the legislative elections of September 1961, with Rwagasore campaigning, UPRNA won 58 out of 64 seats in the assembly, and Rwagasore became prime minister designate. 56 Lemarchand characterizes Rwagasore as follows. There can be little doubt that Rwagasore's credentials were uniquely suited to his political ambitions. As the Mwami, king's, eldest son, he was in an ideal position to claim a share of the legitimacy surrounding the crown. As a Western-educated intellectual, he was appropriately sensitive to the expectations of the newly emergent, urbanized elites. As the founder and president of the Coopérative de Commerçants du Burundi, he also had a wide range of strategic contacts in both the urban and rural sectors, and access to cash. Above all, his image had a special appeal to the Hutu masses. Physically, his look was much closer to the standard Hutu stereotype than the distinctly aristocratic traits of his father. Furthermore, the presumption that he took a Hutu girl for a wife was enough to dissipate all suspicions of ethnic prejudice. In short, Rwagasore was uniquely 39. Qualified to give meaning and substance to the twin objectives of unity and progress to which the UPRNA claimed to aspire. 57. Rwagasore was assassinated on October 13, 1961, by a Greek national named Jean Kagergis, who was working for the PDC. 58. What role did the Belgians play? Lemarchand again. On the face of the evidence supplied in the pretrial investigation, it is reasonable to assume that certain Belgian functionaries actively encouraged the PDC leaders to go ahead with their plans. Resident Renier appears to have played a key role. In the course of a meeting at the Residency, attended by a Ms. Belva, the European Secretary of the PDC, Renier is reported to have flatly stated Rwagasore must be killed. He added, "Nothing is lost if one gets of Rwagasore in time. Once the deed is accomplished, the lake is not too far away." 59. It has been pointed out before, by Adam Hochschild at the end of King Leopold's Ghost, the Belgians in Africa were not much worse than the French, Germans, or British. All set up colonial extraction, all set up racial apartheid, and all waged genocidal wars to get what they want. The British took the territories that became Uganda during the scramble for Africa in 1894. As the anti-colonial movement advanced, the British sought a negotiated independence that would integrate Uganda's territories into an apartheid East African region including Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. In the 1950s, the British sought to preserve their colony and their color line by effecting a genocidal counterinsurgency in Kenya against the Mau Mau. Mau Mau has the same origins as the Congolese Mai Mai, based on the rituals used to induct effectors into the secret organization. In the end, the British plan failed, and in the 1960s the only apartheid states were South Africa and Rhodesia. Tanzania and Kenya were more successful in building post-independence states than Uganda. Uganda's leaders were regionally divided. 2 years after independence, when Uganda's government under Milton Obote faced a mutiny, the British sent troops to keep Obote in power. In 1959, Congolese leaders were invited to Belgium and spent a month in Brussels, January 20 to February 20, 1960. Among them were Patrice Lumumba of the MNC, National Congolese Movement, released from jail on January 25 to attend the meeting, Joseph Kasavubu of the Association of Lower Congo, Abaco, and Moise Chombe of the 40. Katanga Province's Konakat Party. Each leader had a different vision for the future. Lumumba sought a sovereign, powerful, centralized state for the Congo and believed in mobilizing the masses on a nationalist basis. Kasavubu, who would be described by U.S. Ambassador Claire Timberlake as naive, not very bright, lazy, enjoying his newfound plush living and content to appear occasionally in his new general's uniform, 60 sought a decentralized, federal system, and built his career on an ethnic and patrimonial basis. Chombe, whose party was under the tutelage of Belgian settlers, sought a continued relationship with Belgium. The Belgians provided a quick timetable, elections in May, independence in June. At the national level, Lumumba's nationalists emerged strongest from the May 1960 elections. In the Congo's 137-seat National Assembly, Lumumba's faction won 36 seats, while Kasavubu's Abako won 12, and others, such as the National Progress Party, won up to 14. 61 The compromise government included Kasavubu as president and Lumumba as premier. In Rwanda and Burundi, Belgian racial theories had been applied to Tutsi and Hutu. In the Congo, the Belgians applied their creativity to painting racial virtues and vices onto many groups. In Katanga and Kasai, these included the Baluba and the Loliwa. Anzongola Antilaja writes that in Kasai, the Belgians, having enlisted the Luba during the previous 60 years as their auxiliaries in all three sectors of the colonial enterprise, business, government, and evangelization, the Belgians began to fear them in the 1950s because of their unrelenting criticism of racism and discriminatory practices. Belgian authorities and the Catholic Church sought to deepen the process of ethnic polarization by developing a counterweight to the Luba elite. In 1952, they helped set up an exclusive ethnic association called Loliwa Frères, with the double aim of improving the socio-economic position of the Loliwa, and promoting a Loliwa counter-elite. This organization eventually provided overall direction for ethnic cleansing against the Luba in 1959-60. 62. In 1959, a Luba clerk found a Belgian proposal to resettle Luba farmers from Loliwa back to South Kasai, and many Baluba engaged in demonstrations against the plan in August. All-out war between Loliwa and Baluba broke out in October 11, 1959, 63, and spilled into the May 1960 election. In Kasai's provincial assembly, Lumumba created a coalition with 50 out of Kasai's 71 seats. When Lumumba appointed a Loliwa named Barthélemy Mukenge to the provincial leadership, Baluba leaders 41 from Kasai, including one Albert Kalenji, grew alienated from the MNC and came to hate Lumumba. But the Baluba of Katanga favored the MNC and the nationalist vision for the Congo. Neither ethnicity nor Belgian racial doctrine mapped easily onto Congolese political realities. June 30, 1960, was Independence Day for the Congo. The scene has been described by many writers over the years. 64 A hot day at the Palais de la Nation in Leopoldville, with a statue of mass murderer Leopold II looming over the front entrance. The Belgian elite had come over to watch the festivities. At the back of the semicircle, the 48-year-old Belgian head of colonial intelligence, Frederick van de Waal, who in a few years would lead a mercenary column across the eastern Congo to achieve the FNAL destruction of the Congolese nationalists, observed and took notes. The Belgian monarch, infamous for his lack of charisma, spoke first. He told the assembled crowd that the independence of the Congo is the result of the undertaking conceived by the genius of King Leopold II. Don't compromise the future with hasty reforms, and don't replace the structures that Belgium hands over to you until you are sure you can do better. Don't be afraid to come to us. We will remain by your side, give you advice, train with you the technical experts and administrators you will need. 65 Next, the president of the elected government, Kasavubu, provided an innocuous speech written by a staffer of the Belgian colonial governor-general. 66 Had it been the closing of the ceremony, Kasavubu's speech would have produced the smooth transition from colonialism to apartheid that the Belgian king had hoped for. But instead, the president of the elected House of Representatives invited the premier to speak. This was not on the program. The king and the Belgian prime minister, Gaston Eskens, were shocked. Lumumba's speech addressed men and women of the Congo, victorious independence efforters. He said that no Congolese worthy of the name can ever forget that it is by struggle that we have won, a struggle waged each and every day, a passionate idealistic struggle, a struggle in which no effort, privation, suffering, or drop of our blood was spared. He condemned the humiliating slavery that was imposed on us by force. He continued. We have known sarcasm and insults, endured blows morning, noon and night, because we were niggers. Who will forget that a black was 42. Addressed as the familiar too, not as a friend, but because the polite vous was reserved for whites only. We have seen our lands despoiled under the terms of what was supposedly the law of the land but which only recognized the right of the strongest. We have seen that this law was quite different for a white than a black, accommodating for the former, cruel and inhuman for the latter. We have seen the terrible suffering of those banished to remote regions because of their political opinions or religious beliefs, exiled within their own country. Their fate was truly worse than death itself. And, finally, who can forget the volleys of gunfire in which so many of our brothers perished, the cells where the authorities threw those who would not submit to a rule where justice meant oppression and exploitation. 67. Lumumba concluded. Finally, I ask you unconditionally to respect the life and property of fellow citizens and foreigners who have settled in our country. If the conduct of these foreigners leaves much to be desired, our justice will promptly expel them from the territory of the Republic. If, on the contrary, their conduct is good, they must be left in peace, for they, too, are working for our country's prosperity. The Congo's independence is a decisive step towards the liberation of the whole African continent. Our government, a government of national and popular unity, will serve its country. I call on all Congolese citizens, men, women, and children, to set themselves resolutely to the task of creating a national economy and ensuring our economic independence. Eternal glory to the efforters for national liberation. Long live independence and African unity. Long live the independent and sovereign Congo. Lumumba was interrupted 8 times for applause and had a standing ovation at the end from the Congolese present. In a later chapter, I will discuss how scholars, Congo experts, have talked about this moment and about Lumumba. For now, though, look at how Van de Waal, the colonial intelligence officer, assessed it, from the back of the room, that release of pent-up emotions, incongruous and offensive to the Belgians, was an act of revenge for many Congolese. It was an instant success with those attending the ceremony uninvited. Their applause was echoed by the crowd outside. 68. Even before the speech, back in April, the CIA Africa Division chief was writing to the State Department with the assessment that Lumumba was one of the few, if not only, Congolese leaders with a Congo-wide 43. Appeal and standing. We feel it is almost certain that he will play an important political role in the Congo for at least the next 2 years, and that as a result an anti-Lumumba campaign could back free. 69. At this early stage, the US deferred to the Belgians. The Belgians wanted anti-Lumumba, and the US gave it to them. They went after Lumumba as he repeatedly salvaged situations bungled by their own men and prevented violence from erupting several times using the power of his words. 5 days after Lumumba's speech, the Belgian general in charge of the army, Emile Janssens, gathered his Congolese subordinates around a blackboard at Camp Leopold and gave a speech, at the end of which he wrote on the board before independence equals after independence. 70. So began the Congo Mutiny, and the Congo Crisis. Africa does not sustain the interest of the Western media's foreign correspondents. Coverage of foreign countries is limited, coverage of countries of the global south even more so. Stories on Africa are sporadic and unsystematic. While dinner table discussions of the wars in the Middle East might take place after a daily news update, Africa is a realm for specialist discussion. As a consequence, specialist authors and university-based Africa scholars Africanists have more power to shape public opinion than their counterparts. The shared tropes they deploy have a numbing effect on critical thinking and on ordinary human solidarity. This relationship between a Western public informed by sparse media and Western Africanists who communicate in crude tropes has been the basis for Western representation of Africa for decades, perhaps centuries. Whitney writes about 1960. Back in the U.S., where only a few college professors understood the difference between Baluba and Balunda, the secessionist movements came to dominate intellectual debate between liberals and conservatives. Thus, from his off-CE in New York, William F. Buckley, Jr., looked at Katanga and saw the spirit of Edmund Burke in the eyes of the secessionist Balunda, while across town Eleanor Roosevelt favored the Bangala and Bakongo to move in. 1. Chapter 3. So doubt, aestheticize, essentialize. How to write about African leaders. Whitney is being wry, but he is guilty of what he accuses these political figures of. While trying to critique the ignorance of American foreign policy players, he himself portrays the Congo's politics incorrectly in simplistic ethnic terms. Katanga secession was not a Balunda ethnic movement, but one set up entirely by the Belgians. The movement for the territorial integrity of the Congo was not an ethnic thrust by the Bangala and Bakongo, it was a politicized, nationalist movement. Nonetheless, his point stands: when it comes to African politics, Western commentators, the Africanists, face an audience with so little knowledge that their assumptions go unchallenged and their facts can be loose. Decades later, the broad contours of the story can be admitted, but the analysis that accompanies them ensures that the West is absolved and that the responsibility for the tragic outcomes is assigned either to the victims or to no one at all. The Western scholarship on Lumumba and the 1960s Congo crisis admits that the US, Belgium, and the UN conspired to kill Lumumba, destroy the nationalist movement, and install Mobutu as a dictator. It does so in a way that blunts anti-imperialist lessons that might be drawn from the experience, breaks the relationship between the facts and the conclusions, and preserves a pro-Western perspective. Through subtle, grinding choices of images and descriptions, favored African leaders are portrayed as modern, capable, and innocent. Those on the wrong side of the empire are portrayed as blundering, corrupt, even physically misshapen. These portrayals of leaders generalize to portrayals of ethnicities and indeed of whole countries. In the process, the West is absolved and, following the 19th century fantasy, the Dark Continent and its people are portrayed as corrupt, corrupting, and self-destructive. The starting point for the ubiquitous Africanist assessments of the capacities of African leaders is the idea that in the 1960s, Africa was not ready for democracy. What is a country ready for? When is a country ready for reform? When revolutionaries lose, a ready explanation is always available: they tried to do too much, too fast. The country wasn't ready. Imperial powers back insurgencies that commit atrocities. These insurgencies are explained away by the fact that the government they were fighting tried to do too much. Given his importance in African history and the potential of the Congo and of the continent under his leadership, Lumumba is a focus of a great deal of Africanist disdain. But the charge is that we don't really know what he would have done had he lived, that he was 49. Insufficiently educated, that he had an erratic personality, that he blundered are subjective and create more of a negative impression than a solid case about a leader. The gentlest way to criticize Lumumba is to suggest that he was chasing a mirage and that the Congo would have broken his democratic spirit, if he ever sincerely had one. Lumumba really believed in a constitutional order, in a parliamentary system that derived its authority from the people. But to even sympathetic writers like Jonathan Whitney, Lumumba was merely an illusion. If the illusion of democratic order, civility, and law, which is what Lumumba represented when he took off CE, could have been maintained longer, would it have become the reality of democratic order, civility, and law? In the Congo, we forfeited our chance to ever FND out. The most sympathetic writers about Lumumba emphasize the uncertainty about Lumumba, that we don't know what he would have done in power. Arguing that the US was wrong to assume Lumumba was headed for the Soviet bloc, Whitney writes that perhaps he was trying to rid his country of all foreign control and make it truly independent. Or that he wanted the Congo allied with other African powers and independent of non-African forces. Or that he didn't really know where he was headed. He may have been in it for the money. Africa has had more than its share of petty tyrants. 3. Whitney goes on, that Lumumba could have survived in off-CE very long, is doubtful. Because of its hugeness, its complex tribal makeup, and the presence of great potential wealth, the Congo might have been more apt to follow the pattern of Nigeria, which has had a long, alternating succession of civilian and military rulers. For the education, the level of literacy of Congolese leaders, also always arises, even from friendly quarters. Gibbs cites Crawford Young, who noted that the guerrilla leaders of the 1964 revolts were far less educated than the generation of 1965, who of course were similarly derided for barely understanding Marxist doctrines themselves. What academic qualifications do nationalists require to please Western writers? No Western source that discusses Lumumba can avoid the many contemporary characterizations of Lumumba's personality, nor can most seem to avoid repeating various allegations leveled against his character by the Western interests that were working toward his downfall and murder. 50. A 2015 book critical of U.S. intervention in the Congo 6 repeats the tale of Lumumba asking for a blonde girl while staying at the Blair House in Washington. The source? The CIA. The authors quote Canadian officials who found Lumumba vain, petty, suspicious, and perhaps unscrupulous. 7. They cite Ralph Bunche, who called Lumumba a effeint but utterly maniacal child, who could not keep agreements or even appointments. 8. They call reasonable the assessment of a State Department official who wrote, an unscrupulous opportunist and probably the most able and dynamic politician in the Congo. 9. The authors are quick to point out, in their chapter on Africans against Lumumba, that Lumumba's murder brought him laurels he might never otherwise have acquired. Few African politicians who actually wielded power for any length of time in the 20th century have escaped the stain of corruption, accusations of neocolonialism, the taint of warmongering, or the label of ineffectiveness. 10. Another temptation succumbed to by even friends of the Congo is to enumerate Lumumba's supposed blunders. He may have been principled, these writers argue, but he was a blundering leader whose mistakes got his country broken up and himself killed. Congolese scholar and author of the Congo's People's History, Georges Nzongola Nteleja, 2002, argues that appointing Barthélemy Mukange, a Lulua, to the leadership of Kasai, was a major blunder by Lumumba, because it alienated the Baluba of Kasai. But there may have been any number of good reasons to do exactly this. Lumumba would have been looking for a Congolese nationalist, not someone who identified in terms of Baluba or Lulua. Albert Kalenji was mobilizing on ethnic lines against Lumumba at the time. Had Lumumba chosen a Baluba leader, might he have alienated the Lulua? We will never know Lumumba's thinking on this appointment, but it is not immediately clear that this was a blunder. Kent, 2010, who points out how Lumumba had contained the mutiny before Belgium attacked, argues that he blundered by accusing the United States of supporting Belgian desires not to withdraw in defense of the UN, when in fact the Americans were in favor of withdrawal but feared the consequences of exerting too much pressure on Belgium to do so. 11. Was that, in fact, a blunder? Given the intractability of U.S. opposition, and given that they were shortly to begin implementing an imaginative array of plans to kill him, was it such a blunder to accuse them of supporting Belgium, who they supported, over the Congolese independent government, who they had decided had to go? 51. One military decision that may have genuinely been a blunder occurred in late August, when Lumumba decided to force Kasai and Katanga back into the Union. The Armée Nationale Congolaise, under the leadership of the recently promoted black servicemen Victor Lundula and Joseph Mobutu, would move against the secessionists. Soldiers loyal to Lumumba would quash the rebellion in Kasai, and then do what the UN would not, end the independence of Katanga. The military operation proceeded in disarray. In the breakaway areas Lumumba had as much support as his adversaries, chief of whom was Chombe in Katanga. In the last week of August, the Prime Minister's army scored some victories in Kasai, though essentially without a FGHT as the opposition took fight. But officers could not control their men, who were forced to live off the land without resources. At the end of August, in a perplexing battle at Bakwanga in southern Kasai, with which Lumumba had little to do, his troops massacred some 200 Baluba. In another set of incidents that extended over 4 days at the close of the month and the beginning of September, Lumumba's soldiers in a search for food indiscriminately killed another 40 FVE civilians. 12. Sending ill-prepared and incompetently commanded troops into battle was a blunder, and one that cost hundreds of lives, including the lives of civilians. As the one who gave the order to the army, Lumumba has responsibility for what occurred. This responsibility is shared, however, with the military commanders, including Mobutu, who was eventually rewarded for his role in this murderous blunder, along with many other blunders, with the dictatorship of the Congo for 3 decades. To compare with these armchair assessments, we have a few facts about what Lumumba actually did in the few moments when he had power to take action. As Sartre noted, Lumumba's oratory skill was sufficient to de-escalate numerous situations. He used his skill to bring the original army mutiny under control. He used it to build a party based on principles other than tribal ones. He would have used it to bring the secessionist states back into the fold, but he was prevented by force from doing so, literally prevented from landing his plane so that he could get out, unarmed, and talk. After he brought the army mutiny under control, the Belgians intervened, sending paratroopers in to resolve a law and order problem that Lumumba had already resolved without any need for paratroopers. 13. One Western author who does not fall prey to the tendency to disdain African leaders is Ludo de Witt, whose 2001 account of Lumumba's 52 assassination is also the strongest defense of Lumumba. De Witt pointed out how that the operation to defeat the Kasai secession, commanded by Mobutu, has been enfolded into all operations against the Baluba of both Kasai and Katanga, by both Mobutu's and Chombe's, truly genocidal, forces, and blamed as a package on Lumumba. In the 1960s, this served the end of helping to oust him and tarnish his reputation. But it is still being repeated even though it is inaccurate. Defaming Lumumba remains politically important in the West, even decades later. What about Lumumba's slow pace in his travel to Stanleyville in November 1960? Was that the blunder that got him caught and killed? Girard and Kuklek certainly think so. 14. Blockades and rain reduced Lumumba's speed. He traveled slowly because of rudimentary roads and a reasonable desire to stay in friendly territory. Some of the politicians in the convoy got to safety. They might all have made it to Stanleyville had Lumumba simply chosen to get there as quickly as possible. Instead, he stopped along the way to speak to villagers. Lumumba could not resist. His eloquence might bring his people to nationhood. The parade of cars progressed less quickly than it could have, and the atmosphere of a joyous campaign journey made Lumumba's trail easy to pick up. His enemies apparently spotted the motorcade from above on November 30th. But was this a blunder? Might Lumumba have been less foolish in attempting a high-profile security strategy rather than a low-profile one? If he understood the forces arrayed against him and the resources they had, was it foolish to assume that his enemies would eventually find out where he was, but that his friends might not, unless he traveled in something less than secrecy? Girard and Kuklek emphasized throughout their book that we don't know, and will never know, what kind of Prime Minister Lumumba would have been. Why, if we know so little, is it so difficult to imagine that he may have had sound reasons for some of the decisions he made? If he was the comedic figure portrayed in these accounts, why was the West so deadly serious about keeping him out of power, about killing him, about wiping his followers out of existence and memory? Africanist defamation of African leaders is on display with Lumumba. Another general trope in writing about Africa is the aestheticization of political commentary. To situate a political situation, A Western writer must write about the people that are making history. These people must 53. Of course be described physically. But descriptions that Africanist writers craft seamlessly echo the political points they are trying to make about the UNFness of Africa's politics and Africa's leaders. The aesthetics are drawn from works of art, Conrad's Heart of Darkness, of course, but more recently, Naipaul's A Bend in the River. In his discussion of Kisangani in the wake of the 1998 war, Stearns quotes V.S. Naipaul. 15. Quoting Naipaul, like quoting Conrad, can serve as a public signal to other Africanists both of one's expertise and one's general political position. And nobody does it like Naipaul. Zabith was a big woman with a coppery complexion. There were times when this copper glow, especially on her cheekbones, looked like a kind of makeup. There was something else about Zabith. She had a special smell. It was strong and unpleasant, and at first I thought, because she came from a Fshing village, that it was an old and deep smell of FSH. But the people of Zabith's tribe whom I met didn't smell like Zabith. Africans noticed her smell, they wrinkled their noses and sometimes they went away. I thought myself that it was the smell that kept men away from Zabith, in spite of her efficiness, which the men here liked. But the smell was meant to keep people at a distance. Zabith was a magician, and was known in our region as a magician. Her smell was the smell of her protecting ointments. Other women used perfumes and scents to attract, Zabith's ointments repelled and warned. She was protected. She knew it, and other people knew it. 16. Fiction writers can, perhaps, be forgiven for taking license. But these aesthetics run throughout enlightened liberal commentary on the Congo, white writers caricaturing black people's physical characteristics in order to reveal their inner character is a standard trope, arising again and again. Stearns describes Laurent Kabila, president of the DRC from 1996 until his assassination in 2001, as a man who had a chubby face somehow too big for his still relatively trim frame. 17. Michaela Wrong, also writing about Kabila, felt that his huge bald head seemed to blend seamlessly with his torso. 18. Kabila also distributes pamphlets printed on cheap paper, according to Stearns, who would have had him choose a more expensive paper, no doubt, and does so like an outmoded professor, and an overhauled, aging guerrilla commander. In the rebel declaration preceding the 1996 invasion, Kabila's outdated verbosity shines through. 19. In Bukavu after its capture in 1996, Kabila is fat, with a big smile and sweat pouring down his neck. 20. Several pages are devoted to 54. A story of Kabila sending his Tutsi mistress out of the country at the end of the 1998 war. 21. The sex lives of these African leaders are, of course, endlessly fascinating. Stearns draws the scene of Kabila's January 17, 2001, assassination by describing Kabila's habitual safari suit, off-white this time. After setting out the shooting in gory detail, Kabila describes the difficulties his men had in transporting the dying president to a medical clinic. He was so heavy that even 4 of us had a hard time lifting him, an aide remembered. 22. Like Mobutu the dinosaur, Kabila can hardly show up on Stearns' stage without a reminder to the reader that he is overweight, not normally proportioned, and a man of a previous time. Kabila is not alone in coming in for this treatment. Stearns describes a Congolese militia leader FDing the RPF in 1996, Anzuluni Bimbe, as a short, pudgy Freebrand. 23. The portly Uganda-backed MLC leader Jean-Pierre Bemba's ego became more and more bloated, even as he himself put on more weight. 24. A pilot involved in smuggling minerals, Pierre Olivier, has chestnut-colored eyes and big, muscular features that make his limbs seem oversized, almost bloated. 25. Some of these Africans have heads that are too big. Pierre has oversized limbs. The search for the Platonic ideal black man continues. In Romeo Dahler's account of the Rwandan genocide, Shake Hands with the Devil, the former United Nations commander insists on his anti-racist credentials. Dallaire says that he heard Belgian soldiers came to Unamir with a very aggressive attitude. My staff soon caught some of them bragging at the local bars that their troops had killed over 200 Somalis and that they knew how to kick an #hashtag at ass in Africa. Dallaire told them that he would not tolerate racist statements, colonial attitudes, unnecessary aggression or other abuses of power. 26 On the other hand, Dallaire has no problem describing brutality, extremism, and deception as a local art when he writes that he was in uncharted waters, the geography, the culture, the politics, the brutality, the extremism, the depths of deception practiced almost as a Rwandan art form, all were new to me. 27 Dallaire then proceeds to use the same kinds of imagery, in which physical descriptions reflect the subtle moral characteristics of the men he describes. Kagame's front man, Alexis Kanyarengwe, who would later fall out of Kagame's favor, is described in a way as to illustrate both his virtues and hint at his tragic fate. Kanyarengwe is plump and bright-eyed. 55. And wore a difficult smile, the head of the RPF in 1993, a Hutu, and seemed a little uneasy with his leadership role, constantly checking for the reactions of the others after making a remark. Another Hutu RPF man, Pastor Bizimungu, who would eventually end up under house arrest by Kagame, is both impatient and eloquent, a Hutu, passionate, argumentative and inflexible, devoid of real charisma. 28 General Deogratius Nsabimana, Rwandan government army chief of staff, was a big man with facial expressions that betrayed a deceptive nature. 29 Theoneste Bagosara, Minister of Defense, a bespectacled and pudgy man. 30 Dallaire meets André Ntagerura, Minister of Transport and the acknowledged Dean of the MRND at a restaurant on January 24, 1994. He found Ntagerura seated at a secluded table, a small pudgy man with a jovial air about him and an exceptionally round face. His features were unusual, with exaggerated curves, and he could overwhelm you with the power of his expressions, whether of joy or anger. 31 As he warmed to his subject, his essential mean-spiritedness showed through. His eyes grew wild and his voice rose alarmingly as he insisted that the RPF was going to impose a Tutsi hegemony over the Great Lakes region of Africa. 32 Stabbing the air with his chubby effinger, he charged that Unamir had not found out who had committed the November killings. 33 The good black people in the story are aestheticized differently from the bad ones. There are some shared characteristics. Western writers ascribe characteristics not only to African individuals, but to whole ethnic groups. While leaders like Lumumba or Kabila are portrayed as both physically and morally deformed, favored groups and leaders are designated virtuous, innocent, and victims. Dallaire, having described the Hutu RPF men in his book, goes on to describe their supreme leader and Rwanda's future dictator, Paul Kagame. Then there was Kagame, easily the most interesting of the three, although he was the most self-contained. Almost stereotypically Tutsi, he was incredibly thin and well over 6 feet tall. He towered over the gathering with a studious air that didn't quite disguise his hawk-like intensity. Behind his spectacles, his glistening charcoal eyes were penetrating, projecting his mastery of the situation. 34 Later, Dallaire FNDS that he has to admire the moxie of Major Paul Kagame for choosing the National Assembly site in Kigali for RPF headquarters, seeing the 56 tactical advantage of such a site. 35 Indeed, Dallaire can't get enough of describing Kagame. He goes to Mulindi in January 1994, Kagame had a modest bungalow set apart from the rest. Birdsong and the gentle sigh of the wind in the trees were the only sounds you could hear. I found him sitting on the patio attached to the bungalow, and he slowly unfolded his long, angular body from one of the chairs as he stood to greet me. He has incredibly powerful eyes that lock on your own, probing, searching, testing, and he wastes little time on social niceties. 36 At the close of the meeting, he notes it had been amazing to see Kagame with his guard down for a couple of hours, to glimpse the passion that drove this extraordinary man. 37 We return to American author Jason Stearns, who describes the Tutsi community in North Kivu raising funds for the RPF as a Congolese version of a neighborhood bake sale. 38 Compared to Kabila the fat and outmoded, Rwandan dictator Paul Kagame's men are the new, younger, cosmopolitan generation of rebels who worked with laptop computers and satellite phones. 39 One of these men, James Kabarebe, is often singled out for praise. Stephen Kinzer describes Kagame's 1996 invasion of Zaire, which caused the FNAL collapse of that state and became the worst conflict in the world for several years, killing millions of people, one of the most remarkable military campaigns in modern African history. For the next 4 months, led by Lt. Col. James Kabarebe, a battle-toughened veteran of the Rwandan Civil War, the anti-Mobutu force hacked its way through dense jungle. 40 Kabarebe isn't fat, he's battle-hardened. His warfare, which was as ruthless to civilians as any commanders in the 1996-1997 war, was a remarkable military campaign, not to be confused with genocides or massacres committed by the other side. And as Dallaire noted, Kagame is as thin as Kabila is fat, a point also thrown in as if relevant by Carla Del Ponte, former prosecutor at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, who describes a meeting in Kigali in which Kagame led her to a pair of couches. I sat on one and Kagame, so thin, on the other. 41 Gerard Prunier, who writes in a more world-weary and cynical Africanist style, still attributes tremendous powers to Kagame, who binds the Western donor community with his ruthless determination, his capacity to tune white guilt as a conductor directs an orchestra. 42 Stearns describes the RCD, the Rwandan proxy forces who committed the Kasika massacre in August 1998, marching into town led. 57. By Commander Maize, a legendary FDR. 43 The legendary FDR's forces are pitted against a young upstart chief called Nyaki Liba, who was a small-time thug but could stir up trouble nonetheless. 44 Nyaki Liba does stir up trouble, and in Stearns's account, more or less forces the RCD to massacre the villagers. The subtle descriptions of the Africans on either side help paint the picture of a Congolese village that provoked the innocent militiamen into slaughtering them. Look what you made Rwanda do, again, a theme I will return to. The Africanists whose works I've quoted above would be the FRST to note that they are sympathetic commentators, people who have spent time in the places they write about and worked hard to try to get the stories out to what must seem like an indifferent Western audience. But through the imagery of their writing about African leaders, through their aestheticization of political commentary, they cannot seem to escape the 19th century imagery that forms a backdrop for Western political writing on Africa. In this way, subconscious impressions are left. Lumumba would have become a corrupt tyrant had we let him live. Our proxy forces and chosen winners like Kagame and Rwanda are uniquely virtuous and innocent, their violence uniquely justified, our enemies are uniquely corrupt, physically misshapen. Western writers deliver the facts that we killed Lumumba, crushed his followers, and sponsored Kagame's campaigns that killed millions of people, for example, surrounded by these subconscious impressions. And because the facts were delivered in these texts, no one can quite say they have been lied to, even when we have. By the FRST week of July 1960, the Congo Mutiny had begun. Congolese soldiers' principal demand was the removal of Belgian officers. The soldiers attacked Belgians in the capital. Lumumba acted quickly and negotiated a solution to the mutiny. Within 3 days he replaced Emile Janssens with a Congolese officer named Victor Lundula and appointed Joseph Desire Mobutu as the army chief of staff, raised soldiers' wages by 30%, and dismissed Belgian officers from all but advisory roles. The Africanized units returned to normal by July 8. But the Belgians had spent the previous days stirring a moral and racial panic about the mutiny. Spurred by reports that the African troops were raping white women and killing white men, Europeans began to flee on July 8, the very day Lumumba had resolved the mutiny. On July 9, the Belgians moved the 2,500 troops they had stationed in the Congo. Initially, they claimed they had mobilized to protect European nationals. But the mutiny had been resolved. On July 10, 800 paratroopers set up in Maïs Chambé's Katanga province at Chambé's invitation. The Belgians disarmed the Congolese soldiers and sent for 1,200 more troops from the metropole. On July 11, Chambé declared the secession of Katanga from the Congo. Lumumba and Kasavubu flew to Katanga to try to negotiate with Chambé the next day, July 12. Their plane was not allowed to land. 3. The Katanga secession did not come out of any organic nationalist feeling in the province. Chambé's party, CONACAT, had a manifesto written by its Belgian sponsors in 1959. The introduction to the manifesto. Chapter 4. Killing Hope in the Congo. Provided as a historical overview that the black race has nothing behind it. It is a people without writing, without history, without philosophy, without any consistency. The text said that CONACAT's aim was to maintain the trust of the good people who came to help us out of our state of stagnation. 4. The Katanga secession was supported by the British, French, and Portuguese colonial powers operating out of Rhodesia, Congo-Brazzaville, and Angola respectively. Apartheid South Africa furnished aircraft and pilots. 5. Katanga secession was followed by Kasai's. Another mineral-rich province, another Belgian-backed secession, this time led by Lumumba's rival Albert Kalonji. Kalonji's name for independent Kasai was revealing of his vision for the country. He called it République de Fourminière, 6 or mining state, had himself declared president, and asked the UN and Katanga for help defending its borders. The Belgians tried to crack the Congo even further apart, attempting unsuccessfully to foment secessions in Equateur and Kivu provinces as well. 7. Thanks to the Katanga and Kasai secessions, the Belgians had a new pretext to stay. Lumumba would never have invited them to continue to run the country, but the head of the country's wealthiest and most developed province would. Belgian troops would be the guarantor of Katanga's secession, working from there to defeat the nationalists and get their colony back. The logic was spelled out in an editorial in a Belgian daily on July 14. Will public opinion accept a guerrilla war in the Congo where hundreds and perhaps thousands of our boys will be massacred? The only ray of hope in all this chaos is Katanga. A strong Katanga, linked to Belgium, constitutes an element of order and prosperity in Central Africa, around which a larger confederation could be built. 8. As long as the secessionist claim remained on the table, any attempt by Lumumba to unify the Congo could be cast as an act of hostility. According to one of the masterminds of Belgian operations in the Congo, Van de Waal, the Cotonou constitution provided a veneer of legality which, in a world to a certain extent ruled by law, was a good cover to have. 9. A Belgian journalist wrote that Katanga was a police state, where order and discipline of a military occupation reigned. 10. Lumumba knew that his newly Africanized Congolese National Army, under Mobutu's command, was short on skills, equipment and organization, all of which had been carefully rationed out by the Belgian Officer Corps. The Belgians had looted the treasury and seized 61. The Congo's wealthiest province, its economic engine. Belgium continued to control the Union Minière, the state-owned mining company that brought in 80% of Katanga's revenues and was the biggest subsidiary of the Société Générale, the Belgian company that controlled 70% of the Congo's economy. 11. An important stake in Union Minière was also held by Britain and British investors, and even British workers who were present at the top of Katanga's mining industry by the 1910s. 12. With 250,000 tons of copper production annually in the 1950s, and 75% of the world's cobalt production, 13. Union Minière was a prize that Belgium, and Britain, did not want to give to a sovereign Congo after independence. When the US wanted the Belgians to stand down from supporting Katanga in 1961, a US official told the press, Union Minière pays about 80% of the tax revenues of Katanga and would rather see Katanga as an easily controlled separate nation than as part of a larger Congo nation whose government might not be as friendly as Mr. Chambé. 14. Epstein, 1965, provides a bit more background. Union Miniere had been formed in 1906 to exploit Katanga's huge copper reserves. The FRM produced an estimated 60% of the world's cobalt and 8.4% of its copper. It employed 1,700 whites and 22,000 Africans. It controlled concessions totaling 7,700 square miles, nearly the area of New Jersey. The FRM's assets were valued at $2.5 billion in 1960, before Congolese unrest brought a drop in value of its shares from approximately $1,000 to $220. 18.14% of Union Miniere's stock was held in trust for the Congo, 14.47% was held by Tanganyika Concessions, Ltd. Britain's roads interests, 13.11% was held by Belgian interests, 53.98% was held by 120,000 shareholders, 25% of them French. According to the December 12, 1961, New York Times, Union Miniere spokesman in Brussels estimated the FRM's payments to the Katanga government at approximately $52 million in 1961. This included taxes, franchise payments, and dividends on the stock held in trust for the Congo as a whole. The Katanga government had made the dividend payments a condition for uninterrupted Union Miniere production. 15. Other Western powers had a piece of this business. Morgan Guarantee Trust had loaned tens of millions to the Belgian Congo and counted on director Robert Murphy, who was a Congo advisor to the U.S. government, and his fellow Morgan Guarantee Trust associate Thomas S. Gates, Jr., the Secretary of Defense. Secretary of State Christian Herter married into a Standard Oil family. His son was a Mobil Oil executive in 1961, and invested in Katanga. Under-Secretary of State C. Douglas Dillon was related to the owners of Dillon, Reed and Company, which managed the Belgian Congo's bond issues. 16. The Belgians used Union Miniere to make the Katanga secession pay for itself. Copper production actually rose from 280,000 tons in 1959 to 300,000 tons in 1960. 17. Union Miniere paid its 1960 taxes, 1.25 billion Belgian francs, directly to Tshombe, when it should legally have gone to Lumumba's government. 18. Lumumba would not have relished the idea of sending Mobutu's troops to face off against well-equipped Belgian paratroopers in Katanga. He turned to the logical place, the United Nations and its Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld. From Lumumba's perspective, the situation was clear-cut: the UN existed to preserve the sovereignty of its member states. Here was a new member state whose sovereignty was threatened by aggression from its former colonial master. For Hammarskjöld, though, the situation was not so clear-cut. The Swedish would-be peacemakers organization, the UN, depended on the Jim Crow segregated superpower, the US, for funds. And the former colonial powers of Africa, the UK, France, Belgium, all had the military and covert capacity to spoil UN initiatives. For Hammarskjöld, world peace and peace in the Congo depended on winning these Western powers over to some kind of accommodation with the African countries' demands for independence. Hammarskjöld himself was a Westerner and had little time for anti-imperialist talk or practice. He appointed a Swedish mining company Ofchale, Sterliner of the Liberian-American Swedish Minerals Company, LAMCO, to head civilian UN operations in the Congo, and his older brother, Bo Hammarskjöld, sat on the board of a Swedish mining company with interests in Liberia. 19. The Belgians in UMHK argued that the UN opposed the Katanga secession because the Swedish LAMCO wanted the central government to nationalize copper, which would be disruptive to the industry as the Belgians. 63. Left and Congolese had to be trained to lead the industry. This would cut out the Katanga copper competition, 8 to 10% of world output, from the glutted copper market of the early 1960s, benefiting Hammarskjöld's family, among other competitors. 20. Hammarskjöld's interest wasn't in the liberation of Africa, but in ensuring that the UN managed the transition and, if possible, in showing the value the UN could have in achieving peace. Hammarskjöld asked the Security Council for authority to intervene, which was granted on July 14. Hammarskjöld's idea was to replace Belgian troops with UN troops, with what today would be called a Chapter 6 mandate, only able to FGHT in self-defense. To Lumumba, the UN troops were invited to help a newly independent state against external aggression by its former colonizer, which was using the Katanga secession as a cover. To Hammarskjöld, UN troops were not meant to be a party to internal conflicts in the country, which, he assured the King of Belgium in a report in August 1960, the Katanga secession was one. 21 The Security Council resolution of July 14 called for Belgian troops to withdraw from the Congo. A week later, UN troops replaced the Belgian troops occupying the Congo's major cities except in Katanga, where the Belgians remained. 22 Lumumba wanted to use the UN to stop the Belgians from rolling back the Congo's independence, using separatist Katanga as a Belgian base area. To the Secretary-General though, the UN mission in the Congo was a Western mission, one that much preferred a Congo under extended Belgian control than an independent Congo with a nationalist agenda. Lumumba began to understand this when the UN troops began to arrive and sought to restore order without addressing the presence of Belgian troops. A British general based in Ghana was the interim commander of the UN mission. He arrived and told the Congolese soldiers to stand down while the Belgians used their control of highways and airports to continue their troop buildup. 23 Lumumba wasn't allowed to land his plane in Katanga to talk to Tshombe. But Hammarskjöld met Tshombe and his minister Monongo on August 12. He told Tshombe that UN troops would help Katanga against the Congolese government if necessary. He also assured them that the UN would take over the Kikamina and Kitona bases, denying them to the Congolese government for use against Katanga's separatist government. 24 By guaranteeing the Katanan secession, the UN changed the direction of the Congo crisis. Belgian ministers d'Esprit Menant. 64. Lyndon and Robert Rothschild cabled Brussels very happy with the outcome. From now on we can be optimistic about the way the general situation in Katanga will evolve. Barring new accidents, the Katanan structures will be protected by UN troops and, in the not-too-distant future, by Katanan troops under the command of Belgian officers, instead of on an extremely precarious basis by Belgian troops. 25 Private meetings and cables attest to the UN support for Tshombe's secessionist Katanga. But publicly Tshombe discredited the UN, continuing to refuse to allow the UN to enter the province. Not only were Belgian troops allowed control of Katanga, but Tshombe also ordered a mobilization of civilians to resist the UN if they tried to enter. Hammarskjöld tried to insist that the UN was coming to Katanga only to remove and replace Belgian troops, but that was the point, the Belgians were the guarantors of the Katanga secession. In fact, they were more than that. They were the state of Katanga. When Hammarskjöld's Swedish battalion entered Katanga on August 12 with Tshombe's permission, 26 Lumumba hoped that it would be a major step to an independent and united Congo. Instead, it was the first step in making the UN replace the Belgians, who did withdraw from the Congo in September to bases in Rwanda Urundi, 27 not as forces of order, but as guarantors of Congo's instability. Hammarskjöld and Tshombe communicated that the UN troops would follow the principle of non-interference in internal affairs, neither helping the central government nor the Katanga secession, but replacing the Belgians in the restoration of order. 28 In the face of this, Lumumba told Hammarskjöld that the UN mandate allowed it to aid the central government in subduing the Katanga separatists, and that by working with the Belgians and Tshombe, Hammarskjöld had lost the confidence of the Congolese people and government. Hammarskjöld raised the stakes even higher, to the point where the UN Secretary-General was calling for regime change. He told US officials on August 16 that the UN mission was not viable so long as Lumumba was in office, that one or the other would have to go. 29 Lumumba told the press on August 20 that he wanted a speedy withdrawal of UN troops because he feared a substitution of United Nations colonialism for Belgian colonialism. 30 Lumumba appealed to the USSR for help. Much is made of the Soviet Union and its role in the Congo crisis. The importance of the 65 Cold War is a major talking point for the Africanists. The Soviets sent some transport planes to replace the Belgian-piloted ones whose defection to Katanga would have left the pilotless, planeless Congolese military grounded. Lumumba tried to use the agreement with the USSR to pressure the West to stop the aggression. The UN passed a resolution banning foreign interference in the Congo, nominally aimed at both Belgium and the USSR. Lumumba toured the Western capitals, asking for help. Western reactions to him reeked of racism and propaganda. Lumumba was told in Ottawa and Washington that help from Western governments would not be forthcoming. Behind the scenes, the CIA chief in the Congo was already monitoring Parliament and encouraging and aiding the actions of various parliamentary opposition groups that we had penetrated. We were seeking political leaders who might marshal their supporters against Lumumba when a vote of confidence was called. We were also using Jacques, a CIA asset, to insert anti-Lumumba articles in the country's leading newspaper. 31 Lumumba returned home knowing that the West would never help him put the Congo back together. He ordered the Congolese National Army, ANC, into action. They were no match for the Belgians or the UN, but the Kasai mining state would not be as formidable an opponent. Nationalism was popular. Though members of the Baluba ethnic group in Kasai were opposed to the Congolese army, the Baluba in Katanga were against the secession and would help the Congolese army. Geographically, Kasai is closer to the Congolese capital and on the way to Katanga. Mobutu led the Congolese army into Kasai at the end of August. Mining State's military force quickly collapsed. The Congolese army seized Bakwanga, the capital of Mining State, around August 27. 32 Lumumba's government's military successes stopped at Kasai when Colonel Mobutu unilaterally declared the end of the military action in Kasai on September 1, a few days before the FRST coup against Lumumba. 33 Chombe ordered the bridges and roads leading to Katanga from Kasai destroyed, to prevent the ANC from entering Katanga. 34 More importantly, the UN moved their troops to block the Congolese army's entry from Kasai or Kivu. 35 Under the command of Mobutu, the ANC committed crimes against civilians in these areas during this campaign, 36 killing an estimated 200 civilians. 37 This allowed Lumumba's many enemies, including Hammarskjöld, to claim that he had ordered a genocide against the 66 people of Kasai, with no evidence to that effect. 38 It also allowed writers, at the time and since, to confate this action by the central government to stop a secession with two distinct military CONFists. The ongoing Baluba ethnic CONFICT in Kasai, and Chombe's suppression of the Baluba revolt in Katanga. Kalenjin and Chombe were joined by the Congo's president, Kasavubu, as their demands started to change from a demand for an independent state to a demand for a Congo without Lumumba. They sought international support for a loose federation of Congolese territories, opposed to Lumumba's vision of a strong centralized state. 39 As the politics and diplomacy began to shift to an anti-Lumumba position, the danger to a sovereign future for the Congo escalated. The idea of an independent Congo came to be associated with Lumumba, and toppling Lumumba became a priority. The U.S. ambassador, Timberlake, approached President Kasavubu with the idea to oust Lumumba in mid-August. 40 UN diplomats raised the idea with Kasavubu and other Congolese politicians the following week. 41 The Belgian ambassador in Leopoldville, the Belgian consul in Congo-Brazzaville, the Belgian Prime Minister, Gaston Eyskens, the Belgian Foreign Minister, Christophe Wigny, and Belgian military officers all made entreaties to Kasavubu to overthrow Lumumba in the 2 last weeks of August. 42 As the Congolese army advanced on Katanga from Kasai in early September of 1960, Chombe feared that the Baluba of Katanga would link up with the Congolese army. The United Nations, which had grounded planes at all Congolese airports, allowed Katanga to be resupplied with weapons from Belgium on September 7, and then allowed Elizabethville to send troops to North Katanga on September 9 to take the offensive against the Baluba ahead of the possible arrival of the Congolese army. 43 Epstein describes the beginning of a Baluba revolt in Katanga against Chombe, and Chombe's suppression of it, as follows. Seki. Jen Hammarskjöld warned press. Chombe September 21 that the 4,000 UN troops in Katanga had been ordered to use force if necessary to prevent the massacre of Baluba tribesmen by provincial troops and police. Hammarskjöld's message to Chombe marked the first public authorization of the use of force by UN troops in the Congo. The warning was based on UN reports of the slaughter of 68 Balubas by Katanga Provincial Police Sept 15-16 in Luina, a tin mining center 267 miles north of Elizabethville. The Katanga Balubas, enemies of Chombe's Lunda tribe, were said to have killed 2 persons in an attack on Chombe supporters in Luina September 13. 125 Katanga Provincial Police arrived in Luina September 15 and reportedly began random shooting of Balubas in sight of an Ethiopian UN contingent based in the town. The Luina incident was described by Katanga officials as one of several police actions made necessary by a Baluba tribal revolt. An estimated 1/3 of Katanga's 1.5 million inhabitants were Balubas. 35 Balubas were reported to have been killed in attacks on provincial police in Manono September 13-14. 44. Chombe was given a free hand to crush this Baluba revolt by the West and by Mobutu, the Congolese army chief of staff at the time. Mobutu was paying his troops with funds from the US and Belgium, and those funds were made conditional on his leaving the Baluba of Katanga to Chombe's mercy. The Congolese army held off from linking up with the Balubas in Katanga. Chombe allowed the UN to enter North Katanga on October 15, and the UN protected the mines, factories, and railway lines against the Baluba rebels. 45. When Union soldiers captured a group of Baluba FDRs, they handed them to Cotonou gendarmes to be massacred. The total number of Balubas killed by December 1960 is estimated to be up to 70,000. 46. The Cotonou secessionists were given the reprieve they needed to build up their forces against the nationalists by the UN. 47. When 200 Baluba deaths could be attributed to Lumumba, Hammarskjöld called this a genocide. When Chombe's white mercenaries killed 70,000 Baluba the same year, the UN was silent. By the end of the summer, the US and the Belgians were planning in earnest to eliminate Lumumba. In an August 11, 1960 memo, the CIA Chief of Station, Larry Devlin, described a series of actions that the CIA would be taking to bring about the fall of Lumumba. Among them, b. Launch extensive less than one line not declassified campaign, less than one line not declassified meetings, by assisting local political groups with the funds and guidance to take anti-commie line and oppose Lumumba. d. Attempt infiltrate government with CIA-controlled assets such as name not declassified to obtain political intel and try limit INFians commies and incompetent Congolese officials. F. Cultivate and attempt recruit members current government to keep foot in Lumumba camp. Although believe would be better oust him, do not. 68. Want become tied irrevocably to opposition, if it not able achieve goals. Also would use such assets to try moderate Lumumba government and obtain political intel. The FRST openness to Lumumba's assassination was expressed in an August 18, 1960 NSC meeting, which Robert H. Johnson testified to at the June 10, 1975, Church Committee, and which was released in August 2000. Johnson recalled Eisenhower turning to CIA Director Allen Dulles in the full hearing of all those in attendance and saying something to the effect that Lumumba should be eliminated. After that there was a stunned silence for about 15 seconds and the meeting continued. 48. The intensity of the need to eliminate Lumumba continued to grow, as did the leniency about means. The CIA wrote to the Chief of Station in the Congo on August 27, 1960, that Lumumba's removal must be an urgent and prime objective and that under existing conditions this should be a high priority of our covert action, and giving the station wider authority, including even more aggressive action if it can remain covered. 49. On September 3, President Kasavubu met with Hammarskjöld's executive assistant, an American named Andrew Cordier who had moved from the State Department to the UN in 1945. When Kasavubu said he was considering ousting Lumumba, Podur told him the president had no doubt weighed the consequences of whatever action he proposed to take and that before taking it, he would make sure of his ground. 52 days later, Kasavubu told Podur that he was going to remove Lumumba and announce as much at 8:15 p.m. on the radio. He asked the UN to arrest Lumumba and 25 others, including ministers, and to guard Kasavubu's palace and the radio station. Podur green-lighted the coup, said he would provide the guards but he wouldn't make the arrests. 51 He cabled Hammarskjöld about the conversation. Hammarskjöld told him not to interfere in any way but to otherwise exercise his discretion, in effect endorsing Podur's green lighting of the coup. Hammarskjöld told Podur that he would in the meantime consult legal experts about Kasavubu's position. 52 In its own cables, U.S. personnel summarized these conversations as saying that Kasavubu's coup had been coordinated with UNOC at highest levels here. 53 Hammarskjöld's envoy, Rajeshvar Dale, arrived on September 5, the day of Kasavubu's coup. In his memoir, he wrote that he had been 69. Surprised by Podur's green lighting of the coup. American scholars Gerard and Cooklick add some detail that may have helped jog Dale's memory about how events actually unfolded. In his memoirs, Dale forgot that he had been in the UN cable off CE in New York on September 3, when the Congo Club discussed the proposed change in government by teleprinter. He also forgot to note that when his FAI touched down on the morning of September 5, he at once had the title of Special Representative and spent the day in Leopoldville. By November, when Dale himself was pressed, he maintained his bona fide by boasting that he had been responsible for defeating Lumumba. So much for Dale's hand-wringing. 54 Dale's hand-wringing aside, Podur remained in charge for a few days after Dale's arrival and used his time carefully. He closed the airport, preventing Lumumba's troop transports from landing and denying him the ability to restore constitutionality by force. He closed the radio station, preventing Lumumba from communicating with the public. Podur argued this was an even-handed move. The radio station was also closed to Kasavubu. The trouble was Kasavubu, whose relative Abbé Fulbert Yalu was president of the former French colony Congo-Brazzaville across the river from Leopoldville, was able to continue to broadcast into Leopoldville from there. The Belgians also set up their anti-Lumumba headquarters across the river in Brazzaville. 55 Gerard and Cooklick summarized Podur's actions as follows. 4 FVE days Podur took instructions from politicians who had no justifiable authority. He had closed the radio station and shut the airports because Kasavubu asked him. The UN had no problem of law and order, and Lumumba, the only candidate for legal prime minister, opposed the decisions, while Podur allowed the secessionist Chombe to defy them. 56 As for Hammarskjöld, from the 38th FOR of UN headquarters in New York, he esteemed himself as schoolmaster of the Congo, made up reasons for his policies as he went along, and did what he could to kill the Lumumba government. 57 Lumumba rejected the ouster and went on the radio himself, saying he was ousting Kasavubu and appealed to the UN and to Kasavubu to settle the issue in Parliament. 58 Devlin wrote that the CIA were prepared to go almost any length to get Lumumba off the air. We were afraid that his strident speeches would soon have his supporters thronging in the streets. We considered cutting off power to the radio station. 70. But neither Jeff, a colleague of Devlin's, nor I knew how. 59 A justifiable fear, perhaps, but Lumumba ceased broadcasting later that night for reasons unknown to Devlin. The Congolese National Assembly and Senate met 2 days later and declared both Lumumba's dismissal and Kasavubu's dismissal null and void, by 60-19, and to express confidence in Lumumba's government. On September 9, the CIA wrote to Devlin with detailed orders for Kasavubu. The orders included who Kasavubu needed to contact, and what he needed to say to them. You chief of station should approach Kasavubu soonest, recommending in strongest terms he send message to SIG UN Secretary General Hammarskjöld and publish same. Timing is crucial since Kasavubu's message to SIG must be available before SC Security Council meeting, now scheduled Saturday a.m., Sept. 10. Kasavubu should declare he is chief of state and that he has, in accordance with legal procedures prescribed in fundamental law, deposed Lumumba. Latter has no off-chain status. 3. He should appeal to UN in name legally constituted authority to remain in Congo and to assume full control public safety sector, including control all armed Congolese units, so that people of Congo can freely express their feelings rather than live in fear and intimidation. The US cables are full of such very detailed instructions for Congolese politicians, including Kasavubu, Chombe, Ilio, and Adula. While the US off-chain line was one of the defense of Congolese sovereignty from communist aggression, it was actually writing and scheduling the exact words to be spoken by Congolese politicians. Congolese troops brief why arrested Lumumba on September 12, but released him hours later. Even though Lumumba held a victory parade after being released, the arrest showed that he was in physical danger. 60. At the Union session in September followed the same pattern. The supposed neutrality of the UN strengthened Lumumba's opponents and weakened the Congolese government's ability to respond to Belgian and Western support for secession. The UN refused to seat Lumumba's delegation and equally refused to seat Kasavubu's delegation. 61. This even-handedness between the Katanga secession and the extension of Congo's governmental authority over Katanga, meant the UN effectively supported the status quo of a divided Congo with a Belgian-backed Katanga and an ongoing plot to overthrow Lumumba. 71. The CIA's principal tool was American dollar bills by the briefcase load. Among the politicians Devlin worked with on the agency's behalf, his favorite was the Congolese Army's Chief of Staff, Joseph Desire Mobutu. Devlin made a plan for a coup to overthrow Lumumba that was step by step, starting with the buying of the FRST senator. 62. When they made contact with Mobutu, the CIA proposed to offer a personal subsidy to Mobutu further to ensure his continued cooperation. 63. When planning for the post-Lumumba government after his arrest, the CIA said the operation cannot succeed if we do not put something in pocket of many people. 64. A February 9, 1961 CIA cable to the chief of station in the Congo gives a FAV for the payment system. Per oral discussions with UHQS, this is to CONFRM LEOP authorized expend up to number not declassified dollars in clandestine support cryptonym not declassified operations. These funds to provide military support for cryptonym not declassified ops, purchase of arms, COMO equipment, transport, etc., as well as to INFians loyalty of GOC military personnel and to bribe less than one line not declassified military and civilian personnel. Some authorized is in addition to cryptonym not declassified expenditures already authorized for purely political and propaganda ops. 65. When Devlin met Mobutu, the CIA proposed to offer a personal subsidy to Mobutu further to ensure his continued cooperation. 66. The young military man had already become the West's chosen recipient for subsidies to the Congolese army. The UN had provided $1 million on September 6, via the US, for army salaries. 67. Other US and Belgian embassy staff would meet Mobutu with briefcases full of money. 68. Mobutu used the cash to maintain a force of a few hundred men, by far the most affluent soldiers in Africa, who constituted virtually the only functioning units in the Congolese National Army. 69. The way Devlin tells the story, it was Mobutu and Bomboko who came to him, telling him I've got to get back to my commanders. I have to give them a go or a no-go order. Devlin says he held out my hand to Mobutu and said with as much conviction as I could muster, I can assure you the United States government will recognize a temporary government composed of civilian technocrats. 70. It makes for a dramatic moment in a memoir, the momentous decision taken in the 72 moment, but Mobutu's coup was carefully planned by the US, not spontaneously endorsed by Devlin in a late-night meeting. On September 14, Mobutu overthrew Lumumba's government in a coup and arrested Lumumba. Kasavubu, as well as the premier Kasavubu had attempted to use to replace Lumumba in the previous coup attempt, Joseph Ilio, backed Mobutu and signed decrees suspending the National Assembly. 71 Mobutu quickly expelled all Russian, Czech, and other socialist personnel from the country. 72 Installed a government with the title of College of High Commissioners to replace the constitutional government. 73 Lumumba, released after a brief arrest, and his followers, attempted to resist the coup, but failed. Reconciliation efforts also foundered, as mining state, Kasai, founder Kalenjin and Chombe refused to attend a reconciliation meeting presided over by Lumumba. 74 The Union insisted that they would only protect Lumumba, the legitimate leader of the country, if he stayed at home. On September 15, the Belgian press recognized the key role of the UN in keeping Lumumba out of OFCE. Without the UN, the article in La Libre Belgique stated, Lumumba could turn the situation round with a few hundred followers. 75 4 days later, on September 19, Time magazine reported that Congolese army leaders 76 and Union officers had worked out arrangements of their own, weapons were to be kept locked in central arsenals, and a cease-fire was arranged in the Katanga campaign. For the UN, all this was, far beyond anything that its original architects had envisioned. The UN were trying to undo the actions of the premier who had invited the UN into the country in the first place. 77 US and Belgian assassination plans were closing in on Lumumba. Belgium's foreign minister Wigny wrote to Brazzaville on September 10 that the constituted authorities have the duty to render Lumumba harmless. 78 The Belgians developed a plan for Operation Barracuda, which would see a group of commandos attack Lumumba's house in Leopoldville, where he was under house arrest, and kill him there. 79 D'Esprit Linden, Belgium's Minister for African Affairs, cabled Brazzaville and Elizabethville, Katanga's capital, on October 6, telling them that the main aim to pursue, in the interests of the Congo, Katanga, and Belgium, is clearly Lumumba's elimination definitive. 80 Unlike his opponents, Chombe, Mobutu, Kasavubu, who were either unknown or considered to be the creatures of foreign powers, Lumumba continued to have the ability to attract large crowds and to rally the people. Mobutu had the Congolese army surround Lumumba's 73 house on October 9, stopping Lumumba from using his ability to rally the people in Leopoldville, Kinshasa, the capital, or to get to Stanleyville, Kisangani, where the nationalists were strongest. 81 The Union told Lumumba that he was only under their protection while in his home. 82 At this time, Mobutu traveled to Katanga and reached an accord with Chombe. Katanga was to remain in the Congo, and the coup against Lumumba's government would stand. 83 Chombe's quick agreement to this resolution shows that Chombe's Katanga secession was never about Katanga's independence from the Congo, but rather about preventing the Congo's independence from the West, under Lumumba's leadership. Once Lumumba was removed, supposed centralizer Mobutu, supposed federalist Kasavubu, and supposed secessionist Chombe were all able to agree easily, at least on paper. The eventual dissolution of their coalition came not over principle, but over the division of power. At the end of October, as Mobutu crushed yet another pro-Lumumba revolt in the army, Belgian troops and personnel began to return to the Congo, despite protest by the UN. 84 UN Representative Rajeshvar Dale reported that Mobutu's government had brought the country to the brink of administrative collapse. 85 But the Union voted on November 22 to seat the coup government's delegation by a vote of 53 to 24, with the Western countries voting in favor, and the Socialist Bloc voting against. 86 In order to accomplish this, Dale said, the Western countries organized one of the most glaring examples of the massive and organized application of threats and pressures, along with inducements, to member states to change their votes. 87 The coup government's delegation, led by Kasavubu, obtained the international recognition that it wanted. It then set about trying to block all attempts at reconciliation or restoration of the National Assembly. 88 Devlin suggested after the coup that ousting Lumumba might not be enough, and his Congolese interlocutors got the message. Tukas comment that Lumumba in opposition is almost as dangerous as in OFCE, identity one indicated understood and implied might physically eliminate Lumumba, 89 and that only solution is remove him from scene soonest. 90 Lumumba escaped from house arrest on November 27 and tried to get to Stanleyville to reorganize the nationalist forces. All of the Western agencies operating in the Congo, including the CIA, cooperated to assist the Congolese army in recapturing Lumumba, Wendale and the 74. UN learned of Lumumba's fight. The organization telexed its forces and administrators along the Prime Minister's likely getaway routes that the peacekeepers should not assist the hunters. However, while the international organization would protect Lumumba in his home, the UN would do nothing for the hunted. 91 Lumumba was arrested by Mobutu's troops on December 1, while Ghanaian UN troops watched, permitting the arrest. 92 These Union soldiers told Lumumba that it was not their job to protect him and proceeded to watch while Lumumba was beaten and taken away by Mobutu's soldiers. 93 These soldiers had received very clear instructions that on no account was any action to be taken in respect of Lumumba. These instructions were rigidly adhered to. 94 The Union commander-in-chief in Leopoldville, Van Horn, had reiterated to his troops the day before that no, repeat no, action is to be taken by you in respect of Lumumba. We were responsible for his personal safety only in his house at Leopoldville. It has always been understood and made known that he would venture out of his house at his own risk and responsibility. The UN representative, Dale, cabled Hammarskjöld con affirming that order on December 1, we have taken FRM position that he was under UNOC guard at his residence only. 95 Behind the scenes, the UN and the US both celebrated their good luck. Von Horn wrote later that most of us felt quite rightly that there was now a genuine chance of the Congo returning to some degree of tranquility. 96 Publicly, the UN complained about Lumumba's beating. The US appealed for humane treatment and a fair trial for this leader, ousted in a coup. 97 Lumumba was held in Thiesville prison camp for a month and a half. Even in prison, Lumumba's power to mobilize Congolese people terrified his opponents. If he could have gotten out and started to talk to a battalion of the Congolese army, one State Department official wrote, he probably would have had them in the palm of his hand in FVE minutes. 98 Lumumba had Christmas dinner with the Thiesville officers, his captors. 99 Mutinies were happening at army bases. But luck was with the empires. This time, Thiesville camp was under the command of a colonel loyal to Mobutu named Louis Babazo. DeWitt tells this remarkable story. On December 27, Colonel Babazo had to put his life on the line to keep Lumumba under lock and key. That night he stood in front of the cell. 75. Door to stop a few dozen soldiers setting the former prime minister free. According to Schoenbrud, Colonel Babazo told the soldiers, you have no choice, if you want to free the prisoner, you'll have to kill me. The soldiers finally withdrew one by one. 113 days before his death, a letter smuggled out from Lumumba to his wife said that the food he was given was disgusting and dirty and I don't eat for 3 or 4 days at a time. If a soldier gives us so much as a banana, he's arrested and put in a cell. Despite everything, several soldiers come secretly to try to help me. 101. Lumumba was moved from Thiesville camp near Leopoldville, Kinshasa, to Chambe's Katanga on January 17. In Epstein's words, UN troops who witnessed the transfer reported that Lumumba and the 2 others were beaten repeatedly and that UN troops had been ordered not to intervene. 102 This transfer sealed his fate. Lumumba and 2 of his companions, Maurice Mpolo and Joseph Okito, were murdered in Katanga, although Chambe's government did not announce the fact until 1 month later. 103 Mobutu received 1 million francs, about $20,000 USD at the Bretton Woods exchange rate of 50:1 from Chambe, which effectively means from Chambe's Belgian sponsors, the leader of the Katanga secession, for handing over Lumumba to be killed. A cable from Devlin to the CIA dated January 17, 1961, reports of the plan to transfer Lumumba from his prison in Thiesville to his death in Katanga. 104 A CIA FL'd report on January 18 described Lumumba's transfer, his arrival in Katanga, and his condition, Lumumba and two fellow detainees debarked chained together and showing signs of having been badly beaten in fight. All Lumumba teeth have been knocked out beaten after disembarked but not too roughly, then removed unknown prison. 105 On January 19, 1961, a cable so redacted as to be almost incomprehensible, from a non-declassified source to the CIA from a non-declassified location, stated, 1. Thanks for Patrice. If we had known he was coming we would have baked a snake. 106 The same cable stated that the government of Katanga does not plan liquidate Lumumba. Name not declassified fears chances of Balubakit uprising in evilly considerably increased. 107 Lumumba's death was confirmed in a CIA-filed report on February 7, 1961. Patrice Lumumba, Joseph Okito, and Maurice Mpolo were executed shortly after their arrival in Elizabethville the evening of January 17. Katanga soldiers shot and killed Okito and Mpolo. A Belgian officer of Flemish origin executed Lumumba with a burst of submachine gun Free. 76. At 2300 Z January 17. An ear was severed from Lumumba's head and sent to Albert Kalenji, president of Sud Kasai. The three bodies were buried in a common grave. 108 The Katanga government announced Lumumba's death on February 12, 1961, along with an elaborate story of Lumumba's escape and recapture which led to his death by tribesmen. 109 Internationally, Belgium faced protests and censure. Tshombe vetoed a UN investigation into Lumumba's death on February 14. 110 A UN commission nonetheless produced a report rejecting Katanga's story of the murder and, based on testimonies from unnamed witnesses, concluded that Lumumba was killed by Katanga government forces under coordination by Belgians. 111 From the announcement of independence for its Central African domains in 1959 to the beginning of 1961, the Belgians assassinated the leaders of each country, the Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi. They severed the Congo's economic engine, Katanga, from it and brought a mercenary army to guarantee the secession. They looted the Congo and engineered its financial dependence for years to come. Under Hammarskjöld, the United Nations was never going to be an instrument of the decolonized African countries. Instead, Hammarskjöld walked a middle path, trying to please the West and placate African nationalism. When he had to choose, he chose the West. He protected the Katanga secessionists and allowed the Belgians to kill Lumumba. In the process, he empowered forces that would end his life. When the Belgians needed help with their restive colonies, they turned to the United States and told the Americans what they wanted to hear, that African nationalists were actually communists, and that Lumumba's dreams of sovereignty were a coded message for a Soviet takeover. Just behind those anti-communist frames lay the real coded message, the racial understanding of apartheid powers and imperialists in Africa with the Jim Crow superpower. Lumumba was dead. The newly independent Congo was broken. Post-colonial Rwanda and Burundi were poisoned. Now the United States would try to put the pieces back according to its own ideas. The Belgian and British network of assassins and spies ousted and killed Lumumba along with promising leaders in Burundi and Rwanda. The Americans and the United Nations helped. Indeed, America was slowly taking over the old colonies. In Central Africa, America's private and public interests overlapped without concern over conflict of interest. One Rockefeller purchased holdings in the Congolese bauxite industry in 1959 and in the Katanga Mining Company, UMHK, as did corporations American Metal Climax and Templesman and Son, who would later employ the CIA Chief of Station, Larry Devlin, as a private consultant. By 1963, U.S. private investment in the Congolese mining industry had reached $1.2 billion. Two American investors and government personnel were intertwined with Swedish investors in the Liberian mining industry, and with British investors in Rhodesia and South Africa. Western businessmen expected their governments to protect their investments. And they got what they expected. But after Lumumba's murder, the business environment was complicated. With the Lumumbist revolt in Province Oriental, the Kivus, and Katanga, the Katanga and Kasai secessions, the Baluba revolt in Katanga and Kasai, and Mobutu's unconstitutional government at the center, the Congo was partitioned. The non-aligned countries and the Socialist Bloc had hoped to restore Lumumba to power. Once he was killed, the American strategy was to use the UN to put down the Lumumbist rebellion while stabilizing the. Chapter 5. The agency's kingmaker. Congo just enough to prevent a collapse. Their man on the scene was CIA Chief of Station, Larry Devlin. Devlin's plan was to work with Mobutu to crush the Lumumbist rebellion, the Baluba revolt, and the Katanga and Kasai secessions. The UN Security Council, meeting in mid-February 1961, ordered UN troops to use force as a last resort to prevent civil war. 3. The Security Council rejected a range of other proposals at that meeting, including a proposal that would have authorized UN troops to use force to prevent the arrest, deportation, or killing of Congolese political leaders. 4. Hammarskjöld rebutted Soviet charges of his alleged responsibility for Lumumba's death, asserting that even direct UN intervention against the Katanga regime could not have saved Lumumba. 5. That was a lie. Of course, the UN could have saved Lumumba, and without any invasion of Katanga. Lumumba was captured while trying to reach his base of support in Stanleyville, now Kisangani, in Province Oriental. Several of his lieutenants, including Antoine Gizenga, had already arrived. The Lumumbists came to control much of Province Oriental and part of the Kivus, building a base large enough to threaten a nationalist return to power. At the end of July 1961, Gizenga agreed to stand down the Stanleyville, Kisangani, regime and join a national unity government in a reconvened parliament. Kasavubu was president, Cyril Adula was premier, and Gizenga's African Solidarity Party was well represented until the next coup, which would come soon enough. Prime Minister Adula promised to reintegrate Katanga into the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but also to allow greater local autonomy to the provinces than Lumumba had been willing to do. 6. When he joined Adula's government, Gizenga said, "The government will have to follow the Lumumba line, and if ever the government departs from this line, I am ready to FGHT again." 7. Maybe Gizenga was morally ready to FGHT again. But when the inevitable departure happened, he was unable politically or logistically to rekindle the revolt. That task would fall to other leaders. Through the CIA Chief of Station Devlin, the US set about organizing their Congolese allies to prevent these disarmed rebels, Gizenga and the Lumumbists, from returning to power through the ballot box. The author of a National Security Council memo of June 5, 1961 argued for the necessity of working toward an anti-nationalist majority in the 83 Congolese parliament, because it is assumed that it is in our interest to prevent the Lumumba/Gizenga forces of the Stanleyville regime from gaining power in the Congo through legal means. 8. The memo contained detailed estimates of how many seats the Pro-US party would win in the parliament's two houses, and details of how the US would go about using money to influence the parliament. Funds may be used to induce regional political, labor union, or other leaders, to put pressure on deputies from their respective regions, outright payments of money, promises of foreign travel, scholarships, etc. as required for particular deputies. Demonstrations by youth groups can be organized to support personalities and policies of the developing GOC coalition, and funds may be utilized to discourage the possible shift of allegiances to the Gizenga forces. 312 lines not declassified. 9 Lumumbist politicians like Gizenga came back into the parliamentary fold. But rebel leaders Gaston Sonmialot, Pierre Muley, and Laurent Kabila kept the East in open rebellion against the central government and its Western sponsors. Putting down the nationalist revolt became the highest priority for U.S. planners. Devlin's 1961 memos carefully outline those he views as America's enemies in the Congo: Lumumbists, nationalists, and his plans for manipulating the Congolese political process. But his 2007 memoir is full of fake fear of the Soviet Union. Sooner or later, the Russian bear would seize its chance and pounce. There was no doubt in our minds, Devlin continues, that the Congo was a strategic linchpin in that epic struggle. 10 For nearly a century, Russia has been offered as an excuse for Western depredations against African nationalists. But if the Congo was really such a strategic linchpin in a supposed US-Russia struggle, Devlin would have mentioned Russia and Russian players more in his memos at the time. If he was unable to FND any Russian influencers, this would hardly accord with his reputation as a super spy. For Devlin and the Americans, the Belgian-sponsored Katanga secession was a secondary consideration to defeating the nationalist rebellion and was treated much more delicately. The U.S. role was central. Americans planned and implemented the diplomatic offensives and the warfare. They organized the Congo's government in the capital and worked with the United Nations and the Belgians to hold the Western coalition together. In September 1961, with support from the United States, the United Nations attacked Katanga in the first of 3 attempts to forcibly 84. End the Katanga secession. 12 While Lumumba lived, the UN refused to contemplate such a move. But once Lumumba was dead and his supporters disarmed, national unity could be good for business. Tshombe's casual dismissal of UN and the central authorities' requests to remove the Belgians and rejoin the Congo, tolerated since independence, was now, suddenly, intolerable. The UN also found its voice to criticize the way Tshombe's forces were crushing the Baluba revolt in Katanga, through massacres and the creation of thousands of refugees. 13. The Union arrested and deported hundreds of Belgian mercenaries and demanded the removal of Katanga's Interior Minister Monongo, who was organizing the repression of the Balubas. 14. On September 13, 1961, after occupying Elizabethville, today's Lumumbashi, the UN commander declared that the Katanga secession was over. Despite the declaration, the fighting continued. When UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld attempted to travel to Katanga from Rhodesia, today's Zimbabwe, on September 18 to negotiate a cease-fire, his plane crashed and he was killed. 15. Scholar Susan Williams Beckhorn, in her 2011 book Who Killed Hammarskjöld?, suggests that a conspiracy between Tshombe's Katanga separatists, Belgian colonialists, and Rhodesian white supremacists were responsible for Hammarskjöld's death. In South African archives, Williams found documents with plots to assassinate Hammarskjöld, first with a bomb, and then with the type of Fder jet, a French-made Fauga, that was in the employ of the Katanga secessionists and was likely used to crash Hammarskjöld's plane. The prime suspect was the pilot of that Fauga, Hubert the Black Eagle Julian, who worked for Tshombe as a mercenary. 16. White Rhodesians maintained control of the crash site in the critical early hours. Williams's book contains some striking photos of sad Swedish investigators and their smiling white Rhodesian counterparts at the scene of Hammarskjöld's death. 17. The man who had used the UN to subvert the Congo's nationalist government had been murdered, probably by the very separatists he had wrung his hands about. The loss of the Secretary-General sapped the momentum from the UN operation to end the Katanga secession. Tshombe managed to negotiate much better terms, as well as to repel the central government's forces attempting to enter Katanga at the end of October. 18. Tshombe's regime conducted low-level warfare with the UN in Katanga through November 1961, firing on UN planes, assassinating troops, and attacking and beating officers. 19. The Union went on the offensive again in December, seizing 85 key strategic centers. 20. This action, supported again by the US, Canada, and commanded by an Indian military officer, was opposed by the UK, France, and of course Belgium. 21. For a while, the US insisted on a negotiated solution with the Katanga secessionists and ignored the war the Cotonou gendarmes had unleashed on the Baluba of Katanga. After UN Secretary-General Hammarskjöld was killed 22 though, the US was gradually brought around to the notion that a separate Katanga was bad for US interests in the Congo. At that point, the separatists were doomed. The Americans first tried diplomacy, forcing Tshombe to negotiate with Adula. 23. As Tshombe negotiated, his secessionist forces in Katanga kept trying to crush the Baluba rebellion. The Katanga and mining state, Kasai, governments had troops occupying the Baluba and the Balunta territories. The UN reported outright massacres in those areas, as well as South Kivu in June, July, and August of 1961. 24. These massacres were well known to the CIA, who received a cable from a non-declassified source discussing the government of Katanga's desire inflict heaviest possible casualties on Balubaikat in a battle in Bukama in February 1961. 25. In November 1961, the Congolese Premier Adula sent troops to support the Baluba of Katanga against the Katanan secessionist government. The CIA station chief noted, Adula hopes Balubaikat and ANC pressure in North Katanga will put sufficient pressure on Tshombe to bring him back into the Congo fold. 26. Throughout 1962, Tshombe's government resisted attempts at reunifying Katanga with the Congo. Acting UN Secretary-General U Thant, after spending half the year trying to obtain a negotiated solution, began advocating economic sanctions against Katanga by July 1962. Mr. Tshombe is a very unstable man, U Thant said on July 20 in Europe. I have tried to get Tshombe and the central government to negotiate, but without any results. I don't know what I can do with such a bunch of clowns. 27. The UK and Belgium refused to participate in economic sanctions. America brought a proposal for economic pressure short of sanctions, which was adopted. 28. Tshombe repeatedly accused the Balubas of working with the Congolese central government against him. 29. And used his Katanga police, gendarmes, and mercenaries against the Baluba throughout this period. Around August 1962, the US began to lose patience and decided that the Katanga secession had to be resolved if only for the sake of credibility in their efforts against the rebels. Devlin wrote home to the 86. CIA that the issue of reintegrating Katanga province is emotionally foremost of all of the Congo's pressing problems. 30. To Devlin, the Katanga issue was one of the Congo's stability. With each failure of solution, he wrote, left extremists have been emboldened, and the right extreme have become more convinced that Adula's fall would secure Katanan independence. He went so far as to recommend that Tshombe be advised privately that the US will assign troops to UNOC unless Katanga comes to terms with the GOC and submits to UN decisions. 31. On November 28, 1962, Devlin reported that the Adula government had barely survived a no-confidence vote in parliament, and that its near collapse was due to the government's failure to end the Katanga secession. 32. Devlin organized the anti-Lumumba politicians, including Mobutu, Adula, Ndaka, and Bomboko, into a collective called the Binza Group, so named for the part of Leopoldville in which they lived. In November, Binza Group members Ndili and Ndaka asked Devlin if the US would back a coup to keep Adula in power, and the chief reported that he gave them an equivocal answer. He could not promise the necessary US aid for a coup, since the US position would depend on many things, including alternative leaders should the government fall, the bloc position, and the policies followed by the government installed by a coup. 33. The CIA ultimately agreed to support a coup and submitted a detailed plan, most of which remains classified, for a possible coup to keep Adula in power. 34. The Union and Mobutu were frustrated by the fact that the Katanga secessionists had air support, French planes with white mercenary pilots providing air cover for their white mercenary-led forces. Mobutu complained to the Devlin about this unfair advantage. The CIA argued successfully for a stepping up of air support for the Congolese government in December 1962. Now with US air support, the UN and Mobutu's army moved on Katanga. They ended the secession in 6 weeks, in January 1963. 35. When they did finally decide to do battle, they did so in a way that raised suspicions that commercial interests were at play, using £1,000 blockbusters on Katanga's industrial centers, civilians, and hospitals, military weapons well suited to destroying large industry, competitors, members of the British House of Commons pointed out, but hardly applicable to the battle against Tshombe's small mercenary forces. 36. 87. Finally, under real military pressure, Tshombe attempted to negotiate. But the UN, now with US backing, accepted only surrender. 37. The Union occupied Katanga, formed a unity government, and drove Tshombe to exile in Europe in May 1963. 38. The Baluba continued their rebellion in Katanga. In July 1964, through a bizarre series of events, Tshombe was brought back, this time to become Prime Minister of the Congo. The man who had done so much to destroy the country as a separatist was now the leader of the undivided nation. He immediately announced a plan to repatriate 4,000 of his exiled gendarmes, soldiers who had retreated into Angola after they lost to the Mobutu operation in 1963, to restore order in North Katanga and retake the provincial capital from the Baluba rebels. 39. Having solved the separatist crisis, the Americans had several additional problems. Economic stabilization was challenging because most resources were going to covert programs. The main overt program was a uncoordinated PL 480, Food for Peace, program of monetized food aid in the Congo. The plan involved selling U.S. food supplies and financing UN work relief programs with the funds. The size of the program in July 1961 was 160 million BCF40, which, at a 50:1 exchange rate, was worth $3.2 million USD in 1961. The UN also had technical specialists to help with administration, but in the station chief's estimation, with only 450 civil affairs officers in the whole country, there were not enough, and many are not FRS tier 8 types. 41. Nor was the US impressed with its local clients. The Americans found Congolese politicians wanting. Assessing the politicians they hoped might be useful against Lumumba, the CIA noted, no one leader has shown himself to be a disinterested statesman. Each of the many party and party fraction leaders has been utilizing his tribal associations and followers for the purpose of self-aggrandizement. No one seems to have evolved a political platform on the basis of ideology. 42. The CIA felt that the Congo lacked politicians in opposition Lumumba who can match him in force and appeal. 43. And told Devlin as much. Devlin had someone in mind. The chief of station had long since been meeting with the army chief of staff, Mobutu, to give him money. Devlin gave suitcases of cash to this young military man, which the commander used to keep his troops afloat and build his own patronage network. The money started moving on September 13, 1960. 44. Remember that Kasavubu ousted 88. Lumumba on September 5, and that Mobutu struck with his own coup on September 15. Mobutu's original plan, he told Devlin, was to arrange for Lumumba's murder through mob violence. Mobutu explained he strongly opposed Lumumba but wished to avoid arresting him for fear starting civil war. Instead, said plan was to have opposition parties mount large demonstration, with police and troops arriving too late to prevent people from getting Lumumba. He was advised that UN troops would intervene if public order disturbed by mob, but Mobutu refused change plan. Although it doubted the feasibility of the plan, the station decided to bet on long shot. 45. A week later, the Mobutu's coup government was itself threatened by another coup. Lucky for him, the CIA's early warning system was at his service. In a cable on September 24, 1960, the CIA reported for the FRST time that it had performed a service that it was to perform many times, that of an early warning system to keep Mobutu in power. In telegram 0002 from Leopoldville to CIA, September 23, the station reported that upon learning of a coup plot against Mobutu and the Council of Commissioners, the chief of station immediately informed Mobutu and had the embassy warn Kasavubu. Kasavubu did not act upon the warning, but Mobutu had two of the plotters arrested. 46. When, on October 22, 1960, Mobutu expressed a desire for another coup with the objective of a full takeover of the government and the neutralization indefinitely of President Joseph Kasavubu and Patrice Lumumba, Mobutu was told that both the station and the ambassador believed such a move would fail, and as an alternative, the station proposed a program, with the concurrence of the ambassador, based on Mobutu's remaining in the background as the strong man. 47 As incentives for this program, he would be assured of adequate funds to maintain control over troops in the Leopoldville area and expand his authority in the provinces. It is also proposed to offer a personal subsidy to Mobutu further to ensure his continued cooperation. 48 Back in the U.S., Off-Chales searched for elected politicians who could replace Lumumba, oscillating between Kasavubu, Adola, Ilio, Chombe, and others, none of whom had Lumumba's force and appeal. For Devlin, the search for elected alternatives was naive. 89. Military dictatorship by Mobutu would do the job far more efficiently. On November 30, 1960, the chief of station wrote to the CIA explaining that real democracy was unattainable, and that the US must be satisfied with democratic facade as, with possible exception Nigeria, there no real democracy in Africa and Congolese are less prepared than most Africans for true democracy. We have alternatives between Lumumba dictatorship which would be anti-Western and pro-Western coalition which would try give Congo stable if not fully democratic government. 49 The station chief told the CIA on December 10, 1960, that the U.S. position strong with Mobutu as we give him help and guidance in early days when his chances were slim indeed. 50 But Mobutu alone couldn't do the job in the early phase, political wrangling was both intense and expensive. Devlin's cables home sought more and more commitment and more resources. If we do not aid and guide our friends, many if not all will drift into the extremist camps and U.S. policy will encounter numerous setbacks at best and at worst a major defeat. 51 In October of 1961, Devlin cabled home to the CIA outlining the needs of the mission in the Congo. Because the need is so great and the problems are so huge, U.S. responses and initiatives in the Congo must likewise be in heroic proportion. 52 And by the end of November, he was able to write home quite pleased, the CIA's covert action program has been relatively successful. The CIA can take major credit for the fall of the Lumumba government, the success of the Mobutu coup and considerable credit for Adula's nomination as premier. 53 Given the lamentable lack of ideology among the Congolese politicians the West hadn't assassinated, keeping Congolese politics on a pro-US track required constant infusions of cash. On March 3, 1961, the CIA told the station chief that they received reaffirmation of authority to expend funds both to bribe name not declassified forces and supplement pay of selected Mobutu forces where needed to assure loyalty. 54 August 1, 1961, from station to CIA, basis experience past year, believe bribes for limited number politicians in LEOP is merely stopgap effort which eventually bound to fail. 55 October 14, 1961, from CIA to station, there is no objection to psych activity in media FL'd and bribes as such but conclusion. 90. Which we share is that value is transitory unless such activity follows in wake of strenuous continuing actions by cryptonym not declassified activists. 56 On January 19, 1962, the station chief reported to the CIA that it would be necessary to grease many palms to keep a moderate government in power and exclude the nationalists. 57 On May 12, 1962, the station chief used both bribe money and unorthodox funding methods, but reported that he told his Congolese interlocutors that neither station nor HQS believes vote buying to be more than interim step. 58 On November 22, 1965, NSC staffer R.W. Comer wrote to McGeorge Bundy about the need to support Mobutu to find some solution to a political crisis between Kasavubu and Chombe. You'll probably have a new plea at 303 for bakshish to this end. 59 Discussing the electoral prospects for what was probably the Binza Group, see below, the station chief wrote to CIA headquarters on June 24, 1963, that this group of pro-US politicians doubted they could win free elections, were uncertain as to the extent to which CIA would support them against mounting opposition, and were considering running Justin Bamboko for Prime Minister or the equivalent off CE next year. Text not declassified did not specify just how unfree elections might have to be to accomplish a text not declassified victory. 60. With their various Congolese clients in place, the next problem the US faced was how to coordinate the Western alliance. To what extent would they use the UN, and to what extent would they use the Belgians? All agreed that the Stanleyville rebels had to be crushed. Mobutu wanted the whole of Congo under his American-friendly rule. In a long strategy paper in January 1961, the embassy in the Congo discussed three alternatives. I support continuation of the United Nations effort on essentially its present basis. 2. Redirect and beef up UN effort. 3. Active and direct Western intervention outside the UN. Support for the present UN mission was quickly dismissed, with no advantages and the potential for a nationalist victory. While intervening through the UN was considered less predictable and effective than direct Western intervention, intervening outside the UN might alienate Afro-Asian support. The embassy concluded a combination of two. 91. Redirected and beefed up UN effort, and 3. Active and direct Western intervention outside the UN, was best. 61. The alienation of Afro-Asian support was a serious consideration. The CIA told Devlin that the State Department accepts nationalism as a fact of life, support of which is only basis successful long-term U.S. policy. Thinks artificial injections to uphold conservative forces which do not represent mainstream Congo opinion will inevitably alienate and isolate the U.S. HQS shares this view. 62. The fear of alienation drove U.S. support underground. So much so that Devlin and Mobutu lamented the lack of overt U.S. support for their efforts. Devlin complained that with the exception of the PL 480 agreement signed November 18, 61, the only unilateral U.S. program in the Congo available for political action purposes was, and is, the CIA Covert Action Program. The U.S. was not able to assist overtly persons and groups favorably disposed toward the U.S. and the UNOC failed to fill the void. Unfortunately, the CIA action program has not and realistically could never have been expected to be a substitute for a strong and effective government, nor could it provide the guidance and aid necessary to shore up the GOC, retrain the CNA and revitalize the economy. 63. Mobutu told Devlin that overt U.S. support would have solidified the moderates' position and avoided the present situation in which the government of the Congo was dependent upon support of Stanleyville elements, though he also acknowledged that he would not have been able to mount his coup on September 14, 1960, or maintain the commissioner form of government in power without U.S. help. 64. U.S. officials in Washington complained bitterly in their memos to one another about how the U.S. should not have to shoulder the burden of defeating nationalism and establishing a pro-Western regime in the Congo, when its actions were benefiting the whole West. But in communication with the Western powers, especially Belgium, the U.S. was unfailingly diplomatic. In a memo from the US NATO ambassador to the Secretary of State on January 18, 1961, efforts to encourage Belgium toward covert, as opposed to overt, aid to Mobutu are described. As we see the situation in the Congo, in relation to Western interests generally and in relation interests member countries of NATO in African developments, believe covert operation stands best chance of reversing present unsatisfactory situation while avoiding large, obvious dangers implicit in overt bilateral aid by Belgians or any other Western country. 92. NATO expected the US to keep it covered, the NATO ambassador said. They would expect us to use sufficient skill, determination, and force to make it succeed, without traceable evidence of complicity on the part of any member country. 65. In a cable of August 2, 1963, after the Katanga session ended, Devlin wrote to headquarters using a telling phrase, "Whatever the FNAL decision may turn out to be on the extent to which we are to give the country back to the Belgians, the station is satisfied that the CIA must as a minimum continue to give strong support to the army and to the security services, as the best guarantee against a takeover either by the communists or by the more unreconstructed Belgian conservatives, neither of which eventuality would be in the interest of the U.S. 66 Before giving the country back to the Belgians, however, the country would have to be secured. Obtaining Belgian mercenaries to command the Congolese army against the Stanleyville rebels became a high priority of the U.S. On August 6, 1964, the U.S. Secretary of State wrote to the Belgian foreign minister to appeal for military cooperation. "It is our judgment," he wrote, "that events in the Congo have reached so critical a point that you and we and all our European friends must move immediately and vigorously to prevent total collapse." 67 Rusk sought Belgian help in the form of a joint military force, Belgian forces to strengthen both the Congolese and Rwandan governments, the assumption by Belgian troops of de facto command of operational ANC forces in the FLD, and political efforts to help Tshombe and Kasavubu to get support from other African countries. 68 While the Belgians initially demurred 69 by August 7, 1964, they had agreed to a plan for a mercenary-led force, commanded by Col. Van de Waal, to roll back the rebellion. 70 McGeorge Bundy briefed President Johnson about the plan by telephone on August 8, 1964. 71 The Americans organized the Western Coalition. Their man on the ground was Devlin. Devlin in turn had chosen America's man in Joseph Desire Mobutu. Katanga was beaten and then cajoled back into the fold, and in the strangest move of all, its secessionist leader Moise Tshombe had been recruited to be the prime minister of the entire Congo. The US was ready to lead the FGHT to finish what the Belgians started when they killed Lumumba, the FGHT to crush Congolese nationalism and the Stanleyville Rebellion. The troops the Americans assembled were an eclectic collection of white supremacist mercenaries. On the other side, the rebels had help from an unexpected quarter. 93. In 1965, the Congo's regional situation was not yet post-colonial. South Africa, the continent's great economic and political power, was a combative apartheid state fully supported by the West and pursuing a nuclear program. Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, issued a unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, in that year to prevent a transition to black majority rule. A wave of independence had come in 1960 and included the DRC, but Botswana, Mozambique, Angola, and many others were still colonies in 1965. In the Congo, the West had three distinct positions. Belgium sought a decolonized Congo in name, one that would continue to provide Belgium with its resources and a colonial, apartheid playground for white Belgians to play out their careers and their fantasies. The United States, with its own color line, its own anti-war movement, and restive population, wanted to keep the Belgians happy but not let them drive the increasingly nationalist Congolese to revolution. The United Nations wanted to demonstrate its EFF khaki as a manager of CONFICT, to show the West that the rising nations of Africa could be pacified short of revolution and war. Trying to straddle these positions led the UN and US to help Belgium kill Lumumba, partition the country, and spark a nationalist rebellion. The problem got beyond the ability of the UN or Belgium to control it. Lumumba was dead, murdered by the Belgians, the UN, and the US trying to reach his followers in Stanleyville after exhausting the parliamentary and diplomatic paths to freedom. Hammarskjöld, the Chapter 6. The Revolutionary and the White Supremacist. Secretary-General of the UN, who tried to walk a narrow path between the Belgian colonialists and white supremacist powers of southern Africa on one side and the rising African independence movements on the other, was assassinated for his trouble. The Americans worked through their CIA station chief, Larry Devlin, and his favorite Congolese military man, Joseph Desire Mobutu. Other politicians Adula, Ilio, and Tshombe played smaller roles. Out of the U.S. Embassy, Lawrence Devlin excluded the nationalists by using cash and military aid to coordinate a group of Congolese leaders who sought the throne: Mobutu, Tshombe, Kasavubu, and others. The Belgians had partitioned the country rather than allowing a nationalist to come to power. Now, the nationalists and separatists were both in rebellion in different parts of the country. The US took on the task of putting the country back together under the control of their chosen Congolese clients. By 1965, the Katanga secession had been resolved. What remained for the US to do was to defeat the nationalist rebellion. To do so, they assembled a coalition of mercenaries, white South Africans, ex-Nazis, Belgian colonialists, and right-wing Cuban pilots. This crowd was placed under the command of the ultimate Congo expert, the Belgian former head of colonial intelligence, Colonel Van de Waal. In what was then called the Third World, and today the Global South, it was possible to dream about a world of sovereign, rising, developing, democratic countries with socialist economies. The people who had fought and won independence in Africa and elsewhere had these dreams. They met at conferences and strategized. They developed relationships with one another. They thought about how to confront the Western powers, who they called, following Marx and Lenin, the imperialists. One of these strategists was Che Guevara. Watching the genocidal war fought by the United States against Vietnam, a war that would kill between 2 and 5 million Vietnamese, Guevara believed that only a growing armed struggle against imperialism could be victorious. If the imperialists could focus their free power on a small country like Vietnam, could they be forced to disperse that free power by uprisings elsewhere? His slogan was 3 many Vietnams, which he hoped would force imperialism to disperse its forces under the lash of the growing hatred of the peoples of the world. 99. Guevara studied the war in the DRC and spoke to the Lumumbist revolutionaries. In 1965, he decided that supporting those rebels was the most strategic move in the battle against imperialism. He was led to this analysis not by the particularities of the Congo War, the country's economy or politics, but by a global perspective. He sought to create a school of guerrilla warfare in the territories controlled by the Congolese rebels. The plan received some support from the newly independent former British colonies of Tanzania, then led by Julius Nyerere, and Uganda, then led by Milton Obote and his military man, Idi Amin. Revolutionaries from all over Africa could come to that school, learn the methods and ideas of guerrilla warfare, and return to their countries to lead uprisings against imperialism. To Guevara, developing and teaching individuals were the key to successful revolution. His method for organizing guerrilla warfare depended on finding and developing individuals with the right qualities of guerrilla leaders, self-sacrifice, discipline, and the consciousness to work for a better society. The frustrations he felt were measured in terms of the difficulty he experienced finding these qualities among the Congolese rebel leaders. The idea for the Jungle School arose at a meeting with African revolutionaries. Guevara spent months preparing. He selected a team of Cuban soldiers to form the core group of instructors. At the request of his African contacts, only Afro-Cubans were selected for the mission, except for Guevara himself. Guevara later regretted the decision and wrote in his debrief NG notes that it would have been better to have selected a group of both white and black soldiers. Being white didn't hurt the mercenaries that the Congolese revolutionaries were effing. Being black probably didn't help the Cubans. They set up in revolutionary Tanzania and made the journey across Lake Tanganyika with their military equipment. They set up their camps in the jungle and began to teach as military instructors did through effing real battles in the field. While Guevara was planning to build the nucleus of an African school of guerrilla warfare in Congolese rebel territory, a white supremacist army of mercenaries was being built to destroy the rebellion. Like Guevara, its leader kept a diary. For Mike Hoare, colonialism was part of the natural order. He was born in British India in 1919, serving in both India and Burma as an officer in the British military. After World War II, Hoare continued to FGHT for money. Mercenary warfare, one of Africa's scourges, came into its own in the DRC, used by the Belgians in 1960/1 to threaten to 100. Partition the Congo. Once the Belgians killed Lumumba, a partitioned Congo became an inconvenience and the colonialists decided to reunify the country as they had broken it up with violence. Hoare participated in both campaigns, the one to break up the Congo and the one to put it back together. Guevara went to the Congo to FGHT imperialism. Hoare went to defend it. Guevara helped strengthen the rebels, inspired an example of international solidarity, but left feeling like a failure. HOR's men rampaged across the continent's second wealthiest country, raping, looting, and killing, leaving the place in ruins but feeling obliviously self-congratulatory. Guevara died 2 years later in 1967, still F-ing the imperialists. HOR was still alive in 2019, having reached 100 years of age. Like Guevara's, HOR's story is interspersed with his analysis of the problems of the Congo and of Africa, and tells us something not only of the individual's worldview but also of the political context in which he operated. Mercenary soldiering is what one makes of it, HOR wrote. For my part, I wanted only the adventure and fulfillment of command, but in the event I found myself taking a substantial part in the political life of the Congo and the shaping of the future of that great and magnificent country. HOR described the famous Kamina Air Base as a military marvel erected at fantastic cost by the Belgians, with paved runways, capable of taking the heaviest planes, a housing complex that could accommodate 30,000 soldiers that included a complete air training school and the usual complement of cinemas, post-offices, swimming baths, married quarters, and so on. In brief, it was a garrison town built deep in the African bush. By 1964, though, every house and establishment was in a state of utter disrepair. There was no water, the pump house had long since ceased to function. There was no electricity, no bulbs, and no wiring. This had been torn down and looted. There was no plumbing. Excreta littered the floors of nearly every dwelling. The whole place was a hideous monument to neglect and a sizable threat to the health of the men about to arrive. As HOR's merry band laid waste to the Congolese landscape, he described beautiful towns and cities with prosperous and thriving industries, one from the suffocating equatorial jungle. Magnificent schools and missions that had arisen, missions with every house slate-roofed and built to the latest agricultural design. The segregated 101. Apartheid city of Stanleyville is described as having the very latest design with split-level floors and every modern contrivance from lifts to air conditioning. Luxurious riverside villas, well-kept lawns, and long, palm-shaded avenues. The Congolese of Stanleyville, meanwhile, lived in fully segregated sites, which he called rabbit warrens. The mercenary attributed the collapse of all of these colonial marvels to post-independence neglect by unworthy Africans. That perhaps the unremitting war he waged on the country may have had something to do with it was lost on him. HOR wrote, future generations of Congolese will come to look upon the Belgian town makers in the same way as the English still look upon the ancient Roman road makers of Britain. Roman warfare was genocidal, their enemies were crucified in their thousands, their forests cut and burned, their crop fields sown with salt, their leaders brought back to the capital for ritual execution. But as HOR points out, they built roads. Another question arises, if the Belgians were the Roman road builders, didn't that make HOR and his mercenaries the barbarian invaders who sacked the empire? For HOR, Congolese women were a sexual buffet, a collection of the most remarkable dolls I have seen. Some had on gold lame knee-length dresses, others wore tight satin jobs, cut deliberately to accentuate the goods. In a word, they were the sort of dress every man likes to see on a woman, providing she is not his wife. What HOR likes about these dolls is that they are completely Westernized in their dress and manners, well turned out, polite, and well acquainted with the social graces. They FLL a much-needed want in this respect. The trouble from which this much-needed want arose was, as Congolese politicians told HOR, many of their wives were still in the mud hut stage, totally incapable of behaving in public according to Western standards. Not so, the courtesans of Leopoldville. The women may have been in the mud hut stage, but the men were also inadequate. The African, generally, has not the makings of a good soldier and lacks the necessary self-discipline and courage essential to the task. 11. HOR's broad worldview was shared by Belgians and U.S. planners. In 1964, the U.S. was preparing the plan to use mercenaries to crush the Stanleyville Rebellion, coordinating with the Belgians. They coordinated the Congolese leaders President Kasavubu, Prime Minister Moise Tshombe, and Devlin's favorite, Marshal Joseph Desire Mobutu. They 102 provided equipment, pilots, crews, and money, 6 T-6 aircraft which they replaced with T-28 F'ders, 6 H-21 helicopters, 10 C-47 aircraft, 7 B-26s, and swift boats on Lake Tanganyika. 12 The air support provided an immense advantage to the government, but Mobutu's Armée Nationale Congolaise, ANC, was worthless in battle. Tshombe, who had built an army of Cotonou gendarmes with Belgian help for the War of Secession, recalled them from Angola to FGHT the Stanleyville rebels at U.S. behest. In the U.S. view, expressed by Averell Harriman from the State Department, the troops had to have white officers to be effective. These would come from the apartheid states of South Africa and Rhodesia. 13 The National Security Council sent a memo to President Johnson arguing that the rebels were weak and that the situation could probably be retrieved by a small security force, ideally white, at a minimum white-led, and if really good, as few as 1,000. 14 Hoare would provide the whites. In a series of brief character sketches, Hoare described the men in his company. This one is typical. Siegfried Müller was 42 and as Prussian as a piccolobi. He had a marked guttural accent and had been a sergeant in the Wehrmacht during the last war. He took over most of the foreigners in the group and began by asking permission to wear his Iron Cross. 15 Whatever differences Imperial Britain and Nazi Germany may have had in the 1940s, their soldiers certainly saw eye to eye about what needed to be done to the Congolese. Müller took the front of the column, with Congolese scouts and forced recruitment of civilians to carry the mercenaries' bags, continuing the colonial practice of using porters. 16 Guevara, for his part, hated the practice and was enraged to see it among the rebels, blaming it for the ultimate failure of the revolution. If someone was given something to carry, he said, "Mimi hapana moto carry, that is, I'm not a truck." In some cases, when he was with Cubans, this would become, "Mimi hapana Cuban, I'm not a Cuban." The food, as well as the weapons and ammunition for the front, had to be carried by the peasants. Clearly, an army of this kind can have a justification only if, like its enemy counterpart, it actually FGHTs now and again. As we shall see, this requirement was not met either. As it did not change the existing order of things, the Congolese revolution was doomed to defeat by its own internal weakness. 17. ******** 103. Magic played a role as well. Congolese soldiers on both sides, Mobutu's ANC and the Stanleyville rebels, believed in the power of magic spells in deflecting bullets. The rebels would take a ritual bath, and the enemy bullets, they believed, would turn to water instead of doing them harm. The practice was impervious to evidence. If a rebel died after going through the ritual, it was because he didn't believe strongly enough. Like the use of porters, Guevara hated the magic, which was referred to locally as the dawa, and did quite a lot of damage to military preparations. Guevara tried several times to have a talk about the dawa with someone in a position of responsibility, so that an effort could be started to win people away from it, but it was impossible. The dawa is treated as an article of faith. The most politically advanced say that it is a natural, material force, and that they, as dialectical materialists, recognize its power and the secrets held by the medicine men of the jungle. 18 Hoare told his readers the materialist explanation that Guevara never uncovered. In the colonial era, the Belgian police, the force publique, would free blanks to disperse crowds and frighten them with the flash and the noise. 19 For people unfamiliar with free arms, this was enough to create the seeds of a belief in immunity to their power. Given his racialist worldview, Hoare attributed the superstitions of Congolese to their nature. But the Belgians were notorious for the lack of education they imposed on their African colonies, even compared to other colonial powers. Congolese had superstitions about bullets and magic based on what they were taught as children. Today's Westerners have superstitions about Western benevolence and superiority based on what they are taught as children. The true source of superstitious beliefs is found in a society's education system. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On their side, Hor's mercenaries had air support, equipment, magic, and a complete lack of restraint. Suit your tactics to your enemy, Hor wrote. Queensbury rules when you are effing gentlemen, no holds barred when you are up against savages. 20 With a colonial lack of self-consciousness, Hor documented the behavior of the mercenaries and their methods of warfare. I know my men looted, he wrote, excusing them with the knowledge that with the atrocities occurring all round me, I put it in its right perspective. 21 When he heard his explosives unit with skills learned in apartheid South Africa's mining industry blowing up safes throughout the night in 104 Stanleyville, he wrote that he was forced to assume that my men were blowing up safes to see if any rebels were hiding inside them. 22 But the mercenary forces traded looted gold and ivory for weapons and ammunition. 23 When a mercenary killed and stole for the army, Hor reported it as an amusing anecdote. A large Mercedes-Benz truck lumbered towards his position at midnight. As it rounded the bend, Hogan stepped into the middle of the road and put up his hand. The truck slithered to a stop, the driver jumped out and was promptly shot dead. Those in the back were dealt with by the ambush party and Hogan drove the truck back to our lines in great style. 24. The mercenaries had no problem using torture and mass reprisal as they spread across the countryside killing rebels. Hor described the interrogation of a village leader in rebel territory. A man kicked him in the small of his back and effeted him in the mud. A large boot trod on his neck to help him remember. Hor told him, I will give you 15 minutes to tell me exactly where the white fathers have been taken and what has happened to the civilians of Isangi. If you fail, I shall burn down your village and kill every man, woman, and child here. Hor took the chief's son with them when they left, as insurance. 25 In another torture episode, this time with a Congolese identified only as a mulatto, the lives of my men were at stake and I gave permission to use whatever force was needed to get the truth. Horrible screams came from the mulatto, as one of my military policemen twisted his wounded leg. There was a spine-chilling crunch of jagged bones, but he spoke. It was enough. He knew everything and he told us all. In return, I promised him his life, subject to his information being correct. 26 The tortures used by Hor's forces are inventive, though typically attributed by Hor to Mobutu's army, the ANC, and not Hor's own men, as when Hor sees a chimpanzee and retells the story of how the ANC had bound and gagged a rebel lieutenant and thrown him to this animal for their amusement. The chimpanzee had torn off the rebel's genitals and left him to bleed to death. 27 A castle built by a Belgian colonial administrator on the Dung River, Hor wrote, came complete with a dungeon, dank and damp, as BEFT's castle dungeons, and was used to house one or two of the Vila rebels before they were finally executed. The Belgian administrator in charge, Hor wrote, was lord of the manor and ran the place like a medieval despot. 28. 105. The idea that a racial war by white mercenaries against Africans would be subject to the Geneva Conventions would have been laughed at by Hor, who casually describes war crimes by his forces. Captured rebels were forced to walk across a minefield. The civilians said that the rebels had mined it was justice, therefore, that they should be used to unmine it. A gang of them were roped together and marched across the airfield as human mine detectors. 29 Combatants and non-combatants were not distinguished, except through a general rule that Hor's commanders found a way around. To his amusement, my general rule was that a man with a weapon was a rebel, all others were to be regarded as civilians and left alone. I noticed John Peter's jeep was stacked full of spears. One was issued to each dead rebel, posthumously, just in case. 30 The mercenaries had no problems burning entire villages to the ground and killing their populations. When the mercenary column was ambushed, they stopped. The village was razed to the ground and the column rolled on for Farage. War, as fought by the Congolese, is a harsh and revengeful business and, although he tried hard to restrain his men, Tavernier was unable to stop the slaughter. 31 As the column accelerated and encountered evidence of rebel violence against Europeans, an unspoken order ran down the column: kill everything that moves. There is no stimulus like revenge, and the column swept forward, searing the countryside with the bright flame of retribution. 32 Having succinctly celebrated the sexual availability of Congolese women in the neocolonial DRC, Hoare described rape under his command as an anomaly that he personally punished. The soldier found a girl in a town after its capture. He stripped her, ordered her to shower, walked her to the river's edge, and shot her. He was then captured by Hoare's men, who pleaded with Hoare, "If you let him get away with this, sir, it'll set a standard of behavior in Stan which will sicken you. Every man will think he's got a license to kill and rape." "Not my men, Jack." "How well do you think you know your men?" one of the mercenaries asked Hoare. 33 Hoare decided to shoot the rapist's toes off, and reported that the rapist later died in a plane crash. Given the effort dedicated to Western propaganda even decades later to portray Lumumba in particular and Congolese men in general as sex offenders, Hoare's account suggests that the real issue is a Western sexual obsession with the Congolese. 106. Speaking of Lumumba, Hoare's men attack symbols of the Congolese leader with genocidal fervor. When Hoare discovered among his men mining engineers and explosives experts, "I gave them a task worthy of their combined talents, to blow up the Lumumba monument." The life-size photograph of Lumumba, framed behind heavy plate glass in a cabinet not unlike a telephone booth, flew into the air in a million pieces, destroying the blood-caked marble tiles which surrounded it. 34 In their invasion of Stanleyville, Hoare's forces withdrew to the beachhead, stopping on the way to blow up the Lumumba monument and set fire to it with palm oil. 35 When they killed a rebel leader in Stanleyville, Kinshasa, Hoare was disappointed. He had plans for him alive. But he had been killed, his body dragged around the city for all to see, and then dumped onto the Lumumba monument. 36 When the mercenaries were not committing atrocities against civilians, they developed a method of warfare based on their Belgian predecessors' practices. They used air support and armored columns to seize villages and towns. If they had to travel to the interior, they used local scouts, forced villagers to serve as porters, tortured villagers for information, and used mass atrocities and reprisals to clear potentially hostile populations from their path. A Belgian soldier's first-hand account of Stanleyville after it was taken. "We arrived at the village on the outskirts of Stanleyville before nightfall. The women were carrying water and the children were playing and laughing in the streets. We stopped for a while and watched. Then came the order to open fire. Our new Belgian machine guns began to fire. Women screamed and fell. Some children were shot down. We just continued to fire. Some of our people threw petrol against the huts and set fire to them. Others threw phosphorus grenades, which transformed the victims into human torches." 37. Taking a step back from the diaries, how can we assess the human toll of the mercenary war? Ludo DeWitt quotes the following estimates: mercenaries admit that they killed about 3,000 Congolese in Kindu alone, and according to Belgian officer Jean-Claude Marler, the rebellion and the subsequent repression cost the lives of about 300 whites and more than 200,000 Congolese. All the evidence implies that a much larger number of lives were sacrificed. 38 In an AP dispatch from February 5, 1961, a French mercenary commented that people don't like us. We get good pay for killing women and children. 39. ******. 107. The most visible and respected Lumumbist leader was Pierre Muley, who set up headquarters in Kwilu. Muley's vision for the Congo was the same as Lumumba's, a centralized, independent Congo whose riches were developed for its people. Where Lumumba tried to use the parliamentary machinery, Muley's strategy was to develop a revolutionary, guerrilla struggle. 40 Unlike other rebels operating at the time, Mule's guerrillas were taught to respect the people and held to high standards of personal behavior. 41 Mule launched his war in January 1964, but while they held on until 1967, they failed to expand beyond their district of Kwilu. Mule only left the guerrilla zone, for Brazzaville, when he needed medical treatment in 1968. He returned to Kinshasa under an amnesty offer by Mobutu and was tortured and killed upon his return on October 3, 1968. 42 On January 21, 1964, Congo's President Kasavubu declared a state of emergency in Kwilu province, the site of a new nationalist rebellion by followers of Pierre Mule. 43 The U.S. State Department contacted the Belgian Foreign Ministry on February 10, 1964 about the prospect of widespread chaos in the Congo after the projected June 1964 UN withdrawal, with the insurgency in Kwilu province, organized by a Congolese trained in Communist China as an example. 44 Secretary of State Dean Rusk advocated that Belgium, because of its historical affiliation with the Congo, had a special responsibility, with your unique knowledge of and vast investment in the Congo, in manpower, in industry, and in relevant experience, this particular part of the free world defense effort should rest primarily, I believe, with your government. I think it would not be too much to say that this is the most important security task which Belgium can assume in the common interest. 45 U.S. preoccupation with the Kwilu insurgency only grew. The Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs Avril Harriman wrote in a memo to Deputy Secretary of State Cyrus Vance on March 18, 1964 that the insurrection in Kwilu province posed a most serious threat to the overall security problem, and that if not rolled back, Kwilu could catalyze other insurgencies in the Congo. 46 Harriman suggested that to roll back the insurrection would require additional equipment and transport capacity, helicopters, light aircraft, and vehicles for immediate use in Kwilu. 47 The equipment began to move quickly, as did Belgian cooperation against the insurgency. In a meeting in France on April 1, 1964, Harriman and Belgian Foreign Minister Paul-Henri Spaak agreed that Belgium would send 100 officers to the Congo, press Mobutu to accept. 108. Israeli training, and improve Belgian intelligence on various Congo matters. 48 Success against the rebellion was elusive, however. An NSC memo of June 15, 1964 to President Johnson describes the Congolese army as almost a complete failure in the Kivu rebellion, well-armed troops are being routed by pygmies carrying spears and machetes. The rebellion is largely tribal with no real evidence of foreign intervention or supply. There is no significant evidence of Congolese army leadership or fighting ability. 49 In mid-1964, a new counterinsurgency dilemma emerged. U.S. planners wanted to be able to use their Congo assets to the fullest against the insurgency, but were concerned that the insurgents could endanger U.S. citizens, missionaries and diplomatic personnel, in retaliation. When some US-contracted pilots used the T-28s in airstrikes against rebels in June 1964, CIA Director John McCone applauded their success and saw no reason for them to stop such actions, while Harriman took violent exception to continued airstrikes by US citizens. 50 Harriman's view changed within a few months, however. A January 18, 1965 note from the NSC's R.W. Comer to McGeorge Bundy describes new authorizations for bombing rebels in this part of the Congo. Ball and Harriman now approve Leoville request to let our planes hit truck convoys and arms depots in villages. We've held off on this previously, in order to avoid scare stories of U.S. planes massacring civilians from the air, and also further murders of hostages. But hostages now apparently mostly gone, except possibly Watsa and Abba, which would still be off limits. Also rebels know our policy, so are traveling at night and holing up in village safe havens during day. So there is real need to go after them. If we're to have a decent chance of holding, we can always change back later. Finally, we're already so damned that any likely increase in anti-us propaganda would be marginal. 51. The JCS agreed with this view, asking McNamara to lift the bombing restrictions in a memo on January 21, 1965. 52 When the rebels regrouped in December 1965, State Department planners reported some regional connections of the rebellion. In addition to Rwandan Tutsis, some Burundi nationals have been involved in the FDLR in the Bukavu-Fizi region. 53 The Rwandan Tutsis. 109. Described by the State Department were exiles from the monarchist UNAR, and Che Guevara recounted having Rwandan soldiers among his guerrillas in the east. Rebel leader Gaston Sonmialot promised to help the Tutsi reconquer Rwanda in exchange for their support in the Congolese rebellion. 54 The U.S. elected to continue its counterinsurgency aid to Mobutu's government and to continue to coordinate with Belgian mercenary forces. On the political front, keeping the Congolese government organized involved the creation of a new contingency fund from which covered payments to Congolese leaders could be made for the preservation of the Kasavubu-Chombe tandem. 55 The Americans believed that the nationalist rebels could have won. A CIA paper prepared on August 13, 1964 is representative. Rebel successes have been loudly broadcast by Stanleyville Radio and their indomitability is becoming accepted by both Congolese and Europeans alike. A general attitude of defeatism has set in not only in the towns in their path but even in Leopoldville. 56 It was only through continuously escalating U.S. involvement and resources mobilizing help from the Belgians and South Africans, scrambling air assets, and helping Kasavubu and Chombe organize their internal and international political campaign to accompany the war that the U.S. was able to win. Had the U.S. not won at the level of commitment they decided upon, they would have done even more. In a memo to Robert McNamara on September 1, 1964, the Joint Chiefs of Staff contemplated a full U.S. military intervention. Direct U.S. military intervention with combat forces could suppress rebel military operations, preserve the existence of the pro-Western government, and provide short-term protection of U.S. objectives. However, this probably would not ensure the objective of Congolese unity. Communist infiltration would continue to be a threat. Also, the U.S. government would be vulnerable to severe international reactions. While U.S. forces might be quickly disengaged, there would be a risk of continuing involvement. 57. *******. 110. Neither the escalating U.S. involvement nor the cruel mercenary tactics intimidated Guevara. An army that depended on motorized transportation across long distances surrounded by forests was vulnerable to ambush. Guevara's tactics centered on developing ambushes, which would also supply the guerrillas with material. If the ground was carefully chosen, guerrillas could also defend villages against attackers coming inland. If they couldn't defend, they could retreat, harass, and again, set ambushes. From Guevara's perspective, the trouble was that these tactics could not win a revolutionary victory unless the guerrilla army could continuously grow and win more and more villagers to its side. In part, Guevara believed the rebel leaders to blame for the failure to grow. Laurent Kabila was a frustrating, distant figure who didn't listen. Gaston Sonmialot, to Guevara, was useful as a middle-grade leader of the revolution. The main things he does are traveling, living well, and giving sensational press conferences, that is all. He lacks any ability for organization. 58 Christopher Gbani, who led the Kamite National Deliberation, CNL, and had been Minister of the Interior under Lumumba and had infiltrated FDLR into Leopoldville and attempted to kidnap Mobutu. 59 was not worth speaking of, simply an agent of the counter-revolution. 60 Pierre Muley, who he never met Guevara, could only assess from afar. He was never seen at meetings, nor did he ever leave his zone after the struggle began. There are many signs that he is a man of superior qualities, but his envoys, or those said to be his envoys, presented all the negative features of their counterparts in the various commissions and sectors of the liberation movement who roam the world swindling the revolution. 61 But the problem, Guevara recognized, was deeper. His revolutionary theory was built on experience in Latin America, where the concentration of land in the hands of a small number of landowners leads to land hunger by the peasants. The situation in the Congo was different. What could the Liberation Army offer these peasants? That is the question which has always bothered us. We could not speak here of dividing the land in an agrarian reform, because everyone could see that it was already divided, nor could we speak of credits for the purchase of farm tools, because the peasants ate what they tilled with their primitive instruments and the physical characteristics of the region did not lend themselves to credit-fueled expansion. Ways would have to be found of fostering. 111. The need to acquire industrial goods, which the peasants were obviously willing to accept and pay for, and therefore a need for more widespread trade. 62. Certainly, Mobutu's ANC and Hor's mercenaries inflicted horrors on the people, but, Guevara asks, in the grand scheme of things, what had we to offer? We did not give much protection, as our story has shown. Nor did we offer any education, which might have been a great vehicle of communication. Medical services were provided only by the few Cubans there, with inadequate medicines, a fairly primitive system of administration, and no sanitary organization. I think that some deep thought and research needs to be devoted to the problem of revolutionary tactics where the relations of production do not give rise to land hunger among the peasantry. 63. Without something to offer, the guerrillas would come to a village after the mercenaries had burned it. There was practically nothing to eat there. It was full of refugees, all silently blaming the men who had come to take away their security, fled them with faith in eventual victory and then withdrawn to defend their own homes and fields. All this mute anger was expressed in one disconsolate and unconsoling phrase, "Now what do we eat?" For indeed, all their fields and little animals remained down below. They had fed with what they could carry in their own two hands, loaded down with children, as always, and unable to take food for more than 1 or 2 days. Other peasants explained to me how the soldiers had suddenly appeared and captured their women, adding in a rage that with a rifle they might have been able to defend themselves, but with a spear all they could do was run. 64. Guevara and the Cubans had to flee, in the end, the rebel positions overrun. While Hor was in the field, Prime Minister Tshombe overstepped his bounds and America's favorite, Marshal Mobutu, took power in a coup. Hor liked Tshombe and had shared a tender moment with him in a garden, 65 but he thought Mobutu's coup was necessary, if harsh, medicine. He assessed Mobutu as one of the truly great Africans of our time, and for whom I had nothing but unstinted admiration and praise. 66. 112. Hor believed that the best long-term solution for the Congo's troubles was partition. He could visualize the country divided into 3 parts, Oriental and Kivu as one, Katanga another, and the rest as the third. In addition, Hor thought that white settlers could help save the Congo. The Congolese may do worse than consider the advisability of encouraging immigration from Europe for settlement in the eastern side of the country, between Bunia and Bukavu, if only as a buffer to counter communist infiltration and to be a source of strength in time of trouble. The country is certainly hospitable enough, and that part of the Congo is undeniably the most beautiful and healthy part of Africa. 67. Reading Hor's descriptions of the war against the rebels and his prescriptions for partition and white settlement, something else starts to become clear. Hor's armored column raced across the east on a racially charged mission to rescue white people, Belgian settlers, Belgian religious missionaries from Congolese rebels who kidnapped and killed them. Sometimes Hor succeeded in rescuing the whites. Sometimes he failed and took racial revenge on the Africans he encountered. Ultimately, the rebels were defeated, their leaders were killed, and the independence they sought was crushed. But if they were trying to make the Congo an undesirable place for a neo-colonial settler colony, if they were trying to stop the Congo from becoming another white-ruled apartheid state like Rhodesia or South Africa, the Congolese rebels succeeded. Guevara may have thought of the Congo as a failed anti-imperialist war, Hor may have thought of it as a successful anti-communist one. But what if the rebels were fighting to prevent the creation of another apartheid state in Africa? If so, they were victorious in a way that isn't counted by history, because we have forgotten the force of apartheid in Africa just decades ago. The rebels may have prevented the maximalist apartheid dreams of the Belgian neocolonialists, but the dream of a sovereign Congo they shared with Guevara had definitely been crushed. Guevara's diary begins with the words, "This is a story of a failure." Hoare's account of the war ends with a letter from Mobutu, who would rule the Congo for the next 30 years. The new dictator told Hoare, "The Congolese nation owes you a great deal, and will keep of you, a living and very edifying remembrance." 68. 113. Less than a decade after independence, the Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi had fallen into the hands of dictators acceptable to the West. Uganda and Angola were racked by post-colonial wars. In the Congo, which Mobutu would rename Zaire, the dictator's hold was shaky and needed constant maintenance by his U.S. patron. Mobutu had two sources of power, the creaky Congolese army and his relationship with the U.S. The Americans had invested $543 million in Mobutu from 1960 to 1967, $349 million in economic and $194 million in military aid. The CIA probably gave Mobutu another $150 million in his first decade in power, according to Roger Morris of the National Security Council. The Americans would not easily let that investment fail. When Mobutu overthrew Moise Tshombe in 1965, he charged the former separatist and erstwhile prime minister with treason. The Americans tried to broker a deal between these two men who had been so useful to them, to convince Mobutu to be lenient toward Tshombe, but ultimately they chose Mobutu. Tshombe fled to Spain, then a dictatorship under Franco. Tshombe was a real threat. He was close to the Belgians, had good relationships with a large group of white supremacist mercenaries, and had a loyal force of soldiers from Katanga, at the time called the Cotonou Gendarmes. Mobutu was haunted by the threat that Tshombe would mobilize his Cotonouns and the mercenaries and try to make a play for power. Chapter 7. The Tyrant Subcontractors, Americas. Chosen African Dictators, 1965 to 1990. The threat was far from idle. In July 1966, the Cotonou Gendarmes rose in mutiny where they were stationed in the former rebel capital of Stanleyville, Kisangani. The CIA reported the plot to the National Security Council on July 13, monitoring the movement of South African and Rhodesian mercenaries into Elizabethville. The NSC told the U.S. President's OFCE that the plot would upset the Congo's neighbors, restart the Congolese civil war, and create serious pressure for us to move in. Further, if Mobutu finds out that we know about the plot and have not told him, it will cut our influence substantially. The NSC concluded that the best course would be that we very quietly give Mobutu the information we have, as we did 6 weeks ago when he stiffed another incipient coup, and advise him to take precautionary steps to head the rebels off. Dean Rusk of the State Department told the U.S. ambassador to the Congo to warn Mobutu that it would be most harmful to his image and our interests if he lashed out widely in all directions and initiated series of reprisals against Congolese or Europeans. You should impress upon Mobutu that it is essential he react rationally and calmly if he learns any real evidence of a plot. 3. The U.S. approved contingency air support, but noted the possible future embarrassment potential should the CIA-backed Air Force ever actually go into action against South African and other white mercenaries. Although unlikely, the strategy and killing of a major Hoare or so would make a big story and an unfavorable one, depending on the journalist's slant. 4. The mutineers quickly took most of Kisangani. 5. Mobutu, distrusting his own army to do the job, went straight to the U.S. Embassy for help. If U.S. soldiers couldn't come, could the Americans help him find troops from other countries? In the meantime, Mobutu sent his Prime Minister Leonard Malamba and Tshombe's former man Godefroid Monongo, now governor of Katanga, to negotiate with the mutineers. 6. The U.S. sent Devlin to explain what America would and wouldn't do to help. In their negotiations, Rusk told Devlin, You should try FND opportunity to add that any turn to left and search for bloc assistance would do Congo no good. Any such development would create entirely new situation in Congo which US would have to take into account in its future relationships with him. 7. Mobutu did FND a military solution to this mutiny. He turned to French mercenary Bob Denard to put a force together to rout the mutineers. 8. The commander of the mutiny, Ferdinand Chapala, was captured. 117. And sentenced to death in March 1967. 9. Some of the Catalans fled to Angola, still a Portuguese colony, and Mobutu complained to the UN that the Portuguese were helping train them to return to the Congo. In December 1966, some Spanish emissaries for Tshombe approached the U.S. Department of Defense with a list of benefits which would accrue to the West and capitalism if Tshombe returned. They requested loan of $4 million to assist Tshombe, who, they claimed, expected return to Kinshasa no later than December 31. The U.S. officials rebuffed them. They replied that France was planning to help and the U.S. could get frozen out. The U.S., as always, warned Mobutu. 10. At the beginning of July 1967, Tshombe was kidnapped on a hijacked flight. The details of who hijacked the flight and why remain murky, and dumped in Algeria, where he was imprisoned and would die 2 years later. Tshombe had been on his way from Spain to Africa. His kidnapping triggered another mutiny, this time with even heavier participation by the white mercenaries led by Jean Tshirima, a veteran of the war against the pro-Lumumba rebels of Stanleyville. Tshirima started his rebellion by shooting down 400 unarmed people, mostly soldiers, but also women and children during a flag-raising ceremony on July 5, 1967. 11. Tshirima's strategy was to open with a major atrocity to ensure that mercenaries were so hated by the Congolese that the whites would have to side with him for their own safety. It worked. In the FRST week, Tshirima's force had grown to over 150 mercenaries from his initial 25. 12. The Americans suspected that Tshirima's mutineers were backed by individual Belgians in financial and mining circles. 13. Mobutu went straight to the U.S., asking in a formal letter to the U.S. President that the Americans make available to us as quickly as possible necessary men and material to permit us to rid ourselves once and for all of this group of brigands. 14. His patrons provided troop transport planes to drop ammunition and supplies to Mobutu's army. The Americans privately complained that Mobutu and his army were mesmerized by supposed mercenary invulnerability. 15. Something to note here, even generations later, Western scholars uniformly ridicule the pro-Lumumba Stanleyville rebels for being intimidated by the vicious white mercenaries and for engaging in mystical rituals to try to boost their courage. Western officials made sure they were in private when they vented their frustration against the exact same attitudes in Mobutu's soldiers. 118. Facing a counterattack, the mercenaries loaded into their vehicles and fled Kisangani. Mobutu's Congolese army was back in control of Kisangani by mid-July. The Catalans and the mercenaries moved southeast to Bunia and from there to Bukavu, holed up, and began inciting the Congolese army to desert over the radio. To little avail. By August, they were talking to Belgian diplomats about a scheme to get safe passage to Rwanda. The U.S. Embassy in Rwanda tried to broker a deal with Rwanda's President Gregoire Kayibanda. A letter directly from President Johnson assured Kayibanda that America would make every effort to assist in the feeding of the Catalans while they remain in Rwanda through the provision of available PL 480 foodstuffs. 16. The FRST attempt collapsed, and the U.S. resumed a CIA Air Force program to support Mobutu's troops against the mercenaries. After Mobutu's troops moved successfully into Bukavu, the evacuation plan eventually did go into force. By November, the mercenaries and Catalans were gone over the border in Rwanda. Some of the Catalans left Rwanda, FRST for Zambia and eventually to return to Angola. The mercenaries remained in an internment camp in Rwanda until April of 1968, when they were finally flown back to Europe. Other Catalan soldiers suffered Mobutu's revenge, killed by the thousand, buried, burned alive, or thrown from helicopters when the battles were over in 1967. 17 Once secure, Mobutu's reign became more, not less, bloody. Amnesty documented the deaths of 2,309 prisoners in a single year in a single one of Mobutu's prisons from malnutrition and disease. 18 The army killed hundreds of students for demonstrating at the University of Kinshasa in 1969 and massacred villagers by the hundreds every year over the dimmest of pretexts. 19 Anthropologist Michael Schatzberg, who did fieldwork in Lisala, a small town of 35,000 people in Equateur, documented the presence of 40 secret militant informers in the city in 1974 to 1975. 20 Schatzberg described delays in the filing of routine bureaucratic reports, which take days to travel back and forth, in the FRST case because of the poor communications network, roads, rail, telephone, telegraph, lack of vehicles, and because of Mobutu's policy of keeping state officials moving from post to prevent them from forming local power bases. 21 The political police, named the Centre National de Documentation, however, are able to provide information fast and, in the Zairian context, relatively accurate information on political, social, cultural, and economic. 119. Affairs, far superior to the efforts of other branches of the state. 22 The CND did so by maintaining regular surveillance on all citizens, with regular pilfering of the postal service, as well as gathering information through arbitrary arrest and imprisonment. 23 And tortures of all kinds, ranging from crude beatings to more scientific applications of electric current, which were common. 24 The armed forces, while inadequate against armed opponents like Chambe's rebels and mercenaries, had a stellar record against essentially unarmed peasants, students, or school teachers. 25 The armed forces were famous for too much drink, too much hemp, excessive familiarity with the local population, and disdain for officers from other regions or ethnic groups, rape, theft, assault, extortion, manslaughter, and aiding convicts to escape. 26 Soldiers also had a tendency to establish themselves as petty tyrants or local warlords and then inflict all manner of abuse on civilians in their vicinity. In one zone, troops killed 2 villagers, arrested 13 more, and abused them at headquarters, causing the remaining villagers to flee to the forest. 27 The armed forces committed economic abuses alongside the political ones. In one case, generals sold weapons to rebels, who obtained the money for the weapons by robbing local gold mines. 28 Military leaders also stole U.S. trucks, C-130 aircraft, guns, fuel, and rations for private use or sale. 29 By the end of the 1980s, 70% of the Army's tanks and Air Force equipment was dysfunctional. The Army had to use commercial air transport and came to owe millions of dollars to commercial operators in wartime. 30 In some cases, corruption was formalized. The Army in this period removed military salaries from centralized listings, so that commanders controlled the funds meant to pay salaries. 31 The commanders appropriated the salaries, and the troops responded by preying on the population. Monies, goats, chickens, and all worldly goods are fair game for gendarmes on a rampage. 32 Mobutu continued the conspiracy against education started by the Belgians. Having arrived in 1885 with a civilizing mission, the Belgians managed to found 2 universities in the Congo just a few years before independence, Lavanium in 1954 and the Université Officielle du Congo, UOC, in 1956. When students at Lavanium occupied the administration building demanding university democracy, they were told that the educative relationship is essentially aristocratic. 33 This aristocracy was particularly unproductive and parasitic toward the student serfs. Between 1958 and 1968, Lavanium awarded only 470 degrees to 120 Congolese, out of 630 degrees total, itself a low number, and the UOC in 12 years had granted 170 degrees to Congolese. 34 Enrollments were not especially low. Instead, professors at these universities, many of whom were Belgian, were systematically failing the majority of their students. At Lavanium's Faculty of Medicine, the failure rate was 81%. At the UOC, it was 75% overall and 89.5% in pharmacy and agriculture from 1963 to 1968. 35 In Mobutu's early years, his programs of Africanization and the decolonization of names and curriculum won him the support of the student movement that arose against the educational aristocracy. But when U.S. Vice President Hubert Humphrey visited the Lumumba Monument on January 4, 1968, this was too much for the students, who demonstrated against Humphrey's profanation of Lumumba's memory, since the U.S. were the ones who made the great effort for Congo's and Africa's freedom disappear. 36 Mobutu picked the national student president, André Nkanzido Lumungu, and banished him to his village of origin for 12 years. 37 Students continued to protest against high failure rates, an irrelevant curriculum, and impossibly low stipends. 38 On June 4, 1969, soldiers opened fire on protesting students, killing 60. In 1971, Mobutu responded to student protests by doing something the Belgians did to him when he was a student. 39, he enrolled an entire class into the armed forces. The effect was not what he intended, as the students began to win the soldiers over and politicize them, and they were eventually removed from the army. 40 In 1975 and 1978, Mobutu court-martialed and executed capable senior officers in his armed forces. 41 Mobutu spent the decade from 1967 to 1977 taking revenge on Katanga, which he had renamed Shaba, for nearly overthrowing him in the 1966 to 1967 mutinies. Mobutu ensured that the soldiers posted to southern Katanga were from other regions. In Katanga, these soldiers behaved like conquerors, raping, arresting, and abusing local people. The mining company was directed not to hire local Balunda, Chambe's ethnic group. 42 Many people fled across the border to Angola, including a few veterans of the Katanga mutinies. A group of these Katanans, under the leadership of a man named Nathaniel Mbumba, formed a hardcore of FDRs that helped the communist MPLA come to power at the end of 1975. Mobutu, along with the CIA, had backed the other Angolan faction, UNITA, and continued to back them through a decades-long civil war in Angola. Angola's President Neto acknowledged the role of 121 Mbumba and his forces in the MPLA victory in 1976, promising him help in returning to Congo. Mbumba alienated his Angolan hosts, however, acting like a warlord in his border zone of Teixeira de Souza and even imprisoning rivals. 43 In 1977, after Angolan President Neto ordered Mbumba CONFNet to his residence for violating Angola's territorial integrity, Mbumba took his troops, now called the FLNC, and crossed the border into Congo to overthrow Mobutu. Mbumba's troops found support among local Balunda, Chambe's ethnic group, in Katanga and centered their rebel effort on Kolbze, one of the Congo's major mining towns. 44 They took Kiseng and Dalilo, looting Gakamine's mineral depots to the tune of around $88 million. 45 Mobutu sought military aid from France and the U.S. The immediate appeal for an American rescue operation for Mobutu was presented in racial terms. The U.S. media presented the invasion as a hunt for the white man, rebel tribesmen on a rampage of murder and rape, and the worst massacre of Europeans in modern African history. 46 The fact that Cuban troops were in Angola only came up later. 47 The racial script, of rebels massacring whites, was ready from the Stanleyville Rebellion a decade before, to be dusted off and read out to stir up the right feeling and get the European boots on the ground. The French Air Force ferried Moroccan troops to strengthen Mobutu's army, and they moved quickly to crush the rebels. 48 As in the previous war, far more blacks were killed by the white rescuers than whites were killed by black rebels. 49 Friendly fire incidents in which French and Belgian troops accidentally killed white civilians, involuntary evacuations of white people living in Kolbze, and civilian casualties from urban warfare all were used to racialize the battle and present it as an Angolan invasion, 50 and not a repressive, vengeful attack on the people of Shaba. In the aftermath, Mobutu became even more vindictive toward the Balunda accused of supporting the rebels. Hundreds of thousands of more people fled to Angola as Mobutu's soldiers killed thousands and raped hundreds of girls and women throughout 1977. 51 The rebels regrouped in Angola and invaded again on May 8, 1978, in Shaba too, this time with a well-planned attack on Kulvza. Mobutu's defenders fled in such disorder that they were strafed by their own side, as French Mirage jets killed hundreds of Congolese army troops mistaking them for rebels. 52 The French Foreign Legion came to Mobutu's 122 rescue, along with Belgian paratroopers, airdropped into central Kulvza by U.S. troop transports on May 19. 53 They retook the town and drove the rebels back out. Exhausted after 2 rounds of warfare, Angola's President Nito signed a peace treaty with Mobutu, leaving Bumba and his rebel forces out in the cold. They would be unable to mount another attack on Mobutu, there would be no Shaba III. The next time troops would enter Congo from Angola, it would be to finally overthrow Mobutu, but that was decades away. Mobutu's handling of the Congo's multi-ethnic composition created kindling for the explosions of the 1990s. Mobutu favored his own ethnic group in recruiting for the armed forces, drawing recruits mainly from the northwest corner of Equateur, from Gbadolite and Gemina in southern Ubangi. 54 A group of dissident parliamentarians wrote a memo to U.S. congressmen expressing fear that the tribalization of the army would result in a genocide conceived as an efficacious means for subduing all other regions politically and economically. 55 In 1972, Mobutu conferred Congolese nationality on all those who had been in the Congo since 1950, called the Citizenship Law. In 1973, he declared that customary land tenure was disqualified, through the land law, and that all businesses were the property of the state, Zairianization. In the East, these laws combined to turn vast amounts of land from traditional landholders of one ethnicity, Nanda or Hunda, to another, Congolese Tutsi, or Banyarwanda. 56 In 1981, Mobutu threatened to cancel the citizenship of the Banyarwanda. 57 In 1990, 58 Mobutu devolved a degree of power to the regions in the east, the new local powers purged the Banyarwanda from government. 59 Disaffected by Mobutu's manipulations and their uncertain status in Zaire, the Banyamulenge became a major pool of recruits for Kagame's RPF in the Rwandan Civil War. A military observer, Amadou Diem, would report seeing these Zairean Banyamulenge in Rwanda among the RPF as second-tier soldiers. They were not equally treated, on the origin of the soldier, and ties to its military corps leadership. Soldiers from Uganda and Anglophones were considered at the top of the ladder, and Francophone Tutsi from eastern Zaire, now Congo, usually called Banyamulenges, were at the bottom. 60,000 of RPF FDRs were recruited from the eastern Congo in the 1990s. 61. 123. In April 1995, after the Rwandan Civil War ended, the genocide had taken place, and eastern Zaire was host to millions of Rwandan refugees. Mobutu had the Banyamulenge stripped of their citizenship rights by parliamentary resolution. 62 In late 1995, the parliament declared the equivalent of all people of Rwandan origin naked and out. 63 Because the Banyamulenge were armed, organized, and backed by the Rwandan army and ultimately the US, this gesture was suicidal for Mobutu's regime. Kagame's recruiters got thousands of volunteers, predominantly jobless youths, by attracting them with promises of regular pay, and the idea of capturing the Kivu provinces in Zaire and incorporating them into Rwanda. 64 Multipartyism was a movement in Africa in the 1980s and 1990s. The US controlled this transition by sponsoring new African leaders, armed rebel movements under their control. This method was a preferred method of transition and played out like the Arab Spring. The similarities are worth exploring. Democratic movements pushed for reforms of dictatorial states. Armed movements arose within these states and found covert support from the West. Where they succeeded, in Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda, and Rwanda 65 they set up new dictatorships equally beholden to the West, after protracted civil wars that ended in the destruction of their societies. Mobutu had come to power through a similar movement in the 1960s. Repression of movements against Mobutu's dictatorship attracted international attention as the movement for multipartyism in Africa grew. In 1990, Mobutu sent the army onto the University of Lubumbashi campus and killed students. 66 Mobutu's indisciplined, unpaid army also began to loot more systematically starting in 1991. 67 By the time Bill Clinton came to power, the U.S. was looking around for an alternative. Michaela Wrong quotes a State Department off-channel to discuss a meeting to look for a Zaire who hasn't been tainted by Mobutu. 68 Indeed, at least for a while, the U.S. supported the multiparty movement in Zaire. During the late 1980s and early 90s, Presidents Reagan and Bush had supported an increasingly emboldened Zaire pro-democracy movement. Church groups, NGOs, journalists, and others courageously denounced the corruption of Mobutu's government and marched into prisons and paid lawyers to defend dissidents. Civil society groups supported by U.S. funds created Draft 124 laws and a new constitution and elected their own prime minister, Etienne Tshisekedi. 69 This process was called the Sovereign National Conference, CNS, which began in 1990 and was supposed to bring multipartyism to Zaire. But Mobutu was able to manipulate the process to stay in power by preventing the CNS from meeting, stacking it with loyalists to control the agenda, and supporting ethnic and citizenship CONFists, especially in the eastern Congo, between the so-called autochthonies and the Banyamulenge. Mobutu's ethnic strategies in the Kivus were complex. In Nord Kivu, he sought to tip the balance of numbers in favor of the Hutu at the expense of the Nanda, while in Sud Kivu, he sacrificed the Banyamulenge for his electoral strategy to rally the electoral majority. 70 Meanwhile, as soon as Clinton took office, U.S. funds for democratization activities dried up, the embassy in Kinshasa remained without an ambassador for months, and the U.S. Cultural Center, which had once hosted numerous civil society activities, closed, as did the USAID office. Just as in Rwanda, the Americans clearly supported a military, rather than a political solution to Zaire's problems. 71 The CNS withered and the multiparty moment passed Zaire by. Post-independence, Rwanda and Burundi suffered from other Belgian conspiracies. In Rwanda, the Belgians picked the Hutu movement and Emancipation Party, Parm-Hutu, as the winner, with its Hutu and democratic politics, over the Rwandan National Union, UNAR. UNAR was the conservative, monarchist choice. Both parties were strongly influenced by Belgian racialist beliefs and by Belgian advisors of different political stripes. UNAR was influenced by the Belgian idea that there was a natural racial hierarchy, with Tutsis at the top and Hutus at the base. The Belgians had actualized their idea by provisioning higher education to a small number of Tutsis and to no Hutus. Parm-Hutu was influenced by these ideas, too, confuting the fact that Hutus were a majority with the idea that majoritarian democracy meant Hutu democracy. The result was a debate that liberal Democrats could endorse neither side of. The UNAR side argued that Hutu and Tutsi shared an interest in national independence, but held to an agenda of inequality, favoring the Tutsi minority as the ruling class. Parm-Hutu argued for majoritarian democracy, but shared the 125 static and essentialist idea of what Hutus and Tutsis were, only diverging from UNAR in believing that Hutus should dominate as a democratic principle. In the run-up to independence, UNAR struck FRST, with a campaign of killing Hutu intellectuals and leaders between 1955 and 1958. They failed to prevent the Parm-Hutu-led majority revolt they feared, and the Tutsi monarchy was overthrown violently in 1959. 72 UNAR organized itself into a guerrilla army, assassinating Hutu politicians and Belgians in the north of Rwanda. The Belgian military intervened directly, attacking UNAR positions in Uganda and patrolling the north. These battles sent Hutu civilians from the north fleeing to the capital, Kigali, and elsewhere in southern Rwanda, where Tutsi civilians would become victims of revenge attacks because they shared the Tutsi identity with the UNAR raiders. The government persecuted its political opponents, summarily executing dozens and organizing mass killings of thousands. Gregoire Kayibanda was the leader of Parmehutu and became the country's FRST president. He pleased the West by banning communist activity and propaganda, and recruited Western, and especially Belgian, aid by calling his UNAR political enemies communists. His army was built and supported by the Belgians, with command handed over to a Belgian-trained officer named Juvenal Habyarimana only in 1963. The Belgian Major van der Straeten remained in Rwanda to support and advise his successor. On December 22 to 23 of 1963, Habyarimana's army, stiffened by Belgian intervention forces, faced an UNAR invasion from Burundi, the Congo, and Uganda. Most of the UNAR FDRs were halted at the border, captured, and executed. But a group from Burundi marched into the Camp Gako military base, routed the Rwandan National Guard, rallied volunteers at the Nyamata refugee camp, and marched on Kigali. They were stopped by a Belgian-led National Guard unit 19 kilometers from the capital and decimated by the National Guard's heavy weapons. The UNAR forces fled back to Burundi. Kayibanda's government then organized massacres against Tutsis, estimates of those killed are between 10 and 12,000, and executions of rival politicians, accused of collaborating with UNAR. 73 In part, the West looked away from these massacres because Kayibanda suggested that UNAR was a proto-communist organization. 74. 126. Playing up the UNAR communist Tutsi threat to his domestic constituents and to Western patrons, Kayibanda enacted one-party rule, appearing as the only leader on the ballot in 1965, he won the election, and again in 1969, he won again. But for all his Hutu and democratic credentials, Kayibanda was not a unifying figure even among the Hutu majority. Kayibanda was from the south of Rwanda, in Gitarama, and most of those he appointed to run the government were from the south too. In the post-independence violence, many Tutsis fled north to Uganda. UNAR was active among this refugee population. Most of the country's remaining Tutsis lived in the south. As a minority with higher educational and economic status than the majority but restricted by quota to 9% of government jobs, the Tutsi share of population according to the census, Tutsis ended up disproportionately in business and private sector employment. Although there were plenty of poor Tutsi villagers living alongside Hutus, and despite the quotas limiting their government participation, the Tutsi minority acquired a reputation as a privileged class. In the conflict between UNAR and Parmehutu, the pro-Lumumba rebels in the Congo favored UNAR, whose guerrillas fought alongside them against Chambe's white supremacist mercenaries. The Lumumbists felt an affinity with UNAR's nationalist ideology and they opposed Belgian intervention in support of Kayibanda, seeing in it analogies with Belgian intervention in support of Chambe in the Congo. In his diary, Che Guevara describes training and FDing with Rwandan soldiers from UNAR. When the Cubans left and Chambe's mercenaries finally crushed the rebellion in the eastern Congo in 1965, UNAR lost its base there. By 1968, Burundi, Uganda, and Tanzania all banned UNAR from operating in their territories as well. 75 Freezing for a generation the ambitions of the UNAR rebels for a triumphant return. The Rwandan conflict between UNAR and Parmehutu in the 1960s could obviously be read as a Tutsi-Hutu conflict, in which the Belgians, and following the Belgians, the West, supported the Parmehutu, Hutu, side. Nonetheless, I use the acronyms UNAR and PARM-Hutu to describe the CONFICT in the 1960s instead of using Tutsi and Hutu. This is analytically and historically more accurate. The CONFICT at this time was one of class, ideology, and politics as much as ethnicity. PARM-Hutu had Hutu in its name, but its political claims would not have succeeded had they been phrased in 127 purely ethnic terms. Instead, the formula PARM-Hutu used was Hutu and democratic. The formula gave too much power to ethnicity, but to simplify PARM-Hutu as the Hutus is to implicitly claim that Hutus were a unified ideological bloc, which they never were. The same goes for UNAR. While the leadership of UNAR was from the old Rwandan monarchist ruling class, which was Tutsi, UNAR's political claims were based on nationalism and on national independence. The 1994 genocide was the ultimate essentialist project, reducing people to their ethnicities. Historians should avoid writing that essentialism onto the past, when realities were more complex. 76. Returning to Burundi, when a gunman from Greece assassinated Prince Rwagasore in 1961, he killed Burundi's best hope for post-independence. Political power drifted back to the Burundian monarchy. A legislative election in 1965 saw Hutu politicians win 23 out of 31 seats. The King of Burundi appointed a member of the royal family as prime minister and said no elections would stop him from extending to his people the benefit of his protection. 77 When Hutu officers in the army grew restive after this democratic frustration, the army moved to purge its ranks through the physical liquidation of every Hutu leader of some consequence. 78 The king, though, fled to Europe. The Crown Prince took over on July 8, 1966, and made Army Captain Mikomro his prime minister. On November 28, Mikomro led a coup to overthrow the Crown Prince and made himself president. Mikomro had a Tutsi FRST agenda, but made some moves toward unity. 5 of his 13 cabinet ministers were Hutus. 79 He made the nationalist move of dismissing Belgian advisors in 1968. 80 But Mikomro was not a unifying figure even among Tutsis, preferentially appointing men of his tribe and region to the government. Burundi's rulers tried to forge ruling class unity by playing up the Hutu threat. Once the Belgians were dismissed, Burundi's rulers moved to eliminate as many Hutu from both the army and the government as was politically feasible. This was done by bringing trumped-up charges against Hutu elements in government and the army to justify ethnic purges in both. 81 Hutu-led political factions tried to strike FRST, in a coup attempt on the night of September 16 to 17, 1969. The Burundi government rounded up most of the prominent Hutu leaders and executed 100 of them. The few Hutu leaders that survived raised another rebellion 128 years later, on April 29, 1972. That same night, the ex-king of Burundi arrived in the capital, his safe passage negotiated by the Ugandan dictator Idi Amin. Mikomro had promised Amin that the ex-king would be unharmed and treated as an ordinary citizen. But Mikomro instead had him immediately arrested and executed that same night. 82 It was the opening shot in the Burundi genocide. 83 The rebels emerged from refugee camps housing Congolese fleeing the wars in eastern Congo, and from bases in Tanzania. Eastern Congolese rebels affiliated with Pierre Muley's rebellion bolstered the ranks of the Burundian rebels. Here, in Burundi, the Congolese nationalist rebels supported Hutu forces. In Rwanda, they had supported the Tutsi UNAR, revealing again that the cleavages in the region were not solely explicable in ethnic, Hutu-Tutsi terms. Nonetheless, the rebels were classified by the Burundi government as Hutus and Mulists, and the rebels initiated their military campaign by attacking Tutsi civilians, including women and children as well as those few Hutu who refused to join them. 84 The government counterattacked the next day, with the army and youth militias beginning to coordinate their efforts to exterminate all individuals suspected to have taken part in the rebellion. 85 Mobutu sent paratroopers and air support to Burundi. Many of the rebels were Congolese and had rebelled against his government too. Mobutu's troops secured the airport while the Burundian army and youth militias rounded up all Hutu leaders and anyone with any intellectual background or potential. Students, teachers, church leaders, and social leaders were targeted, rounded up, and shot or bludgeoned to death with riffy butts. 86 One writer observed. Local Tutsi, sometimes soldiers, sometimes civil servants, arrived and motioned Hutu teachers, church leaders, nurses, traders, civil servants into Land Rovers with their guns. Bands of Tutsi combed the suburbs of Bujumbura and carted away Hutu by the lorry load. Throughout May and half June 1972, the excavators were busy every night in Gitega and Bujumbura burying the dead in mass graves. In secondary schools, teachers stood helpless as many of their Hutu pupils were removed. Those arrested were usually dead the same night, stripped and practically clubbed to death in covered lorries on the way to prison, then finished off there with clubs at nightfall. Using bullets would have been wasteful. 87. 129. Burundian government forces targeted Hutus and Hutu intellectuals, but also killed Tutsis accused of disloyalty and Tutsi refugees from Rwanda, some of whom had likely fought alongside UNAR as rebels in the Congo, or were accused of such. 88 The government targeted especially school youth and children. In Momdani's words, the objective was to crush the FAO from which would come tomorrow's intelligentsia, the prerequisite for initiative, independence, and leadership. 89 As it conducted the genocide, Burundi's government claimed that it faced an existential threat from the Hutu rebellion, officially described as the outcome of a gigantic conspiracy aiming at the physical liquidation of all Tutsi. 90 Lee Marchand's description of the motives behind the genocide echoes those of Rwanda 1994. Fear of an impending slaughter of all Tutsi men, women, and children, reminiscent of what happened in Rwanda in 1959 to 1962, and again in 1964, certainly played a crucial part. The most astonishing feature is the rapidity with which it transformed itself into a genocidal type operation aiming at the physical liquidation of nearly every educated or semi-educated Hutu. The aim was to decapitate not only the rebellion but Hutu society as well, and in the process lay the foundation of an entirely new social order. 91. The FRST memo from the State Department to President Nixon came 4 days after the invasion, on May 3. In it, the State Department concluded that except for the potential danger to American citizens residing in Burundi, no American interests are threatened. 92 But 2 months later, by the end of June, the National Security Council was writing to Kissinger estimating that 100,000 had been killed in a slaughter that was systematic and extensive. The NSC wrung its hands, arguing that there's not much we can do realistically. Our leverage in the country is minuscule. 93 The NSC recommended humanitarian and diplomatic responses. The US purchased 80% of Burundi's coffee that year. French military assistance flew the Burundian military's helicopters, holding the helicopters sturdy while Burundi soldiers were machine gunning Hutu rebels out of the side windows. 94 The Union, which a decade before had organized and sent a force to the Congo that guaranteed the death of its FRST elected leader, Lumumba, and the installation of its FRST dictator, Mobutu, scraped together the resources to send 130 FVE person teams to Burundi. As one observer put it, the UN said little, even when their own vehicles were requisitioned and used to take Hutu to their deaths. 95 In post-genocide Burundi, Lee Marchand and Martin wrote, a new society has in fact emerged, in which only Tutsi elements are qualified to gain access to power, influence and wealth. What is left of Hutu society is now systematically excluded from the army, the civil service, the university, and secondary schools. Hutu status has become synonymous with an inferior category of beings, only Tutsi are FT to rule. 96 Though the genocide solidified elite rule against challenges from below, Mikomro himself was not able to hold on to power long. he was ousted in a coup by one of his military men, Colonel Jean-Baptiste Bagaza, in 1976. Mikomro fled to Somalia. Burundi's government was overthrown again in a 1987 coup. The trigger was when Burundi's president, working under an internationally supervised austerity program, forced early retirement on a group of military officers. 97 With no prospects outside of the army and impending forced retirement, the officers opted instead to overthrow the government. The new president, Pierre Buyoya, promised to maintain Tutsi supremacy, but freed large numbers of Hutu political prisoners and raised hopes for the Hutu majority. 98 Two districts with large numbers of Tutsi refugees from Rwanda, Entebbe, and Marangara were particularly hard hit by the austerity measures and the collapse of international coffee prices because of their lack of social infrastructure. 99 With less than 40% of school-age population enrolled in primary schools in these districts, ethnic competition between Hutu and Tutsi in education was intense. When a leaked report showed that the Ministry of Education, which publicly disavowed all talk of Hutu and Tutsi, actually tracked ethnic origins as a criterion for school admission, effectively discriminating against Hutu, the tension got worse. 100 Finally, in 1988, local elections, which brought Hutu candidates into local governmental committees, were effectively overridden by appointed Tutsi officials. 101 Some of these officials, seeing the tensions building, gathered communities together and threatened them with a repeat of the 1972 massacres. 102 Hutu mobs formed, killed these officials, and then commenced indiscriminate massacres against Tutsis in the areas. The language and methods of these mobs prefigure those of the 1994 Rwandan genocide. 131. The language of the assailants reveals the depth of their collective anger. Cutting down the Tutsi is how some described their mission, to kill meant to work, as if the act of killing had become a necessary job. It is little wonder that the killers were, in turn, referred to by Tutsi survivors as beasts. Beastly is indeed the only way to describe the appalling massacres. 103. Similarly, the army's reprisals prefigured the mass reprisals unleashed by the RPF in Rwanda and the Congo. Lee Marchand quotes Amnesty International on the government reprisal. The scale of resistance offered to the soldiers is not known, but the inclusion of a large number of women and children among the victims suggests that the troops were engaged not just in quelling armed resistance or indeed in searching for those who had participated in killings of Tutsi, but rather in reprisals aimed at the Hutu civilian population as a whole. 104. Lee Marchand estimates that about 15,000 Hutus were killed in these government massacres, and that 1,000 Hutu peasants fled to Rwanda. Most returned to Burundi, many of whom were arrested upon arrival back home. 105 In a succinct summary of the 1988 massacres that could summarize much of the dynamic in Rwanda and Burundi since independence, Lee Marchand writes that uncontrolled fears of what might happen next, led Hutu extremists to unleash their fury against innocent Tutsi, thus bringing on themselves and their kinspeople a devastating retribution. Anticipated violence inexorably led to preemptive violence. 106. Since Rwanda's President Gregoire Kayibanda presented himself as the leader of Hutu and democratic aspirations, his followers demanded a response to the 1972 genocide against Burundi's Hutus. Kayibanda's response was to launch another campaign against Rwanda's Tutsi population, but it failed to satisfy his critics. In frustration against mounting criticisms, he challenged his opponents to try to overthrow him if they thought they could do better. 107 Kayibanda's military man, defense minister and chief of staff of the National Guard, Juvenal Habyarimana, took his president up on the offer, arresting Kayibanda and taking over the government on July 5. 132. 1973 Habyarimana made some moderating moves initially, calling off the anti-Tutsi campaign, reorganizing the military and putting them under the control of the Ministry of Defense, and reducing Rwanda's dependence on Belgium in exchange for increased dependence on France, which provided the weapons and kept the air squadron operating. 108 In addition to Belgian and French training, the Rwandan army under Habyarimana had units trained in the US, West Germany, Libya, Algeria, and of course Mobutu's Zaire. 109 Over time Habyarimana replaced Kayibanda's southern elite, putting Habyarimana's people from the north into the key government jobs. In the north, the Tutsi minority was far smaller than in the south. The northern Hutu experience of Tutsis was less one of neighbors and fellow villagers and more one of a militarized border zone. Hutus in the north were easier to convince of the threat of Tutsi raiders coming from Uganda, and also Burundi and the Congo, because these raids occasionally did occur throughout the 1960s. This North Rwanda orientation, fearful of invasion and with less neighborly experience with Tutsis, took a stronghold in the elite over the next 2 decades. Uganda spent the 1970s and 1980s tearing itself apart in wars and coups, only settling into a stable dictatorship in 1986. The Ugandan carnage would spill over in the late 1980s into Zaire, Burundi, and especially Rwanda. The British colonies in East Africa, now Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, were ruled by different British governors. Like the Belgians, the British imposed their rule through genocidal violence. The British, their Baganda troops, and Sudanese mercenaries committed numerous atrocities including mass rape, the torching of entire villages, the herding of people into concentration camps, the theft of cattle and the humiliation of local leaders. In Ecoleland, Acting Commissioner J.R.P. Postlethwaite, nicknamed Chicken Thief by the Ecole, publicly strung up a rebellious chief and lowered him head first into a pit latrine until he died. In a British-backed operation against the Bavuma people, such was the enormity of the slaughter, wrote historian Michael Twaddle, that, not only were sections of Lake Victoria all blood, there were so many dead bodies bobbing up and down in the water that their heads resembled a multitude of upturned cooking pots. 110 All the slaughter upheld a situation in which the Ugandan king and the British imperialists that 133 controlled him lived a life at the palace, seemed like an endless round of shooting parties, picnics, and outings on Lake Victoria. 111 The hope was to maintain these territories after independence as playgrounds for British, but the anti-colonial rebellions disabused the colonists of that fantasy. Uganda had been built out of one big kingdom, Buganda, and numerous smaller territories. The relationship of the smaller territories and the smaller ethnic groups in a unitary state with the kingdom became a major problem in the lead-up to independence. Political parties ran on regional and ethnic lines. The king, or Kabaka, was the post-independence head of state, while the prime minister, Milton Obote, led the government. Obote and the king clashed until the prime minister overthrew the king in 1966 in a violent ouster led by his military man, Idi Amin. Obote declared Uganda a republic and himself president. Obote's coup was triggered by an investigation into his and Idi Amin's role in smuggling Congolese gold and ivory while supporting the Lumumbist rebels against Chambe's government. Obote himself was overthrown in a coup by Idi Amin in 1971. The British supported Amin's coup, having clashed with Obote over proposals in 1970 to nationalize foreign import and export businesses, oil companies, manufacturing, banks, and insurance, and over British support and arms for apartheid South Africa, which Obote opposed. 112 Nationalization would have upset British FRMs operating in Uganda like Grindlays, Standard, and Barclays, Shell/BP, and others. 113 When Idi Amin overthrew him, he made a quick statement welcoming private investment. The British Foreign Office wrote that Amin's new policy should go a long way towards the restoration of foreign investment confidence in Uganda. 114 The British sold Amin weapons systems throughout the first year of his dictatorship, armoured cars, aircraft, helicopters, radar, and small arms. 115 Amin is famous for expelling the Asian, Indian, minority in 1972, whose ancestors had been brought as indentured laborers by the British colonials and who had formed a small business class, but his campaigns in northern Uganda were far more horrific. Idi Amin sent his military to FGHT a counterinsurgency in Abid's base in the north, among the Lango and Akoli, killing perhaps 300,000 to 500,000 people. In 1979, Amin overreached and invaded Tanzania, which triggered a Tanzanian invasion that ousted Amin and restored Abid to power. 134. Pending elections, 116 which Abid promptly stole, dismissing district electoral commissioners and sacking judges. 117 The Bush War started that same year, when Museveni, who had fought on Abid's side against Amin, began a rebellion with the stolen election as the casus belli. During the Bush War of 1980 to 1986, Abid, and his successor, fought a near-genocidal counterinsurgency in the Luwero Triangle, with government forces killing between 100,000 and 300,000 people in 1984 to 1985. 118 The British Foreign Office helped Abid diplomatically when they claimed that there was no evidence to substantiate these U.S. government efforts. 119 Throughout this period, British trainers were working with Abid's army, threatening to cut off aid only in June 1985. 120 World Bank loans kept flowing to Uganda during the war, as Abid had been cured of the economic nationalism that had earned Western wrath before his 1971 overthrow. Abid sweetened his 1980s budgets for Westerners with tax exemptions for corporations, commended for his intention to dismantle an inefficient system of state-controlled companies. 121 The Bush War ended with Yoweri Museveni in power in 1986 after perhaps 500,000 deaths in total. Like Amin before him, Museveni sent his forces north to quell the region that had supplied his rival, Abid, with troops. The Lord's Resistance Army, LRA, arose out of the decades-long warfare in this northern region. Stretched out over 15 years, Uganda's wars and insurgencies were responsible for about 800,000 to 1 million deaths between 1971 and 1986, more than 50,000 per year. Specific ethnic groups were targeted, and specific war crimes and crimes against humanity were committed, including the recruitment of child soldiers, the use of anti-personnel landmines, and targeting civilians. Like the Burundi genocide of 1972, Uganda's wars do not receive the same attention as the Rwandan civil war and genocide of the 1990s or the Congo wars, despite the fact that both events were important antecedents to events in Rwanda and the DRC. The hardcore of what would become the Rwandan Patriotic Army, RPA, was formed in this, Museveni's Bush War. Who were these Rwandan refugees? Momdani cites figures of 82,000 registered Rwandan refugees in Uganda in the early 1990s, 122 with the actual number including unregistered refugees closer to 200,000. 123 Rwandan refugees in Uganda were not offered citizenship. Some had joined Idi Amin's forces in the 1979 war, and others joined Museveni's forces in the 1981 to 1986 Bush War. 135. By 1986 constituting 20% of Museveni's forces 124. The elite among these refugees were able to rise high in Museveni's guerrilla army. Paul Kagame went to the same high school Museveni had in southern Uganda, fought alongside him for 7 years, and was his chief of intelligence for 4 more. 125 Fred Rwigema was the commander of one of 6 sections of Museveni's guerrilla army by 1981, the 5th section, later called the Mondlane Unit. The 1st section was commanded by Museveni himself. 126 But overall, the Rwandan refugees in Uganda had a precarious status. They were the butt of popular prejudice and off-chain discrimination, the readily available explanation for any situation, from poverty to sabotage. 127 From their experiences at Museveni's side in the Bush War, Fred Rwigema and Paul Kagame developed a doctrine of guerrilla warfare that involved leftist methods of organization without leftist redistributive politics, although the NRA used a typical leftist vocabulary and was organized along classic Leninist and Maoist patterns inherited from earlier liberation struggles, its ideology was first and foremost nationalistic. It never attempted to implement any kind of radical social changes, like land redistribution, for example. 128 The RPF also abandoned their Marxist rhetoric and social radicalism. 129 Rwanda and Kagame learned other strategic lessons from being in Museveni's war, mastering intelligence and counterintelligence, cultivating their own sources, including children who worked as scouts and messengers. 130, the insurgents proved capable of using Abid security services to do the dirty job for them, for example by leaking manipulated intelligence to compromise the government's own informers. By 1984, the insurgents successfully eliminated, whether by conversion, assassination, or simply forcing them to flee, nearly all of the government's sources of intelligence in their area of operations. 131 They received validation of their strategy of targeted assassination of enemy leaders when they killed the most effective of Abid's military commanders, Major General David Oyotajak, in a helicopter crash in 1983. Oyotajak had been Abid's most popular officer, well liked and trusted by the people in the areas where he operated. 132 The death of Oyotajak turned the tide of the war to Museveni's side. Having helped Museveni win power, they also helped him quell rebels in the north, committing atrocities in the process, including torture, rape and murder of civilians suspected of supporting the other side, creating a counterinsurgency strategy in 1989 that involved the policy of forced relocation of around 120,000 villagers into protected camps. 136. To create free zones. 133 One commander from the RPF, Chris Bunyaniza, locked 120 suspected enemy sympathizers into a rail wagon at the Okangolo railway station and left them inside for the entire day. 69 died from thirst, heat, and lack of breathing space. Worse, an estimated average of 15 people died each day in different camps as a result of harsh living conditions and endemic outbreaks of cholera and dysentery between 1987 and 1992. 134 In 1988, an Italian priest lamented the way the Rwandans use the most unacceptable counterinsurgency strategies. They herd women, children, and old people into houses and set the houses on fire. They rape women in the presence of their male relatives, and at times they force the male relatives to sleep with the women after the soldiers have exhausted their sexual desire. These people are determined to spread AIDS to the E. coli. I also witnessed them mutilate unarmed people, including school children, from the Holy Rosary Primary School. The surviving victims are often paraded by the soldiers or government functionaries before a group of reporters and told to expose those who mutilated them. Naturally, they say the rebels did it. 135 The use of rape and sexually transmitted infection as weapons of war by the RPF is documented for the Congo Wars. Here we FND it goes back to the 1980s. Specific torture tactics characteristic of Museveni's forces in these 1980s wars were to become RPF trademarks as well. In the three-piece tie, the arms of the victim are tied tightly behind the back above the elbows so that the chest protrudes outward, producing searing pain. 136 When the time came to kill these helpless victims, they would dig a shallow grave, tie you up and lie you facing the ground and crack your skull using an old hoe called kafuni. 137 One Ugandan journalist watched bodies floating down the Kagera River from RPF-held areas of Rwanda into Tanzania in April of 1994 and noticed that many of them were tied three-piece. 138 Rwandan survivors of RPF massacres would often report the use of the skull-cracking kafuni. In the Bush War, Rwanda and Kagame decided that their military alone should be the arbiter of military crime and punishment. 139 Honored in the breach, the NRA Code of Conduct, like the RPF's, was a stern piece of military discipline, forbidding rape, looting, and atrocities against civilians. But Kagame pardoned Bunyaniza for the massacre at the railway station, which should have brought the latter a death sentence. 140 Rwanda and Kagame had their rivals in the RPF. Having learned at Museveni's side about protracted people's war, they were prepared. 137. To attempt a long campaign in Rwanda. They faced more impatient commanders who had fought beside them, Peter Bayingana and Chris Bunyaniza, who traveled among refugee communities and presented themselves as the true RPF leaders. 141 They accelerated their timeline. Because they had joined armed groups, Abiy government viewed the Rwandan refugees as having sinned twice. 142 Abiy's government attacked civilian Rwandan refugee populations in the southwest in a pogrom. Houses claimed as Banyarwanda occupied were looted and set aflame, or walls were pushed in and corrugated roofs were stolen. Occupants fled with their cattle and what they could carry. Local authorities tried to broaden popular support for the repression by redistributing confiscated land, cattle, and petty property to followers. Estimates from the period suggest that some 40,000 had crossed into Rwanda, driving some 25,000 cattle ahead of them. When Rwanda closed its border in November of 1982, another 4,000 were said to be trapped on the Ugandan side of the border, while almost 30,000 were under supervision in camps in Uganda. 143. Even though Museveni had depended on these Rwandan refugees militarily, in post-Bush war Uganda was unsympathetic to them. In the process of rewarding his Rwandan warriors, Museveni created land conflicts between Ugandans and the 200,000 Tutsi refugees in southern Uganda. 144 The conflict was symbolized in what Museveni called the ranch restructuring scheme. In the 1970s, USAID had broken up Uganda's commons, the cattle corridor in southern Uganda where for centuries pastoralists had moved their animals back and forth, following the rains. USAID privatized the corridor into individual ranches to encourage large-scale ranchers to provide meat for local and export markets. 145 Museveni took aim at this corridor. Rwandan pastoralists moved in by force, cutting fences, smashing in windows and doors, pulling out pumps, and stealing animals. When the ranchers armed themselves, Museveni sent hundreds of soldiers to set up roadblocks in the area. 146 But could Museveni fight an insurgency in the south and in the north at the same time? A 1990 local dispute over land between Rwandan refugees and Ugandans, called the Squatter Uprising, was eventually settled by Museveni in favor of Ugandan citizens. 147 Rwandans in high-level government posts, like Fred Rwigema, were demoted and removed. Momdani describes the situation as follows. 138. With every passing year, the search for non-citizens in the army moved from the rank to the FLE, from the pinnacles of power to those below, literally turning into a witch hunt, and was extended to other organs of the state. The consequence of the squatter uprising of August 1990 was to brand Banyarwanda cattle herders as refugees, not citizens. And to swing the balance of opinion, among both refugee commoners and refugee leaders, decisively against naturalization in the countries of their residence and tilt it in favor of an armed return to Rwanda. 148. Like the Cotonou soldiers in the Shaba Wars against Mobutu in the 1970s, the solution the RPF hit upon was an armed return to Rwanda, sponsored by their Ugandan hosts. 149 America's assistance for the RPF was laundered through Uganda. In 1991, Uganda purchased 10 times more U.S. weapons than in the preceding 40 years combined. 150 In 1992, donors doubled aid to Museveni's government and allowed his defense spending to balloon to 48% of Uganda's recurrent budget, compared to 13% for education and 5% for health, even as AIDS was ravaging the country. 151 When Kagame's RPF moved freely across the Uganda border, they would cross into Uganda and eat and sleep at the house of President Museveni's military advisor. 152 Museveni provided the RPF with weapons, medicine, and a rear base from which to operate. 153 In one of the boldest and largest scape-covered operations ever to spring from the conspiratorial mind, Rwanda and Kagame built their guerrilla army in a way no revolutionary group ever had, within the national army of another country. They launched a brilliantly successful covert operation that involved thousands of people and stretched over FVE years. It brought many young Rwandans into the Ugandan army, where they received rigorous training and saw much combat while suppressing anti-government insurgencies. They were an army within an army, ready to throw off their disguise at a moment's notice. 154. Kagame in Rwanda would invade a Rwanda that had not only been unraveling politically and economically and further destabilized by new massacres in neighboring Burundi. The RPF had heard 155 from Rwandan visitors that the Rwanda's political system was on the verge of collapse and any strong push from outside would complete the process. The Rwandan government was trying to repatriate refugees, something that augured ill for the RPF. 139. Militants who were now in danger of losing their support among the refugees if the latter felt that their return to Rwanda could be achieved without FDing. Habyarimana had accepted a French government proposal for multipartyism, which would deprive the RPF of one of its best public relations points, i.e. that it was FDing a totalitarian single-party dictatorship. In August 1990, Habyarimana also agreed to allow the refugees to return, 156 removing another central public relations point for the RPF and adding to the RPF's fear that their military plan might be defeated politically. In addition to a solution to his Rwandan refugee problem, the Zaire border offered Museveni economic ideas as well. For years, he had been dreaming about fostering business between northwestern Zaire and Uganda. Much of the lucrative timber, diamonds, and palm oil from that region had to pass through Uganda to get onto the international market, and the burgeoning Ugandan manufacturing sector could peddle its soap, mattresses, and plastics to the millions of Zaireans living there. 157 Museveni raised Habyarimana's hopes that Uganda would stop the RPF from invading. He went to Washington in October 1990 and told the State Department's Africa chief Herman Cohen that he'd court-martial the Rwandan NRA/RPF deserters if they attempted to cross back into Uganda. But a few days after that, he quietly requested France and Belgium not to assist the Rwandan government in repelling the invasion. Cohen writes that he now believes Museveni must have been lying, feigning shock when he knew what was going on all along. 158 Of course Museveni was lying. Museveni and Kagame had grand ambitions. 159. Today, readers familiar with the horrors of Belgian colonialism might be surprised to learn that at independence, the Congo was characterized as the largest and richest of the 16 African states scheduled for independence in 1960. One Stearns 2 describes Leopoldville as having been sculpted around a tidy, wealthy nucleus of white businessmen surrounded by the burgeoning Congolese elite and flanked by neighborhoods of blue-collar workers in relatively neat housing settlements built by the Belgians, a place of functioning administration and expansive infrastructure. To Stearns, the change to the riotous commotion of modern-day Kinshasa, with no functioning postal service or public transit system, a 95% informal economy, unpaid civil servants, half the population eating one meal a day, is attributed to natural growth and rural to urban migration. But in fact, the urban chaos follows from neocolonialism. As devastating as colonialism was, it was the post-colonial period that destroyed the Congo's economic prospects. In an important cable to CIA headquarters in November/1961, 3 Devlin gave an early sense of things to come. The Congolese army was little more than an armed mob. There had been a breakdown of the administrative machinery, which bore considerable responsibility for the failure to date of all Congolese GOFs. About 52% of the male labor force was unemployed in Leopoldville, with worse figures outside the capital, due to the departure of many white employers after the July Mutiny and the gradual breakdown in government, and less than $1.5 million, at parallel market rate, was allocated for. Chapter 8. Economic Poison, Western Economic Medicine before the Rwanda genocide and Congo wars of the 1990s. Purpose of Relief Works Program. The station chief blamed the United Nations for the collapsing state, but the US had the determining voice in the Congo since independence. Katanga's secession had been devastating because Katanga was one of the two wealthy provinces, with the best infrastructure and highest investment rates under colonialism. Katanga brought in 47% of tax revenues and 45% of customs duties. The infrastructure had been built not for national integration, but for colonial efficiency. Railways moved Katanga's copper through Portuguese-controlled Angola via Benguela. The mineral company, Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, UMHK, was the major financial backer of Katanga's secession. 4. The colony covered the current account deficit with Belgium by using foreign exchange earned from the UMHK sales of minerals. World raw materials fell after 1957, reducing the Central Congo Bank's reserves. When prices rose again in 1959, the Congo's trade surplus was around 9 billion francs, but the current account deficit remained 5.6 billion because of direct capital transfers and invisible outgoings. 5. Kent, 2010, reports that by the spring of 1960, just months before independence, transfers of capital from the Congo back to Belgium reached 600 million francs in a single week in March. At the same time, of course, the influx of capital from Belgium to the Congo was halted. 6. The Belgian government imposed exchange controls and transfer limits, but the Congo continued to bleed capital. Belgium also created debt which it was happy to hand over to the new independent state. 7. The debt burden was $875 million at the end of 1959 against revenue of $245 million, $50 million of which went to servicing Belgium's development debt. 8. The Cotonou National Bank grew surpluses under secession, with 2.2 billion francs of surplus, or $323.3 million, in 1962. 9. Beyond UMHK, Belgium had created a portfolio that included private companies and public corporations managed by Belgians, as well as the government-managed Comité Special du Katanga, CSK, and the private company du Katanga, CK. A week before independence, the Belgian government dissolved the CSK, moving 1/3 of its holdings to the private CK and the other 2/3 to the private portfolio. While the portfolio was eventually to be transferred to the independent government, the CK's shares could now become a bargaining tool. When the independent government refused to ratify the agreement, the CSK refused to transfer its holdings to the portfolio. 10. 149. The British colonial company, Tanganyika Concessions, had a 20% interest in UMHK, valued at $50 million, with $6 million in revenue, illustrating the interlocking economic patterns of colonialism. 11. This British stake, and the fact that Cotonou copper was traded through the London Metal Exchange, made Britain a major opponent of the reintegration of Katanga even after the US had decided this was inevitable. 12. Cotonou copper was 7% of the world market. 13. Prior to independence, Katanga's colonial government shared revenue with the Congo's central colonial government on a 50-50 basis. With revenues at about $100 million, $50 million went to Congo and $50 million to Katanga. 14. Once Katanga declared independence, the UMHK and the private interests ensured that all tax revenues were paid not to the Congo's government, but to Katanga's. The Katanga budget at independence would be around 2.1 billion francs or $42 million in receipts and expenditures, with revenues of 1.2 billion francs, $24 million. The tax on UMHK dividends would be reduced because 1/5 of the yield was paid to the Belgian government in a classical neo-colonial arrangement. 15. This gave the West leverage that it could have used against the Katanga secession, but the West would wait to exert any leverage on Katanga until after the Congolese nationalists were defeated. Once Lumumba was dead, the US did begin to contemplate economic pressure against Katanga's secession, by attacking Katanga's tax revenues and foreign backers, and above all by transferring the portfolio and the CSK assets to the Congo's government. 16. Belgium worked hard to ensure that control of UMHK royalties and CSK and portfolio assets remained at Katanga's discretion, even while conceding that they belonged, by right, to the Congolese government. 17. The Cotonou secession meant that economic control over foreign exchange transactions was not achieved. The result was that bribes to secure the issuing of import licenses and provide access to foreign exchange soon became part of the corruption carnival unleashed on the Congo. By the time the UN had established the Congo Monetary Council, many imports had not been paid for and commercial arrears in the second half of 1960 amounted to $24 million. 18. The U.S. provided a bailout of $12.9 million to finance imports in 1961, but attached conditionality forcing the Monetary Council, in classic IMF stabilization fashion, to draw on foreign exchange reserves and restrict imports. Industry, along with Congo consumers, suffered from continued shortages. 19. Blockading the Stanleyville rebels in Province Orientale. 150. Produced a loss of export earnings from coffee and palm products. The money supply grew, exchange controls failed, and licenses and foreign exchange became the objects of bribes. Endemic corruption in the Congo was established. 20. So was inflation, with money supply rising by 1 billion francs a month by 1962, prices in Leopoldville rising by 80%, while workers' wages remained static. 21. As the West attempted to undo the Katanga secession, the central government, before Mobutu's second coup, attempted to introduce a bill controlling the marketing of diamonds. Kent cites UN economist Albert Badger that the Diamond Bill was defeated in Parliament by 3 million Belgian francs provided by Fourminier and the Compagnie de Chemins de Fer du Basse Congo, BAC, another subsidiary of the Belgian Société Générale. The same source points out that in 1959 the Belgian Congo received $30 million from diamond exports. In 1961 the GOC as an independent state got $300,000 when production was about the same. 22. The balance of payments deficit in 1962 was 6 billion francs, $80 million on current account, and even larger than Tchambe's fortune. 23. By 1962, the unresolved secession and the ongoing low-level wars in Katanga and Kasai had begun the collapse of the formal economy. The smuggling economy, which was eventually to overtake the formal economy in the Congo, had begun. Kent writes, with the smuggling, monthly exports excluding Katanga were $2 million less than in 1961 and $14 million less than in 1959. 24. 300 million francs went missing and allegedly ended up in Tchambe's hands, where some of it was used to pay the gendarmerie in the bush and his band of mercenaries. 25. By 1962, government revenues had covered only 20% of its expenditure, and even with Katanga reintegrated there was still a shortfall of twice as much as the revenue. The United States was financing a considerable number of imports, but there was rampant smuggling. What little exchange controls existed could be evaded by the barter of produce to ensure direct access to foreign currency. 26. Almost the entire 1962 crop of Arabica coffee had been allowed to slip out of the country into Uganda and Rwanda. 27. Kent, 2010, discusses agricultural collapse in Kivu. In 1959 the province was estimated to have over 1 million livestock, primarily pigs, but in the following 3 years 4 FFTHs had been lost, with the production of milk reduced by the same amount. Before independence 12,000 tons of potatoes and 23,000 tons of other fresh vegetables. 151. Were produced, which supported some 15,000 small farmers. By 1963, the collapse of organized purchasing and the failure to maintain vehicles and a viable transport system had virtually eliminated the market and reduced production to nothing more than that for local consumption. Fishing on Lake Kivu also failed to bring in a small fraction of the pre-independence catch. The spare parts that were needed to get the trawlers and refrigerators of the modern sector back operating were not easy to obtain with exchange shortages. 28 At the end of all of this economic sabotage, the US and Belgium pledged aid totals in the tens of millions, with no chance of foreign aid offsetting the budget deficit. 29 The National Intelligence Estimate for the Congo, made on September 27, 1968, described the economic situation. Due to rebellion, civil disorder, and neglect, bridges were destroyed, equipment rusted, channels silted, and roads overgrown. Reconstruction and repairs have been slow. Agricultural production was less than half the pre-independence level, with cotton, rice, and corn from small farms suffering the most. In minerals, the output of gold and tin suffered substantial losses. Diamond production was less affected, but a third of the output was smuggled out of the country, thus depriving the government of revenue. Exports of copper, zinc, and cobalt from Katanga had been maintained at about pre-independence levels, but the price fell in 1968. A measure of the damage done to economic progress by the Katanga secession and the war is provided indirectly, in a record of a National Security Council meeting of April-March 1964. There, Under-Secretary of State Avril Harriman informed the NSC that real progress had been made toward restoring economic health. Production of copper and coffee has now almost reached the level of production prior to the departure of the Belgians. 30 The country's infrastructure was destroyed in the period of this intervention, never to be rebuilt. The serviceable road network was reduced from 140,000 kilometers in 1959 to 20,000 by the early 1970s. 31 The Congo was an exporter of food before independence and an importer by 1970. 32 Agriculture was 15% of total investment in 1958 and 3.7% in 1972. 33 Finances, like infrastructure, collapsed. The country has been kept going only by the infusion of over $1 billion in economic and military assistance, 60% of it from the US, much of it through the UN. 8 Fell off in 1968, with only $2.4 million in military assistance and $152 million in economic aid, including $12 million in food for peace commodity aid. According to the National Intelligence Estimate, a program designed to regain the pre-1960 level of economic activity would require massive financing over FVE years or so and require $175 million for internal transport and $125 million for other public services, if shortages in expertise and skills could be overcome. 34 Instead, Mobutu and his U.S. patron would turn the Congo into an experimental laboratory for state and economic collapse over the next 3 decades, after which the entire region exploded. 2 months after Mobutu's FNAL coup, an internal State Department memo of January 28, 1966 suggested that it was too early to discern where Mobutu will draw the line between corruption and the normal use of payments and patronage to facilitate governmental operations. 35 By March 1966, the State Department was characterizing Mobutu's as a rudderless administration, furnishing even less guidance and authority than heretofore. 36 A memo of August 13, 1968 from the U.S. Ambassador to the State Department talks about the gold bed syndrome of Mobutu. Corruption is the most serious problem facing Congo at present time, that Mobutu has lost touch with reality and economics, and risen in Sufi-like grandiloquence. 37 Despite this, the same U.S. Ambassador, McBride, recommended providing money to Mobutu to intervene in the politics of neighboring Congo-Brazzaville, a move that helped change the regime of that country to a pro-US one. 38 Once the dictator was secure, the U.S. began to use more subtle means to control Mobutu, a trend away from slush funds and towards genuine development aid, as Walt Rostow wrote to President Johnson. 39 The suitcases of cash from Devlin to Mobutu were replaced with loans. As the loans grow smaller, Rostow told the president, the self-help terms grow tougher. This loan is conditioned on a complete monetary and economic stabilization program, administered by the IMF. 40 Western corporations would reap the rewards of the investments in defeating Congolese nationalism. But Mobutu won some domestic political credit by seeking economic revenge against Belgium, passing a law called the Bakajika Law in 1966 demanding that the old colonial power established its headquarters in the Congo or face confiscation of its assets. In 1967, he made good on the threat. The famous Union Miniere du Haut-Katanga, the company that drove the War of Secession and Lumumba's murder, became the state-owned Gaka Mines. At the point of nationalization, copper output 153 was 400,000 to 470,000 tons per year. Cobalt output was between 10,000 and 18,000 tons. Gaka Mines became the world's sixth largest mining company, providing 37,000 jobs, contributing 20 to 30% of state revenues, 41 from its annual revenues of $700 to $900 million, 70% of export receipts, and accounted for 90% of the copper output and 100% of the output of cobalt, zinc, and coal. 42. The US tried to help Mobutu smooth things with the Belgians. A memo from the OFCE of Central African Affairs to the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs of May 17/1966 describes the basically pro-Belgian Mobutu regime undergoing a spasm of nationalist feeling tinged with xenophobia which expresses itself in outcries against foreign influence, insistence that foreign enterprises must become Congolese entities and emphasis on the Congolization of government and business. 43. The U.S. response was to urge the Belgians to continue off-chain Belgian assistance policies and aid levels toward the Congo. 44. When Mobutu moved toward nationalizing the all-encompassing Belgian mining company the Union Miniere in 1967, the U.S. again attempted to broker a deal. The collapse of the Congolese economy continued throughout this early period of Mobutu's rule, as the U.S. recognized in a memo written for the CIA director on January 27/1967, though copper production in Katanga continues, none is exported, and the Congo's foreign exchange reserves are gone. The lack of foreign exchange to replenish low stocks of mining equipment and spare parts, as well as to meet the payroll, is likely to bring mining operations to a halt fairly soon. 45. The NSC recommended that the U.S. promote reason on both sides and sweat it out. 46. The nationalized company faced an immediate crisis when its Belgian technicians headed home to the metropole. 47. American businessman Maurice Tempelsman obligingly stepped in with a plan to help Mobutu get the minerals to market through an international consortium. 48. But Belgium stood firm and forced Mobutu to a compromise. The Congo got to own the mines, but the Belgian corporation provided the management services, and took most of the profits. 49. Despite the wars that followed independence, from the 1960s through to the early 1970s, the international economic environment was favorable to newly independent African countries, demand and prices for their commodities were high. Zaire's economy was growing at around 7% per year in the few years leading up to 1974. 50. Nonetheless, infrastructure, agriculture, transportation, and health all stagnated. 51. Mobutu 154 went in for megaprojects. The Congo's people's historian Georges Nzongola Nteleja lists the biggest debacles as an international airport in Gbadolite, the Ingashaba power line, and the Maliako steel plant. These megaprojects, which brought no economic benefit, together with arms purchases that brought no military benefit, combined with Mobutu's plunder to see the country's external debt grow to $5 billion in 1970. 52. At that time of economic growth and high commodity prices, external debt was taken on easily by third world leaders who assumed the economic picture would continue as it had been. One project, the famous Ingashaba transmission line, may have had a more strategic goal. In this scheme, Shaba, Katanga, which had tremendous hydroelectric potential and most of the copper, was going to receive its electricity from Inga Dam on the Atlantic coast, by way of an incredibly long transmission line. This would enable Mobutu to turn on or off the lights to Katanga, an infrastructural insurance policy against the threat of Katanga secession that Mobutu remembered, and of Katanga rebellions that had just occurred in Shaba I and II. 53. Ingashaba was financed by Exim Bank loan guarantees, planned to be built by manufacturers Hanover, and paid for by Zairian Minerals. The transmission line would power an expansion of the mine backed by Maurice Templesman, 54 Larry Devlin's post-CIA employer from 1974 on. Whitney. On the whole system, the major banks have actually held weekly or monthly country meetings, where experts at the Home Office figure out the maximum debt capacity of each overseas country. Loan officers around the empire are then instructed by cable to persuade the governments to borrow up to that capacity. At the height of this activity, during the 1970s, before most countries reached their capacities, bank officers were paid bonuses, and were promoted, based on how much debt they could sign up. 55 The world recession of 1974 and the OPEC oil price rise of 1973 brought price rises for fuel and food and price drops in Congolese minerals. The economy began to contract at an average rate of 3.5% per year. The Western banks came looking for the money they had eagerly loaned to Mobutu throughout the boom times of the previous decade. The crisis meant good times for investors. American capitalists increased their investments, buying assets at new low prices, from $64 million in 1974 to a peak of $151 million in 1977. 56 All the while, Mobutu was stealing 35% of all revenues for himself, which went up to 40% by the 1990s. Mobutu and his coterie developed 155 inventive methods of graft, stealing about $240 million per year from the mining company. 57 At one point the central bank's governor ordered Gacamines to deposit all earnings directly into the presidential account. 58 Mobutu's answer to the 1970s crisis was to embark on a program called Zairianization, a form of nationalization in which even small businesses were taken over by the state and handed over to Mobutu's friends. Under Zairianization, foreign-owned small businesses, owned by Asians and Europeans, were nationalized and turned over to Congolese clients, who eventually, under what was called radicalization, turned these businesses over to the state. 59 Young and Turner, 1985, summarized the results of Zairianization as dislocation of commercial circuits, shortages, layoffs in Zairianized enterprises, pay arrearages, inflation, tax evasion, abandonment of businesses. 60 Radicalization extended Zairianization's disruptive effects into even more important spheres of the economy: the railway network, textiles, breweries, cement, construction, and others. 61 By the time the measures were reversed, in retrocession, radicalized state corporations had incurred debts of $552 million, including $100 million in tax arrearages, $60 million in inter-enterprise debt, $72 million in domestic bank credit, and $68 million in debts to foreign banks and suppliers. 62 But by 1975 the regime did not even know how much it owed or to whom. It stopped paying any interest on its commercial bank debt, which amounted to around $700 to $800 million. 63 The U.S. organized a $60 million bailout for Mobutu in 1975, through PL 480, Exim Bank, and Aid Credit. 64 The Gulf Kingdoms UAE and Kuwait loaned several million zairs, but these were inadequate. 65 Mobutu next approached private banks for finance. Irving Friedman of Citibank, with whom Mobutu had a personal relationship and through whom Citibank had loaned Zaire $164 million, 59% of all of Zaire's private bank borrowing between 1972 and 1974. 66 Friedman and Citibank insisted that the IMF be involved in rescheduling the debt Zaire owed to 98 commercial banks, $887 million in 1975. 68 The initial agreement with the IMF in 1976 provided $47 million. Conditional on a 42% devaluation of its currency and austerity measures, a 20% limit on wage increases and a curtailment of government spending. 69 The second agreement, in 1977, provided an additional $52.2 million standby arrangement and a new loan worth $32.8 million. Mobutu had held the line on wage increases, but had gone into budget and balance of payments deficits on the spending side. 70 Citibank was 156. Trying to organize a new $250 million loan when the Shaba I War broke out. 71 By 1978, Zaire was not paying back its debt, and delinquent payments amounted to at least $800 million and were increasing by $125 million per quarter. 72 The IMF put Zaire into receivership, with a German banker named Erwin Blumenthal appointed to manage Zaire's central bank and technical experts from France and Belgium running the Ministry of Finance and the Customs Agency. New austerity measures were introduced. Thousands of civil servants and teachers were sacked from Zaire's already understaffed government and education service. The currency was further devalued and salaries were reduced. 73 The restructuring, for all its social and economic destruction, left Mobutu's corruption untouched and failed to capture 50 to 75% of foreign exchange revenues. 74 This was partly because the money never got to the treasury. In Nzongola Nteleja's words, it was estimated that a sum of $40 to $60 million was generated each month from mining and petroleum revenues. And yet, by July 24, 1996, the government claimed to have raised less than $150 million from the 1996 budget exercise, two-thirds of which supposedly came from customs revenue. Mobutu dealt with budget shortfalls by printing money, which caused hyperinflation. 75 He also subverted the IMF project with THIRD financing, using political leverage gained by helping the US in Angola, participation in which cost Mobutu access to the important Bengala railway line through Angola for exports. 76 Blumenthal ended up leaving in disgust in 1979. 77 The economy, predictably, shrunk during the period of IMF restructuring by 6.1% in 1975, by 4.3% in 1976, 1.9% in 1977, and again in 1978 and 1979. 78 Young and Turner cite a study that found the GDP in 1980 was the same as in 1959, with twice the population. 79 Mobutu's relations with the IMF 80 provide a case study in the political nature of debt in African countries. Mobutu could ignore IMF dictates, use THIRD financing, subvert IMF receivership, and survive because the warm spot which Mobutu had earned over the years, and fears of an anti-Western alternative regime, were more important than the money owed. 81 All the IMF restructuring did was to ensure that Mobutu and those around him were the only beneficiaries of his financial mismanagement, and that none of the embezzled millions would go toward any real development objectives. In 1978, the IMF had set up a headquarters inside Zaire's central bank. 82 Jonathan Quitney described the arrangement as, the IMF team. 157. Will make sure that any money Zaire gets through sale of its resources is sent back out again to repay the Western bankers. Enough spare parts and fuel will be allowed in to maintain the mining industry. And Zairean off-shales will be allowed to skim off enough in graft to keep them cooperative. Much of the money paid for Zairean minerals never even arrives in Zaire except as a bookkeeping entry. 83 Mobutu had run the debt up to $240 per capita in a country where per capita income was $127. 84 The sale of the country's minerals didn't even pay for interest on the debt, which kept growing as the minerals FO'd out. The global effects of IMF-sponsored third world lending by the banks have been studied and discussed. U.S. banks made higher profits on their third world loans than they did on domestic ones. Divestment in U.S. industry accelerated in this period as well. 85 The U.S. loans, making up perhaps 10% of the debt, 86 were guaranteed by the U.S. Exim Bank, 87 and in general went to pay Western companies to set up comparatively useless infrastructure projects. One group of companies, responsible for about one-third of Zaire's debt at the time, was connected to then French President, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, and his family. Another third of the debt was held by Belgium and its Société Générale du Belgique. The World Bank financed projects from which Western corporations like Unilever and the Belgian company Sucriera got tens of millions of dollars to improve infrastructure, leaving the people of Zaire on the hook for the loans. 88 The Western companies profited, African debts grew, the minerals FO'd, and the country starved. 89 A 1980 health survey of 20,000 villagers found that 80% suffered from preventable diseases like worms, malaria, measles, whooping cough, and malnutrition. 90 The country's health budget was $6 million that year, debt payments, $500 million. 91 Whitney reported on the daily grind of villagers trying to make a living in Mobutu's Zaire. Making perhaps $200 to $400 per year as a laborer, offered a government-guaranteed price of $400 for an annual harvest of about 800 kilograms of coffee beans, but forced to sell to a trader for more like $300, and having to pay $30 to $50 per child for ineffective private education at the village school. 92 The multinationals had exclusive rights to the diamonds, the Belgian MIBA, Tempelsman's Company, and De Beers, so artisanal mining was illegal, and enforced with incidents like the Mbujimai massacre, which actually took place outside of that town on the Sankuru River, a tributary of the Kasai River, in Kasai in July 1979, during which soldiers opened raid on artisanal miners scratching in the dirt in hopes of finding a diamond to sell for a tiny fraction of its market. 158. Value. 93 Human rights organizations named 97 people who died in the massacre. 94 Whitney also documented the smuggling economy, from British and Portuguese expatriates trading in black market cash. Smuggling the little bit of US hard currency out of the country, to diamonds and coffee moving out through Congo-Brazzaville such that that country became, without any diamond deposits, one of the world's largest diamond exporters. 95 Mobutu personally sold Zaire's minerals, 200 tons of cobalt here and 10,000 tons of copper there. He imported half the country's fertilizer and about 100 jeeps one year for his own farm. 96 If the economic arrangements by which Mobutu arranged deals for himself and his friends seemed untoward, Whitney points out, it's only fair to note that Zaire's main model in modern government was Belgium, where the king is allowed all sorts of secret control over semi-monopolistic private businesses, many of which owned the natural resources of Zaire throughout its colonial history. 97 Mobutu also recycled colonial power structures. His army acted much like the Belgian force publique, and Mobutu even imposed a compulsory labor program, called Salongo. 98 Mobutu told his soldiers, "You have guns, you don't need a salary." 99 And soldiers took him up on the suggestion, extorting money at roadblocks and stealing from businesses. 100 The legacy of the restructuring was a shrunken economy with a weaker public sector and reduced employment. From 1972 to 1992, government social spending went from 17% of the budget to 0%. Government spending on the presidency went from 28 to 95%. 101 The principal, and inadequate, survival strategies for the population were a turn to the informal economy and to smuggling. Anthropologist Janet McGaffey reported that public servants in 1983 had 1/5 of their 1975 purchasing power from their salaries, with a monthly salary for a mid-level civil servant about 1/4 a monthly food budget for a family of 6. Prices were 46 times higher in 1979 than in 1969. 102 By the 1980s, only 1 million of the 4 million labor force earned any wage in the formal economy. 103 A 1986 survey of households in Kinshasa showed that 25% of income came from wages and salaries, and 29% from unknown, primarily illicit sources. 104 Another survival strategy was FOID, as educated people tried to find jobs abroad and keep their families AFO through remittances. 105 Mainly, however, people did without. 159. In 1983, as industrial mining collapsed, Mobutu oficially liberalized the mining sector, legalizing artisanal mining. This liberalization sent 30% of young men seeking work in the mines, leaving the other collapsing sectors. 106 The share of revenue brought in by the state mining company began to decline in the 1970s and did not stop for decades. From 50% of state revenue in 1970, it was estimated to bring in 19% in 1980 to 1987, with a short spike in the late 1980s back to 34%, and then going down to virtually zero by 1993. This tracked production. The Congo was producing 500,000 t of copper at independence. Production was down to 50,000 t in 1993 and 25,000 t in 1995. 108 A major contribution to this drop came in September 1990, when Kamoto Mine, known as Gakamine's star performer, collapsed. 109 The mines were privatized in 1995. Canadian, Belgian, and Australian mining companies picked up Congolese mining assets. 110 Artisanal production of diamonds was legalized and prices were deregulated. The smuggling economy expanded. In South Kivu's Fiza territory, gold was smuggled out from Kigoma to Tanzania. 111 From the 1970s, 30 to 60% of the coffee crop was smuggled or fraudulently exported, costing Zaire $350 million. 112 In 1979, smuggled diamonds equaled 68% of off-shale exports, a loss of $59 million. 113 By 1976, 90% of ivory was smuggled. 114 In 1985, an estimated 8,969 kilograms of cobalt was smuggled out. 115 From state-regulated copper, Zaire's economic base changed in the 1980s to smuggled diamonds and other goods. 116 But the diamond economy, which in Renton, Seddon, and Zelig's words, was hand-dug in privately owned plots and frequently sold through criminal networks that made use of the pre-existing informal economy. 117 Could never lead to development. The whole economy suffered a 40% contraction from 1990 to 1994 in GDP. 118 Between 1989 and 1996, the country suffered continuous economic degrowth. 60% of population, 27 million, were undernourished. Inflation was 5,000%. 119 By 1990, 80% of agricultural production was subsistence and agriculture generated just 6% of exports. 120 Per capita production across all sectors shrank by 65% by off-shale estimates in the 1974 to 1993 period. 121 After decades of this, the currency became devalued beyond any reason, as inflation came to strangle the entire Zairean economy. For the early 1990s show, 1989, 56%, 1990, 233%, 1991, 3,642 to 4,130%, 1992, 2990%, 1993, 4650%, 1994, 9,800%. 122. 123 The dollarization of the economy followed, since using Zaire's currency. 160. Became untenable. Army soldiers went on famous pillages in 1991 and 1993, looting from civilians and businesses. 124 What arose in the shadow of this collapse was a different kind of economy. Because of the arbitrary nature of Mobutu's economic patronage, off-shales in state posts had an incentive to try to loot as quickly as possible, before Mobutu changed his mind. 125 In Kisangani, public transport was replaced by a system of taxi bikes. Teachers collected monthly contributions from parents. Private pharmacies sold medicine stolen from public hospitals. Exchange was done on the street by informal banking systems. 126 The upper echelons of the army smuggled fuel and copper and rented soldiers out as private security. 127 The collapse of Zaire's economy under Mobutu was designed, negotiated, and guaranteed by American institutions, from the banks that made the loans to the corporations who picked up the assets to the spies and the diplomats who protected Mobutu through the confiscations generated by his economic destruction. 128 Zaire's decay was key to the collapse of the whole region. Nzongola Nteleja believes that the Congo under a capable and responsible government could have stopped the genocide of 1994 in Rwanda. 129 Given the Congo's size and population, and the strong connections between the countries, this is a justifiable belief. Instead, as Mobutu's rule extended into the 1990s, the weak Congolese state provided the opportunity for any warlord to march toward Kinshasa and take power. 130 Mobutu's control over the army was lost as Zairean officers carved up their military equipment stockpile for private sale. 131. Western advice, loans, and markets also drove Rwanda's economy to collapse. From 1977, the price of Rwanda's principal export, coffee, began to fall, until it collapsed outright in 1986, and fell by another 50% in 1989. 132 Tin mining, an important secondary commodity for the economy, collapsed when the price of tin collapsed between 1984 and 1986. 133 In 1987, Rwanda had a per capita income of $300, like China at $310. 134 In 1989, under Western austerity program, the government budget was cut by 40%, mostly social services. 135 The 1989 budget cut could not have come at a worse time, it was imposed in a time of drought and actual famine. Hundreds of peasants starved, thousands more fled, mainly to become refugees in Tanzania. 136. 161. In a land grab by the government and funded by the World Bank, called the Gabeka Project, Gishwati Forest, one of the last primary growth forests in Rwanda, was savagely logged to clear land which was then used to graze exotic cattle from Europe in order to start a dairy business. 137 The IMF approved a $41 million loan in 1991. Rwandan government introduced an 8% income tax, solidarity tax, in May 1991 to help pay the bankers. But because austerity doesn't work, it caused a degrowth spiral impossible to get out of, such that by the middle of the year the deficit was $188 million. 138 The Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, imposed on the government 139 forced a 40% devaluation in 1990 of the currency, followed by another 14.9% devaluation in 1992. Privatizations in 1993 included Electrogas with 3,400 employees. The privatized company promptly raised electricity rates, freed 2,000 workers from the politically padded payrolls and cut off power from those who did not pay, including government departments. It was horse medicine and it could possibly have worked if it had been used 10 years before, Prunier writes, raising the question of working for whom, but between the coffee price decline and the war economy crisis, the SAP merely contributed to weakening further an already exhausted economy. 140 After the structural adjustment, much of Rwanda's sovereignty was now invested in the Paris Club of Creditor Nations, in the European Community, and in the World Bank, Waller 1993, p. 27. Rwanda had been sold. 141 Exports fell from 9.2 billion RW francs in 1990 to 8.9 billion in 1992. Imports increased from 23 billion to 38 billion RW francs. Facing a balance of payments deficit, the Rwandan government spent its foreign currency reserves. Once Rwanda was invaded from Uganda by the RPF in 1990, the government spent what little hard currency it had on weapons, and borrowed to purchase more. The Ministry of Defense budget grew from $3.15 billion in 1990 to $8.88 billion to 1993. From a reserve of $110 million in 1991, the government was down to $56.7 million in 1993. The foreign debt grew from $452.2 million in 1986 to $736.2 million in 1990, and to $1 billion in 1993. The global public debt grew from 6.678 billion RW francs in 1990 to 13.702 billion RW francs in 1992. The Rwandan franc began to collapse like the Zairian currency had, 1987 to 79.7, 1990 to 82.6, 1991 to 125.1, 1992 to 133.3, 162, 1993 to 144.0. By 1993, it was trading at a black market rate of 182 francs/dollar, near 1995, p. 159. James K. Gazana was brief Agriculture Minister, 1990 to 1992, then Minister of Defense, 1992 to 1993, in Rwanda, but he was driven out of the country before the genocide. Gazana prepared some analyses of the famine of the late 1980s, early 1990s in Rwanda, in which the average caloric intake dropped below the survival level of 2100 down to 1900. In an article from Exile, Gazana analyzed communes where Hutu villagers committed violence against Tutsi villagers in 1991 to 1992 during the famine, and found a clear connection. No violence occurred in communes where average food energy was over 1,500 calories per person, per day. 142. The preparations were made. Paul Kagame and Fred Rwigema had built their army within the Ugandan army. They had forged a guerrilla strategy based on a modified version of Maoist and Leninist doctrine. It featured the political education of cadres but not the progressive or redistributive content. They also had learned and practiced US-based counterinsurgency doctrine in Uganda's north, draining the swamp, clearing villages and creating free zones, assassinating enemy leaders like David Oyotajak who died in a helicopter crash, and using psychological warfare and counterintelligence to deadly effect. In 1989, Fred Rwigema was selected by Museveni to attend an elite one-year military officers training course at Ft. Leavenworth in Kansas, one of the world's most sought-after courses in the art of military command. Students come from the top ranks of the world's armies, and once at Ft. Leavenworth, they study everything from field tactics to human rights law. Kagame went in his place, so that Rwigema could continue to prepare the invasion of Rwanda. Almost every day, Kagame spoke with Fred by telephone. From opposite sides of the globe, the two of them orchestrated the FNAL phase of their plot. Having decided on the date, Kagame went to his American commander and told him he was quitting the staff college to return home. Slowly the Americans came to understand that they could not dissuade him. Nally asked whether there was anything they could do for him. He replied that he would dearly like to take with him a set of textbooks he was using, which. Chapter 9. The Peacekeeper and the Warlord. Among them covered almost every aspect of military science. No one objected. Those books, Kagame later said, were very useful during our war. Kagame's calls to Rwigema from Kansas plotting the invasion of Rwanda were likely monitored by his U.S. hosts. They provided assistance to Kagame well beyond a few textbooks. And so, beginning on September 30, trucks packed with soldiers began rolling into Ankole district in southwest Uganda. At outposts near the Rwandan border, they unloaded crates of recoilless RIFLE machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, and even several Soviet-made light automatic cannons, all of which they had taken from armories in Uganda. They packed these onto their trucks and jeeps, also appropriated from the Ugandan army, and then, ripped the Ugandan insignias off their uniforms. 5. But RPF had a logistics problem, whereas the NRA could rely for food on Ugandan villagers, the RPF could not do the same in Rwanda. Most Hutu peasants were terrified of the Tutsi refugee warriors, and many of Rwanda's internal Tutsis were wary of them too, fearing, correctly, that RPF aggression would provoke Hutu reprisals against all Tutsis. The RPF therefore needed to bring their provisions with them. 6. When a Ugandan government administrator arrived in the southern ranching lands on the border with Rwanda in 1990, he found new villages, populated entirely by Tutsi refugees, had arisen almost overnight. Most of the men were occupied in slaughtering animals and smoking the meat in giant outdoor ovens. 7. The RPF were packing their lunchboxes for the invasion of Rwanda, with beef provided unknowingly, unwillingly, and at gunpoint, by innocent Ugandans. 8. After 3 days of advancing, the RPF learned that the Rwandan government had called for French help, and it was on the way. Kagame was still in the United States. Fred Rwigema had a meeting with comrades and rivals Chris Bunyanizi and Peter Bayingana, as well as Stephen Nduguta. Bunyanizi and Bayingana wanted power and wanted it quickly, without giving much thought to the problems they would encounter later, while Rwigema was keenly aware of the deadly potential of the Hutu-Tutsi identity split and wanted to proceed slowly, politicize the Hutu peasantry, wait for the government to make mistakes, and gradually get the rural masses on his side. According to Nduguta, the argument became heated, and Bayingana drew out his pistol and shot Rwigema in the head. Nduguta reported back to Museveni, who sent his brother Salim Sale to Rwanda to investigate. Sale found 169 Rwigema's body in a swamp, buried it properly, arrested the 2 culprits, and brought them back to Uganda for interrogation and eventual execution. 9. These events, Prunier wrote, are still vividly present in the minds of most Rwandans today, and many friends of Rwigema now living in exile believe that the hapless Bayingana and Bunyaniza were manipulated in order to murder their leader. Many are the former members of the RPF who remain persuaded that Rwigema's murder was a carefully contrived plot to eliminate a brilliant man whose combination of royal legitimacy and revolutionary charisma made him a probably future national leader. 10. Who in the RPF benefited from Rwigema's death? Kagame quickly arrived from the US to take over Rwigema's command. 11. His leadership style and battle plan were different from Rwigema's charisma and plan to get the masses on his side. RPF veteran and now Rwandan exile Abdul Ruzibiza wrote that Kagame found himself at the head of an army that did not accept him. He maintained his rule through terror, assassinations, imprisonments, executions. 12. Kagame had yet another problem. The Rwandan government was neither as weak nor as unpopular as the RPF had believed. For all the decay that they had observed, the famine, the social service cuts and austerity, and the pressure for multi-party democracy, Habyarimana would probably have won an honest democratic election without too much trouble as late as early 1991. 13. If he had stayed on the northern plain and fought it out, Kagame would have lost. Kagame led his men up into the mountains of the Virunga National Park, which spans the Congo, Zaire, Rwanda, and Uganda, and prepared a strategy perhaps with his US textbooks, but also with more concrete help from his US patron. Kagame grew his army from 5,000 soldiers in 1991 to 12,000 by the end of 1992, to 25,000 by 1994. 14. With soldiers recruited from the diaspora and a powerful fundraising network. 15. He built up his organization and cadre. But resources obtained from the diaspora could never have been sufficient to cover the needs of an entire army in regards of arms and ammunition. This is where Ugandan support was as important, not only in regards of provision of rear bases for political and military apparatus, but in regards of provision of Entebbe IAP as a place for delivery of equipment purchased abroad. Much of surplus Ugandan stocks mysteriously disappeared in RPA's depots. 16. 170. Prunier wrote about how this worked. NRA, National Resistance Army, or the Ugandan military, target practice consumed disproportionately high quantities of ammunition, supplies vanished from military stores, and later, when the World Bank was pressing for drastic reductions in NRA troop numbers, the surplus weapons left idle by demobilization found their way south. 17. Note that at this time, 60% of Uganda's foreign currency resources came from foreign aid. 18. One observer wrote that the World Bank contributed unwittingly to the RPF victory in the Rwanda Civil War. 19. Uganda didn't just provision the equipment. All the new recruits were sent to boot camps, such like Nakivale in Uganda, for at least 3 weeks, but often up to 3 months, before being deployed to the front lines. 20. An RPF organizer noted our most important support was our relationship with each and every soldier in the Ugandan army. We had spent years living together and FDing together. When we needed to slip out of Rwanda, we would always FND an army officer who would say, "Cross here. Pass here." At the time Museveni was saying he was not helping us, they were letting us pass. 21. I remember that UN mission on the border, Museveni reflected later. We maneuvered ways to get around it. 22. When Kagame Nali brought his men down from the mountains in January of 1991, he attacked Ruhengeri, which his biographer Kinzer describes as the main provincial capital in northern Rwanda and a stronghold of Hutu militancy, where an attack would send shockwaves across Rwanda. Ruhengeri had a prison and was Rwanda's breadbasket. Freeing the prisoners and taking a hungry country's grain supply would give Kagame tremendous power. The FRST targets to fall were grain warehouses, which were full of maize FR and other products the hungry RPF was eager to seize. Guerrillas also easily captured a government-owned farm and made off with several head of cattle. Kagame wanted milk and meat for his many malnourished comrades. 23. Among the freed prisoners was Colonel Theoneste Litsinda, a notorious torturer and former chief of Habyarimana's secret police who had been in jail since attempting a coup, years earlier. 24. Litsinda had attempted to overthrow Habyarimana along with Alexis Kanyarengwa in 1980. Kanyarengwa fled, Litsinda was caught. Kanyarengwa joined the RPF before the invasion. Litsinda had to wait to be rescued. Along with Seth Sendashonga, Litsinda and Kanyarengwa were put forward as Hutu faces to the RPF, to show that the RPF was a multi-ethnic movement and not merely an instrument of Tutsi domination. 171. But Kagame was planning a conquest, not a liberation. There were in Rwanda no liberated zones where alternate modes of governance were introduced under the benevolent eye of a new administration. No effort to reach out to mobilize peasants politically, not even an effort to establish administrative structures in the areas over which the RPF had military control. 25. Kagame brought back the hated custom of using villagers as porters and killed them at the end. After the battle in Ruhengeri, the RPF split into 2 groups, one heading to Sabyinyo and the other to Gahinga, both volcanoes. Throughout their journey, the RPF massacred civilians, forcing people to transport their baggage before executing them. Not one porter survived. 26. Despite occasional gestures to nationalist inclusion, Kagame's RPF were self-consciously a Tutsi force and were seen as such. This presented a problem of geography. Kagame's Tutsi forces were invading from the north, which had a very small Tutsi minority. Most of the Tutsi population of Rwanda, though still a minority, were concentrated in the south. The north-south divide in Rwandan politics was as important as the Hutu-Tutsi divide. In the south, Hutus and Tutsis were more likely to intermarry, to live and work closely together. Habyarimana's Rwanda, the Rwanda Kagame was invading, was run by a northern elite. Southern Hutu and Tutsi both felt excluded from power in the capital. The RPF were invading the northern Rwandan elite's home turf. The RPF found no friends there. Instead, they drained the swamp, killed thousands, and displaced hundreds of thousands, who fled to the south as internal refugees of their invasion. Their methods included mass killings at meetings, in which local residents, including entire families, were called to community meetings, invited to receive information about peace, security, or food distribution issues. Once a crowd had assembled, it was assaulted through sudden sustained gun-free, or locked in buildings into which hand grenades were thrown, systematically killed with manual instruments, or killed in large numbers by other means, 27 house-to-house killings, pursuit of fleeing populations into swamps. The RPF would suspend operations, inviting the hidden families to return home in peace. Shortly thereafter the villages are attacked and returnees are killed. 28 asylum seekers were systematically intercepted, ambushed, and killed in significant numbers. 29 returnees invited to come home were killed. The RPF killed the sick and the elderly. 30. 172. An RPF unit called Alpha Mobile 31 slaughtered hundreds of villagers consolidating their hold in Byumba. Most of the dead bodies were thrown in the Base River, while others were laid out on the Place du Marche of Base, village. 32 Then, units from the 59th Mobile arrived and questioned why the bodies had been left to decompose out in the open. So troops from Alpha assembled a group of villagers, forced them to dig graves for the dead bodies, and then killed them too. 33 The RPF committed an even bigger massacre at a stadium in Byumba on April 23, 1994, ordering thousands to assemble in the center of the stadium and killing everyone assembled, around 2,500 people. The RPF burned the bodies. 34 Based on Jersonese investigations, the vast majority of men, women, and children killed in these actions were targeted through the pure chance of being caught by the RPF. No vetting process or attempt to establish the complicity of the victims in the April 1994 massacres of the Tutsis was reported. 35 The estimated number killed? 10,000 per month from April/May through to July. 36 Smaller than what the militias were doing to Tutsi civilians, definitely, but the numbers should be added, not balanced against one another. The territories conquered by the RPF were thus emptied of their populations, fleeing to refugee camps outside the RPF zone. 37 The Union commander, Romeo Dallaire, described one such camp, which he visited in 1993 en route to meet Kagame in Mulindi. We smelled the camp before we saw it, a toxic mixture of feces, urine, vomit and death. A forest of blue plastic tarps covered an entire hillside where 60,000 displaced persons from the demilitarized zone and the RPF sector were tightly packed into a few square kilometers. The refugees huddled around small open FRES, silent, ghost-like throng that followed us listlessly with their eyes as we picked our way gingerly through the FLTH of the camp. Most shocking of all was the sight of an old woman lying alone, quietly waiting to die. 38 He later drove past the villages that had been deserted by the displaced persons we had seen in the camp, driven out by FDing in 1990, and their fields and farms were beginning to be reclaimed by the luxuriant native plants and wildflowers. 39 Despite being so moved, Dallaire did not seem to realize that he was looking at people displaced by the RPF, and by Kagame, who he had just before praised as perhaps the Napoleon of Africa. 40 The RPF's strategy saddled the Rwandan government, its enemy, with a growing refugee crisis. There were about 100,000 displaced persons. 173. In camps directly to the south of the RPF-occupied area in 1991, and later, in early 1992, when the RPF pushed its advantage still further in the area around Byumba, even more peasants ran away from them, the number of displaced reaching to around 300,000. 41 By February 1993, there were 600,000 internally displaced, and by March, 860,000. 42 While Prunier portrays this as an accident, the hapless RPF advancing to liberate Rwandans and the Hutus fleeing, the RPF told Dallaire in Mulindi in 2003 that they did not want the refugees in their zone. Dallaire wanted the zone demined and resettled. Bizimungu told him that the neutral international force had to keep the area clear and closed. Dallaire came to believe that the RPF's reasoning had less to do with security and more to do with the resettlement ambitions of Tutsi refugees then in Uganda. 43 Kagame was interested in land in Rwanda, where every bit of land was already spoken for. The massacres of 1994 and the post-genocide world where everyone was presumed guilty of genocide would free up land for the Ugandan and Congolese returnees. So, too, would the invasion of Congo. Prunier visited the RPF-held areas about 3 months after the February War and found them eerily empty of life. RPF soldiers had not looted anything and houses could be seen with chairs still set around a table and moldy food on the plates where people had fed so hurriedly as not to eat their last meal. The RPF admitted that only 1,800 Hutu peasants were left in an area which had a population of 800,000 before the war. 44 The RPF liberators had no compunctions about killing and starving the people they were liberating. They occupied and depopulated some of the most agriculturally productive areas of Rwanda and had also planted landmines along key transportation routes from Tanzania, bringing about economic collapse. A potential famine was only forestalled in 1993 by an airlift by the World Food Programme. 45 ordinary Rwandans who lived through the RPF invasion of the North provided one researcher 46 with a picture of daily life suddenly transformed by civil war. The overall picture that emerges from these accounts is multiple vectors of violence. RPF and FAR war crimes, RPF strikes, and violence targeted at Tutsi residents as well as a small, but not insignificant, number of Hutu. 47 After a period of negotiations, see below, the RPF renewed their military offensive on February 8, 1993, and stopped 30 kilometers outside of Kigali. The French military had intervened in support of the 174 Government 48 and the RPF did not want to confront French forces. They also had finally learned that Habyarimana's government had popular support, and did not want to battle in Kigali where everybody, including the most resolute opponents of the government, was prepared to FGHT. 49. To understand the nature of the disorder in the Rwandan military as it faced the RPF, consider the rise and fall of Defense Minister James Gazana. Habyarimana favored officers from the northern part of Rwanda where he was from, the part that came to be controlled, by 1993, by the RPF. People from southern Rwanda were so alienated from the army that some called it a Northerners' War. In 1992, there were mutinies and mass defections, battalions were under strength by an average of 50%, including even elite units. 50 Rwanda couldn't get more heavy weapons thanks to dollars one-sided enforcement of the arms embargo, but even if it could, the personnel to operate it weren't in place. 51 When James Gazana became defense minister in April 1992, he appointed a new chief of staff, Nsabimana, changed the recruitment and promotions policy to reduce nepotism and improve morale, and managed to stem the tide of desertions. He was rewarded with death threats and assassination attempts by the divided ruling class. He ended up having to flee the country in July of 1993. Still, more complexity is added when considering this collapsing military next to the police force and the civilian militias. The police force, gendarmerie, faced another set of problems, unable to get non-lethal weapons or riot gear and unable by the end to pay salaries. The gendarmerie were also prevented from receiving backup from the military, again, by Dollar's desire to ensure that Rwandan government forces in the city didn't overmatch Kagame's 600-man battalion installed in the center of Kigali. The army and police were thus unable to fulfill the functions for which they had prepared. These were never conceived to be tough fighting forces. If a real FGHT ever broke out, Habyarimana expected his French patron to come to the rescue, the way the French and Americans rescued Mobutu repeatedly. Day to day, the police played an important role in surveillance and population control, but Rwanda had a unique system of surveillance and control going back to colonial, and perhaps pre-colonial, times, with centralized governance and orders being passed down from Kigali to the 175 hills and information being passed back up to the capital. In small villages where everyone could be gathered together by the burgomaster, there was nowhere to hide and harsh consequences for dissidents. This was not a culture of obedience as writers have claimed, 52 But a system of control, the last remaining instrument of control for the elites in Kigali as the army and police collapsed. It was to this system that they turned, using it as the basis to recruit and organize militias to conduct massacres. These militias were no army, they were not equipped or trained to FGHT anyone who was FGing back. They were an instrument for coercing labor, which was why the organizers of the genocide constantly exhorted people to kill by calling the killing work. These militias could easily have been stopped by any army, a UN or other Western force, the RPF, or the Rwandan army. But the Rwandan army and RPF were busy FGing each other, and the UN under Dallaire was mainly concerned with ensuring that the RPF could FGHT without having to worry about a Western force entering the picture and possibly saving the Rwandan government. The RPF negotiated away the French, the UN disarmed the army, and so the civilian network ended up with a free hand to massacre, in the collapse. The militias were, precisely, a well-organized killing force 53 not a FGing force, but a killing force. This civilian network was also why the militarily defeated Rwandan elites could say they have the guns, but we have the population, as a point of negotiation. 54 The massacres of Rwandan Tutsis were organized under the pretext of civil defense, adopting the habits of civil war that FRST surfaced in 1960 and visiting massacres and pogroms upon the Tutsi civilian population. 55 The Tutsi civilian population were an easier target than the RPF for untrained civilians who were afraid of the invaders and subjected to war propaganda. 56 The authors of the massacres found recruits among the hundreds of thousands of Hutu peasants displaced from now RPF-held northern areas. They also recruited among Hutu refugees from Burundi who had arrived fleeing attacks by the military in that country. The particular form of warfare that Kagame mastered is called infiltration warfare. Later, in 1996, Kagame would go on to use the same methods in Zaire, to overthrow Mobutu, exploiting the heat, humidity, and dense vegetation surrounding populous centers. Kagame's troops would infiltrate a town that was the target of attack, often in full daylight and disguised as civilians, carrying their weapons in rags, or 176. Strapping them onto bicycles, while carefully reconnoitering the area. The infiltrators would then gather at an assigned point ahead of an attack and the defenders would unexpectedly find themselves surrounded, inside and out. 57 Countermeasures against this strategy depended on early detection of the infiltrators or on organizing very strong defenses once the attack was triggered. As the Rwandan state collapsed and the militias took over the streets, the militias' countermeasures involved setting up roadblocks everywhere, stopping and then killing every possible infiltrator. The main method of killing in the Rwandan genocide, killing civilians at roadblocks, was thus developed as a countermeasure to infiltration warfare. This genocidal countermeasure explains why the maximum number of deaths occurred in territories that were just about to fall to Kagame's soldiers. Kagame was able to infiltrate despite the roadblocks, which only killed the innocent. The massacres were coordinated in the following pattern: prefects and burgomasters organized Hutu militants who identified and targeted Tutsi collaborators, took over the land of those who were killed or FED, and redistributed it to militants. 58 The organizers of the genocide developed a strategy of sending killers outside their immediate community to kill, which suggests that leaders were cognizant of the ties Tutsi had to the rest of their communities. It suggests, too, that despite the war and repeated exhortations by government officials and MRND party elites, on the radio, at public meetings, in recorded speeches, leaders of the violence could not take for granted that the population would automatically obey or follow orders to kill their Tutsi neighbors. 59 The North-South divide is salient. The killers were coming from northern areas where the RPF was invading and where there were few Tutsis, to kill in the south where the Tutsi minority was concentrated. *****. No amount of civil defense or civilian massacre could help Burundi's armed Rwandan government defeat Kagame with his heavy weapons, Ugandan troops, and US backing. Only France could save Habyarimana's government, but France needed to follow the Western trend, which had changed from the unconditional 1970s and 1980s, when only economic structural adjustments were required of recipient countries. In the 1990s, donors had added political conditionalities to the menu. 177. Habyarimana knew it. While hoping for France, Mobutu, or others to come to his aid, Habyarimana followed what Western donors pressured him to do and began trying to negotiate a peace agreement with the RPF. Donors increased aid to Uganda while decreasing aid to Rwanda. France actually reduced its arms sales, and in July, the U.S. ambassador told his Rwandan counterpart that if he wanted the RPF to stop at Byumba, he should sign, otherwise they would reach Kigali. The Rwandan ambassador understood this to mean that the RPF would reach Kigali with Washington's blessing. The government signed. 60. With the cease-fire signed, negotiations for a peace settlement began at Arusha, in Tanzania, in August 1992. The Rwandan government was made to understand that the West backed the RPF and that the RPF would return to war, with Western backing, if the settlement was at all unfavorable to them. The negotiations sought to find a way to integrate the RPF into the Rwandan army, to arrange for power sharing between the Rwandan government and the RPF, and to allow for the right of return of Rwandan refugees. 61. The RPF was successful at the negotiations. How could they not be, with the unconditional backing of the US, but they were so successful that the outcome left the Habyarimana government side resentful. The RPF wanted a nominated, rather than an elected, transitional assembly. They wanted 1.5 acres of land for each Ugandan returnee in land-scarce rural Rwanda. They wanted a high proportion of RPF, 50% of officers and 40% of troops for a force that had no democratic mandate or support in the country, in the new army. The old post-independence debate between Hutu and Democratic and Nationalist but really Tutsi FRST overshadowed the negotiations. So, too, did the fact that in a democratic dispensation the RPF would become a small and irrelevant party, while they knew they could seize the whole country and rule by force with American blessing. Habyarimana had hoped that a settlement would include elections that would maintain his popular party in power. The RPF thought that the settlement should reflect their superiority on the battlefield. Let us pause here for a moment to dispel a fabrication that has made its way into the Africanist accounts of the Rwandan genocide. The main character of this little story is Theoneste Bagosora, probably the devil that Romeo Dallaire refers to shaking hands with in the title of his memoir. Dallaire tells a story about Bagosora at the peace negotiations at Arusha. Kinzer tells the story too, citing Melbourne, who also tells the story. The story goes like this: for a time, Bagosora was 178. Part of the government negotiating team at Arusha. When it became clear that the peace accords would force his regime to share power with the hated Tutsi, and that there would be no role for him or other militants, he stalked out. As he was leaving, an RPF negotiator asked where he was going. Back to Kigali, he replied, to prepare the second apocalypse. 62. In every popular book on the genocide, you can read about how Bagosora got up from the negotiating table in October 1992 and said he was going home to prepare the apocalypse. The source is someone from the RPF who was at the meeting in October. The story made its way into the prosecutor's case in the International Criminal Tribunal on Rwanda proceedings against Bagosora. But in the footnote of a book by French scholar André Guichet, too late to have any impact on the dramatic story, we find the following: the prosecutor's formulation, supported by a single witness, a former RPF leader, is that Bagosora abandoned the Rwandan government delegation to the Arusha negotiations, in October 1992 in protest over the disproportionate concessions made to the RPF, and that at the time he claimed he was returning to Kigali to prepare the apocalypse. However, at that period, he was not yet a member of the delegation to Arusha. Moreover, when he actually did leave Arusha, on December 26, it is because he had been recalled by President Habyarimana and over strong objections from the minister, head of the government delegation. 63. Returning to our narrative, The Arusha negotiations as of late 1992 stipulated that the United Nations would guarantee the cease-fire through a small force under the command of a Canadian general, Romeo Dallaire. French forces were excluded from the UN force at the RPF's insistence. 64 Another major negotiating success, since France was Habyarimana's most powerful ally and had the military power to stop the RPF. Dallaire was no expert on the situation. After 3 years of war between the RPF and the Rwandan government, during which the RPF had taken the most important agricultural lands, displaced hundreds of thousands of enraged peasants who went south, and threatened the rest of the country with starvation, the Burundi military had assassinated that country's president and killed thousands, leading to thousands of refugees fleeing into volatile Rwanda. An international negotiation had opened up involving numerous African and Western countries. 179. One of the commanders in the war, Kagame, had returned from training in the United States to pick up and rebuild his army. The future UN commander was approached by his Canadian commanding officer to ask if he would command the UN force. Dallaire was at a parade on June 27, 1993. His commanding officer asked him if he could go to Rwanda. Dallaire managed to stammer out, "Rwanda, that's somewhere in Africa, isn't it?" He told his wife, "I think I'm going to Africa." 65 He was carried away by the romance of it, by the idea of adventure that Africa represented to me. 66 When he arrived on August 17, 1993, he found it full of fragrant breezes and unbelievable greenness, a kind of Garden of Eden. 67 Dallaire's initial mission was, to monitor the border between Uganda and Rwanda to ensure that weapons and soldiers were not crossing from Uganda into Rwanda to reinforce the RPF. 68 When he visited Uganda to set up the patrols, the Ugandan Army Chief of Staff told him that patrolling could only take place with 12 hours notice, ample time to complete whatever cross-border transport of weapons and soldiers before the UN arrived. Dallaire agreed, "I could protest, but it wouldn't do any good." 69 Dallaire said he wanted to patrol the border properly, but says he was ordered to back off. 70 U.S. Ambassador Flatten had similar discouraging experiences. When he asked for Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, satellite photography showing the progress of the war, the DIA told him they couldn't get it because of clouds over Rwanda. For 3 years. 71 The FNAL version of the peace accord, signed in August 1993, gave the RPF their desired composition of the army, 50% of the officer corps and 40% of the troops, a nominated assembly, the interior ministry that would enable the RPF to charge and try individuals from the government. 72 And a presidency devoid of real power. 73 It also excluded the extremist, Hutu power tendency, called the Coalition for the Defense of the Republic, CDR, from the government. This made it impossible for those who believed in the accords and wanted them to work to co-opt the CDR opposition. Strong in both the government and the army, the extremists faced a double loss, of the government to the opposition and of the army to the RPF. Not surprisingly, when the opportunity presented itself, the extremists struck out viciously, at both. 74 Nonetheless, the coalition government's foreign minister Anastase Gazana from the opposition MDR party believed that the Arusha peace agreement marked the beginning of democracy for his country. 75. 180. The United Nations Security Council approved a new mission, UNAMIR, for Dallaire on October 5, 1993. He was to have 1,000 troops to keep the peace under the Arusha Accords. One of the UN mission's FRST acts was to escort an RPF battalion 600 strong into the National Assembly building in Kigali. 76 Dallaire notes that once secure, they had dismissed the UNAMIR troops and assumed total control of the interior of the complex. 77 Dallaire further describes what the RPF did once they arrived. The entire area was checked in minutes, commanders liaised and passed direction, troops were moved into defensive locations, and they immediately began to dig in. Once the RPF began digging, they never stopped for the next 4 months. From shell scrapes or foxholes, they dug full trenches, then roofed the trenches for protection from artillery or mortar FRE. They then dug full communication trenches between the individual trenches and built bunkers that developed into caverns. By the time the war resumed in April, they had built an underground complex under the CND. 78. After brief being in Kigali, Kagame returned in January 1994 to Mulindi, where he was busy rearming with Ugandan help, getting light weapons for the new soldiers he was busy recruiting. 79. Admired the RPF's preparations for war and knew about their supply line of weapons from Uganda. That the Rwandan government was purchasing arms, however, angered him. When he discovered a cargo plane with artillery and ammunition from France, the UK, Belgium, Egypt, and Ghana, most of which had troops in Unamir, he cursed the double standard of the supposedly ex-colonial powers, and ordered the munitions impounded. 80. When the Minister of Defense, Augustin Bizimana, sought to add the military police battalion inside Kigali to reinforce the gendarmerie, Dallaire categorically refused both requests, as he felt that the military situation inside the capital was already overwhelmingly in their favor. 81. Political counterparts at the UN wanted to slow things down to give negotiations time to work, but Kagame had told Dallaire that his troops were impatient and eager for action. So Dallaire argued to speed up the installation of the provisional government. 82. At a meeting with the Rwandan government's General Nsabimana, and Kagame, Dallaire proposed to Nsabimana that Rwandan government forces withdraw, giving Kagame's forces 9 additional kilometers of Rwandan territory in the north, so that both armies would be beyond the range of each other's guns, and because Kagame's forces had nowhere to. 181. Go. 83. With each decision, Dallaire used the UN to allow the RPF to strengthen their military preparations while weakening their enemies. Dallaire's military intelligence officer was a Senegalese soldier named Amadou Diem, who went on to become an investigator in the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Diem remembers Dallaire fondly, sucking candies, chewing an unlighted Rwandan cigar, listening to tapes of the Blue Berets' caskets, and bouncing a yellow ball in the yard of the compound. 84. But Diem's overall conclusion about Dallaire's decision was that preventing arms and ammunition from reaching the RGF, while permitting unlimited arms and material to F out to the RPF through Uganda, was the ultimate lethal measure imposed by Unamir. 85. That lethal measure didn't just result in the destruction of the Rwandan state. It destroyed the Rwandan government forces that could have stopped the massacres. Even during the war, Rwandan state officials appealed to the RPF, FRST for a truce for humanitarian life-saving purposes. 86. And eventually an outright surrender, asking the RPF to assist in restoring order. 87. The RPF refused. Dallaire's boss at the UN was Cameroonian diplomat Jacques-Roger Bobo, Unamir chief in 1993 to 1994. Bobo thought that Dallaire's hand-wringing about the weapons coming in from the Ugandan border for the RPF compared to his zeal in disarming the Rwandan government forces was galling. General Dallaire, in charge of military affairs, never seemed too curious about the military and paramilitary actions of the RPF. 88. Bobo goes further, accusing Dallaire of allowing Unamir vehicles to be used to transport weapons for the RPF. 89. Dallaire's bias in favor of the RPF, Bobo argues, led him to sabotage UN negotiations at key moments, breaking up meetings on pretenses of security. 90. In reality, Dallaire never surmounted his exotic ambitions and cultural prejudices for the sake of the mission. The fact that he was working under the authority of an African must have rankled. 91. The Africa-wide movement for multipartyism in the 1990s, during which peoples dreamed of ousting their dictators and living under democratic regimes, was mentioned in previous chapters. In the multiparty moment of 1993, Burundi had its FRST-free election in decades. Reform-minded Hutu leader Melchior Ndadaye was elected to the Prime Minister's office. 182. Burundi's All-Tutsi army murdered Ndadaye on October 21, 1993, and took power in a coup, which launched a new round of civil conflict in Burundi. $92 had just arrived in Kigali from Rwanda when he heard the news. 93 in Burundi, the sudden eruption of anti-Tutsi violence only hours following the news of Ndade's death, resulting in countless atrocities and random killings of Tutsi civilians, was the triggering factor behind an equally devastating display of anti-Hutu violence by the army. How many lives were lost is anybody's guess. Estimates vary between 30,000 and 100,000. What most observers agree on is that as many Tutsi were killed by enraged mobs of Hutu as Hutu by the army's blind repression. 94 350,000 Hutu refugees fled to Rwanda, and the same number fled to Tanzania and to the Congo, Zaire. $95 describes it as follows. An estimated 300,000 refugees had crossed the border into Rwanda, and massacres inside Burundi had left the streams and rivers full of bloated bodies. The refugees were occupying makeshift camps and ravaging the small forests that decades of labor had re-established on the mountainsides to prevent soil erosion. 96 The region was into a second year of drought and had suffered extensive crop failures, forcing many of the Rwandans in the area to depend on food aid. The UNRWA rapidly moved in to provide the essentials to Burundian refugees, but since it is only mandated to look after refugees who cross borders, it couldn't provide for the displaced or hungry Rwandans. This meant that local people watched refugees eating while they and their children starved. 97 The assassination of the Burundian president by Burundi's army stoked fears of the RPF as analogous to the Burundian Tutsi army that had killed Ndade. For its part, beyond a communiqué, the RPF conveyed no sense of genuine indignation at the murder of a popularly elected head of state. Worse still, some sectors of the front openly rejoiced at the death of the Hutu president. 98 That November, Dallaire was faced with massacres of Rwandan civilians in the north, for which the RPF was accused. He approached the investigations with great skepticism, assuming that they were false flag operations. His dilemma: if we investigated and found conclusive proof that the RPF had committed the murders, we'd be in tricky territory in which one of the ex-belligerents appeared to be deliberately destabilizing the country. If we investigated and were not able to point the finger at the RPF, the media would view us as either in league with the 183 RPF or totally incompetent. $99 went deep in his speculations. When an RPF issue glove was found at a crime scene, Dallaire wondered why someone would leave such a distinctive signature. The glove bothered Dallaire and his co-author Brent Beardsley. Why would the RPF leave behind a telltale glove? They were not known for stupidity. Was it possible that others had committed the crime in order to blame it on the RPF? 100 Thus, evidence that the RPF committed the crime becomes evidence they did not commit it. He doubted his translator and strongly suspected that he was an RGF, Rwandan government, spy. After the war, Dallaire noted, the RPF identified 6 of our local staff as spies for the RGF. 101 In the finger-pointing post-war context, Dallaire simply took the RPF's word for who was and was not a spy. Dallaire's confusion in this investigation cost UNAMIR its credibility. Deem, his own military intelligence officer, thought that the idea that the evidence was planted there on purpose to incriminate the RPF was something he could hardly believe, since the RPF belongings were not easy to find in Rwanda at the time. And due to the location of the crime sites, along the demilitarized zone, and at night, I could not imagine RGF forces or simple civilians conducting such actions against their own, with the risks of crashing into RPF soldiers and landmines. The way Dallaire handled it made the RGF, local government, and even the local population thought that UNAMIR was definitely taking sides by defending the RPF. That took away a lot of our credibility, and justly so. 102 By February 1994, Rwanda was experiencing a generalized collapse. At a town hall meeting, citizens told Dallaire that the government was no longer really governing, a lot of salaries were not being paid, public schools were closed and government-sponsored medical care had been starved of resources. they were extremely disturbed by the increased banditry and lawlessness. 103 The head of the Rwandan government police, the gendarmerie, Ndindalimana, asked Dallaire repeatedly for non-lethal riot gear to control demonstrations. 104 One of the opposition, to Habyarimana, party, the PSD, leaders, Felicie Ngabeza, was assassinated on the night of February 21. RPF lieutenant at the time, Abdul Razabeza states that Ngabeza killers were Lt. Godfrey Ntukayajmo, with help from Mahoro Amini and Captain Hubert Kamugisa, that they hid with a taxi driver named Emerita Mukamuranzi who they killed as a loose end, and that the killing was ordered by Kagame and his Lt. Col Karenza Karake. 105 Activists from Ngabeza party lynched Hutu. 184. Power leader Martin Busayana the next day in reprisal. Dallaire told the commander of the gendarmerie, Ndindalimana, that his gendarmes were not doing enough to help my troops get a grip on the riots, but Ndindalimana reminded him that he had neither fuel, nor riot gear, nor tear gas, nor water cannons, nor fuel or spare parts for their vehicles. Colonel Bizimana from the Rwandan army reiterated the offer to move a battalion of military police into the city. But Dallaire countered by recommending that they go to the media and call upon the extremist parties to control their militias and stop the riots. 106 What Dallaire expected them to do if their media requests were ignored, he didn't say, but instead watched as they fidgeted uncomfortably. On March 28, 1994, Bobo reported to UN headquarters that he had obtained a declaration by all parties of the Arusha Accords, the UN, the Papal Nuncio, the US, France, Belgium, Germany, Zaire, Uganda, and Burundi to solemnly appeal to the Rwandese parties to show a spirit of compromise and solve the last pending problems. 107 Even the US had signed. The pressure on Kagame to accept this incredibly favorable deal, that would nonetheless leave him out of absolute power and leave him vulnerable to a future election in a democratic Rwanda, was building. When Kagame and Rwigema were commanders in Museveni's National Resistance Army, NRA, a helicopter crash of their most effective enemy, Major General David Oyetajak in 1983, had turned the tide of the war in their favor. On March 31, 1994, Kagame called a meeting with senior command, THIRD-WORLDISM, freed from prison and now a military advisor, Kayambani Amweza, who became a dissident and survived Kagame's assassins in 2010, James Kabarebe, an important commander in the Congo invasions, and others were present. The decision was made to assassinate Habyarimana when the opportunity presented itself. 108 The RPF had numerous SA-7B anti-aircraft missiles, but these had disadvantages in trying to shoot down a fast plane like the president's. The missile took a long time to warm up, and was noisy, was not especially fast, 800 km per hour, and was only good over a relatively short distance, about 5 km, ideal for shooting down helicopters, but not great for planes. 109 But there were also a few SA-16 missiles in the Ugandan army stores. The RPF got their hands on 4 of them and brought them into Rwanda shortly after the RPF battalion arrived in Kigali on 185. January 6, 1994. The SA-16 was faster 2000 km/h and worked over a longer distance. 110 The RPF battalion in Kigali refused to be supplied locally, claiming fear of poisoning. Anamir had offered to supply the RPF with Efriwood, but the RPF refused that too. 111 They demanded to control their own supply of food from their headquarters in Mulindi and used this supply line to bring 2 of the SA-16s along with other weapons in a truck ostensibly transporting Efriwood, at the end of January 1994, and were stored right in the 3rd Battalion's headquarters in Kigali. 112 Masaka Hill was chosen American Samoa the missile launch site, based on advice from THIRD-WORLDISM, who knew the capital well. 113 Litsinda and other RPF men quietly moved their families out of the capital, moves that were noticed and reported to UN intelligence. 114 On April 2, Kagame was visited by Dallaire in Mulindi. Dallaire looked at Kagame's face and it was as somber as I'd ever seen it. Something cataclysmic was coming, he said, and once it started, no one would be able to control it. 115 On April 4, Dallaire ran into Theoneste Bagosara at the Meridian Hotel and asked him if the president had ever anointed someone as his dauphin. It was an innocent question, Dallaire says, he was just legitimately curious about the line of succession if something happened to Habyarimana. 116 2 days after talking to Kagame, 2 days before Habyarimana was assassinated, Dallaire was asking around among the Rwandan government's senior leadership about what would happen if Habyarimana died. Knowing when Habyarimana's plane would be coming in was a problem, but an easy one for an intelligence officer to solve. On April 6, Habyarimana was meeting to discuss peace plans with the RPF in Tanzania. After all, and RPF cadres there could report on the president's departure time. 117 April 6, 1994, 6 months had passed since Ndade's murder in Burundi and the installation of the unescorted RPF battalion in the capital of Rwanda. The situation was explosive with ethnic tension, as Hutu refugees from Burundi blamed the All-Tutsi army, and another essentially All-Tutsi army, the RPF, had moved into the capital. Tanzania's president, Ali Hassan Mwinyi, called a one-day summit in Dar es Salaam to discuss implementation of the Arusha Accords by local heads of state. The Burundi presidency had been passed in February 1994 to Cyprien Ntaryamira, a Hutu politician from the assassinated Melchior Ndade's party. Rwanda's president, Juvenal Habyarimana, as well. 186. As Burundi's president, Ntaryamira, attended. Mobutu was supposed to attend, but did not, and neither did his foreign minister. Nzongola Nteleja believes that Mobutu was tipped off by France. Mobutu apparently tried to warn Habyarimana, but when he called Kigali, it was Madame Agathe Habyarimana who answered the phone. She never gave her husband Mobutu's message. The original plan was for Mobutu's presidential jet, a Boeing 727, to bring back to Kigali the Rwandan president and his aides, so that Habyarimana's plane could take the president of Burundi back home to Bujumbura. Because Mobutu didn't go, Habyarimana took the Burundian with him. 118 The missiles were launched from Masaka Hill by RPF Corporal Eric Hakizimana and 2nd Lieutenant Frank Nziza. They hit their target. 119 The wreckage landed on the lawn of the presidential palace. 120 later, 2 SA-16 launchers were found in the valley. The Russian authorities said they had been sold to Uganda in 1987. 121 Surrounded by his security detail, Kagame was in a common room at headquarters in Mulindi with 200 of his men watching the semifinals of the African Cup of Nations. Zambia was playing Mali that night at the Stade El Menza in Tunis. A messenger came into the room and whispered in his ear. He got up with his bodyguards, walked to his quarters to use the radio, and returned to the common room. 122 RPF forces moved immediately to the outskirts of Kigali, deploying IN infiltrators who had trickled into the city during the cease-fire and activating their battalion inside the city. By April 8, U.S. Marine helicopters were seen in Burundi's capital, Bujumbura. Deem wondered where were they stationed before Bujumbura? What was the nearest point in Africa the helicopters could have come from, and how long had they been there? And of course, the crucial point is, were they expecting, or aware of, what was going to happen in Rwanda? Or had they been based at Bujumbura for some time before April 8, without the UN having been informed? If so, why? And perhaps more importantly, why did the US choose not to send Marines to Kigali, when their very presence would have been likely to stop much of the killing? 123 later, Rwandans 124 would identify the shooting down of the plane as the moment when everything changed. ******. Unlike the multitudes that became experts afterward, French scholar André Guichewa was one of a few experts on the country before the 187 genocide. Guichewa provides some of the most detailed information about the Rwandan government and the strategic calculations within it during the civil war and the genocide. He separates the assassination of Habyarimana and the genocide as follows: even if in refusing a negotiated political settlement RPF leaders assumed the risk of genocide, the shooting down of the plane can in no way be deemed the cause of genocide. Given the climate brought about by the power vacuum, the genocide was the culmination of a political strategy implemented by extremist Hutu groups that felt that with the downing of the aircraft and the inevitable reprise of war, the moment had come to settle the conflict with the RPF militarily and to do away with the political forces supporting the RPF inside the country. 125. Even at this point it was still not too late. During the FRST days of April, it is highly probable that with the UN forces already on the ground, deliberate interventions by the large embassies, and additional support from easily mobilized foreign military forces, political Afghans who had distanced themselves from the ethnic blocs would have had sufficient ascendancy to call for a halt to the massacres, neutralize the militias, and regain the upper hand over the mutinied units with support from the military high command of the FAR. 126. At the end of this process, though, the Rwandan government would remain in place and the RPF would have been prevented from taking the country. Kagame, his US sponsors, and Dallaire had all decided by this point that the RPF had to come to power by force of arms. Kagame moved his forces out of Mulindi for the FNAL conquest of the country immediately upon the assassination of Habyarimana. Rwandan government forces managed to hold their ground in several battles and mount counterattacks, but having been disarmed by the UN and disorganized by 3 years of war, they were at an insurmountable disadvantage. An example of this was at the Battle for Byumba on April 18. The RPF cut the road between Byumba and Kigali and intercepted the message from Rwandan government's command telling the garrison to withdraw from the town. Government forces walked into an RPF ambush by Ndugut and Kabareb's troops, taking extensive casualties before finally retreating in order. The RPF was operating with detailed maps of FAR positions, order of battle, all call signs, frequencies, and ciphers of the radio network. 127. When the Prime Minister, Agathia Wilingiamana, was killed by Hutu militias in the UN compound the day after Habyarimana's assassination. 188. The West decided to reduce the UN forces' size. The message to the government was clear: implement the Arusha Agreement or else the UN will pull out and the RPF take power. By putting in place the FNAL squeeze, the UN had succeeded in fully polarizing the situation. 128. In the reorganization of the state immediately after Habyarimana's assassination, those who sought genocide against the Tutsi were outmaneuvered by the moderates during the night of 6 to 7 April. The moderates imposed Colonel Marcel Gatsinzi as the commander of the FAR, who tried to keep the army out for the FNAL solution, only reconciling with the militias when news came that the RPF had decided to enter the fray. 129. Senior officials from the Habyarimana government sought refuge at the French embassy. 130. And the provisional government fled from Kigali to Gitarama, which increased administrative confusion. 131. From the assassination of Habyarimana on April 6 until its FNAL defeat in July, the Rwandan government remained in FUX, with the group of extremist leaders, Ngairumpatsi, Kirmera, Anzirora, and Bagosara. 132, maintaining a shaky hold on power as militias killed civilians in the countryside and the RPF continued to defeat the Rwandan army on the battlefield. The people who killed their neighbors at the behest of these leaders spoke to an interviewer of their bitterness for following orders. The educated people were certainly the ones who drove the farmers on, out in the marshes. Today they're the ones who juggle with words or turn close-mouthed. Many sit quietly in their same places as before. Some have become ministers or bishops, they aren't so much in the public eye, but they still wear their fancy clothes and gold-framed glasses. While suffering keeps us in prison. 133. For those who conducted the genocide, their common objective, was that none of their former adversaries should savor the victory of the RPF. If defeat at the hands of the RPF could not be avoided, none of their Tutsi or southern enemies should be left to cash in on the spoils of their victory. 134 The faction organizing the genocide included a group of officers from the Rwandan army and the leaders of several of the political parties. On the ground, the militias doing the killing were ordered and induced with ad hoc rhetoric about pacification and civil defense. Their energies would be regularly replenished by using rewards of various 189 sorts, rackets, pillaging, rapes, direct remunerations, or redistributions of bounty. 135 Mainly in government-controlled areas, militias targeted Tutsis at roadblocks, traveled house to house, and killed people at gathering sites like churches. Ignace told Jean Hatzfeld, who wrote oral histories of the genocide from the point of view of the killers and of the victims. We'd gather in a crowd of about 1,000 on the soccer field, head out into the bush along with 100 or 200 hunters, all led by 2 or 3 gentlemen with guns, soldiers, or intimidators. At the muddy edge of the FRST clumps of papyrus, we separated into teams of acquaintances. In the bogs, you had to hunt and kill only up till the last whistle. Sometimes a gunshot replaced the whistle, that would be the sole surprise of the day. 136 Ellie described the division of labor of the killers, the intimidators made the plans and whipped up enthusiasm, the shopkeepers paid and provided transportation, the farmers prowled and pillaged. For the killings though, everybody had to show up blade in hand and pitch in for a decent stretch of work. 137 Meanwhile, organizers operated at a higher level, bringing the orders, the organizers arranged patrols, settled disputes over looting, and laid out the daily itineraries. If these organizers hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have occurred to the farmers to begin the work. They would have brandished machetes in anger over the plane crash and gone back to their fields. 138 A junior officer in charge of killing for the unit in Mwange described his experience to Hatzfeld. It was something new for me, of course. So I got up earlier than those around me to review the preparations. I would whistle for assembly, hurry along the laggards, scold the slug-gabes, count up the missing, check on reasons for absence, and pass on the instructions. If a meeting of organizers produced a reprimand or an announcement, I delivered it directly. I gave the signal to set out. 139 Hatzfeld's stories are a South Rwandan experience. His interviewees are from Nyamata, which is south of Kigali. Nyamata has a high relative proportion of Tutsis and was one of the places that fell to the RPF late. Interahamwe from the north came to Nyamata to organize the genocide in that zone. The role of northern organizers FEing the RPF in authoring the genocide in the south is confirmed by stories told to Hatzfeld by victims. Francine Nyadajika, 25-year-old farmer and shopkeeper from Kibungo Hill, who was clubbed and left for dead but survived, told him that a month or two before the genocide, new faces were appearing. 190. Among the houses, and we would hear the Interahamwe training in the forest, shouting encouragement to one another. 140 These were Interahamwe from the north who came south after the loss of the north to the RPF, hoping wrongly that the tactic of massacring Tutsis, which had failed in the north where there were few Tutsis, could work in the south where there were more Tutsis. The genocidal violence took a specific form, joiners killed in groups, not individually. These groups were large, oftentimes far larger than what was physically required to kill the victims at hand, who were usually unarmed and unable to FEE. Joiners estimated their groups to include 10 to 50, or more, people. The sheer size of the groups meant that many members watched as a handful performed the physical murder. 141 The killings were public, physically intimate, and theatrical. No one reported performing any of these acts outside the context of killing, on his own or in private. Researchers found little evidence that perpetrators were driven by anti-Tutsi ideology, extremist propaganda, pre-existing or accumulating hatreds of Tutsi, or obedience, an alleged cultural trait of Rwandans. 142 I will return to Rwandan obedience below. Instead, it was the group context that facilitated the genocidal violence. The civil war context was absolutely central to the occurrence of the genocide. In his book, The Order of Genocide, Strauss is explicit about the connection. Based on his prison interviews and his reading of Rwanda's historical episodes of violence, he concludes that the central mechanisms driving violence are uncertainty and acute insecurity, and violence is a means to assert power when power is most threatened. 143 The biggest single massacre in the genocide took place over a period of weeks in Bisaro Mountain in Kibai Prefecture. Tens of thousands of Tutsis tried to make a last stand against repeated attacks by the militias, dying in direct attacks as well as from thirst and hunger. Human Rights Watch's report, to which I will return, estimated that 50,000 people were killed on Bisaro, most in mid-May. 144 In 2019, journalist Judy Rever reported that RPF-IN infiltrators killed Tutsi civilians in the Bisaro massacre and were involved in its organization. 145 Kagame's war plan was based on enveloping Kigali by moving clockwise from the east to the southwest. He knew that most of the country's Tutsis lived in the south, but feared RPF casualties if he raced across the southern districts trying to save them. So, instead, he took a circuitous route. The RPF almost certainly could have saved many more. 191. Tutsi, albeit at a higher military cost, if they had pursued a southwestern offensive. 146 For those who insist on a narrow ethnic, Hutu-Tutsi framework for understanding the war, Kagame's decision to abandon the Rwandan Tutsis is inexplicable. But just like the North-South division within Rwanda, the divisions between Kagame's Anglophone Ugandan men and the Francophone Tutsis who had lived in Rwanda were very real, and by 1990, many refugees who had spent up to 3 decades in Uganda felt little kinship for those in Rwanda who faced retaliation. Indeed, some Tutsi in the diaspora suspected that those who had been permitted to remain in Rwanda must have collaborated with the extremist Hutu regime. From the opposite perspective, many Tutsi in Rwanda bitterly opposed the rebels on grounds the diaspora Tutsi were willing to FGHT to the last domestic Tutsi. 147 The more the Rwandans, including Tutsi, who lost their lives, the more land there would be for the Ugandan returnees. Land was scarce, parcels were small, and the RPF had big dreams. Kagame kept the conquest of Kibai for the end, so it was up to the French forces of Operation Turquoise to put a stop to the massacres on Bisaro Mountain. The second largest death toll of the genocide was at Jishida, also in Kibai Prefecture, in which an estimated 9,000 were killed, mostly in June. 148 Most of the victims of the genocide, 80%, were killed in the FRST 6 weeks. 149 Francine Nyadijika described the massacre on her hill. The Interahamwe began to hunt Tutsis on our hill on April 10. Since they had never gone so far as to kill families in the churches, that same day we moved out in a long procession to seek refuge in the church in Antarama. We waited FVE days. As our brethren continued to gather, we became a great crowd. When the attack began, an onslaught of noise confused the full picture of the massacre, but I did recognize many faces of neighbors who were killing non-stop. Very soon I felt a blow. I fell between 2 benches, with chaos all around. When I woke up, I checked to be sure I was not dying. I made my way through the bodies, then escaped into the bush. Among the trees, I came upon a band of fugitives and we ran all the way to the marshes. I was to remain there for 1 month. Each morning we went to hide the littlest ones beneath the swamp papyrus, then we would sit on the dry grass. When we heard the Interahamwe arrive, we ran to spread ourselves out in silence, in the thickest foliage, sinking deep into the mud. In the evening, when 192. The killers had finished work and gone home, those who were not dead emerged from the marsh. The wounded simply lay down on the oozing bank of the bog, or in the forest. Those who still could went up to the school in Siyuguro, to doze off in a dry place. 150. In June, France mounted Operation Turquoise, creating a zone through which refugees could escape into Zaire. As it had opposed the expansion of the UN, the RPF also opposed the French mission, using diplomacy in Burundi to prevent France from entering Rwanda through that country. 151 and threatening to FGHT French forces if they encountered them. The French intervention did save some lives 152 and stopped the genocide in areas that it controlled. An event like the Rwandan genocide is always fodder for what-if questions. One of Dahler's post-genocide talking points, made famous in Philip Gurevich's book We Wish to Inform You That Tomorrow We Will Be Killed with Our Families, was that he could have stopped the genocide with 5,000 troops, but the Western powers refused to provide them in time. Dahler was therefore stuck in the capital with an inadequate force, unable to intervene. The French would have provided the troops. They had conducted many such operations too in neighboring Zaire to bail Mobutu out, with American airlift, and others in Chad and Côte d'Ivoire. Habyarimana expected a French intervention to save his government from the RPF. Analyzing the accounts of the way in which the genocide unfolded, and looking at what occurred in the areas of Operation Turquoise, it is reasonable to conclude that the French would have stopped or prevented the genocide had they been deployed countrywide. It was not to be. Dahler proudly relates that he told New York that if the French were permitted to enter through Kigali, I would resign my command. If French planes appeared at the airport, I'd shoot them down. 153 Kagame was also hostile to the French, since they were the military guarantors of his enemy, Habyarimana. Ultimately, the RPF, with UN help and ultimately with US help, outmaneuvered the French in negotiations. They presented the RPF and Kagame as a part of the new African leaders of that era's African Spring. They managed to get all of the Francophone troops in Unamir expelled as well. Amadou Diem, Dahler's military intelligence officer, describes being disarmed. 193. And bust out through the RPF zone. I remember the words of the RPF civilian who was in charge, only with your toothbrush and Colgate. The RPF soldiers they encountered at roadblocks would not miss the opportunity to taunt us. 154 When Dahler met the French general in charge of Operation Turquoise, Jean-Claude Lafourcade, at the end of June, briefed Lafourcade and warned him that the extremist leaders, the perpetrators and some of the French's old colleagues were all the same people. 155 He found his French counterpart much more genuine and level-headed than his officers. 156 Lafourcade didn't come away with the same respect for Dahler. General Dahler is a sensitive man, a true believer in peace, Lafourcade wrote in his book about Operation Turquoise. The situation would have pushed me to FGHT, even with so few men, to try to stop the massacres. That would have involved disobeying UN orders and that is not nothing. But that is my conception of what a military officer does, in extreme situations, to deploy force legitimately. I remain convinced that action was needed the day after the attack to try to neutralize the militias and the genocidaires. 157 Dahler chose to leave it to Kagame. At the end of April, Kagame told Dahler that the RPF would FGHT any strengthened UN intervention force that would come to stop the war, and would have, as a collateral benefit, ended the genocide as well. The UN is looking at sending an intervention force on humanitarian grounds, but for what reason? Those who were to die are already dead. If an intervention force is sent to Rwanda, we will FGHT it. 158 Kagame was wrong, those who were to die were not already dead, Bisaro Mountain hadn't even happened yet, and more than 100,000 lives could have been saved, according to one analyst. 159 Also, Kagame said something that would be contradicted by the regime he set up in Rwanda, berating the international community for presenting the Rwandan problem as an ethnic one, which is incorrect as the massacres were against Tutsis and the opposition. Kagame's idea was not to divide the country but to hunt the criminals everywhere they may be. 160 The US also obstructed an expanded UN force, and Dallaire commented that if I had been a suspicious soul, I could have drawn a link between the obstructive American position and the RPF's refusal to accept a sizable UNAMIR too. In the pre-war period, the US military. 194. Attaché from the American Embassy was observed going to Mulindi on a regular basis. 161 Deem, who had been a military observer in Rwanda before being a military intelligence officer for Dallaire, wondered about Kagame's war plan. If the RPF would have finished taking Kigali with the same speed as their progression in occupying territory through the eastern third of the country, they definitely would have helped in stopping the massacres. Instead, their military strategy appears to have been effected from making the humanitarian chaos worse. 162 On May 17, the UN Security Council voted on Resolution 918 to impose an arms embargo on the Rwandan army, guaranteeing an RPF victory. The Rwandan government strategy shifted to seeking a partition of the country. The interim government still sought to demonstrate that, without negotiations, its defeat could only come at great cost. At this stage of the CONFICT, discussion along these lines could only lead to partition of the country between zones already fully under RPF control to the east and the high plateaus of Hutu-dominated territory to the west. 163 A proposal that found some receptivity in France initially. France ultimately decided not to try to save the Rwandan interim government, not at the expense of open confrontation with the RPF, which was a possibility, and certainly not after the UN Security Council voted Resolution 925 on June 8, using the term genocide and mentioning that genocide was punishable by international law. Dallaire relayed surrender feelers to Kagame in May from Rusatira and Gatsinze, but Kagame was not impressed. As far as he was concerned, these men should have publicly resisted the extremists right from the start and now had to accept the consequences for themselves, their few living supporters and their families. 164 In June, Dallaire talked to Kagame about power-sharing arrangements. At that time, Kagame had the best of the RGF troops locked up in Kigali, so they couldn't FGHT him elsewhere. He could close the gap any time he wanted and wipe them out. My distinct impression was that he was toying with his enemy. Why would he meet with the enemy when he held all the cards? 165 On June 20, the Minister of the Interior, Kermera, ordered Lt. Col. Anatole Nsenji Yumba, Operational Sector Commander for Gisenyi, to send auxiliary support to gendarmerie units from Kibai to help them rout the survivors. He set a timetable of 3 days for completion of the mopping up operation. He instructed the prefect accordingly and demanded that he provide a follow-up report on the situation. In other 195 words, there was coordination at the highest level, and there was joint intervention by the operational sector army commander assisted by contingents from the gendarmerie, communal police, and militiamen specifically recruited for the task. 166 Turquoise put a stop to it on June 22 when they arrived, saving the last 1,100 people. French humanitarian intervention had finally drawn a sobering response from RPF officials after a series of direct contacts with French authorities. The French ambassador Jean-Michel Marlaud went to Kigali on June 19 to explain the objectives of the intervention to the RPF. Dallaire visited Kagame to warn him about the French intervention, but promised that he would insist that the French stay out of Kigali and not try to save the Rwandan government. Kagame told him not to worry. The French would not be entering Kigali. As to the reason why, his assessment was blunt: tell France that Kigali can handle more body bags than Paris. 167 This was empty bluster. Kagame was working closely with the US, who had already told him to cooperate with Turquoise. 168 On June 22 in Paris, on the eve of the off-chail launch of Turquoise, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alain Juppé, received a vigorously negotiated visit from Jacques Biozagara, the European spokesperson for the RPF. There was, by the end, no doubt as to the slightest possibility of saving any Rwandan regime with links to the former mouvance presidentielle. 169 The interim government held out a hope of retaining some level of representation in the future political dispensation. This is what led it to organize the flight of millions into Zaire, where north-south tensions continued. 170 The war was over by July. The RPF had won. At what cost? As Guy Shewa puts it, the rebel movement that emerged from the Tutsi diaspora neither started nor conducted a war to save the Tutsi, it seized power in Kigali by force of arms at the cost of the lives of its compatriots. 171 Even Dallaire, for all his extraordinary admiration of the RPF, figured out that Kagame wanted all of the country, not parts of it, and came to believe that he didn't want the situation to stabilize until he had won. 172 After the RPF conquest was complete, some U.S. troops arrived to support Kagame's government, 173 staying until the end of September 1994. Among the 2 million Hutu refugees who fled to eastern Zaire, DRC, tens of thousands died due to cholera outbreaks in their refugee camps. 174. 196. Gerard Prunier wrote one of the standard accounts of the Rwandan genocide, published in 1995, and because his book came out so quickly, it became the standard estimate of the genocide's death count. His figures are based on the 1991 Rwandan census and a growth rate of 3.2%, from which he estimated the total population of Rwanda to be around 7.8 million. The Rwandan government said Tutsis were 9% of the population, 700,000 people, but Prunier bumps this up to 12%, 930,000 people. Based on figures of 130,000 Tutsi survivors arriving in refugee camps after the genocide, Prunier estimated roughly 800,000 Tutsi deaths in the genocide. 175 But others have looked at each of these figures in more detail, using different methods, and come to different conclusions. In Rentgen's calculations, Tutsi were 10% of the population, or about 800,000 before the genocide, and 600,000 Tutsi were killed. This means, according to Rentgen's, 500,000 Hutu were killed. 176 While not the majority, it is still nearly half of the victims. Cooperman reviewed Rentgen's, Prunier's, and Deforge's estimates and suggested a model incorporating these. The 8.27% Tutsi census figure in 1991 appears credible, he believes, whereas Prunier's higher estimate does not. A pre-genocide population of around 650,000 Tutsi, and 150,000 post-genocide survivors, yields an estimate of 500,000 Tutsis killed in the genocide. Prunier estimated 10,000–30,000 Hutus killed by the militias, Sendashonga estimated 60,000 Hutus were killed by the RPF, while Gersony estimated the RPF killed about 40,000 over the course of the war. Several hundred thousand Hutus were missing after the genocide, 177, and I will return to these missing Hutus later on. The most methodologically rigorous study of the genocide was conducted by Christian Davenport and Alan Stamm, professors at the University of Michigan. They conducted an extensive review of all of the available evidence on the Rwandan genocide for a project they called Genodynamics. 178 In the study, they encoded all of the massacres described in all of the human rights reports, including Alison Deforge's FLD study for Human Rights Watch, a report from African Rights. More about this report and organization below, government and other scholarly sources. Where the records showed a range of casualties, Davenport and Stamm included the range in their analysis. Using 197. This method, they produced a wide casualty range for the genocide and settled on a mean value of 1,063,336 deaths. This is very close to Philip Rentgen's estimates, which are based on tallies made in refugee camps in the 3 years after the genocide. These estimates are between 1,069,643 and 1,143,225 deaths. 179 Most of Davenport's 1,063,336 deaths, 891,295, were in areas under Rwandan government control. A much smaller, but substantial number of deaths, 77,043, were in areas under RPF control. Analyzing the available figures for Tutsis who survived the genocide, between 130,000 and 300,000, the range of Hutu victims is as low as 28,573, but as high as 958,573. In Davenport's estimation, Hutus were the majority killed. The role of rape as a weapon of war in the region, and in the Congo, where Rwanda's proxies are active, will be discussed below. The prevalence of rape in the Rwandan genocide has also been studied. One estimate is that 350,000 women, mostly Tutsi, were raped during the genocide. 180 How, if the men who took over the Rwandan government after Habyarimana's assassination set out to organize people to kill Tutsis in organized massacres, could so many of their victims have been Hutus? For several reasons. The main reason cited by Davenport is that the civil war and the massacres were creating massive displacement of nearly the entire population. Even though local organizations were responsible for the killing, and locally, the killers could identify Hutu and Tutsi, in a situation where nearly everyone was fleeing from somewhere, and in a situation where admitting to being Tutsi was certain death, killers would have faced potential victims who were claiming to be Hutu, and killed them anyway. Many of the people who were killed as Tutsi were Hutu. Davenport and Stam summarize this. Evidence exists which suggests that there was a tremendous amount of movement within the Rwandan population, and this renders the situation one that is highly unstable. In this context, it was less the case that government turned on known citizen or that neighbor turned on neighbor than the case that government turned on unknown citizen or that stranger turned on stranger. This leads to dramatically different understandings of what took place. 181. Seth Sendashonga poured over data on RPF massacres of Hutus with journalist Stephen Smith, who described the process in an article, We. 198. Move forward line by line, name by name, address by address, cross-checking dates on two independent lists of people killed. Assuming RPF reprisals were equally severe everywhere in Rwanda, this leads to an extrapolated figure of 150,000 people killed between July 1994 and April 1995 in the entire country. Gersony had estimated 25,000–40,000 people killed by the RPF in the 100 days before July 1994 in the areas they controlled. 182 Hutus were the demographic majority, so if there was a random element as well as a systematic element, the random element would have killed many more Hutu than Tutsi. I would also add a third possibility that many Hutus were killed trying to protect Tutsis. The idea that the killers in the genocide were everyday Hutu neighbors of the Tutsi is so pervasive, but it is also likely that many of these Hutu neighbors tried to protect the Tutsi members of their community and died doing so. The RPF rejected every option for peace, including the surrender of their enemies, because in their assessment, total victory was within their grasp. The RPF did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. The victims of the Rwandan genocide paid the price of the RPF's victory. In the early 1990s, Zaire's dictator Mobutu was an erratic and failing vehicle for U.S. control of Central Africa. Zaire's neighbor, Rwanda, was a tiny client state of France's, with a small-scale civil war and a refugee crisis. Both Zaire and Rwanda were, like the rest of Africa, facing mass popular movements for multi-party democracy. Without Western intervention, these movements would have turned both countries into multi-party democracies. In Zaire, a greater degree of sovereignty over the country's natural resources and integration with other countries in the region would have followed. But a decade later, Rwanda was an absolute dictatorship, a reliable vehicle for U.S. regional power, exporting its own military power in African Union missions. Zaire had collapsed as a state, occupied by neighboring armies, its economy based on warlords, smuggling, and donors' whims. This crushing of hope was accompanied by the most successful propaganda operation in history, one that turned entire populations into evildoers deserving of death, and an organization responsible for mass murder into a band of plucky heroes. To accomplish this propaganda feat, the first thing that must be set aside is the United Nations framework for the negotiated settlement of wars. From Palestine to Suez, from Cyprus to Nicaragua, from Sierra Leone to Haiti to Burundi and the DRC, the United Nations deploys a similar set of assumptions for trying to bring armed conflicts to a close. The basis for negotiations set out over the past 7 or so decades is as follows: there are two sides to a civil war. To end it, both sides. Chapter 10. Good and Evil, How Africanists Present. Hutus as deserving of death. Agree to stop fighting and to a power-sharing agreement, integrating rebel leaders into politics and integrating rebel soldiers into the army, while conducting a demobilization program that reintegrates disarmed soldiers into the mainstream economy. There is also often an accompanying framework for justice, whereby people found guilty of the most severe crimes will be punished, while others can be accepted back into the community if they tell the truth about what they did and if there are resources for the compensation of victims, truth and reconciliation processes. Donors support these processes with money and supply soldiers for UN forces to keep the rebels and government forces separated on the ground. This framework has often been twisted beyond recognition to try to make it FT where it doesn't. It equated the Congo's sovereign government under Lumumba with the Belgian white supremacists trying to maintain their colony, and the Rwandan government with the RPF invaders, putting up a front of even-handedness while helping the aggressors. But even when it is honored in the breach, it is based on the idea that the international community values peace and reconstruction, the idea that labeling one side good and the other evil is probably not going to help the prospects for a power-sharing agreement or a reconciliation process. To support Kagame and his system for governing Central Africa, this framework is discarded. In its place, we have what is sometimes called the law of the jungle one, the idea that opposing sides should FGHT, destroying their society, until one side emerges to dominate the other as it sees FT. Having established domination, Kagame went on, establishing a prison state, mass surveillance, massacres of hundreds of thousands, aggressive war, occupation, a constant campaign of assassination, turning international justice into a sham, and destabilizing the region. Justifying all this through a simple appeal to the law of the jungle is uncompelling. Only a story based on good and evil will work, and for the post-1990s system for governing Africa centered on Kagame to be good, all of his enemies, and they include entire populations, must be evil. Dividing the world into good and evil has been FTS for the propagandist. When dealing with evil, the idea of a negotiated peace becomes hopelessly naive. Attempts to resolve a civil war through diplomacy are complicity with an impending genocide, as NATO argued, evoking Rwanda, as it prepared to destroy the Libyan state and kill Gaddafi. In A Story of Good and Evil, we evoke other moments of great evil, especially 209. The Nazi Holocaust. By evoking the Holocaust, those who dispute Kagame's good or his enemy's evil can be called Holocaust deniers, with all the associations so implied. The imposition of this story is the most successful demonization campaign perhaps in all of history. To accomplish it, Africanists have had to deploy a wide range of techniques. Many of them are the techniques of fiction writers, others are standard rhetorical tricks. An innocent reader looking to inform themselves about an African conflict, subjected to all these techniques, will emerge with a fundamentally racist view of the world, in which the populations that stand in the way of Kagame's system not only can be slaughtered, but deserve to be. For the theater of Kagame, good, and Hutu, evil to proceed, the first step is the suppression of these facts. The genocide was a part of the dynamic of the civil war and would not have happened without the RPF's invasions. Even though pro-Kagame writers treat the war and genocide as separate, unconnected events, 3 researcher Lee and Fuji found that Rwandans did not see it that way. The most common word that people use to refer to the period of 1990 to 94 is intambara, which means war. People seem to use this word most often despite there being multiple ways to refer to genocide in Kinyarwanda, indicating perhaps a shared understanding of how closely linked the two forms of violence were. 4. At the absolute maximum, 10% of the Hutu refugees who fled Rwanda for Zaire in 1994, 200,000 out of 2 million, were genocidaires. It was more likely 5%, 80 to 100,000, or still less than that, since many had probably already been killed by the RPF on the battlefield, in massacres within Rwanda, or in jails. Kagame's forces killed, in organized massacres, 40,000 people from April to July 1994 and another 150,000 people from July 1995 to April 1995, according to reports commissioned by the UN. Those who asked about these reports were told they did not exist. Even before Kagame's men shot down Habyarimana's plane, Kagame's forces had, through such massacres, displaced nearly 1 million people from the areas they controlled, people who were living in miserable conditions in camps described by Dallaire. All evidence shows that hundreds of thousands of Hutus were massacred by militias alongside Tutsis during the genocide. 210. Upon coming to power, Kagame created a hellish prison system for over 130,000, in which thousands died of starvation and preventable disease, while also using the accusation of genocide as a way of getting land or property for his Ugandan RPF returnees. Kagame's prison system was built in secret, his massacres were covered up, his network of assassins was shrugged off. How did writers go about suppressing these facts? Gerard Prunier offers a model for both dismissing counter-evidence and then embracing it 15 years later when it no longer matters. In his 1995 book, Prunier writes, the Gersony report, produced by a UNCR consultant in unclear circumstances, tended to obscure rather than clarify the problem. This report apparently stated that the RPF murdered 30,000 Hutu in revenge killings between July and September 1994, and it was rumored to present those killings as the RPF's deliberate policy. 5. In his footnote, he calls it a mysterious document and notes that it had been embargoed, if it existed. Once out of favor with the RPF in 2009, Prunier wrote very differently about the publicly available report, suddenly effusive about its methodology and credibility. What finally brought these massacres to light was the Gersony report episode. Robert Gersony, an experienced American freelance consultant who had done extensive work in combat zones in Africa, was hired by UNCR to do a refugee survey in hope of facilitating refugee return. He and his assistants started their work with broad sympathy for the RPF. Gersony conducted about 200 interviews inside Rwanda in 91 different sites located in 41 of the country's 145 communes. He ended up having to face a terrible reality: the RPF was carrying out a massive campaign of killings, which could not be considered simply as uncontrolled revenge killings. Gersony's conclusion was that between early April and mid-September 1994 the RPF had killed between 25,000 and 45,000 people, including Tutsi. 6. The including Tutsi is a nice touch, as if to say, including some who didn't even deserve it. In an endnote, Prunier notes that he had been personally hoodwinked into disbelieving the very existence of his report. In another endnote, 7. This time about the killing by Kagame's men of Kagame's main pre-1994 rival Fred Rwigema, Prunier must offer my apologies to readers of the Rwanda crisis, where on pages 94-96 I give a totally false account of Rwigema's death. My only excuse is that, in a book written in the immediate aftermath of the genocide, I still wanted 211. To believe in the relative innocence of the RPF and therefore accepted the cooked version of the facts it provided me with, in spite of several warnings that I was wrong. These aren't minor points, but monumental factual errors, stemming from an admitted bias. Prunier 2009's ability to admit Prunier 1995's failings is commendable. But it does not correct the damage done to the historical record by Prunier 1995, nor do they correct the framework of collective guilt of the Hutu and the partisanship for the RPF that Prunier's 1995 book helped to build in the West. How do we value a book by a scholar who accepts cooked versions of the facts, because of what he wants to believe, and in spite of several warnings? The depth of pro-Kagame feeling by scholars, even decades into his dictatorship, is difficult to explain. But current scholarship builds on past scholarship, including its unexamined partisan assumptions. As for how the early scholars developed their biases, Prunier tries to explain the process in his usual, psychological terms: the evils of colonialism versus the dark recesses of the African soul, economic versus political determinants, killer victims versus victim killers, contradictory interpretations of ancient oral traditions. The stuff of confisting visions abounds. And somewhere in the dark recesses of our own culture, the obsessive duality of the Hutu/Tutsi dichotomy probably has to do with Manichaean fascination with good and evil, with our compulsive need to take sides which Zoroastrian deviance infiltrated centuries ago into medieval Christianity. 8. Kagame and his RPF were Prunier's white knights. As he admits his bias, he claims that everyone has one. This does apply to me. Getting to know the Tutsi exiles in Uganda during 1986 to 1989 was my formative experience, later reinforced by visiting the RPF front in Byumba in June 1992. My friend Lieve Joris, a person of impeccable honesty, admitted that at FRST she did not like the Tutsi because IFRST came to the Kivus in 1998. Later, when she was writing Lure de Rebelles, which can loosely be described as the biography of a Mwamulenge RCD commander, a new empathy emerged. I could easily extend that chronological explanation to several of my colleagues. 9. Prunier interestingly uses the word contamination to describe the biases of which he admits himself and of which he accuses others. Most genuine foreign specialists of these countries have either been contaminated or at least accuse each other of having been contaminated by Hutu demonizing or Tutsi hating, admitting that he too has probably by now also been contaminated, or in any case will be accused of having. 212. Been as soon as this book appears. 10. Having chosen sides, Africanist scholars attack the opposition, he writes, and the most vicious ad hominem attacks on colleagues, researchers, and assorted writers are perhaps motivated less by a desire to crush the adversary than by a preoccupation with keeping or regaining our own internal balance. 11. Africanist scholars like Prunier depend for their internal balance on the maintenance of their biases. When that internal balance is threatened, they go out for vicious ad hominem attacks. To write about events like war and genocide in terms of good and evil, writers must hold in their minds a definition of the good. In this case, the good is defined by the dictator himself. Kagame sees Rwanda aristocratically in terms of his rights. He told the BBC, "I am a Rwandese, I had a right, I had the basis for getting involved in the armed struggle to liberate my country from Habyarimana, from the government he was leading. I have been a refugee outside Rwanda for 30 years. Well, I had the right to FGHT for my rights." 12. Kagame's rights include the right to rule free of any challenges. For those steeped in this worldview, like his biographer Stephen Kinzer, those who challenge Kagame's right to rule can rightfully be killed. Kinzer describes the assassination of his rival, politician Seth Sendashonga. Kagame, he writes, denied having ordered the killing, but there was every reason he might have. Sendashonga posed a political and military threat to Kagame's regime. It was not in his nature to abide such threats. 13. In a book based on weeks of intimate interviews, Kinzer writes about the assassination as a distant event, as if he never got a moment to ask Kagame about it himself. Kinzer elaborates on why Kagame's rival had to die when he describes Sendashonga's investigations into RPF massacres. His work as interior minister took him to every part of the country, and during his trips he made a point of showing solidarity with local Hutu, asking about abuses committed by soldiers, and building a network of supporters. All understood that he was tacitly challenging Kagame's authority. Kagame never took kindly to such challenges. 14 Elsewhere in the book, Kinzer approvingly describes how Kagame has banned all reference to Hutu and Tutsi, but here, as he is justifying an assassination, he insinuates that Sendashonga was showing solidarity with local Hutu, providing another reason that Sendashonga had to die, for if Sendashonga had merely been showing 213 solidarity with local victims of RPF massacres, it would be a crass political murder and not the righteous killing of someone potentially complicit in Hutu evildoing. On the arrest of another potential rival, President Pasteur Bizimungu, Kinzer sets up the situation by noting that Bizimungu had an erratic personality. 15 The arrest itself is relegated to a footnote and the classic indirect attribution, few were surprised when Bizimungu was arrested. 16 In addition to having a birthright to rule, Kagame has a sectarian reading of Rwanda's history, one that has now been imposed on a generation of children through Rwanda's education system. One observer watching Kagame lecture wrote that he refers to the genocide in the 1960s, the 1970s and 1980s as if the one in 1994 were merely one in a series, a hair-raising denial of the singularity of events between April and July 1994. 17 To elaborate, the current Rwandan authorities and President Paul Kagame himself take the position that a fascist, racist dictatorship was installed after Rwanda became politically independent, with the handover of power to newly elected authorities. This thesis was extended by a second claim, which follows logically from the FRST. The genocidal project was a constituent element in building up a Hutu opposition and in the founding of the Republic. Hence, the inter-ethnic clashes and massacres of the 1960s and 1973 would have anticipated the final solution of 1994. From this perspective, the question of planning genocide would have been pointless, since the history of the Republic could only be a series of episodes of Tutsi martyrdom. 18 A right to rule, a right to kill those who stand in his way, a reading of history based on his own group as victim and those he rules as guilty. These beliefs are standard for dictators and mass murderers. But justifying them to audiences who have some belief in universal human rights, negotiated solutions to military conflicts, and the idea of equality across ethnicities, is not easy. Nonetheless, the Africanists are willing to take up the challenge. Defining Kagame and his RPF as good, Kagame-oriented writers act as defense lawyers on his behalf. When the evidence points to the RPF committing an atrocity, these defenders cast doubt. When the RPF kills masses of people, the defenders minimize the numbers. When the evidence is definitive, the defenders suggest the murders were in retaliation for worse crimes. When finally admitting to crimes, Kagame's defenders 214 suggest that they were mere excesses committed in moments of passion. In this way, Kagame can kill hundreds of thousands and still be a hero. Prunier is an exemplar of this defense method, discrediting sources that implicate the RPF, and only admitting to what can be definitively proven, as discussed above with the Gersony report. Having invaded FRST Rwanda in October 1990, it is only in February 1993, Prunier writes, that for the FRST time, the RPF was clearly guilty of a number of atrocities. Prunier justifies each killing, however, it seems that the victims were shot simply in reprisal for the recent massacres. Whether these killings were carried out deliberately or whether they resulted from the anger felt by some of the FDRs after the recent massacres is not clear. 19 He sarcastically discredits Rwandan government reports of mass graves in RPF areas. How government troops could have found mass graves in the growing area of enemy territory while they themselves were retreating was not explained. 20 The point of this disinformation, Prunier writes, was to present the renewed FDing, in 1993, as something completely new, and as a straight foreign invasion, the disinformation played its role in preparing the ground for increased French involvement in the war. 21 When the RPF retreated from one of the areas it had won during the February offensive, the government found a mass grave in Ngarama with 134 bodies, which obviously pointed to a massacre by the RPF. Prunier presents this discovery as the pretext for a war of communiques and counter-communiques between the RPF and the government, and emphasizes that the government had held Ngarama before the offensive and presents the RPF version that this was an old government mass grave. 22 Prunier is not at all even-handed in these discussions. The report of government atrocities Prunier relies upon in his account, the FIDH, was similarly attacked, by Barry Collins and other writers, as having only visited government-controlled areas and having a heavily pro-RPF bias. Prunier accepts its claims without question. About the assassination of Habyarimana, Prunier argues on the RPF's behalf that they were happy with the Arusha Accords and could not hope for anything better, that they were not at all prepared to take advantage of the assassination militarily evidenced, Prunier argues, by the fact that they took FVE days to reach Kigali and relieve their battalion. 23 5 days is not a very long time to advance against opposition. The previous phase of the war took 3 months. But these arguments are sufficient for Prunier to dispense with the possibility that the RPF killed Habyarimana. 215. Prunier is also a master of the use of the passive voice, when it suits. In the Northwest, he writes about the months leading up to the genocide. A series of murders which took place during mid-November were attributed to the RPF. 24 And when Habyarimana's plane is shot down, 2 missiles were fired from just outside the airport perimeter. The aircraft received a direct hit. 25 These murders took place and were attributed, the missiles were fired, the aircraft received the hit. Contrast this with Prunier's active voice description of January 1993 massacres by the militias, during which groups of extremist militiamen, acting either on their own or more often with the support of the local people and the collaboration of FAR elements, went on a murder rampage, torturing prisoners and burning houses. 26 Prunier presents terrorist attacks in the government-controlled zone of Rwanda during the civil war as false FAG operations, from which the government benefited, but from which what benefits the RPF could have derived from such attacks is difficult to figure out. 27 Difficult for him, perhaps, though not to anyone who understands terrorism as part of a military strategy and isn't trying to exonerate the terrorists. Assassinations of Rwandan politicians are attributed to the Rwandan government and not to the RPF, ridiculing the victims all the while. The assassination of Hutu politician Emmanuel Gapeizi is presented comically. Emmanuel Gapeizi was driving home on May 18, 1993 when he was shot by FVE bullets accurately pumped into his chest as he opened his gate. It was obvious that the contract on Gapeizi's head came either from CDR circles or from among the president's friends, and obviously not from the RPF. 28 Another politician, Stanislas Mbanampika, was the target of a grenade attack, and not being particularly heroic by nature, he decided to take a back seat in the tumultuous politics of the day. 29 One obvious possibility, not difficult to figure out, is the use of such terrorist attacks to soften up the opponent ahead of the conventional RPF attacks that eventually succeeded. Terrorism was and is a weapon in the RPF arsenal, which hardly makes the RPF unique. But since good guys don't do terrorism and the RPF are good guys, Prunier must insist on attributing such attacks to the government, who apparently did all these crimes in an attempt to reap the propaganda value of blaming them on the RPF. One might be tempted to describe Prunier's bias in these colorful terms: violence is described as happening but the perpetrators are never identified. One has the surrealistic impression of reading about 216 murders being committed by armies of ghosts whose faces are forever blurred. 30 These are Prunier's words, describing the writings of pro-government priests, white fathers, during the genocide. But Prunier's own writing on the violence is a perfect mirror image of those he criticizes. In Chapter 8, I discussed estimates of deaths in the Rwanda genocide and how we know what we know. Africanist writers who are easily able to repeat the 800,000 to 1 million figure for the Rwandan genocide discover impossible methodological difficulties when trying to estimate the numbers killed, within Rwanda and then in the Congo, by Kagame's RPF. Consider the bland and factual way that scholar Emmett Kisangani writes about the 1996 to 1997 massacres of Hutus in the eastern DRC. People killed from direct fighting numbered some 3,000 to 5,000. In addition, as the RPA and AFDL crossed the DRC, they tracked down former Rwandan soldiers and Interahamwe militias who had committed genocide in Rwanda. In the process, the RPA killed some 233,000 Hutu refugees. 31 This number, 233,000, 32 is surprisingly precise and astonishingly high to be so blandly reported. 33 But Kisangani isn't alone in the casual reporting of hundreds of thousands of deaths or in the denial of their impact. Career Congo expert Thomas Turner describes the military operations and the kill teams Rwanda organized to massacre the Hutu refugees in 1996 to 1997, while the mixed troops of the AFDL continued their progress. Another war was waged by the Congolese Tutsi trained in Rwanda and the Rwandan special units. The mission of these teams of killers, who operated autonomously within the rebel troops, was to liquidate the genocidaires and their allies, according to Breichman. These men had been given advanced communications equipment and had infiltrated facilitators into the teams of the UNRWA and the humanitarian organizations. While the latter tried to FND the refugees in order to provide them with aid, the facilitators communicated to the soldiers the exact location of the refugees. When the AFDL soldiers arrived, the civilians were the FRST victims. Many Congolese who had FED with the Rwandan Hutu were also massacred. The operation verged on genocide since in North and South Kivu, many Hutu with Congolese nationality, were likewise massacred. Summoned to meetings in open air, they were killed without distinction and thrown into mass graves. 34 From the description, it seems that the only reason the operation verged on genocide but wasn't genocide is because it was done by Kagame's 217 troops. Such massacres were the building blocks of the Rwandan genocide and are called as much, not the Rwandan verging on genocide. But, in all things, Kagame must be protected, even by his critics. Turner rounds the discussion out with a thoughtful discussion of the RPF's security concerns, and the balanced statement that there was no reason to assume that those who returned to Rwanda were innocent of participation in the genocide of 1994, nor was there any reason to assume that all the Hutu who fled westward were genocidaires. The RPF/RPA apparently did not intend to kill as many Hutu as possible but to destroy Hutu communities under the control of the former Rwandan authorities. 35 As always, intent is brought in order to distinguish between the real, Hutu, genocidaires who had bad intent while killing, and the non-genocidaires under Kagame's command, who only intended to destroy Hutu communities who were, after all, under genocidaire control and therefore, open season. Congo expert Jason Stearns writes that no one really knew exactly how many refugees remained in Zaire, citing a UN figure of 439,500, a US military figure of 202,000 and a Canadian estimate of 165,000. 36 The precise and repeated figure for the Rwandan genocide of 800,000 can be contrasted with this murky, highly varying and disputed number for massacred Hutu refugees. Stearns describes the complexities of counting the refugees with the question, how many of the Rwandan Hutu refugees who fled Rwanda during the genocide died in the Congo? 37 Even the way of asking the question denies the Hutu refugees' victim status. They fled, and died. No one killed them, unlike the victims of the genocide that they, all, apparently, committed. And they are uncountable. Anywhere between 0 and 380,000 refugees could have been missing. Also, just because refugees were missing, they weren't necessarily dead. 38 Stearns writes in the defense lawyer mode. Beginning with a lower bound of 0 missing refugees is a particularly gentle touch, given what follows. Stern cites an informal MSF survey suggesting at least 60,000 refugees had been killed, while the whereabouts of another 180,000 were unknown. 39 The AFDL denied access to human rights investigators, making it difficult to confirm many reports issued by churches and civil society groups. Is such a note ever made about the Rwandan genocide FGRs, but there is no doubt that massacres took place. Citing Roberto Garreton, Stearns gives a FGR of 8,000 to 12,000 people massacred, including Congolese Hutu who were accused of complicity with 218. The XFAR 40 specific massacres Stearns mentions include one of 500 refugees in Chimanga and another of 100 people nearby, several north of Goma, Mbandaka, between 200 and 2,000. 41 Such vast disparities in estimates are common when discussing the Hutu refuge killings. The inescapable truth is that tens of thousands of refugees were killed, while more probably died from disease and starvation, 42 which, Stearns does not note, is the case in most genocides. He quotes one of the killers, Papi Kamanzi, seemingly approvingly, on motive, they needed to fear the AFDL. They had committed genocide. It was revenge, he said. But it was also a warning, don't try to mess with us. 43 Pro-Kagame writers create a bind for themselves. For if genocide is in the very DNA of the Hutus, if their obedience and bloodlust renders them an eternal danger to Tutsis, then Kagame knew this and invaded anyway, knowing that a genocide would be a predictable outcome of the invasion. How can this seeming paradox, of an intelligent and good invader's actions triggering a predictable genocide, be dealt with? Through the concept of the naive killer, Kagame is a righteous killer, but a hopelessly naive one. Telling a story of a Tutsi man approaching an RPF FDR in Ruhengeri in 1991, accusing the RPF of callousness toward the Tutsi who would die because of the RPF seeking power, Prunier writes that the question, of whether power for the RPF was worth the deaths of the Tutsi in Rwanda, was worth asking, but it is improbable that in late 1990 when Paul Kagame was working day and night to turn the RPF from an alienated band of exiles into an EFFC and FDing machine, he ever stopped to ask himself what was really going to happen. 44 At worst, to Prunier, the battle-hardened but naive RPF could be accused of a situation in which they allowed a situation in which their Ugandan political rationality and their rock-hard conviction of being right both morally and politically seemed to have caused them to underestimate the depth of the irrational myths, fears, and hatreds they were about to confront, including probably those lurking on their own side. 45 RPF crimes are always contextualized and have good reasons: soldiers in discipline, revenge killings based on denunciations, witch hunts of real or imaginary Interahamwe. In some areas where militiamen manage to use the civilian population as a shield, RPF reaction could be murderously brutal. 46 But, presumably, only then RPF brutality is, to Prunier, also the responsibility of the RPF's enemies. Look what you made them do. 219. If Kagame, to these writers, is the definition of all that is good, it is the entire Hutu population that is the definition of evil. Decades later, the evil of the Hutu is not debated. No case is made, it is simply assumed. Jason Stearns tells his readers that the Congo wars were complex, unlike Rwanda's war where one could cast the genocidal Hutu as the villains. 47 The most popular book on the Rwandan genocide was written by Philip Gurevich, was published in 1998 after Kagame had assassinated several prominent former RPF and massacred hundreds of thousands of Rwandans, and was in the middle of what would become the occupation and plunder of the Congo and was called "We wish to inform you that tomorrow we will be killed with our families." Take a look at this astounding statement by a reporter, quoted approvingly by Gurevich. To set the scene, it's 1995 and all of Rwanda is under Kagame's control. 2 million Rwandan refugees have fled from the Kagame's forces, through the French-controlled Turquoise Zone, and into Zaire. They are living in miserable camps. Tens of thousands have died in a cholera epidemic. Kagame's most fervent wish, for which he will soon receive the green light, is to take his army into Zaire, force march the refugees back into Rwanda, and kill another several 100,000 people, especially anyone associated with the former government, the former army, or any potential opposition member, intellectual, or leader. So here's the reporter in Goma, Zaire, hanging out among the dead and dying refugees, from northern and southern Rwanda, survivors of massacres, women, children, elites and peasants, former soldiers and former militia killers. A reporter who was sent into Goma directly from Bosnia told me Gurevich that he knew what Hutu power was and that he looked up at the volcano and prayed, God, if that thing erupts right now, and buries the killers, I will believe that you are just and I will go to church again every day of my life. 48 This is the world that writers on Africa have created, a world for themselves, where they read one another and then arrive in a refugee camp and wish that a volcano erupts and kills all of the refugees. How did it come to this? What methods could be used to convince a reporter to make such a disgusting prayer, and for another writer to approvingly quote it, and for a public to approvingly read it? Watch The Theater of Good and Evil under the direction of Kagame's biographer Stephen Kinzer as he describes the refugee camps in Zaire. 220. Watch the orchestration of the virtuous heroes of the RPF with the guilty, evil Hutu millions. In mid-July a great mass of Hutu, organized by their mayors and convinced that the new regime was bent on killing or enslaving them, surged out of Rwanda. Many were genocidaires, but because they were now suffering refugees and because television cameras recorded their suffering, the world saw them as victims. It was an easy mistake for uninformed outsiders to make. Their reasoning was simple: there had been a tragedy in Rwanda, and in its wake, huge numbers of refugees had poured out of the country. It seemed logical to presume that the refugees were survivors of the genocide. Kinzer continues, the truth was exactly opposite. 49 Many were genocidaires. The world saw them as victims, but the truth was exactly the opposite. Many were genocidaires, which basically comes to mean all, by the time we get to the end of the paragraph, where the refugees are exactly the opposite of survivors perpetrators. They are also a great mass, they poured out of the country. Through an appeal to complexity, Kinzer invites readers to be more sophisticated than the world, which was fooled into thinking that these people were victims when they were, in truth, exactly the opposite. Writing in 1995, while hundreds of thousands of these refugees were yet to be killed by the RPF, Prunier helped set the stage for their massacre, presenting them as evil and their very presence as an unsolvable problem. The refugees' return is a desirable goal, but the question is how. The control of the genocidal authorities over the population is almost total. Their lack of remorse is almost absolute. Where does one start from there? In fact, there could be no start at all except a restart of hostilities. 50 It is a gruesome spectacle to see a scholar advocating a return to war. 51 Writing about the cholera epidemic that killed tens of thousands in the same camps, Stearns writes simply that after 1 month, 50,000 people had died. Prunier gets more colorful, writing that the terrible sufferings of the Hutu refugees in Goma had a divine retribution aspect, which unfortunately diffused the intensity of feeling linked with the previous genocide. 52 In simpler words, Prunier is basically saying God himself killed the refugees, and in doing so, he unfortunately brought sympathy upon them, even though they were guilty and evil. Both men describe the camps as horrible places, Stearns writing that everywhere the smell of shit and death clogged the air. 53 But both. 221. Men also simultaneously scold the donors for spending money trying to keep the refugees alive. Over the next 2 years, Stearns writes, donors spent over $2 billion on the refugee crisis in eastern Zaire, more than twice as much as they spent on helping the new Rwandan government. 54 The RPF, he adds, was furious. 55 Then, the inevitable quote from Kagame, we no longer talk about orphans, widows, victims. We're only talking about refugees, refugees, refugees. 56. The abject suffering inverted the moral standing of the refugees and even soldiers, they became victims, not killers. 57. Stearns wants his readers to understand that the refugees were not victims, but killers. He approvingly quotes Alain Destixhe from MSF writing that how can physicians continue to assist Rwandan refugees when by doing so they are also supporting killers. 58. This question was never asked about Kagame or the RPF. Another MSF off-jail, Fiona Terry, is quoted approvingly. Stearns says she put it eloquently when she mocks Western governments for transforming the genocide into a complex emergency in which there was no good and bad side, only victims. 59. The bad side is the Hutus, all of them. The good side is Kagame and his RPF. Each quote, each repetition, helps set the Hutus up to be killed. Noble work for humanitarian organizations and scholars. Stearns disapprovingly quotes a Catholic charity saying soldiers have to eat, they are not all murderers. One can only assume Stearns thinks that they were all murderers, and that they should starve. He notes, with anger, that a Congolese human rights group included statements and reports by the government in exile. 60. For the survivors of the genocide, many of whom had lost members of their families, the genocidaires' presence in the camps was a living insult. 61. How do you address a living insult, if not by killing? All of your go-to books have a passage about how the Hutu refugees were not who you think they were. Ultimately, they produce journalists and aid workers who travel among refugees and harbor genocidal wishes that make them feel, not disgusted with themselves, but secretly self-righteous, for who doesn't wish genocide on a genocidaire? 62. Consider another example, this one softer, more subtle, and more thoughtful. Ugandan scholar Mahmoud Mamdani, who taught RPF cadres in his classes, can write that Rwanda's key dilemma is how to build a democracy that can incorporate a guilty majority alongside an aggrieved and fearful minority in a single political community. The majority is guilty. The minority is aggrieved and fearful. In addition to not being true, remember. 222. That maximalist estimates of the number of killers are in the hundreds of thousands, not anything like a majority. 63. This is also a view at odds with any framework for political solution of problems discussed above. South Africa did not call the whites a guilty minority and black citizens a fearful and aggrieved majority, which would have been much more true. Canada, the US, Australia, and New Zealand, based on genocide against First Nations, are never called countries based on a guilty, white, majority and a fearful and aggrieved minority. Israel is never called a guilty majority, despite constant incitement and all signs of majority support for genocide. 64. Mamdani is hinting that there is no prospect of power sharing between the good and the evil. Prunier is more explicit. After several pages of detailed descriptions of atrocities committed against Tutsis during the genocide, Prunier qualifies that the catalogue of horrors should definitely not be seen as an attempt at sensationalism. Prunier has written these things because the gruesome physical and psychological reality of the genocide has to be present to the mind when the political situation is being assessed. Specifically, it must be assessed when one considers the possibilities of a coalition government in post-genocide Rwanda. He says the comparison with the Jews is rather strong. It will be difficult to treat the Rwanda's case as just another piece of realpolitisch business as usual. 65. The comparison to the Holocaust is made. But what is advocated for the Hutus is much worse than what happened to the Germans after World War II. Germany was indeed occupied and divided after World War II, but the Nuremberg process sought to bring individual justice down on the highest levels of the Nazi organization. Post-genocide justice, and scholarship, in Rwanda was based on collective punishment and collective guilt of all Hutus. There are other comparisons that could be made as well, and Prunier makes them, who remembers the 500,000 Chinese killed on the orders of President Suharto of Indonesia in 1965. Or the hundreds of thousands of natives the same president has massacred in Timor over the years. The Rangoon military dictatorship is still in power after slaughtering thousands of its own unarmed citizens who dared to ask for a free society. 66. He need not have used examples from Asia. Prunier could have mentioned Burundi 1972 or the massacres of Congolese by Belgian mercenaries in the DRC in the 1960s. Both populations were expected to forget and live under the regimes that massacred them. Or the 223. Genocidal war against the Guatemalan indigenous people in the 1980s. Or the atrocities committed in the long Colombian Civil War. Or the horrors of South African apartheid. In every one of these cases, all accompanied by catalogues of horrors of their own, including the German one, justice processes were advocated that did not involve the assumption of collective guilt. But throughout the mainstream scholarly work on the genocide, the Hutu population is treated as more guilty for the genocide than the Germans were for the Holocaust, more guilty for atrocities than any other population through history. The catalogue of horrors is to be remembered specifically when the political situation is being assessed. The families of Indonesia's communists, parents murdered in front of their children, babies split open on bayonets, they are to forget and live under the rule of the killers. The Timorese are to FND their way past it. The South Africans can have a non-punitive process, tell the truth and move on. The German leaders are punished, while the people are pitted for having suffered the Nazi dictatorship. Guatemalans are to accept a peace process that leaves the structures of dictatorship in place, having lost hundreds of thousands of people to it. Colombian peasants who remember massacres where paramilitaries played soccer with people's heads, they are to accept a pardon of the same paramilitaries in the name of peace. But Hutus, after the Rwandan genocide, are so uniquely guilty, so unreformable, so eager to kill again, that they must constantly be suppressed. That thread runs throughout Prunier's work and through Western consciousness about the Rwandan genocide. He writes that the RPF should not have to work with contaminated politicians. 67. The South Africans had to work with contaminated politicians, the Indonesians had to live under them. But for the RPF to negotiate with the people it defeated militarily was presented as some kind of racism. 68. In any case, Prunier adds colorfully, there was really nothing to negotiate and nobody to negotiate it with, apart from a group of unrepentant mass murderers, trying to parley their strong-arm control over a primitive peasant mass into a number of cabinet seats and a share in the army. 69. Imagine Prunier writing this way about the RPF, and the racism is clear. In the refugee camps of Zaire, following the genocide, the aid agencies came to accept the idea of the collective guilt of the Hutus. Podur quotes MSF France aid worker Yan Jondo in an interview with Le Figaro, saying, by the end of the second week we understood that we had come to the rescue of the militias who had carried out the massacres. 224. We all got a good smack in the face. The perpetrators of the genocide controlled everything in the camps. And worst of all, because we were French, they actually liked us. 70. Even though Podur's own research suggested that the political reality of the camps had not been one of uniform or constant terror. The extremists' grip on camp residents had had its ups and downs. The notion of an unwavering hostage crisis is misleading. 71. When the aid agencies adopted the idea of collective Hutu guilt, they reduced the Hutu refugees to a passive, collectively guilty mass of humanity that had poured. Refugees are always a liquid that pours, fluids, etc., over the border. The aid agencies systematically disempowered refugees, ignoring their organization, professional skills, independent analytical capacity, and food culture. 72. He quotes a camp staff member saying that the UNCR knows how to turn intellectuals into beggars. 73. A peculiar set of numbers that were presented by Prunier and repeated by Stearns illustrates the difference between the miserable life Hutus had in the camps and the worse circumstances the Africanists believe they deserved. Citing Prunier, Stearns catalogues the numbers of amenities available in FVE camps around Goma: 2,324 bars, 450 restaurants, 589 different shops, 62 hairdressers, 51 pharmacies, 30 tailors, 25 butchers, 5 blacksmiths and mechanics, 4 photographic studios, 3 cinemas, 2 hotels, and 1 slaughterhouse. 74. Are these absolute numbers really so impressive, considering a refugee population of around 2 million, the size of a major western city? Are readers supposed to know the number of bars or restaurants in their own city? My own, a city of 3 million, has over 10,000 bars. The point of this tally can only be to suggest that refugee life was cushy, a bizarre conclusion incompatible with the previous discussion by the same authors of the smell of shit in the air and the 50,000 deaths. The point seems to be to create a sense of confusion about what was happening in the refugee camps and about who was responsible, ultimately to present the refugees as a guilty mass of people who deserved the massacre that was coming. Once the Hutus were deemed collectively guilty, being turned into beggars was a good deal less than the death sentence that the Africanists believed they deserved. They are lucky to be alive, through Kagame's generosity, readers are told to think. The evil of the Hutu also justifies the dictatorship, surveillance, and terror inflicted by Kagame on the population. Kinzer has a Rwandan 225 friend who he talks to about the country. After describing the police and government, Kinzer says that his Rwandan friend finds this level of social control reassuring. Like many Rwandans, he fears what people would do if the regime were less strict. 75. Here's the point: the good do not do politics with the evil. For Hutus to deserve everything they get, they must all be guilty. For that reason, it is a particular preoccupation of the Africanists that the number of perpetrators of the genocide be maximized. The 2014 BBC documentary, Rwanda, The Untold Story, draws on former members of Kagame's RPF to reveal several facts that are normally excluded, that many Hutu were killed during the genocide, and that Kagame has set up a ruthless dictatorship that thinks nothing of assassinating its political opponents. The reaction to the BBC documentary was revealing. An open letter was sent to the BBC by prominent Kagame supporters outside of the country, self-styled scholars, scientists, researchers, journalists, and historians. Their most passionate objection to the documentary was allowing a Hutu survivor of the genocide to say that only a small number of Hutus, only 10% of the Interahamwe organization, were killers. The Western experts insisted that eyewitness testimony shows that the majority of Hutu power forces were trained specifically to kill Tutsi at speed. This is a massive, remarkable, and bizarre claim. 76. With a commensurate massive burden of proof, more than a mention of eyewitness testimony is needed. Rebutting the open letter, RPF dissident Theogene Rudasingwe wrote a letter 77 to the BBC praising Untold Story. In his rebuttal letter, Rudasingwe dismissed as pedantic the disputes between scholars over numbers involved in the genocide. On the question of the numbers of the Interahamwe militia who participated in the killings, I wonder how this can be relevant. For Rwandans who went through the horrors of 1994, both Hutu and Tutsi, the agonizing remembrance of the unimaginable violence unleashed by hordes of militia is substantive proof that this was lethal power. The BBC documentary, in its opening moments, captures the agony of the victims, as they are hacked to death by this militia. So what if they were 5,000, 10, 1,000, 30,000? For the American professors, and the authors of the letter trading polemics on this matter, I would say this is not time well spent. The militia, 226, had to be defeated militarily. I am glad they did. Unfortunately, the military victors of 1994 went on a killing spree in Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo that is yet to be accounted for. That should be a subject of urgent interest rather than counting the number of militia that were involved in the genocidal madness. Rudasingwe's rhetorical question about the number of Hutus involved in the targeted killing of Tutsis during the genocide, so what if they were 5,000, 10, 1,000, 30,000, is actually of critical importance to the frame in which Kagame is good and Hutus are collectively evil. The higher the number, the greater the collective guilt of all Hutus, the greater the need to support Kagame's dictatorship, lest the guilty and evil Hutus return to power through a democratic opening. Once the Hutus are successfully made into the very symbol of evil, violence against them is always presented as defensive, retaliatory, justified, and minor compared to the violence they have done and the violence they deserve. A believer in universal human rights might think of the 190,000 killed by the RPF from April 1994 to April 1995 and the 800,000 to 1 million killed by the militias from April 1994 to July 1994 to be all part of a single, horrific event that needs to be understood and prevented. 78 But to make the Hutu disposable, the ledger method is used instead. In the ledger method, there are 800,000 to 1 million deaths on one side of the ledger, and before Kagame can answer for any crimes, he would have to kill at least that number of people. Deaths up to that number are free. And since Kagame admits nothing, the off-jail numbers would never balance anyway. Guy Shewa calls this the macabre counting exercise designed to take an inventory of how many victims each camp has suffered, as if to keep a scorecard of the crimes committed by each side. 79 Prunier on RPF massacres. These crimes, he goes on, deserved to be condemned, but they were in a way the unavoidable dirty byproduct of civil war, and on the government side the FAR had done and was still doing exactly the same thing. Not that RPF advocates would accept this argument about the other side. In any case, Prunier argues, such killings represented 1 to 2% of the casualties in Rwanda, and a cease-fire would have led to more and not fewer deaths. 80 Prunier's percentage estimate would be proven low. It was probably closer to 10% at this point, though it makes more moral sense to think of these figures additively instead of balancing one another out, and his idea about a cease-fire is also disputable since the war and the genocide were 227. Inextricably linked, the most intense massacres occur just before areas were lost to the RPF. When describing RPF crimes after their victory in July 1994, Prunier predictably describes them in terms of their propaganda value to the RPF's enemies. Tales of violence coming out of Rwanda were a boon to the killer Burgmestres. 81 Prunier's minimizing of the suffering of one side goes on when he discusses the cholera epidemic in Goma, Zaire, DRC, among the Hutu refugees. Although suffering certainly cannot be measured by numbers alone, ONE should nevertheless not forget that the victims of the Goma epidemic numbered around 30,000 while the genocide figure came into the 800,000 range. The horror and the compassion directed at the refugees dying in Goma tended to obscure such facts. 82 Again, to Prunier, the FRST 800,000 Hutu deaths are free. Jason Stearns follows Prunier's account closely in discussing the RPF killings in Zaire. Stearns, too, has mastered the ledger method. If 80,000 refugees died in the Congo, that may be terrible but nonetheless minor compared with the 800,000 in Rwanda. The Rwandan government may have overstepped, but isn't that understandable given the tragedy that people suffered? 83 The FRST 800,000 are free. The post-war race to consolidate control over the region was also a race to consolidate control over how Rwanda and the Congo would be talked about and written about. Africanists did good service for Kagame and his patrons in establishing a pattern in which all things Kagame were good and all of the dictator's victims, mainly Hutu Rwandans and, once Kagame invaded Zaire, the Congolese as well, were evil. The forum for these representations was not limited to the major books about Africa that came out after the genocide. It also included the human rights organizations, who in turn set the story down for the non-governmental organizations, NGOs, working in the region, and newly created judicial forums. The International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, relied on the same set of assumptions about Kagame and RPF goodness and Rwandan Hutu evil set out by the writers and by the human rights organizations, namely African Rights Watch and Human Rights Watch. As the guilt, and evil, of Kagame's enemies was adjudicated, Rwanda's former patron, France, was smeared with the accusation of complicity in genocide. France's activities in propping up the government eventually overthrown by Kagame, and its activities in helping the refugees came to be written about as complicity in genocide. This despite the fact that the genocide occurred when the government collapsed. The real animus directed toward France by Kagame was for France's real crime, nearly preventing Kagame's absolute victory and dominion over Rwanda and the region. France was driven out of sponsoring its client state by these accusations. It was scarcely able to protect its reputation in there. Chapter 11. The infrastructure of judgment and denial phase, and certainly unable to level any accusations of massacres or war crimes against Kagame and his RPF. In Kigali, immediately after the genocide, memories were fresh and the country was unfree under the consolidating hand of Kagame and the RPF. Speaking freely about the crimes of the militias was encouraged. Speaking freely about the crimes of the RPF was not a good idea, then or since. It was in this moment that the evidence for the two canonical reports, Leave None to Tell the Story by Alison Deforges of Human Rights Watch, and African Rights Watch's report Death, Despair, and Defense, was gathered. Both organizations have relevant histories. Human Rights Watch was founded as Helsinki Watch in the 1970s, sponsored by the United States to monitor rights violations in the Soviet Union. At the time, the US was looking for an ideology and an independent organization to serve as an alternative to the egalitarian and universalist message of communism. Human Rights, and Human Rights Watch, provided what was necessary, and continues to demonstrate a bias aligning with US foreign policy interests. When the genocide occurred, Deforges was an academic specializing in Rwanda too and became a full-time Human Rights Watch employee, leaving her academic job. Her report is replete with the same ethnic bias and the same techniques that present Kagame's forces as good and the entire Hutu population as evil that characterize the other main Africanist works. The Burundi genocide of 1972 is discussed in a historical footnote as follows. Hutu had tried to win control several times, only to be put down by the Tutsi-dominated army, most savagely in 1972 when some 100,000 Hutu were slaughtered. 3. Presumably because the number is lower than 800,000, a small genocide can be chalked up to a failed attempt to win control, which would seem to make the genocide the victim's fault. Another series of massacres in Burundi 1988 are discussed like this. In 1988, Hutu attacks on Tutsi had provoked excessive and unjustified military repression in parts of northern Burundi. For while victims might find solace in their deaths being considered excessive and unjustified, they might equally be saddened to hear that they were also provoked and retaliatory brought upon themselves. A summary of the Rwanda genocide of 1994 as Tutsi attacks on Hutu had provoked excessive and unjustified military repression in parts of Rwanda would be disgusting and unacceptable. So would a description of the 1994 genocide as Tutsi had tried to win control several times, only to be put down by the Hutus, most savagely in 1994 when some 500,000 Tutsi were 233. Slaughtered, insisting on the low estimate rather than giving a range. This is no more acceptable for Burundi than it should be for Rwanda. The assassination of a path-breaking Burundian Hutu politician, Melchior Ndadaye, in 1993, is discussed in terms of how it helped anti-Tutsi propagandists, offering just the kind of tragedy most helpful to their cause. 5. HRW discusses the claims that Ndadaye was tortured, and exonerates his assassins of torture. An autopsy by a forensic physician found that Ndadaye had been killed by several blows of a sharp instrument, probably a bayonet. The body had not been mutilated and showed no signs of torture. 6. No doubt an important task for a human rights organization, ensuring the assassins of a democratically elected president are not accused of torturing the man they murdered. It is difficult to come away from this report without the impression that Tutsi lives matter more than Hutu lives, and that massacres of Hutus matter less than massacres of Tutsis. The massacres by the RPF in conquered areas are reframed in somewhat admiring terms. The RPF soldiers saved tens of thousands from annihilation and relentlessly pursued those whom they thought guilty of genocide. 7. In their drive for military victory and a halt to the genocide, The report continues even though those two goals were contradictory and the RPF pursued military victory over the halt to the genocide, the RPF killed thousands, including non-combatants as well as government troops and members of the militia. As RPF soldiers sought to establish their control over the local population, they also killed civilians in numerous summary executions and in massacres. They may have slaughtered tens of thousands during the 4 months of combat from April to July. Even the RPF's information control operations are described with a form of admiration. The RPF slaughter of civilians has been poorly documented. Even during the months when the RPF was just establishing its control, it was remarkably successful in restricting access by foreigners to certain parts of the country. 8. De Forges explains that because this report focused on the genocide itself, we collected only limited data on crimes committed by the RPF. 9. Upon a second read, this seems to say, in perfect question-begging fashion, because we only looked at crimes by one side, we don't have much about crimes by the other side. After this damning summary, the report discusses the ideology of the RPF in laudatory terms, including the notion that all were Rwandans and that Hutu-Tutsi division was sown by the colonizers. 10. The report praises the RPF for recruiting Hutu supporters. 234. Alexis Kanyarengwa is mentioned. 11. Kagame told a Westerner he was only our front man. 12. Seth Sendashonga, a bright young politician, is another RPF Hutu mentioned. 13. Sendashonga was killed in Nairobi by the RPF in May of 1998 after complaining about RPF massacres and being driven into exile. This minor detail didn't make it into the 1999 report. The Byumba massacre of April 20 is mentioned 14 and a number of 300 or more is given. The pattern of killings at reconciliation meetings is described, 15, as is the pattern of assassination of community leaders and educated people. 16. The famous reprisal massacres, 17, as well as hindering humanitarian assistance and preventing free information, 18, are also described. Unfortunately, the HRW report says, reports of RPF misconduct were clouded by blatantly exaggerated propaganda put out by the interim government. 19. Not even the RPF's tricks to lure groups of civilians into massacres are described by HRW as propaganda, but the Rwandan government's warnings of RPF massacres in its areas are blatantly exaggerated propaganda. The Jersony affair is described 20 and dropped. Even as it mocks France's support for the Rwandan government as unprincipled, on which more below, HRW offers an explanation for the US support of the RPF despite evidence of these massacres. Leading authorities at the UN and in national governments were troubled by this information. They wanted the slaughter to end, but they were reluctant to make any criticisms that might weaken the new Rwandan government. As one US policymaker described the situation, "We have three choices. Support the former genocidal government. That is impossible. Support the RPF. That is possible. Support neither. That is unacceptable because it might result in those responsible for the genocide coming back to win." 21. So, the US supported the RPF with its eyes open. 22. The great achievement of the US, reported approvingly by HRW, is that partly in response to international pressure, partly in response to changes within Rwanda itself, RPF authorities ordered soldiers to stop killing civilians. The number of civilians slain diminished markedly after late September. 23. This wasn't true. One of the biggest massacres, Kaipo, was yet to come, in April 1995. The major massacres by the RPF in the DRC were also to come. 235. The HRW's report is truly confusing. After estimating a minimum death toll of 25,000 to 30,000 people, from whom it is impossible to say how many of those were active participants in the genocide or were engaged in any military action against the RPF, 24. The HRW describes patterns of widespread, systematic killings that involved large numbers of participants and civilians, outside of combat situations. 25. Thus again the production of very low estimates of deaths, the sly implication of these victims as possible genocidaires, is followed by a brief description of the RPF's policy of indiscriminate massacres. The conclusion of this section of the report also contradicts its pro-RPF tone. The international community, like the RPA High Command, has been satisfied with a mere pretense of justice for the 1994 abuses. Thus it has signaled that the killing of civilians, if perpetrated in the aftermath of a genocide, was understandable and would be tolerated, so opening the way to the further slaughter which took place in the months and years after. 26. In its conclusion, the HRW report states that establishing the responsibility of individual Hutu 27 is the only way to diminish the ascription of collective guilt to all Hutu. 28. The HRW report played no small role in precisely that ascription of collective guilt to all Hutu. In the end, the HRW report devotes 43 pages to RPF human rights abuses. As Barry Collins notes, after 691 pages of description of the horror of genocide committed by the forces of the former government, the reader is numb to the coverage of RPF abuses and massacres over the following 43 pages. But in any case, HRW has by this stage already justified the RPF's return to war and seizure of power. More importantly, by attributing genocide to the government side and crediting the RPF with ending the genocide, HRW made a crucial moral distinction between the massacres committed by forces partisan to the former ruling party and those committed by the RPF. The former were acts of genocide, evil pure and simple; the latter were atrocities that could be placed in a more forgiving light if understood within the context of the Hutu extremist orchestrated genocide. 29. African rights has an even more disturbing pedigree for anyone who believes in the idea of a universal human rights NGO. A London-based start-up, the organization had no public profile until it published Death, Despair, and Defense months after the war ended, in September 1994. The others Deforges, Pruner, and Gurevich did not follow until years later. African Rights understood its mission as to document the genocide, expose the perpetrators and encourage the work of national. 236. Tribunals and the UNICTR. 30. The prosecution of the guilty was part of African Rights' self-image from the start, and in the ICTR's off-CE of the prosecutor, the report was called the Bible. 31. Its co-directors, Rakia Omar and Alex Duval, were ex-HRW employees. Death, Despair, and Defense is full of information only the RPF could have provided and takes political positions identical to the RPF about the inefficacy of a UN intervention, the inefficacy of democracy for post-war Rwanda, and the particular individuals who should be prosecuted. 32. From a two-person start-up in London, African Rights made a series of agreements with RPF officials, becoming, as Luke Radams calls it, a single-issue, single-country pseudo-prosecutor, fed information by the RPF and eventually fully funded by it. 33. Theogene Rudasingwe, now an RPF dissident, was a key spokesman for Kagame when he met Rakia Omar in April 1994 in Nairobi. He was impressed by her, so he made sure she got a blank check and unrestricted access to RPF leaders. The return on investment for the RPF has been enormous. 34. The ICTR was established by the stroke of a pen in November 1994, the off-CE of the prosecutor set up in Kigali in January. African Rights Director Rakia Omar dropped in early. 35. But by 1996, investigators found Omar and her facts unreliable, unlike Deforges, who became a key prosecution witness in the ICTR trials. On the other hand, the story of the grand conspiracy to commit genocide, with Theoneste Bagosara as the ringleader, the devil, to Dallaire, helped orient the ICTR 36 and develop the prosecutorial theory for the trials. The prosecutor was unable to convince the judges, though, when the ICTR closed up shop, neither Bagosara nor anyone else had been convicted of conspiracy to commit genocide. 37. In the important job of setting out the correct pro-Kagame line and defending it against all enemies, prior expertise about Rwanda was detrimental, that sort of knowledge could contaminate the purity of what Kagame and his RPF were doing and the purity of the story. One such scholar, Johann Podur, with pre-1994 knowledge of Rwanda, lamented the state of the post-genocide scholarship, the new generation of international post-genocide commentators on Rwanda, a transnational body of experts whose area expertise is mostly non-existent, operates predominantly in ways that mimic the relationship of mutual advantage which had developed in colonial times. The insider offers enlightenment to the outsider returns the gift by offering the prospect of international recognition and legitimacy. Moreover, just as the 237 colonial experts synchronized their discursive understandings of colonial situations, so contemporary experts tune into the discourses of their disaster colleagues who may, just may, know that little bit more. The result is a chain of interanimated adjustments of the utterances and viewpoints of other professionals, positions rarely grounded in sustained empirical research. 38 André Guichewa, a French scholar who studied Rwanda before 1994, points the same thing out when he writes that more often than not, analytical and commemorative works were written by people with little or no familiarity with the country prior to the genocide. 39 The worst example was probably Prunier writing a book that set the tone for future works immediately, publishing in 1995 and making claims so far beyond his knowledge it was head-spinning. In the Rwanda Crisis, published in 1995, he wrote that he has not been a Rwanda specialist for long, that Rwanda and Burundi specialists are a breed apart in the already specialized Africanist world. Instead, as a Uganda specialist, he got to know several of the men who later created and led the RPF. He did not believe that they were capable of returning to Rwanda, was violently proved wrong on October 1, 1990, and in the process of trying to understand why he had been proved wrong, he succumbed to a fascination which even the horrors of the early summer of 1994 could not destroy. 40 readers of the 1995 book had reason to worry even then, as Prunier describes how flattered he was by the RPF at every turn. Their educational level 41, this author met inside Rwanda in June 1992 several young FDers who matter-of-factly asked him about the health of some of his university colleagues with whose writings they seemed perfectly familiar. This high level of education is one of the reasons for the RPF's efficiency as a FDing force, the other being the long military experience gained on Ugandan battlefields by the ex-NRA officers in its top leadership. Although, presumably, the high level of education held in the FRST few years of the war when the RPF showed little efficiency, the RPF were able to dazzle the scholar with their knowledge of him and his colleagues. They also impressed him with their financial acumen. There were never any rumors of financial misappropriation in the RPF. 42 When Kagame's forces invaded Rwanda, they were taking the FRST step on a path that would see them and their American patrons in absolute control of Central Africa, displacing the now unreliable client Mobutu in Zaire, the French-supported Habyarimana government. 238. Then in Rwanda, and preempting the democratic movements in both countries. With Mobutu at the helm of a crumbling Zaire, the only force with the power to stop Kagame was France, and they could have done it at any step early enough, potentially, to save hundreds of thousands of lives and imposing a diplomatic solution on both Kagame and the Habyarimana government. Because of France's influence over the situation and its potential ability to check Kagame's ambitions, propaganda about France's role has become a particularly important plank in Africanist writing about the genocide. Kagame and his Western fans ramp up the campaign about France's complicity in the genocide whenever that country's diplomats or patriots criticize his regime, and settle down when France's governments are more closely aligned with U.S. foreign policy in Africa. During war and genocide and immediately afterward when Kagame was consolidating his power, the propaganda campaign against France was at its most important. The Africanists were ready for duty. Prunier, African Rights, Gurevich, and Deforge's Human Rights Watch report, all did good service here. Ex-RPF dissident Théogène Rudasingwe was at the meeting in France in June 1994 where the RPF demanded that the French stay out of Rwanda. In a letter to the French president, Rudasingwe writes about that meeting, to Mr. Alain Juppé, and later to the French senior military officials of the time, including General Le Mercier. I reiterated RPF's position that we considered France as pro-government in the Rwandan CONFICT, and that any military operation would be interpreted as an attempt to prop up the beleaguered regime, provisional government established after the assassination of President Juvenal Habyarimana under the orders of General Paul Kagame, whose members were the masterminds of the genocide. I remember, now with shame, that I repeated General Paul Kagame's specific words: "All Tutsi who had to die have been killed, who are you coming to save?" Rudasingwe continues: at this point in time, RPF not only opposed France's intervention. It was strongly against any foreign intervention, including UN's, that would snatch away outright military victory which was in sight. Saving Tutsi lives was not on RPF's immediate agenda. Capturing power was. But HRW's report treats the French intervention and France's suspicions of the RPF as completely invalid. Using the term posturing and self-congratulation for the French, 43 terms not applied to the US or RPF, the report says that Operation Turquoise did have another 239 purpose besides saving lives, preventing a victory by the RPF. 44 In HRW's view, the test of France's good and anti-genocidal intentions is its willingness to cooperate with the RPF. Some French policymakers were determined to block an RPF victory, even if it meant continuing to collaborate with genocidal killers until they could locate better representatives of the great majority, i.e., the Hutu, and note the mocking scare quotes around great majority. 45 The critique throughout the section on acknowledging genocide is that the US, UN, France, and others continued to seek a negotiated end to the war. The US and other governments remained stuck in the familiar track of trying to bring the belligerents together, viewing the genocidal government as a valid interlocutor. 46 The implicit idea is that these powers should have sought quicker regime change, perhaps aiding the RPF. Prunier, arguing against the delays in categorizing the Rwandan genocide as such by the U.S. State Department, writes that if one goes by the State Department's realistic reasoning, no intervention should have been made against the Nazi death camps since the German authorities were at the time also killing large numbers of non-Jews. 47 While the statement is, typically for Prunier, crafted to sound absurd, it inadvertently reveals the limits of such interventions. There was actually no intervention that could have been made against the Nazi death camps as argued by William Rubinstein in the book The Myth of Rescue. Bombing the railway tracks or the camps themselves would have been completely ineffective. The only way to stop the Nazis, the book argues, was to win the war, something that was ultimately done by the Soviet Union, not the United States. Returning to Rwanda, the US was very much intervening, through sponsorship of the RPF, which was going for a military victory regardless of the costs. The US sponsorship began well before the genocide and, although HRW argues the war and genocide were completely separate issues, they were not. To the degree that they were intertwined, the US sponsorship of the RPF's military option and of the war contributed to the genocide. There are several problems with this implicit argument that the HRW report takes. The first is that, as Cooperman argues in The Limits of Humanitarian Intervention, even if everything had gone completely perfectly for the US in terms of information, understanding, and logistics, the majority of the massacres would still have taken place, though hundreds of thousands of lives would have been saved. Scholars like Guy Shewa believe that French troops could have done the job, but 240. As related in Chapter 8, Dallaire declared that he would shoot down France's planes if they were arriving to help the Rwandan government. 48. The second, more important problem, was that the RPF's battle plan, which was supported by the US, was indifferent to the victims of the Rwandan government massacres, as the HRW report itself admits. By April 12, early successes caused RPF leaders to believe that they could win a total victory over the Rwandan army, and they set out to do that. The military strategy involved sending a substantial force down the eastern frontier while simultaneously engaging the Rwandan forces in the capital and further to the northwest in Ruhengeri. The RPF advanced rapidly through weaker regions in the east and south, then headed west and northwest again, building pressure on the capital and the northwest. The RPF strategy, praised by other military experts, may have offered the best chance for military victory but did not present the best possible plan for rescuing Tutsi. 49. The RPF also rejected a second UNAMIR force, concerned that the French might use the force to protect the interim government. 50. RPF opposition to UNAMIR II contributed to the reluctance of the US and other powers to support such a force, a reluctance which in turn accounts at least in part for the slowness with which the operation was mounted. It is impossible to judge how many lives would have been saved had the RPF welcomed the new force and had the US and other UN member states been in turn galvanized to send military aid rapidly. $51 reveals in his book that the RPF's veto of UNAMIR II was shared by the US. He writes that the Americans put obstacle after obstacle in our way, even when it was not too late. If I had been a suspicious soul, he continues, I could have drawn a link between the obstructive American position and the RPF's refusal to accept a sizable UNAMIR II. In the pre-war period, the U.S. military attaché from the American embassy was observed going to Mulindi, RPF's Uganda HQ, on a regular basis. 52 For Guy Shewa, a hypothetical international force would have been able to stop the coming tragedy and impose effective solutions. 53 If UNAMIR, with its 20 FVE 100 poorly equipped soldiers, who were limited by a restrictive mandate, was not able to intervene to stop the massacres, then the foreign troops in Kigali, 1,000 French, 241, and Belgian paracommandos, or based in the region, between 1,500 and 2,000 soldiers, could do it, with the high command of the FAR, along with the majority of moderate units, ready to support them. Guy Shewa continues, recall that, during those first few days, the killings in Kigali were the work of some 2,000 militiamen and about as many members of the elite military units that were loyal to the presidential clan. If an intervention was not risk-free, there is little question that protection of those spaces where the opposition Afghans and Tutsi had taken refuge and stopping the large-scale massacres were well within the capability of UNAMIR and the troops that had arrived. But from the very beginning, the massacres were viewed as a spin-off of the war, which was neither within UNAMIR's mandate to halt nor a fortiori the responsibility of the international community, in charge of political solutions for which there was no consensus. It had nothing to do with military reasons and everything to do with the incapacity of Western powers to agree on a common approach. The Rwandan government disapproved of Belgian troops, the RPF opposed French troops, UNAMIR opposed France's evacuation of French nationals. So, non-intervention it would be. Non-intervention meant allowing RPF troops to capture power but also leaving hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children at the mercy of their ethnic enemies. 54 Another criticism made by HRW as well as by Prunier 55 and others is that the French forces should have arrested members of the foreign government in the turquoise zone. This seems to be an argument based on hindsight. The French had brought troops for a humanitarian, not a police mission. The idea that these soldiers should have stopped and vetted each of 2 million refugees to determine whether they should be arrested and turned over to the RPF falls apart fairly quickly. How could they have known who was who? On what basis would they make these arrests? How could they responsibly hand them over to the RPF, given the reports of massacres in the RPF-controlled areas? Kisangani follows Prunier identifies France's Operation Turquoise as being far from neutral, because it, like the US troops allowed the Pakistani ISI to escape Afghanistan in 2001, allowed the former Rwandan Hutu soldiers and their political leaders to escape across the border with their weapons, money, and munitions along with masses of Rwandan Hutu civilians. 56 Meanwhile Rudasingwe, who argued against the operation as Kagame's spokesman, wrote in 2017 that 242. In retrospect, though controversial, Operation Turquoise did take place and saved some Rwandan lives? Jean-Claude Lafourcade, the French general who ran Turquoise, wrote a defense of his operation in 2010. 57 Africanists writing about Kagame's invasion of Zaire and the massacre of the refugees there excoriate France for trying to find another way. Stearns ridicules France for trying to create humanitarian corridors to allow refugees to return home and to protect aid workers, a plan which got bogged down in a new diplomatic, Franco-Anglo spat. A UK official is quoted saying France was deft. Stearns continues in a passage that echoes the master of pro-Kagame ridicule, Gerard Prunier. Among French government officials, the rumor mill was in full gear, with senior policy advisors suspecting there was an Anglo-Saxon plot to delay intervention to allow the Rwandan-backed invasion to make headway. 58 Those silly French, with their rumor mills of Anglo-Saxon plots. How dare the ridiculous French worry that Kagame's RPF would invade the Congo, kill hundreds of thousands of people, and face no consequences because of diplomatic protection by the US and UK. That is exactly what happened, but analysis of it is already discredited by the ridicule of it as a French rumor mill about an Anglo-Saxon plot. Johann Podur lamented that outsiders have lost the right to judge what goes on in Rwanda. Today, reality is what Rwanda's political leaders, as moral guardians, tell the world what it is. And what the world needs to know is an old story, a 1950s story, a highly simplified story. It is the story of a Rwanda imagined by diaspora scholars who have finally made the long trek home. It is also a story that suits beginners, one which many outsiders have come to own, reproduce, and spread. 59 Those who presume to criticize Kagame's invasions and massacres are smeared with the ugliest of labels, called genocide deniers. Invoking the Holocaust deniers who claim that Germany never massacred the Jews of Europe, Africanists silence critics of the RPF. 60 Prunier takes time out to criticize France's President Mitterrand, who endorsed what Prunier, and the RPF, calls the double genocide theory, the idea that the RPF and their enemies are equally culpable for what happened. This Prunier equates to Holocaust denial. In the Rwandan context, double genocide theory tries to make the 4 years of civil war, the Goma cholera epidemic and the confused revenge killings since July 1994 cohere into an intellectual and moral pattern meant to catch simple minds. 61 Why would Mitterrand adopt 243 such a theory? With his typical analytical depth, Prunier answers that it's because Mitterrand was old and getting old is a form of human shipwreck. 62 Stearns, too, strikes out at the revisionist concept of a double genocide, that the Habyarimana government and the RPF had both killed in equal proportions. 63 Since Habyarimana was dead when the genocide started, the Habyarimana government didn't kill anyone, but assuming Stearns means the militias who committed the genocide, he is implying the Africanist assumption that the RPF can kill the FRST 800,000 for free, that accountability only starts after that. The double genocide is a straw man. By creating a fictional double genocide and then denouncing it, the RPF, and Prunier, Stearns, and others, insinuate not only that the RPF and those who committed the genocide are not equally culpable, but also that the RPF is not culpable at all, and that its wars and invasions and the massacres in its areas are completely independent of the genocide. Perhaps this is less a pattern meant to catch simple minds and more of a pattern meant to catch people already partisan to Kagame and his wars. Near the conclusion of the book, Prunier quotes Belgian journalist Colette Brijkman decrying the problem that the war launched by the RPF in 1990 has been described as the root cause of all the violence. 64 But of course the invasion was at the root of all the violence. The genocide would not have taken place without the war. The subsequent invasions of the Congo depended on the RPF being in power in Kigali. None of it would have happened without the initial invasion, but this simple truth is stated by Prunier as a self-evident absurdity. Again, by identifying for ridicule the notion of the war being the single root cause of all violence, both Brijkman and Prunier are asserting a far more absurd claim, that the RPF's war had nothing to do with the genocide. But for all of their protests, the genocide does not happen without the war, and the war doesn't happen without the invasion. Beyond that, the RPF has its own catalogue of horrors for which it is as directly responsible as the militias who conducted the genocide. Susan Thompson was sent for re-education by the RPF government while doing the research that led to her 2013 book Whispering Truth to Power, Everyday Resistance to Reconciliation in Post-Genocide Rwanda. Pro-Kagame writers would characterize her work as denialist, because she refers to a continuum of violence experienced by Rwandans of all ethnicities, before, during, and after the genocide. 65. Her criticism of 244. The RPF's policy of national unity and reconciliation is summarized as follows. It represents the genocide as something that happened only to Tutsi victims whom the RPF eventually saved by taking military control of Rwanda in July 1994, a representation that has two main effects. First, it negates the everyday lived experiences of violence that Rwandans of all ethnicities experienced before and after the genocide. Second, it privileges the genocide as the only source of violence in the lives of ordinary Rwandans. 66. Another scholar gently highlights what she calls signs of an internal contradiction between RPF reconciliation policy and practice, as the RPF calls for Rwandan emancipation, education, and critical thinking on the one hand, it attempts to institutionalize and control people's behavior on the other, as is seen in the example of state-bestowed forgiveness. 67. Thompson also writes that Kagame's government approaches ethnic unity through the maximal prosecution of adult Hutu as the sole perpetrators of acts of genocide, when in fact the RPF also killed ordinary Rwandans during and after the genocide. 68. The Africanists have a morbid obsession with killing those they deem responsible for the genocide, demanding punishment for those that happen to match lists of Kagame's enemies. It can get quite unseemly, with NGOs like African Rights or scholars like Prunier drawing up lists of people who needed to be executed. Addressing himself to the problem of transitional justice, Pruniers proposed that some people needed to hang, and quickly. 69. He continues, because the real Hutu killers had not been sacrificially executed, all Hutu were now regarded as potential killers. And all Tutsi had become licensed avengers. Many Tutsi and many Hutu did not want to be either. 70. In 1995 he had argued the same thing, that all of the various segments of the population need the ritual cleansing of a mass public trial. 71. The Hutus, to understand their guilt and its limits, to understand the monstrous nature of what they were led to do, they need to see their once respected leaders in the dock. 72. Forgiveness, Prunier says, inventing his own philosophical and legal framework for international dispute resolution, can come after retribution and justice and not before, unless one is dealing with angels and not human beings. 73. He never specified when retribution and justice ends, it has gone on for over 25 years, or whether the RPF had done anything that required forgiveness, much less retribution and justice, as opposed to the impunity they have enjoyed. 245. Prunier envisioned a trial and execution of maybe 100 men who have committed not only a crime against humanity but a sin against the spirit by locking up a whole nation into the airless sadomasochistic inferno. They have to die. This is the only ritual through which the killers can be cleansed of their guilt and the survivors brought back to the community of the living. 74. Prunier's language may be particularly colorful, but he was part of a group of writers and organizations who collectively made a major contribution to Kagame's successful demonization of the Hutu population as real or potential genocidaires. Once collective guilt was assumed, collective punishment could only follow. The First Act of the International Criminal Tribunal in Rwanda was to construct a detention center at Arusha. What better symbol could there be of the international community's intentions toward Rwanda's population? The city that had hosted the negotiations that were supposed to end the Rwandan war but that instead set the stage for the nightmare would now become the city that housed those accused and denounced by the victors in the aftermath. Amadou Diem, who had worked for Dallaire as UNAMIR's intelligence officer during the genocide, and before that as a military observer for the African Union, got himself a job as an investigator for the ICTR's prosecution. He awaited the FRST indicted defendants at the shiny new UN detention facility, built as an annex to the Tanzanian National Detention Facility. The UN Chief of Detention was chosen for his long experience with IRA detainees in Northern Ireland, no doubt a useful credential. 75 Deem describes his heartbreak as he saw a man, a Tutsi named Georges Rutaganda, vice president of the Interahamwe, he had watched save lives, including his own, brought in handcuffs. He sets the scene as follows: as the arrival of the FRST group of detainees became imminent, one could measure the growing excitement of people within the tribunal. It was like people would soon see with their own eyes creatures that came from a far planet outside our world. As the day was approaching, the atmosphere became more and more strange. It seemed that we were definitely not expecting suspects who would attend trials to establish their guilt or innocence, but it was like the verdict had already been pronounced. These people were labeled as the worst culprits of the world, killers, slaughterers, masterminds of genocide, etc. 76 Deem watched Rutaganda disembark, handcuffed, and FRMLY guided by security officers toward the detention facility. Rutaganda was 246. Wearing blue sports pants and a t-shirt. Not even properly shaved, the clothes were stained with dirt. And of course they were very scared, one could read that on their faces. Rutaganda spotted me. Despite him being tightly handcuffed with his hands at his back, and FRMLY held by security at both his sides, while being at a reasonably fast walking space, he suddenly stopped, with all the signs of immense surprise. His mouth was open as he tried to utter something that could not come out. I greeted him with a shaking of my head, and when he reached my place, he stopped again, but was immediately pushed to continue his way. Our eyes met, and I told him, "Bonjour, Georges." I hardly can remember his answer, but I am sure it was almost impossible to be heard. 77 Deem felt low and disgusted, as I was in the position I was in, instead of being able to meet him and give him an accolade for the sake of what he had done. 78 Rutaganda tried to get Deem heard to contribute to his case, but at no time did any staff member of the ICTR, neither his defense lawyer nor the prosecution, approach me for that purpose. 79 Rutaganda died in prison in 2010. Deem understood his mandate as being to investigate both sides, the former Rwandan government and the RPF. He found two people on the RPF side helpful: the president, Pastor Bizimungu, and the Secret Service, led by Patrick Karegeya. Bizimungu was later driven out of OFCE and driven mad under house arrest, as a visitor told him in 2002, and suddenly and inexplicably pardoned by Kagame in 2007. Karegeya was strangled by Kagame's assassins in a hotel in South Africa in 2014. But in the meantime, both men helped Deem. In January 1997, Deem traveled to Gisenyi, on the border with North Kivu in Congo. Gisenyi is the sister city to Goma, the invasion point for the RPF in the 1996 war, to interview some military men from the former Rwandan government, a colonel and a lieutenant from the Presidential Guard, now prisoners of the RPF. He describes the experience. When Colonel Innocent Nzabanita came into the room, I hardly could imagine he was the famous officer that we heard about so often. You could read on his appearance all the suffering he had gone through. He walked back all the way from Congo with his kids and wife, and he was separated from the rest of his family, and was put under custody. Deem interviewed him and several others over the course of the day, before leaving the detention facility. Only a few days later, the RPF government announced that Colonel Innocent Nzabanita and the former 247 Presidential Guard lieutenant were both found dead, after having committed suicide by hanging in the toilets. 80 The ICTR mandate was to try to bring justice for the crimes that occurred in Rwanda and to understand what happened. The FRST prosecutor was a symbolically powerful choice, Richard Goldstone of South Africa, a country that had shown that truth and reconciliation were possible even after horrible crimes. Belgian scholar Philip Rentgens approached Goldstone in mid-1996 to talk about RPF crimes. During a conversation with the FRST prosecutor, Richard Goldstone, in July 1996, I asked him whether he intended to prosecute RPF suspects. Irritated, he replied he saw no reason for doing so. When I told him that there was compelling prima facie evidence of these crimes, he got even more irritated and stated emphatically that there was no such prima facie evidence. That was the end of our brief conversation. 81 Goldstone, prosecutor from 1994 to 1996, set the tone for the FRST. Few years of the ICTR, it made few arrests, held few, if any, trials, and hardly rendered any FNAL judgments. 82 He set up the tribunal for the long run, conducting investigations yet hardly arresting anyone. Of 14 suspects, none were sentenced. What's more, instead of targeting major FGRs, the FRST series of arrests essentially targeted regional or local FGRs. 83 In 1996, Goldstone arrested Bagosara and a few other big FSH. Goldstone would later become famous again for writing a report on Israel's 2008/9 Gaza massacres, which he then retracted. The next ICTR prosecutor was the Canadian judge Louise Arbour, who was in office from October 1996 to September 1999. Described by a Canadian journalist as the Eagle in a biographical book shared by Arbour and Dallaire, Arbour's strategy was to prioritize political leaders, ministers of the interim government, military officers, and media FGRs. She sought government and media FGRs who had sought refuge in countries like Kenya, Mali, Benin, and Togo. Arbour's global prosecution strategy explicitly responded to the objectives of the Rwandan authorities. Prioritizing the notion of criminal conspiracy, that is, conspiracy to commit genocide, in March 1998 she presented a joint indictment inspired by the trials undertaken at Nuremberg. 84 The idea was a mega-trial to present Bagosara as the mastermind, and Arbour organized thematic trials on media, government, and military themes. 85. 248. But having decided on a conspiracy-based mega-trial, Arbour placed herself in an unbreakable legal bind. Her head of investigations, an Australian lawyer and former detective named Michael Aurigan, had, working with Deem, obtained solid evidence in 1997 that Kagame was responsible for Habyarimana's assassination. When he informed Judge Arbour in considerable detail about the information implicating President Kagame, he found her excited by the breakthrough and advised me that the information corroborated some other information she had just learned from Alison DeForges the week before. He made the call from the U.S. Embassy, because it was the only encrypted phone available and he feared leaking sensitive information that could be intercepted. It does not seem to have occurred to Aurigan that the U.S., who loaned him the use of the phone, would be the one intercepting the call. Days later, Aurigan met with Arbour at The Hague. He briefed Judge Arbour on the informants and their information regarding the involvement of President Kagame and members of the RPF in the downing of President Habyarimana's aircraft. He presented her with a memo detailing the information. He was surprised by her response. Arbour became aggressive. She asked about the sources and informants. Aurigan stood up for Deem and his other investigator. Arbour then advised me that the investigation was at an end because in her view it was not in our mandate. She suggested that the ICTR's mandate only extended to events within the genocide, which in her view began after the plane crash. Aurigan was astounded. The temporal mandate of the ICTR was clearly January 1 to December 31, 1994. He worried about the safety of the informants, considering that UN informants had been killed in the past. Arbour then became hostile and asked me if I was challenging her authority to direct to end our investigations into the plane crash. Aurigan told her no, made a placating gesture, returned to Kigali and a short time later resigned from the ICTR. 86 In 1999, Arbour moved on to a Supreme Court seat in Canada. She told Canadian journalist Carol Off that the Rwandan government was reading my mail. They knew what I was doing. Consequently, if I sent someone to investigate the RPF, he could be killed. I didn't do it. 87 She was replaced by Carla Del Ponte, a Swiss prosecutor who brought new hope into the proceedings because of her background prosecuting the Mafia. She was supposed to speed up the pace of trials, but she, too. 249. Fzled. She made 29 arrests and had a total of 8 accused by the time she was done in 2003. Del Ponte also wrote in her memoirs that she agreed with Arbour that even if the prosecution could show that Tutsis 88 shot down the plane, assassinating a president, while a crime, is not necessarily a war crime, and the tribunal's jurisdiction, roughly put, was limited to war crimes. 89 When she was given evidence of RPF massacres, she was told to be cautious about her inquiries because Kagame had the power to stymie the ICTR by controlling access to witnesses. Del Ponte noted that the Rwandan authorities, however, were already monitoring our investigators' every move. We knew the Rwandan intelligence service had received monitoring devices from the United States and was using them to compromise our telephone, fax, and internet traffic. We suspected that the Rwandan authorities had also infiltrated our computer system and placed agents among our Rwandan translators and other staff members in Kigali. In other words, the Rwandans already knew, hour by hour, what the tribunal's investigators were doing. 90. The only way to mount a case about RPF massacres, Del Ponte concluded, was with help from the Rwandan government. She met with Kagame about it on December 9, 2000. Del Ponte and Kagame sat on a pair of couches in a sitting room adjoining his office. We spoke in English. I told him that the tribunal's investigators had collected evidence on 13 incidents in which members of the RPF had allegedly massacred civilians during its advance across Rwanda in 1994. Kagame made no attempt to deny that these incidents had occurred. He told me that Rwanda's military prosecutors were conducting some investigations, but he clearly knew that I knew that the Rwandan authorities had already had almost 7 years to investigate these incidents and bring charges. Whether he feared being indicted, I cannot say. In the end, I asked Kagame for the FLA of the investigation the Rwandan military had supposedly conducted. He said I had to obtain the FLA from Rwanda's chief military prosecutor. 91 In 2002, as Del Ponte was trying to get her prosecution of Bagosara underway, she was made to feel what Kagame could do to the ICTR, when despite repeated requests, the Rwandan government refused to authorize the temporary transfer of a number of detained witnesses whose testimony was crucial to prosecuting genocide cases. Trials were adjourned for lack of prosecution witnesses. Kagame was effectively blackmailing the tribunal, sabotaging its trials of accused Hutu. 250. Genocidaires. In order to halt the office of the prosecutor's special investigation of crimes allegedly committed by the Tutsi-dominated RPF in 1994. 92. Del Ponte went to Kagame to try to resolve the CONFICT. On June 28, 2002, she was ushered into a spacious salon decorated in a Rococo kitsch worthy of Louis XV. At one end of the room, Kagame had placed himself on a golden chair, like a throne, with a Rwandan flag draped behind. 93. Del Ponte asked for the military prosecutor's FLA. No, he declared. Absolutely not. You are destroying Rwanda, Kagame charged. You must investigate and prosecute the genocide. You haven't gotten Kabuga, go and get him. Don't look into the military. We have done this, and we will do this. You will disrupt the reconstruction of the nation. I'm rebuilding this country. I have to maintain internal order. If you investigate, people will believe there were 2 genocides. All we did was liberate Rwanda. 94. Kagame talked to Del Ponte as if he was dispatching orders. He told her that it's possible that soldiers have committed crimes. But we have punished these soldiers. And we will do it. He then mounted a counter-accusation that France was involved in the genocide, and that Del Ponte should go and investigate the French participation in the genocide. Del Ponte said she was incensed. But later in 2002, Del Ponte, like Goldstone and Arbour before her, was approached by someone, this time French scholar André Guicherois, with definitive information about the downing of Habyarimana's plane on April 6, 1994. This concerned documents drafted by high-level Rwandan officers still in active service who, after a 3-year inquiry, were able to provide several accounts of how the attack was launched, mentioning names of witnesses and participants who had agreed to divulge what they knew. On October 8, 2002, in The Hague, when I offered to personally deliver these notes directly to Del Ponte, she refused, indicating that, aside from protestations of innocence sworn to her by Vice President Kagame, he had also presented her with documents of American origin clearly establishing the responsibility of France, and she was satisfied with that. 95 When the Rwandan ambassador to France launched a defamation lawsuit against author Charles Onana, who wrote Les Secrets du Génocide Rwandais, Paris, Dubwaris November 2001, he withdrew the complaint. 251. In December 2002, just before a hearing that was to examine evidence from the journalist concerning Paul Kagame's implication in the shooting down of the plane on April 6. The withdrawal generated a great deal of publicity and was interpreted as an implicit admission of the facts. 96 When Hassan Boubacar Diallo of the Gambia FNALI took over from Del Ponte in 2003, at the urging of the U.S. whose ambassador for war crimes Pierre Prosper, told her she was done. 97 The ICTR was FNALI and fully subordinated to Kagame. The legal bind introduced by Arbour, limiting the court's mandate to after the plane crash, also destroyed Arbour's idea for a conspiracy conviction. For if the genocide had been planned before its implementation, and it only started the day after the plane crash, planning was made impossible to prove. In any case, the genocide was the outcome of war and state collapse rather than of a state plan. But the ICTR's FNAL count of 60 primary and 30 secondary judgments over 15 years of work did not satisfy Kagame, who had a list of 220 planners, 10,000 genocidaires, 3,000 leaders and cadres in 145 communes, adding up to hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Rwandans needing to be punished. Kagame's lists kept expanding based on his desires and whims, such that the number of genocidaires, by 2009, wound up including almost the entire male Hutu population over 14 years of age in 1994. 98 Publishing lists of big genocidaires became a political event in Kagame's Rwanda. The publicity and the very existence of the lists stigmatized those whose names were mentioned, with no indication of the origins of the denunciation or the nature of the crime. Deceased persons, including those who died before the genocide, like President Habyarimana, had been listed so their property could be seized. 99 The significance of this was that Tutsi returnees, linked to the new government, simply grabbed vacant plots at war's end, which means that the listing exercise institutionalized a sort of political extortion directed against members of the Hutu diaspora. It rested upon an expansive definition of crimes linked to the genocide and could concern all manifestations of opposition to the new regime, particularly when sectarianism, divisionism, and genocide ideology entered the Rwandan penal arsenal. 100 And while Kagame demonizes the family of the former dictator, it is one thing to demonize the former presidential family, and quite another to insist loud and clear on a real trial. Indeed, if that were the case, it would be difficult to avoid authentic contradictory debate on. 252. The shooting down of Habyarimana's plane on April 6, possible international involvement or complicity, and the war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the RPF in capturing power by force. 101 From reports ghostwritten by Kagame's intelligence men and presented by international NGOs, to heavy-duty books by newly expert post-genocide scholars to arrests, international trials, and deaths in prison, the empire's propaganda machine has performed extraordinary feats in Central Africa. It laid a pipeline that would be used in future humanitarian interventions and future international tribunals. The consequences were severe for ordinary Rwandans living under Kagame's new regime. What was Rwanda before Kagame? A dictatorship, to be sure, but one under pressure for multi-party democratic reform, under pressure to transcend the mistreatment of the Tutsi minority and resolve the long-standing refugee problem. Instead of generously funding the democratic transition, the donor countries undermined Rwanda's, and Zaire's, finances, while bolstering Uganda's in the early 1990s. But nonetheless, had a multi-party election been held prior to the invasion, most agree that the dictator, Habyarimana, would have won and Kagame's RPF would have been reduced to a minor party. Is it the case, as Robin Philpott argues, that Rwandans had worked for 30 years to build a state apparatus that worked relatively well and met the needs and aspirations of the people of Rwanda? One even French scholar Gerard Prunier, who despised the government and favored Kagame's RPF, writes that by the late 1980s, the mortality rate was down, hygiene and medical care indicators were improving, and education was improving. 2. On the other hand, reliance on foreign aid, small at FRST, had become enormous by the late 1980s, from 5% of GNP in 1973, to 11% in 1986, and 22% by 1991. 3. But because of this dependence, change was inevitable when, in Philpott's words, the so-called donor institutions had decided that the economic model had to be changed. A strong state with an interventionist bent was to become a tiny administrative unit, even if it meant social upheaval and loss of power for the Hutu majority. Next came the political model imposed by Western powers even though the country had. Chapter 12. The state Kagame built. Been invaded under their noses and with their support and was still occupied by a hostile foreign country. The picture of a possibly reforming dictatorship is disputed by those who argue that Rwanda had a long-term oppressive state system, springing from its geography and its pre-colonial history. The idea that the pre-1990 Rwandan state worked relatively well and met the needs and aspirations of the people of Rwanda is undermined by arguments based on some of the structural features of the pre-1990 state that Kagame inherited. Journalist Unjunsundaram 4 argues that Kagame took over the highly authoritarian system used by his predecessor. Prunier argues that the high population density and geography of hills led to centralist forms of political authority and an almost monstrous degree of social control. 5. Susan Thompson also presents Rwandan interviewees who talk about the continuity of authoritarianism and propaganda before Kagame's takeover and afterward in her 2013 book. Prunier cites an Amnesty International report from 1985, itself based on the trial of a security chief, discussed in Chapter 8, named Theoneste Litsinda, who fell out of favor, describing disappearances, torture, and murder under Habyarimana. In 1989, Member of Parliament, Felecula Nuramutaramberwe, was deliberately run over by a lorry after criticizing the government for corruption. Father Silvio Sindambui, a vocal and outspoken journalist, was also killed in a stage-managed traffic accident. 6. Prunier described Habyarimana's dictatorship in the late 1970s as follows: the party was everywhere, every hill had its cell, and party faithfuls, hoping for promotion and a professional boost, willingly spied on anybody they were told to spy on and on a few others as well. Administrative control was probably the tightest in the world among non-communist countries. 7. Habyarimana, as the sole candidate, was re-elected in 1983 and 1988 with 99.98% of the vote. 8. One scholar, Scott Strauss, who interviewed participants in the Rwandan genocide, discussed the methods of control over the population under Habyarimana's government. Many perpetrators equated killing Tutsis with the law. Many said that they chose to participate not because they were blindly obedient. Rather, they complied, because they felt they would be punished if they refused. By their accounts, the state coercively pressured them to participate, and the threat of coercion was credible. 9. 259. The reason? Rwanda has a high degree of national and institutional continuity from the pre-colonial to the post-colonial periods, and the country has a long institutional history of mandatory labor mobilization. The patterns of mobilization during the genocide strongly resonated with the pre-existing practices of labor conscription. 10. The geography of Rwanda helped dictators and colonialists forge the system. Rwanda is also densely settled, and the country's topography is cultivated rolling hills with little uninhabited open space. The effect is to make the citizenry visible with few options to hide or exit, which in turn increases the effectiveness of the Rwandan state's ability to garner large-scale civilian compliance rapidly. 11. When another scholar found that genocidal violence was more intense in areas with higher population density, he suggested that the state system based on close-quarters surveillance was a possible alternative to the neo-Malthusian explanations preferred by others. In densely populated areas, it may have been relatively easier for the elite to mobilize the population, because of dependency relations through the land and labor market. 12. French scholar, André Guy suggests the word dictatorship was inadequate for Habyarimana's Rwanda. Centralized authoritarian patronage seems much more appropriate in the sense that, for the average citizen, there was simply no alternative to complete submission to authority nor any recourse in the event of some arbitrary turn of fate. Overwhelming obligation to comply was the name of the game in the web of relations between the peasant populations and the various yokes they had to bear. The discipline imposed by this carefully elaborated administrative and moral order exerted a powerful attraction for the aid agencies and the international donor community. They could implement their development projects practically in direct contact with their intended beneficiaries and with attentive support from a decentralized administration, which progressively extended central directives through each commune and hill. 13. The same civilian network was adapted by Kagame for his purposes as he rebuilt Rwanda into his own prison state. Universal surveillance was organized through the bureaucracy and also through dense networks of spies. Civil society organizations are controlled directly by the state.